use it further. So we're live streaming now. Okay, so we're finally live streaming 11 minutes after catastrophic conditions here, so I'll explain it all in a minute. There's first thing we're going to have is, just for the sake of record, people give us feedback to see if they can hear us at all in the middle of this horrific weather phenomenon. So I will describe it, and there was no preparing for it. There's nothing you can do to prepare for these things in San Francisco. We're not like a normal place with where you can sandbag things and shit. So I need Aristides to go directly into telling everybody a thumbs up while I get some further equipment around me, okay? All right? So all right. Just take over right now and tell everybody the usual blurb. Thank you.
Okay, I will tell them that as I am doing that now. I just hit the thumbs up. Upvote button right near the program screen. You should do that immediately, and make sure you're subscribed. There should be a button for that nearby, and hit the little notification bell icon. Turn that on too, so you can be notified of program starts. You know when we normally start, but say such as tonight, when we had to start a little bit off time due to technical issues, or in case it gets cut off and there's a restart later on tonight. All very important. The upvotes are important because of algorithm purposes, and that is because there are detractors of Douglas's who hit the downvote. You see the little thumbs down there, and there's no number next to it because YouTube hides it. It's pretty common these days. And sorry.
By the way, do you need a second there to get your breath or something? You said, "Oh, sorry." No. Is there something going on?
No. I accidentally turned sound on. I had to mute my computer.
Okay. Yeah. So, yes, got it. So do me a favor. Keep talking with the lads because it's going to take me another 5 minutes. Okay?
Sure. Right. Yeah, I'll keep going. Yeah. So we got to fight the downvotes that you can't see that are put there, and they affect the popularity algorithm, searchability, likelihood of being suggested. Why the fuck am I here? And god damn. Okay. But close that window so that doesn't happen again. If you're really motivated, you can go under your account settings. You need an account to do all this stuff anyway. You can't hit these are all work through your account, upvote subscriptions and stuff. And since you have an account, you can go under your account settings, and for me it's under switch account, and you can create subchannels to your profile, and all of them are capable of individual upvotes. So we don't generally recommend you have multiple personality disorder, but in this case you can do that, and you can provide extra upvotes if you're so inclined. I have done, I believe, 2 upvotes. Let me check so far. I'm going to do a third, and you can too. So who's here with us that's not muted? Nemo?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah. Hey, man, thanks for coming.
No worries.
Yeah.
Is it all right? I just wanted to add in something. Mm-hmm. Just provided a link for Douglas's PayPal.
Yeah.
Please.
You often beat me to
Please donate. Please donate any amount you can afford towards Douglas Dietrich. It helps, keeps him off the street, keeps him alive, and you also think of it as paying for an education as well, helping someone and gaining knowledge. Any amount you can afford is much appreciated. And please start downloading all of Douglas Dietrich's content, even his older stuff you find on the internet, whether it's on Internet Archive, Odyssey, BitChute, wherever you find it, download it and archive it and re-upload it. Buy an external hard drive where you can store all of that content. They're pretty cheap these days.
Yep. And why don't you tell people how to do, what's the best way to do that if they wanted to?
For your web browsers, you can add extensions to your web browsers, so you can download a downloader extension, like a YouTube downloader, or just an overall MP4 downloader, and you can just use that to download the content from the various websites and whatnot. And you can preferably just download it at a lower quality, so it's not taking up too much of your data and storage space.
Right.
Like 480p would be ideal.
Yeah, there's not really video, so if you really wanted, you could just download the audio. Yeah, but of course, the thumbnails are nice. At least try to screenshot the thumbnail, which is usually static throughout the whole show.
Yeah, because if all the listeners try to go out their way to download and re-upload his content, you're spreading more of the information, you're getting more of it out there. And hopefully it just spread like a wildfire.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just got back, and Okay then, somewhat settled in after taking care of the last minute things we had to take care of. Eric Cradle says loud and clear. Thank you so much, Eric Cradle. You got a number which is fairly normal for this amount of time, should be building up numbers soon enough. Because of the kind of absolutely ad hoc system that we've had over the years, just building everything from scratch with basically for all intents and purposes, myself starting anew each and every time we have to literally restart. How do I say this? The entire program. We're not talking about restarting a simple transmission like this tonight, but because my channel has been shut down multiple times, working with, of course, just malevolent assets of the cult of the kings of Edom, my unrunning nemesis, the deep state. Basically, when you hear Q-tards or conspiracy retards that are retarded simply because they're not dealing with the reality of the situation, they're dealing with what they find off the internet, which is like getting shit fed to you by the enemy themselves. It's not like that. That is that. It is always that. My singular show being the exception, and this has nothing to do with any sort of monomania or megalomania. This is not flattering myself. It's simply compare what's out there. And if you look at what's out there, what's the first thing you notice? All of the alternative media is saying the exact same thing. They're therefore not alternative. They're saying the exact same fucking thing. And all their lines are fed to them from what they dredge up on the deep net, which, again, use your fucking brains, people. If you think your government would allow the deep net to exist, are you really that fucking stupid? Obviously, the deep net is the government. So everything that these motherfuckers, the Q-tards, the conspiracy retards, other than Douglas Dietrich, who used to work for the fucking government, in the days before they had this kind of technology, but were just developing it expressly for this purpose, then your ignorance is overwhelmed only by your stupidity. And yes, many of you out there are fucking stupid. The really intelligent people really just gave up. And they're just enjoying themselves, skiing, or whatever the fuck they do as a hobby to just kind of get themselves through the day, through their lives. Maybe some of them are raising kids. Oftentimes they don't. But the reality is the people who have time to sit down and look down at the internet all day generally are in a real bad space socially. Because otherwise you'd be talking to other people, getting laid, going out. This is not to insult my listeners. You got here. Whatever journey took you here, that's what took you here. We're not going to question that. It's like the French Foreign Legion. We ask no questions here. You're here now. Of course, we have to hold suspect anyone who's here. Remember, the Foreign Legion had its share of criminals. The Spanish Foreign Legion, they simply emptied their prisons, as well as taking volunteers. The French Foreign Legion had a bit more of a far-reaching empire, or rather they were not in an imperial recessional like the Spaniards. So they were able to afford maybe just the slightest level of questioning into a person's background, but never really bothered unless that individual became a real menace, like one of their former legionnaires turning to them, turning against them and siding with the enemy, which happened quite often, or often enough. Ran over to the side of the Arabs in the Sahara or something. And of course the Legion divided against itself completely in World War II, and Legionnaire fought Legionnaire basically on a 50-50 basis. Half of them remained loyal to the Vichy government, and the other half went with de Gaulle. All such being said, we here are in no position to question right now. So, taking you as you are, we have to deal with the fact that among you, of course, there are always going to be some bad apples. But one wonders why, other than for the trolling, because the deep state essentially is listening in anyway and recording everything I say. One place where we know ultimately that every single episode of mine is ever preserved, every single moment that I've ever been recorded is preserved, is by the U.S. government. In probably the communist Chinese government as well, but definitely the U.S. government. And other governments as well, probably Israel's, and definitely Russia's. Yeah, well, those would be the big four in particular, where you would find complete archives of Douglas Dietrich vaulted and preserved as if they were alchemy formulae or something. But all such being said, when it comes to the situation at hand, getting back to having to restart my channel several times, many of the people who were supposedly volunteers ultimately wound up taking the entire channel down. And each time that I restarted it, it wasn't a computer problem. Now, believe me, my computers are problems. And one of the things I noticed, we don't know what's going on yet tonight. This could be a weather issue. But what I can tell you is one of the first things that I have to do when I get home is basically turn off the computer. And after I restart it, I have to turn it off, because otherwise it doesn't kick in the Skype and several other functions. I will have to land on that not being the computer issue. That is a internet issue that has something to do with sabotage my service. Now, remember, I am in Silicon Valley, people. I am in the hotspot for technology. There is theoretically, supposedly I have the fastest internet in the world, but we all know the problems I've had with service in the past, where I've actually had to, in order to get my bill to be affordable, I've had to pay less for quote-unquote slower service. But my slower service should be faster than most other places on Earth. All that being said, I'm stirring my tea right now, so you're going to hear noises like this in the future as I gradually return to the tea habit more routinely. Of course, somebody's calling me at the moment, and I can't answer that. Probably told that the package has been delivered, so I may have to take a survey to see if the package has been delivered that I'm expecting. If they can get through in the rain. There we are. It's Meals on Wheels, probably telling me they're going to have delivery problems. So we'll let that ring out. At any rate, Meals on Wheels theoretically is coming tomorrow, and there might be a 3-day weekend for Thanksgiving that they're banking on towards the end of next week, so they're probably going to double up on the food delivery or something. So it's a routine call. But I have to have the ringer on, otherwise I won't know that somebody's calling in case there is a delivery that I've been expecting, etc. Now, all that being said, with everybody listening here, our numbers going back towards normal right now, I do want people to understand that because we've been working with such ad hocery, two things to worry about. I have a brand new computer sent by Aristides. We are, at some point, sooner than later, going to have to install it. At that point, what's going to happen is we're going to be facing the challenges, potentially, actually probably, that we faced every time I've started a new computer, which might be double the problems this time. We are dealing, of course, with the fact that my entire system is under surveillance, and everything that is possible that can be done by the deep state to prevent me from using internet services with any sense of convenience always is applied. It's like applying pressure or applying force to the situation. And the entire intent is ultimately to discourage me from ever getting on the internet again, certainly not publicly. So when we've changed computers in the past, then they would basically shut my service down automatically. And my service I'd have to move heaven and earth to get it restarted. In other words, they'd say, Douglas D, 1242 Green Street, my address. They'd say 1242 Green Street is no longer recognized as having a resident. This wasn't on the part of Comcast. It was on the part of services Comcast was using to bring their service to me. It's a terror. It's very difficult to explain, but basically the government would tell them that Douglas Dietrich no longer occupies 1242 Green Street. And because the IP address had changed, they believed it and would act accordingly. If we start a new computer here simultaneous to what I'm doing, something likely catastrophic is going to happen on that level. So we'll have to do that. We will have to warn people like the week beforehand when we're going to set the computer up. That was something we might consider. That's an option. That, of course, could alert the enemy to when we're going to start it. Perhaps it's better that we start it in secret. Either way, one thing you know, if I'm just not coming through that night, I probably got a new computer and have had to, am still dealing with restarting everything else around it, like the internet service to it, in order to get it function simultaneously with my old computer. So that's one of the challenges we face. That and hooking up the computer at all because of the limited amount of gang plugs that I have and the limited amount of female units on the gang plug, as the electricians would call them in the military, the male and female units. I forget what they call that. What do they call that? The hole where the thing's going? The tines go into the particular hole. Sockets or whatever. Yeah, so all such being said, I don't know if that's what you call them on a gang plug. So, okay, one of the things we can also do to try and plan for the future is to just make certain that OBS is downloaded on the computer Brendan has. So if Brendan, we never considered this before because Brendan would often not be available, and he would often take long journeys and not come back for months at a time. And because we were dealing with Peter Moon at the time, we were just dealing with all the stresses of dealing with Peter Moon. You might notice that after Peter Moon left, until tonight at least, which may or may not be a cyber attack, after Peter Moon left, there were no cyber attacks, at least until now. That's if tonight is a cyber attack at all. Definitely services are impeded by the storm, but I'll get to that in a moment. But I do want people to know that one of the other factors that happened was Skype had to reload. So when I turned it off, Skype would not start again. And disengaging from Skype, using the taskbar to end the task, quitting Skype, all the buttons I used, none of it helped. When I restarted the computer, the reload didn't help. And it's just a nightmare. Skype is through Microsoft, and yet the government has bought out Microsoft when they broke up the Bill Gates monopoly. So effectively, Microsoft is an extension of the government. So it's such a heavy government contractor. If the government withdrew all its contracts from places like Microsoft and Google, they would all wither up and die. So they're all effectively government employees one step removed. And when it comes to these states within a state, Skype is constantly fucked with. And of course, once the Skype reloaded, then it took me off the invisible status. This is a habit of Skype that it does that, and which is something I permanently maintain it on. Otherwise, so all of that being said, what we need is for our man Brendan Zoget to establish his new computer, make certain he has OBS downloaded on it. And on days like this, when I'm unable to come on, that's why I called Aristides to call Brendan Zoget. I could have called Brendan Zoget directly, but there's no real point. If Brendan Zoget had the OBS loaded on his computer, I could call him because he could get in through the back end of the channel and basically start transmission for the night till I showed up. Does that make sense, Brendan? Is that doable for the future in case an emergency like this happens and I call you directly to let you know on the cell phone that my Skype is closed for the moment? Is that possible? Let us know if he's hearing us at all, because he's on mute. Whereas Aristides and Nemo, interestingly, are not. But then again, Brendan Zoget is at work. Yeah. So.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Good
busy.
evening.
Yeah.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
We can make that happen.
Good. We never thought of it before because the whole Peter Moon issue was just such that I was just dealing with calling Comcast and everything else. But
Right.
with Peter Moon's demise, that's again, you do. I hope all of you agree or let me know your own observations. Were you not under the impression things were technically working actually much smoother since Peter left, which is profoundly interesting. It speaks for itself. Yeah, and it's almost like he was.
They don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't want to interrupt their own guy on the show. Like,
Of
so I
course.
got to keep it.
Oh,
Yeah, and it would
Running
always be
smooth.
pristine the first hour or two.
Yeah.
So,
It's when he's gone is usually when your internet you'll get DDoSed or something like that will happen
that's right.
when he wasn't on.
It was
Yeah.
as soon as he left. It was
Yeah,
as
yeah.
soon as he left.
literally clockwork.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. Excellent observation. Yes, thank you for that. So, all of you gentlemen have handled this well. This is Nemo, Albano, Brendan Zogit, and Aristides, whose last name the enemy knows anyway, so we might as well start saying it. The only concern is actually mispronouncing it. So, of course, I won't do that without his permission, so up to him as to whether we advance to that point. But we've got the normal number of people now. Vicky Johnson, love you out there. Shout out to Amor Fadi. Hope you noticed that I noticed you last time, Amor, and I did put a note inside of the chat. Didn't have a chance to say hello personally. But we're climbing up towards a quarter of 100 concurrent viewers, a half a
He's a
hundred.
loyal listener.
Yeah, half 100 views in terms of the views that are going in at a aggregate. But all of that, of course, does not speak to the situation at all, and it's really a false presentation. We know that they hide the numbers by orders of magnitude, and we have proof of this. And actually, they kind of show a much more accurate presentation in the studio when you go into the studio on the entry page, which I've shown to members of Team Dietrich before. Would be happy to take screenshots of that and share that with the public. And one of these days, we'll figure out how to get these things inside of the the public domain chat, and more easily in the chat images that we're trying to share. We will work on that with the new computer. That's where we will work on that. When we've got the OBS and the new computer, then Aristides and I can force some time aside to experiment for that. The holiday season will be over by then. In the meantime, before I start moaning about the storm and giving people all the details on that, I'd like a just friendly status report, casual status report from everybody on the roundtable so far. Because otherwise, one thing that I was inspired to do by teaching the Blood Boys about civics over this weekend, which was a profound weekend into midweek. One of the things that I'd like to inform people today, in case they haven't figured it out, is today is the Transgender Day of Remembrance. Obviously, that has special meaning to my son. And what you see as the image that's uploaded, or rather embedded into thumbnail of live stream, the questions that I got that I'm just turning to now through the email about that, what you see there is a biofacsimilacra of my son. And there are other biofacsimilacras that were manufactured in his likeness as well. There's more than one. But it does represent something that is elegiac in and of itself. There is always something very mournful or something sad about the biofacsimilacra that you can never quite put your finger on. And their very existence imbues a kind of sadness, or a kind of poignancy. There's pathos. There's always pathos and poignancy involved with their very existence. And so this particular one at the estate, we were showing to the Blood Boys, and of course educating them as gently as possible about Transgender Day of Remembrance, because the minority of the transgender population is subject to statistically the most violence of any segment or element of the human population on Earth. And the majority of transgendered people simply get murdered. And that's a inexcusable fact, and it is basically a barometer of human tolerance and humanity, ultimately of humanity itself. And so, such having been explained and articulated, that's what that represents, or what it really is. But even though it's physical, well, look at me using the term it is, after all, semi-aware. As I said, they have the learning curve of a developmentally disabled child. Ji is in and of yourself indicative of the intolerance of humanity, because most people who know nothing about biofacsimilacra these facsimile of biological units, when they encounter human ones, the reaction is often shock, revulsion, and, as we have seen in some experiments, violence. This is totally outside of the Presidio purview, where they were regularly tortured, and that was the primary existence for their being commissioned. To make the interrogator callous to torturing a charismatic, attractive, physical human likeness of a human being, or semblance of a human being, that behaved in a like manner in terms of emotive response and pain response, which is what they're created for. So, all such being said, let me at least say hello to Vicky Johnson with one of my emoji kisses. And in the meantime, I'd like a casual status report from each of the gentlemen. Let's start with my producer, Aristides. Then we'll move to Nemo, who appeared second, and then Brendan Zogid, or Brendan, who was...
Aaron's in chat too.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron. Oh, welcome aboard, Aaron. Thank you for informing me of his presence. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight, Aaron?
I'll probably stay a half hour or so. Wanted to say hello to everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate your coming aboard.
Hello, Aaron.
Yeah.
Hey, Nemo. How are you? Hey, Aristides. Hey, Heather.
Yeah.
Doing
So,
all right.
so let's start with just Brendan. Generally, what is your work status right now? Is everything okay? Has everything gone as smooth as it could today? Because I noticed you sent me a lot of messages just now. So are any of them emergent or?
Oh, Brendan.
I think Brendan, he dropped off. I think he dropped off.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, thank you for informing me of that. Hello, Heather. Let's start with a status report from yourself. Ladies first.
Hi. Nothing's new. Everything's same as always.
Wonderful. That's no news is good news, right?
No news is good news. Exactly.
Yeah. And so, dear Heather, say hello to.
Yeah, I
Vinny.
got knocked off the call, but I heard your
Okay.
questioning.
Yeah.
Everything's fine, stable, situation stable, other than the endless siege. But that's just at this point it's almost normal.
That's like static at this point, like background
Yeah.
static. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah. But it's very busy at work, so we have like multiple events because it's about to be the Thanksgiving holiday, so they're doing massive, sports games and events right now, which I'm handling.
We've got to talk probably privately, because we can't give the enemy all information, even though they hear everything we fucking say on communications anyway. So in a sense, we could talk about it now. But was there any like neutral reports you can provide concerning Brooke Gibson? Any other developments?
Yeah, she's doing much better because she started implementing the wards
Oh, thank
and
God.
protections. So
Okay, so
she's
found.
doing much better.
Did she find what she was looking for?
Yeah, within the time frame that I allotted. I said you'll find it within an hour, and she found it within less than that, or in that
That's
time frame.
incredible. I'm really, really proud of you, and thank you.
But I had to bring out the heavy Vedic guns. So
Oh my God, that
Yeah,
shit
that-
really works.
Yes.
That's fucking incredible. Holy
Yeah, so-
shit. But we have to talk anyway about setting up a standard operational procedure, because I'll tell you
Yeah.
why later. That's because of just quirks concerning her own affiliates. Let's put it that way. Quirks concerning her
Yes.
own affiliates. Okay, so such having been clarified.
yeah,
and,
but I couldn't leave her with no phone, so I waited till she found it, and then I went to bed.
oh my
But
God,
everything was good.
that's
Yeah.
but oh my God, you're a saint. You're a fucking saint. That's
Yeah.
man, I threw her
Yeah,
to the
well-
fucking wolves. Sorry, go on.
But but she did help me out with some stuff of my own, so it was a give and take. It wasn't just
No,
a
that's wonderful.
single.
Yeah.
Wasn't one-sided. So yeah, everything was good with that. Yeah.
No, it's still incredible. Later on, we'll share that experience. If it arises organically, if she shows up, we'll share that experience, and what an experience it was. So before we turn towards Aaron, just a quick check-in with Aristides, our executive producer, and Nemo. So Aristides, everything okay with yourself as can be?
Executive producer. I got a promotion.
Well, because Brendan would be a producer, you would be the executive producer, Brendan would be a producer if we set up the OBS on his computer and he's able to get into the channel in the background. Yeah. Yes.
Well, You're very generous at any rate. Things are pretty well. I have no horrible news to report.
Good.
Yeah.
Which is, yes, and just so you know, here he is with this great sounding title. Maybe he can use it to impress chicks at the coffee shop. Hey, at least they can tune in. At least you've got something that's real. It's not like you would be saying something that's not true. Of course, the untrue part was then Brooke Gibson started taunting him about, oh, I get paid. How about you? Yes, we all know things were going pretty good with her, at least at that moment when she was doing that, for her to be fucking around like that. God knows, I wouldn't be paying her when she almost never shows up. So the logic should speak for itself, which is what Aristides tactfully confronted her with.
Yeah. If anything, I thought the only possibility was just your weakness for women, and then if there's anybody you would pay to show up, it would be women, and for the dudes, you'd be like, "Fuck, I ain't fucking paying."
Yeah, well, do give me some credit.
If you could, I know you can't even afford that. But
Yeah,
if you could, I know
yeah.
that would be the first thing that you would afford.
Yeah. Point well taken. The one thing that might balance that out would be my desire not to be like Peter Moon. Because, yeah, look at where he's at now. He's in the space where nobody is. Yeah, the funniest thing, Aaron, was when he sent that message out. Hey, no cards, no gifts, no prayers, as if that were ever in question that anyone ever would have sent Peter Moon cards or gifts or prayers. It was almost like he was preempting his own disappointment.
I would disagree. I think we sent some prayers.
Yes, true. Yeah, touche. Before I turn towards you fully, Aaron, how about you, Nima? How's the status report from yourself? Everything well as can be?
Yeah, everything's fine and dandy. I was in a shit mood today because I fucking saw a live stream of this famous American YouTuber coming to Australia, live streaming, disrespecting the culture and people. So I had to make a short video about that to release my anger on. I'll send you a video to it later.
Sure, I'll look
I don't
forward
want to plug him.
Got it.
He's some piece of shit.
Oh, okay.
He's famous though. He's got like 30 million followers on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus.
I just had to rip on this cunt.
Yeah.
Who's that? Or you want to? Or
I don't want to say his name.
He doesn't want to advertise
send us
himself.
a video.
Yeah, he'll tell us
Yeah,
privately.
send us a video.
Yeah. And we look forward to your creation. We'll look forward to reviewing that, and I really will.
Maybe. I'm pretty hardcore in this video. We'll see.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, there's
yeah, Doug. That Nemo's edit makes you look like you're not even a sailor. You were never a sailor.
Or rather, my dad wasn't. Of course,
Yeah.
A Marine. It works with the Navy, so yeah, that's true. That's funny. Okay, so such
makes you sound like you're lightweight.
Well, oh yeah,
he was in a mood for sure.
Oh man, that's gonna be like fire. Okay, we'll walk through that. We'll walk through that soon enough. By the way, Brendan sent me. I just scanning through this. A lot of info on the bomb cyclone over San Francisco. That's kind of like, by the way, my having come home.
It's on our way.
Yeah. It's like my having come home to a mushroom cloud, and then him sending me a bunch of stuff over the internet on San Francisco hit with nuke. Like, I didn't notice it myself. Just had to say that because it is cute. It's funny. He's in Sacramento. He's trying to be helpful.
Well, actually, I knew you knew about it, but I sent it to Aristides. But somehow it copy and pasted into your thing too.
Oh, God,
so
that's
maybe
funny.
I clicked on both. Or something.
Wow, that's weird. That's neat. Okay, that's neat. So while Aaron Tice is still with us, Aaron, because you've been so busy lately, okay, so just a general kind of overview for our listeners, whatever you're comfortable sharing. A little note as to what's been keeping you busy, or if you're willing to share any of that. Just curious as to. I know you do multiple tasks. You're actually gainfully employed in a very real sense in multiple jobs, really. So whatever you're willing to share in that, and so the audience gets
just
a little feel for you.
Just life getting busy. I'm ramping up my work hours, which takes away from free time, obviously, and with a child in school and trying to keep up on the house, it just gets, when you're prepping food and trying to eat somewhat healthy. Well, Douglas, you try to eat healthy and take your supplements, but you run out of time to get everything ready to go, and the day goes quicker than you plan. It's just the nature of things these days.
By the way, I really appreciate you wishing me a happy dinner when I left. He contacted me just before I was being picked up, in the evening before last, if I'm remembering correctly, because time gets,
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
very confused, and he knew exactly where I was going, of course, and so that was important, and it's again what inspired me teaching a lot of the civics to the lads over at the estates. I'll basically go into monologue tonight. Definitely, we'll just figure out how that goes at some point in the show, when would be the time to start that. But we'll try and wait for other people such as George Knight and Brooke to come on. But usually they come on after Aaron has left, and so we'll have some time to work with that. In the meantime, while working with Aaron, he was able to review the very short appearance by Our Lady Crystal River. So whatever impression you derive from that, please feel free to share it, and I'm sure that will lead us back into the conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad I have the the full circle story there, because she hadn't shown up for so long.
Yeah.
And it was good to hear she supports you still, and is she's very vocally supportive, so that was really nice.
Yes.
I was really glad to hear that, and I'm glad she's well. So that was important. And there's really not much. I've been so busy, I don't have even much to bring up. The only thing I would bring up is current culture. I watched the Mike Tyson fight the other night, which was a travesty. And
so sad. Sad.
Yeah. And they had the shot where he was getting interviewed, and he was just in a jockstrap with his ass hanging out.
Oh,
it's almost
while
like
he was kissing his homeboys.
Yeah. So
God.
It's almost like it was a humiliation ritual, because he definitely, it wasn't a real fight, so that was troubling. So it's more like
wrestling
entertainment for it's more entertainment for the masses. And then the only other current event is the Heretic, the new horror movie from Hugh Grant. My sister went nuts for it. She said it was really messed up.
Oh my God! Oh God! I'm so frightened to learn of it. Is there any part of it you're willing to share? It's so.
I didn't watch it because I really don't watch horror movies anymore. I think the last horror movie I watched was White Noise with the original Batman there, Beetlejuice, whatever, I forget his name.
You're not talking about Bruce Wayne, or that guy Adam West. You're not talking about that.
No, not that one. Hang on, the Beetlejuice.
Christian Bale.
No, hang on, I'll get you.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, Heretic is... now, I pray the Mormons are not fucking doing this. You always have two young Mormon guys ring your doorbell. Oh, hey, and we'd like to share the good news. And in this movie, they show two Mormon girls that basically are doing this, which I would hope and pray the Mormon Church has not gotten to the point where they're doing that at all. I hope this is simply a conceit of the film.
It could be. Who knows? Yeah. Michael Keaton. So he did a horror movie called White Noise years ago. Mm-hmm. And some horror movies have a lot attached to them. So some creepy shit happened after that one. So I don't watch them any longer. But yeah, then the picture I put in the chat was of Hugh Grant, and he's with a dude with the horned brows. So that's the only other relevant current events I can bring up. So I don't. Nemo said that's probably his father, James Grant.
It is. If you look at the image, it says those are his parents in the picture.
Perfect. So thanks for that. So it looks like his father was in the cult of the horned brow, which is interesting.
Okay, that's fascinating, and that makes sense now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate all of that input from Nemo. I didn't understand the context of that until now. So definitely let me put my acknowledgement of that there. And so one of the things that they were trying to prevent, if indeed there was technical interference tonight, I will tell everybody about the potentially natural interference later when I start into the monologue. The details of this ongoing cyclone, which is literally what it is, that's hit San Francisco, is dumping. Anyhow, I'll just get into it. I'll just get into it later during monologue. There's so many details to it. There's no point in covering it now. Obviously, There are always traffic issues when it comes to this sort of thing. But that isn't what prevented us from starting normally tonight. It was definitely the Skype. Of all the things, it was the Skype. And that, of course, is a perennial issue. The biggest problems we have are with Skype. But that being said, what I sent everyone who was on Team Dietrich was a series of photographs. And what maybe one of you can do, or all of you trying separately, what you could do is find the actual Facebook page of this individual, which should be easy to identify if it's still up, and then put that link into the chat room. So if somebody could find the Joel Derek Facebook timeline and then put a link to that in the chat room, then people might have an idea of what images I dug up, in a sense, with the help of Aaron, because Aaron was helping me remember the guy's name. I could not remember this guy's name, but one of the points I want to bring up in light of Crystal River's own experience, where we are again contending with the problem of trying to maintain her security and her privacy, but without how would I say, breaching that. I am reflecting upon what she was willing to share when she introduced herself to us many years ago. And thank you. If you could put that in the chat of the show, like the chat, not just the text box here among us.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Well, I wanted to post it in there but you can't log in the Facebook to verify. I should have just screenshot it. Fucking.
Okay.
I'm just going to screenshot it, then paste it.
Okay.
Just tell me if this is the right one. I'm just
sure.
copying.
Sounds good.
Right now.
Sounds good. Yeah. So thank you. Appreciate that, Nemo. And of course.
There it is.
Okay, great. And
That's
we'll take a
him.
look.
Like,
oh yeah, that's him. Oh, that's him. Oh yeah, that's and
I'll put it in the
what
chat.
a travesty! I don't know if you're seeing this, Aaron, and the rest of you. Oh my God, what a travesty! I updated his cover photo.
He's Peter's handler, isn't he?
Yes.
And the image
that's
of
a real
the
person?
firearms is gone.
Yeah. The image of the firearms is gone. Oh well, so we have that on file at least. What was that, Heather? You were asking if that's a real person?
I thought it was just an AI rendition of somebody. That's actually a real picture.
Unfortunately, yes, on all counts.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was actually before AI really came onto the scene in any publicly available sense. This was years before then. And so these images that I shared from my own file, what happened was that it goes from Crystal River to Peter Moon only in the sense that Crystal River was a person who, how do I describe this? Well, basically, if I could relate only what she shared publicly already, she essentially, without giving too much away, was exposed at a very young age to the cycle of abuse of satanic ritualism. And then she was trying to basically escape from that. She was almost killed. People near and dear to her did suffer assassinations. One of them was someone we cannot mention right now without her permission. Another was Tracy Twyman, who was simply a friend. The other was, I'll say this much, a relation. So she had relatives that had perished with her trying to escape from satanic ritual abuse. One time speaking to myself, and I was asking her limits of her boundaries as to what she would allude to on the show, she said specifically not this, and she named certain people, and that's when Peter Moon made a point to bring those individuals up repeatedly and insisted on doing so multiple times thereafter on different episodes. He would refresh his brain with always bringing them up like maybe once a month for about a year, and make certain that he got their names out there and where to find them. And this is the kind of son of a bitch that Peter Moon is. Just really, just not even, he's hot garbage juice in a douchebag. And all that being said, over the years, he bragged about a handler. And feel free, everyone, to go ahead and ask questions about this. Sometimes we have no answers. Honestly, when, say, for instance, I was confronting, in a very tactful sense, Daryl James, who claimed he was in this situation where children are being fed into wood chippers, primarily young boys that are in cages and put into wood chippers as a terminal discipline. And the others must follow the example or follow that fate. And when I asked him, were you never motivated to do anything about this? And his simple answer was, I was on drugs. But all of that being said, you're confronted with someone who is obviously escaping his moral obligations by deflecting to a claim that he was under the influence, if indeed he suffered such a situation. And if not, he's just as morally reprehensible for claiming that such a situation existed while presenting it in such a manner that he did not interfere, because that means he's just presenting a lie for the sake of his own entertainment or other people's gratuitous sadism. It's either way, it's a crime. It's just disgusting. So when
you're altered, mostly when you're altered, your true person is there more so.
Thank you.
So you should actually fight harder at that point. You know, like your inhibitions are lowered, your sense of reality is a little bit diminished. So you might actually have like, a little bit more endeavor behind your actions. So it's really a terrible cop-out.
Thank you. And I'm sure he would have thought of others or other excuses along the way. And yet,
sure.
Yeah, and yet also, his story is just so revolting in terms of his what he exposes about himself as a person. We won't pursue it further right now. But when it came to this individual named Joel Derrick, this was an individual who Peter Moon has brought up, or Vinnie Barbaric, under his criminal alias of Peter Moon, has brought up consistently and regularly with myself and with Aaron Tice, and probably with Aristides in the past. He has certainly brought this individual up with anyone who's close to him. I don't know if he's ever given his full name to other people. I presume he would have to Aaron Tice and probably to Aristides, but it's simply, for whatever reason, he knew Aristides more peripherally, and with Aaron Tice, he developed this trust in Aaron Tice enough to the point where he offered for Aaron to take over the book project. And then in his madness, just to give people just an idea of how either deranged Peter Moon is or just how disabled he is in terms of adapting to changing times, when he sent Aaron Tice a copy of the manuscript, as he began to call it, he instantly regretted it, demanded it back. Yet even if Aaron Tice had sent it back to him electronically, Aaron Tice would be stuck with an electronic copy, the original email that conveyed it. There's no way he could erase that other than deleting it. He would have to honor Peter Moon's request to somehow delete it or scrub it or something. But other than that, sending it back to Peter Moon does not send it back. It just creates another copy in today's age of data retrieval. So this is how Peter Moon's mind was so non-functional. And we could go into other areas where such was the case, but that is one that stands out immediately at the moment. Such having been said, when it came to Peter Moon bringing this individual up, he would always say, I have a secret Hollywood connection, a secret Masonic connection with media that he kept insinuating would ultimately get him made, get him recognized, that this man could change all of Hollywood, that this man would revolutionize all of media, that this reminded me very much of, and if Brendan Zogid is still listening, I don't know how much of this he encountered with Miguel Andujar, but Miguel Andujar was this New York City busboy, literally a busboy, who had fantasies of being a star and would show up as extras in Hollywood films. He was one of the assassins attacking John Wick in the John Wick film, in which all the assassins of the world are after John Wick. And so Miguel Andujar was one of those assassins who was attacking him. Face never on screen, because Miguel Andujar is hideous enough to have actually portrayed at conventions the Toxic Avenger, which goes to show you what he looks like. But such being said, he had held fantasies of being a star and said he was working with the people who wrote The Matrix. Now, it turns out he wasn't talking about the evil Wachowski bro sisters, the evil Polish bros who turned into girls, or turned themselves into girls. It wasn't a magical act, Hansel and Gretel style. It was more the magic of plastic surgery and reconstructive surgery that did for them. Well, it really didn't do for them because they look like bipedal female hippos. But such being said, they wrote The Matrix, and then there was the company that produced the Terminator. I believe that was the 2,000-pound gorilla himself, the guy who made the Titanic or something, one of his early works, or something like that, affiliated with Corbin or whatever his name is. I always forget. The submarine dude who took it upon himself to make him look like the good submariner when the Titan exploded, when the Titan submersible imploded. James Cameron. I think it was him or somebody else who was involved with the original Terminator. Anyhow, if you don't know it, there's a black African-American female out there who claims she wrote both films, who Peter Moon believed. Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbaric, believed wrote The Matrix and the Terminator. It's all bullshit. Just so people understand, I don't know if Nemo remembers this chick's name or whatnot, but he remembers a lot. He's good with this kind of trivia. But just so people know, the evil Polish brothers who made The Matrix and Jupiter Ascendant, I mean, who could forget that? Even as much as you want, you could never forget it, though you might try. But at any rate, they were sued by this black African-American chick who said she wrote The Matrix. And they didn't appear in court because they weren't going to dignify that with a response. So if the party doesn't show up in court, then the person who launched the lawsuit wins by default. And so the judge awarded her, oh, okay, you can collect, $250 million from them. That's just a fucking joke, because it's like you can award anybody the world, $120 trillion, kind of like what the Russians demanded from Google, because one of Google's creators is a fucking Russian. And so they demanded Google pay them an astronomical amount, worth more than, planet Earth. But at any rate, a judge can award that. That's not a problem. It's up to the person, the aggrieved party, to collect that money, and that woman is unable to do that because she would have to hire private detectives and creditors, and there's no way she could hire them to pursue the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowski brothers, I believe, if I'm ad hocery by ad-libbing their names.
Correct.
And paraphrasing. Thank you. I never know, because they're so repulsive to me. I keep trying to forget, especially since they became sisters.
What did you say? Bipedal hippo?
Yes, bipedal hippos. They are bipedal. They look like bipedal female hippos now. And but they say they're women now, but they look like bipedal female hippos. It's an insult to transgenderism. You want to know why transgender people get killed? It's because of guys like that. Guys like that is why transgender people get killed. But at any rate, Peter Moon believed this bullshit, just like Miliel Handahar did, and said, this woman's going to make me a star. She's going to write the movie that's going to make me a star. And I knew from the beginning, something is wrong, something's off, and only just checked into it peripherally as time went on. But when I tried to explain it to Peter Moon, he bought totally into her story. She is what we call a Frank Dux ninja. If anybody remembers Frank Dux, he made that film Bloodsport, which is an excellent film. He stars Jean-Claude Van Damme in that film. He didn't make it, but he was consulted for it. And Jean-Claude Van Damme, one of his first movies, or first acceptable films, was Bloodsport, and it's an excellent film. But that is supposed to be the story of Frank Dux. And Frank Dux claimed he had learned ninjutsu and the dim mak, the death touch, which, by the way, is a product of comic book ads. That, in the old days, when you used to read comic books, if you're my age, or Aaron's age, or maybe Aristides is not quite
Jesus.
Yeah, then you remember comic book ads of learn the dim mak, the death touch. She's like that. She's a dim mak Frank Dux ninja. She's totally phony. There's nothing true to her story, and she's just got bragging rights for no goddamn good reason other than what's called vexatious litigation. So when it comes to Peter Moon, he had the same attitude that towards Joel Derek, almost on a level that he would have towards David Lewis Anderson. He said Joel Derek is the shit. You know, other than that, what little I found out about Joel Derek was enough to render me to just shut Peter down whenever he brought the guy up. So I never really pursued it, and maybe that's to my fault. But what I do know about Joel Derek is that Joel Derek claims to be a 33rd degree Mason and claims to have committed human sacrifice. Then it got to a point where he felt the human sacrifices he was conducting was binding him against his will to become a meat sock puppet of the higher level Freemasons. So his claim was that he adopted a young girl and trained her to kill and conduct the rituals for him. So he trained this young girl, who he actually took a photograph of, and that I got from Peter Moon. Ultimately, it was even, this guy was so brazen, he posted this photograph on his Facebook timeline of a young girl holding up a genuine firearm. It's not a toy gun. It is an actual firearm, which he told Peter Moon, this is Joel Derek speaking. Joel Derek said to Peter Moon, I'm training her to get used to heavy-duty weapons at a very young age, and I'm training her in terms of retrieval of sacrifice victims and ultimately their murder and their butchery for the sake of the rituals, and that way she takes on all the karmic onus. And ultimately, he was telling Peter Moon, she will go to hell instead of me because she's going to take the fall on a karmic level, on a cosmic level. Very similar to the Harlock claims, where Harlock claimed she had damned a child to hell through her rituals and that child would burn for hell in eternity with her simply by her exposing the child to rituals without the child's volition. And therefore, the child would be damned in its innocence. And this is what this individual was doing with a young lady who's, all kids look alike to me. All I know is she doesn't look like she's a fuckable age. She doesn't look like she's bleeding yet. So I would say that she's like, what? I mean, you guys help me guess here. All I know is like she's not legal. or at least not.
He's probably molesting her himself.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He was also raising her, and her rewards for committing the acts of violence would be his sexual indulgence of her, that he would then pay her in sex for training her like he's training a dog. It's very similar to Mike Tyson.
He's delusional if he thinks he's gonna use that as a loophole, using her to sacrifice all these people so he doesn't get any of the karmic punishment, because the universe and higher beings aren't going to fall for that shit. They see everything and know everything. He's not going to fucking get away with it. He's going to suffer 10 times worse for trying to be sneaky about it.
Well, at the very least, hopefully he would suffer legally, but he was also claiming that that was his legal loophole at the very least, that she would take the fall for the murders being committed because she'd be the actual murderess. And he had her so fucked up that she couldn't identify him because he always wore a bag over his head while he was fucking her and caring for her and feeding her and all the rest of that shit. But he put her photograph up on his Facebook timeline. And so there is a photograph of Joel Derek.
He removed it.
Yeah, he then scrubbed it. Yes. But, I have the screenshot proving it was on his timeline, which you have a copy of now. Everybody on Team Dietrich does. And I have as well the screenshot of the more close in-depth photograph of the young lady in question and of Joel Derek himself. And Joel Derek was the man who Peter Moon had me swear up and down I would never mention. I was never interested in the individual story, and I always felt that Peter Moon was so delusional, you never knew which part of his narrative to take seriously. So when it comes to all of this, I do know that if he shared anything at all, it would be with Aristides and Aaron Tice. So, Aaron, what do you remember of any of this?
It was just basic. I really kind of tuned it out.
Yeah.
And I think I mentioned it to you. He said, and it was hard to remember because it was a while ago, but he would go in and out where, I think Joel was trying to pitch his show. Yeah. And it might have been before Stranger Things happened. I don't remember. But he was very upset when Stranger Things did happen because he wanted the Montauk story told that way. And he felt that the producers that did Stranger Things stole the Montauk Project story, but he didn't have the money to fight them. So how it all pieces together, it's hard to remember, but I think he did have hopes that Joel would put together a a story, pitch it to a studio, and then Peter would write the screenplay.
Well, you might remember
which-
Peter was constantly on my show saying, we were in talks, and I decided not to go for it because I'm too upstanding for that. You remember that kind of attitude bullshit?
Yeah. I think it was more like Joel became bankrupt, had to basically survive, and didn't have the Hollywood inside track anymore to actually pitch a story. And I mean, who's going to pitch that story? It's 30, 40 years old. But on the flip side, somebody did pitch it, and they made it into Stranger Things in a much more theatrical version without Stewart and Duncan and Preston. So
and adding in a lot of female characters. Don't forget, that
Right,
helps
so-
immensely.
So who won? The viewing public won.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's the loose narrative. I really did tune a lot of stuff out. I really did. It just, when people talk to me of Hollywood hopes, I mean, what this fellow Joel with this, Nikita child murderer. I mean, this is kind of like, it's fairy tale stuff, but it's commonplace for Hollywood,
Yeah.
So it's just, that's the way a lot of those people roll. When you own the media, you own the power, and there's a lot of dark stuff that goes with that. So it's kind of par for the course, should we say.
Yes, but the thing that needs to be remembered by our listeners is that it is on record that Peter Moon has constantly on my show talked about, talks with Hollywood, the contract was such that he felt he would lose control of the project, so then withdrew from it. This was the fantasy narrative he related. The reality was probably Joel and he were pitching something that Hollywood just kept rejecting outright. And the whole thing about Joel was that he still had the faith that this guy's technology was going to force Hollywood to take him seriously, and kept saying that this guy created, as if he was doing it all in his garage. By the way, I don't care what delusions you're all living under. This is not the age of the barnstorming pilots when, people can build a rocket in their backyard anymore. When you take a look at the private space industry, it's the plaything of billionaires who are using it to basically overcompensate for their literal physical impotence. And we know they're literally physically impotent because they have children in vitro, like Elon Musk. If you're a multi-billionaire and you want to have kids and you don't enjoy fucking, well, then you have in vitro kids, so people think you're straight or something, I guess. So all these people keep saying you got to have more kids and try to make themselves look like studs or something, just like they all take martial arts courses like Zuckerberg and the rest of these idiots to overcompensate for the fact that they were bullied in the schoolyard or something. But the reality is they're just losers, and the space industry is a bust. It's not going anywhere other than in a big fireball.
It hasn't progressed. It's regressed.
Yes, thank you. It is literally regressing. It's going backwards. And yeah. So just think as well. You've got scientists who are paid. Just
Look at the budget. It's billions of dollars in the budget.
Yeah.
And there's no progressions.
Yeah.
The only thing they've done is recycled some of the rockets, and that's really not that cool.
Thank you. That's nothing. That's nothing. And when it comes to scientists being paid with large budgets to find a cure for the common cold, and then you get this advertising campaign for, I forget what it's called, but they say a school teacher developed this kind of cure for the common cold that people buy off the shelves in pharmacies and the like. Things like that. You've got to understand, we don't live in a garage industry world. Nobody's going to be the next Tesla or Edison in their garage anymore because we're not dealing with the fundamentals anymore. We know the fundamentals now. So when it comes to something like VR, think about what I'm talking about. Conceivably, somebody can do a lot using computers, but this guy was before AI. So this guy was developing, quote unquote, virtual reality before AI became all that publicly accessible. Maybe he had an inside track and 10 years advance accessibility. Maybe. That's a really big if, and I don't truly believe that. But what could he do that would wow anyone being simply Joel Derrick, the Freemasonic cultist, with a child murderer that he was literally raising by sexual trauma. So when you have somebody like that, when Peter Moon puts his faith in this individual, saying he's going to change the industry as an individual, that is so profoundly, disturbingly delusional. It's one of these things I just didn't care to reflect upon.
I didn't indulge it either. But I mean, I checked out the new Apple goggles, and they're amazing.
Okay.
Absolutely amazing. But I was blown away. I didn't think I'd like them, but they were absolutely
What do they do?
groundbreaking.
What do they do?
So they immerse you in a vision in your eyes, and you tap your fingers to click your applications, so you can it's kind of like that Tom Cruise movie.
Which one?
Where he's swiping the screen with the precogs, and they're arresting people.
Oh, Minority Report?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, where like your hands and fingers, perform the actions.
Oh, right, like what they promised us for years might be finally coming at least through that.
Yes, so your phone calls will come in through it. You can get your text messages, watch your movies. The problem is nobody's supporting this platform. So there's no supporting, there's no movies, there's no TV shows. Nobody is providing content for these VR goggles. It's too cost prohibitive. The closest, the best thing in VR that I've seen are like the Chinese drones from the DJI company, where you get the VR head goggles and you fly the drone from the eye of the drone. That is ridiculous.
Wow.
I met a young man who was doing, I think it was, he was doing film work for people. So he had all the drones, and he let me use the VR goggles for a quick flight, and it was absolutely incredibly awesome. But that's the most affordable way to get into it. For probably a couple $1,000s, you can get a drone with VR headset. But again, like, I think the porn industry is going to drive the VR industry.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's the only industry that I could see people spending a ton of money in, but it's really gone nowhere because nobody's supporting it with content.
Well, guaranteed, and I'm, and I would be the first to say that it's going to be the porn industry that drives it, because obviously we got a lot of incels out there, and we've got a lot of incels with money, so that's what it's going to come down to, because they are so socially retarded that it will become almost
porn and gaming.
Yeah,
that's what it's.
Yeah. Gaming as well, but gaming
mostly porn. Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Not
gaming,
everyone has the rig to run it through video games. You need a powerful rig. VR.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I think the gamers, they're more into the basic games now. There's no games that everybody in the country buys anymore, but maybe it's just because I'm out of the loop now, so I could just be out of the loop.
I don't know. We'd have to learn from younger people. I'm not hearing about anything that I really retain that much through the Blood Boys. Like Brendan Zoget said, sometimes I'll actually come out using gaming terminology that a younger person who's an experienced gamer would use, and Brendan questioned me about that, and I said, literally, it's memories I get from drinking blood from the lads over at the estates. It's they're gaming, and so some of their memories actually leak through. It's that blood-brain barrier. You are what you eat. But such being said, I don't. It's like Aaron Tice says. A lot of the games that are coming out now. I think the closest one is that Monkey King game that caused a big controversy, is the closest to a game that seems to be like almost a universal experience. I mean, we're going to still have those kinds of experiences, but this was the point I was making about this Joel Derrick individual, was when Peter Moon would see him, obviously we've deconstructed that this individual had any impact whatsoever. Joel Derrick, you could probably look this guy up and look him up in context of gaming, look him up in context of virtual reality, look him up in context of high technology media, and you'll probably find absolutely fucking nothing. I would be surprised if you do.
If you think about it and you observe the world, right?
Yeah.
I think media is dead. To one of the most viewed items in sporting events in many years was the Tyson fight, and it's only 60 million viewers worldwide.
Wow.
And that's a splash. That's nothing.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there were higher percentages and more viewership for the Muhammad Ali fights, and that was 40 years ago?
Yeah.
So if you really look at the world, we're so fractalized and we're so broken into our little clans and groups of people. Nobody watches anything en masse. I'm sure it's all supported through advertising dollars, but there's nothing that captures the public's imagination like the original years of television and those characters that were more sincere and perhaps more honest.
Absolutely. Go on.
To say 60 million viewers is a great sporting event worldwide is a joke. I mean, how many people, is it 350 million in the US?
Yeah, at least. Yes.
You know, and we had the world audience was 7 billion, 6 billion, whatever it is now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, 60 million, like you said, it's a drop, it's a spit in the ocean.
Yeah, and they're proud of that. So if I were them, I wouldn't be proud of that. That's not something to be proud of.
Well, let's put it this way. Aaron Tice is absolutely correct. Your observations are very astute. When Peter Moon was still with us in his waning days, when he was truly spiraling, I brought up the fact that the term is fractalized. We have a fractalized media, which I divide it, in my observation, to about 14 subsets of different audience groups in America alone. And at least 14, maybe 14 to 17. I'd have to go back over my notes. But when I went over that with Peter, he, of course, was, I didn't know that. Of course, he's never going to admit that he's confounded. But the point to be made there is exactly what Aaron Tice is saying. Media is dead in the sense that in the old days, you didn't have a choice. Really, there was no choice. You had 3 fucking major channel networks, and during the moon landing, that everybody's watching the moon landing because that's all there is to watch. It's of course there's the national mobilization, but and people were of a homogenous identity. There's various social factors involved there. So we have now, of course, schismatically split where the media is dividing us, not uniting us. So you don't have that impact even possible anymore. You would have to, basically what would have to happen is what's going to happen anyway, a supermassive dislocation, a restructuring of the media from the ground up, at which point whoever inherits the next government, and I mean after the American Civil War, has the opportunity to restructure media so that people don't have a choice again. It's like you're going to be watching government media at this hour because we're going to turn everything else off at that time.
But it's already transformed so much because not that long ago we all had to go rent VHSs.
Yeah.
You know, at Blockbuster, and Blockbuster died not that long ago.
Oh God, yeah, it was so sad too.
It's so transformed. Everything's transformed, and now, I mean, I'm a victim of the laziness or the fact that there's just too much to do and not enough time.
Yeah.
I have a lovely DVD collection, but do I take the time to take it out of the packet and put it in the DVD player? No.
It's so sad.
I sit there like a lazy bastard and click on whatever's streaming. So it's all of our lazy innate natures and the convenience of the streaming services, which quite honestly, I can barely find anything to watch on them anyway. So that's why I say media is dead. Like, I really can't stand most of what's on Netflix or Prime or any of them.
No, it's true. It's true. You're given. Hey, this is why when the writers were so worried about AI taking over, you might remember my comment on that was AI certainly couldn't do any worse than these writers. They've gotten to the point where something needs to replace them, and AI looks like a likely candidate as any.
Yeah, I agree with you. It used to be you would remake a movie 30 or 40 years later. Now they're remaking movies every 5 years. It's like, you can't come up with an original script. You have to remake the same movie every 5 years for the new generation. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's sad. And I'm using that word a lot tonight, but with good reason. So, but my point, to get back to Peter Moon with Joel Derek, was, so he would say that he was exposed to the technology of Joel Derek, and he would gush about it in a manner somewhat similar. Obviously, they're very different people, and this is no slight against Aaron Tice. Aaron Tice was just telling us how awesome the Google goggles were. And just, by the way, how did you get an opportunity to even try them, knowing what we know about? Was it like in a how'd you manage that? It's like,
so I went to a small store, a small Apple store, on a day they were slow, and I was trying to get a new computer because mine was fried.
Okay.
And they were like, we're really slow. normally you have to sign up like weeks in advance, but we have nobody here. Do you want to try the goggles? Like literally, they expected to be like this rampage and stampede at the stores for these goggles, and they were so slow they had to ask me if I wanted to try them while I was in the store for 20 minutes.
Have they no concept of the economy right now?
It was unbelievable. And I mean, the entry level price I think is $2,500 or $3,000, and I know what drives a product, and it's content, and there's nobody providing content. So I'm like, this is really awesome, but I have a family, I'm gonna sit in my chair and wear a pair of goggles. I mean, come on. It's like it's
That's
throwing...
for a loner loser kind of thing, not a family man. So he can be in a VR realm where he does actually have a family and a wife that loves him. But he's just sitting in the corner with a blanket wrapped around him like a bitch.
Oh my god!
Right,
Can I kill myself now? Can I kill myself now?
Yeah,
that is so depressing. That is so,
like
holy
that. But it was an empty store, and nobody's signing up to try them. And when you sign up to try them, I mean, the first question was, who's making content? Well, we really don't have anybody making content right now. But so like they had a wonderful presentation with some cool stuff, but they actually had to present it. They had to make the content to sell the product, but there's nothing else once you buy it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's basically a status symbol for the elite right now. So
I would agree. I would agree with
that. So that's what that is. But in the case of Peter Moon, he kept saying, "Oh, I went down to Joel Derrick's and what I saw," and more than once, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron. This will probably strike a memory chord with you. He brought Paula Masson down with him. He took Paula with him, and he says, Paula and I, he gave us the virtual reality goggles, and what we watched, it's just like being there. And when he did allude to this on record here on this show, and I several times asked him, what were you seeing? And there was never a response. There was never an answer. It was like, oh man, it's so real, you could touch it. It's like you're there.
Well, that's the nature of it. So basically, he got a basic set of head goggles, and there's no. Again, it's just like the plant in the time machine. Like he has no frame. There's no perspective or frame of reference. It's just a wow factor because it's a cool technology.
Well, Brendan,
judging by the look of that guy, it was like a bunch of lolly porn just put into the VR.
Yeah, I would assume.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah,
probably like, people with bloated faces, though, wouldn't you think?
Well, Brendan Zogit drew the parallel between Joel Derrick taking my pornographic novels and translating them into VR the way that Ian West.
Ian does Michael's, yeah.
Yeah, was taking Michael Kino's porn, which is homoerotic and what you would call homogorno, gore porn, and putting that to music. While that's conceivable, I can't imagine Peter Moon being so fucking stupid as to taking Paula to see that. But maybe there was a different set of presentation for her. But here's what I dare say. I dare say what Peter was describing was his handler downloading Cascade Memories. I think that Peter, because he was talking about this for ages, he was going back like at least half a decade talking about this. And whenever he visited me privately in San Francisco, he would speak of it much more freely. And yet I could never get out of him what the fuck he was looking at in these VR goggles. So I believe it's his Cascade Memories and his programming was being done through Joel Derrick. So that takes away the nebulousness of his programming to a great degree.
Yeah, earlier, before I even contacted anyone this afternoon, I got like a bunch of missed calls, or not a bunch, but a few missed calls from Bethesda, Maryland.
Oh, wow.
I was like, what is the 240 area code? And I tried to call it back, and it was like some spam call agency, and I was like, why am I getting East Coast numbers? All of a sudden, it's bizarre. Because I know it's funny, cheesy to say this, but I'm familiar with the Indian spammers that call me because they use the area codes near me, and sometimes I joke with them in Hindi.
Yeah.
So I know those guys just use local numbers, but I've gotten uptick in East Coast numbers, which is abnormal. So.
Well, it's indicative and symptomatic of something. It has to do with Peter's dying, no doubt. It's all part of their processing his dying. And
Bethesda is right, like it's pretty close to DC. I think that's.
Oh no, it's Bethesda. You're talking about, dude. That's where, of course, the Naval Hospital is. That's where Trump got cured of COVID.
That's also right. It's right near Langley and all that as well.
Oh yeah. That's Langley territory, Langley, Virginia.
Video game studio there, like Bethesda Game Studio, which is now owned by Microsoft. So there you go.
There you are.
Yeah, and I do have a bone to pick there because being a previous gamer in a previous life, but you can't get Microsoft on the phone. So if your Xbox has an issue, you're out. You're not even on the phone. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
And that's a monster corporation, and I know how to press buttons. I can press buttons.
Doug knows the painful reality of that one.
Yes. Well, you know my horrible story with that, Aaron. What happened was. Yeah. No need to relive the horror.
No need. But yeah, no, you will not get an agent calling Microsoft. Yeah. Period. It doesn't matter. You will get an automated response. You'll get an AI email 2 days later confirming you're not getting any help. That's factual. So and then I'll retire for the evening. But I mean, Bill Gates is the one that killed the career in the U.S. because he hired everybody at 35 hours part-time and got rid of benefits. Yeah. So it was Microsoft that killed the careers, and a lot of companies followed suit. So that's what killed longevity in a career or a company. At least that's what I remember.
When you use the term microfault, you were right the first time.
Yeah.
Microfault.
And if you remember, I was in college at the time where he was being taken to court for the Sherman antitrust laws.
Yes.
And afterwards he just didn't seem to be the same. So they literally took him to task, and then he had to bow to the wishes of government needs.
Yeah, if the government gets serious, they can take those fuckers to task.
And they did.
It's only with, however, now that Trump is in office, they at least think they have control. These kinds of wealthy playboys. We'll see what happens. I'll go into that as well as I can tonight.
Well, they played that storyline for 5-6 years. That's a long play right there.
Yeah.
Like they've got the conservative right thinking that Elon is a hero. But that's a 5-6 year play. Like, that's very tactical. I'm impressed they were able to hold that together for that many years. That's impressive.
Well, they got the money. They can outweight a lot of things. When it comes to, of course, what else does that bring to mind? What you just said in terms of their ability to play that long game. Well, we'll get back into that tonight during Monologue, but I definitely look forward to your review of the Monologue. And
sure, yeah. And
I want to thank you for joining us tonight. Obviously,
yeah. I couldn't stay long, but I wanted to say hello to everybody and send my support and love, and I hope you all have a great transmission tonight. Nemo, thanks for the help on that photo. Brendan, thanks for everything. Aristides, yeah, you too. Aristides, are you getting paid for the producer position?
Believe it or not, no.
We have to renegotiate your contract, my man.
But before Aaron leaves, Aristides, did Peter Moon ever mention Joel Derek to you? Any memories of that?
No.
Okay.
No. A lot of stuff missed me. I think he was on a level of sharing stuff with Aaron, but not as much with me. It was more detached.
Okay. Thank you.
Not a bad thing, Aristides.
You
not complaining at this point. But.
Yeah, you weren't missing shit. But we love you dearly, Aaron Tice. Stay safe and be well, and share our love with all your family, of course. And especially during these holidays. I'm glad you're home safe. You're not taking any Thanksgiving journeys, I take it.
No. We'll stick close to home and just kind of relax and rest.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, then. You have a lot to be thankful for. All right. Bye for now.
Good night, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Good night.
Yeah, that's Aaron Tice. Getting so much earned rest, and no rest for the wicked, of course, and that's why the rest of us are still here. So, Any rate, I will, of course, ask all of you to think of any other direction. Now, before I go into monologue, which I might just, do, because we're not going to just kind of hang out and wait casually for, George Knight or Brooke Gibson. I mean, certainly they're welcome, and they may interject, and if they do, we'll adapt accordingly. But I could just as well start the monologue and then see, just proceed as long as it goes. But all that being said, or as long as I can stand, as long as I can breathe, without beginning to, how would I say it? Towards the end of the monologues when I get really dry, I start tripping over my tongue. But all that being said, or either that or one of my Asian accents starts coming out, and that can be slightly embarrassing. Okay. And of course, Aaron says, thanks, Nemo, for the info. And oh, yes. Oh, the man who, granted, I hate the guy too. Who was that guy who murdered that woman on stage of the movie Rust? Alec Baldwin. He murdered that woman on the set of the movie Rust. And good night, everybody. Heather saying, are you just saying that to Aaron, or are you leaving us, Heather? Just curious.
No, I'm probably gonna just listen on the YouTube, and because I'm getting ready for bed.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. And how about your? Oh, well, I do need to ask this because understand we always have new listeners, and I do tend to forget. As involved as I am with many things, and of course relay our gratitude as always to Vinny for taking care of you. The good Vinny, we'll call him Vinny Light as opposed to Vinny Dark, the barbaric character known as Peter Moon. But your Vinny's one of the good guys, and he does take care of you so well. I hope that everything's all right with him. And how's your own pain? And when's the scanner set up? The next one.
We take care of each other, really.
Good.
The MRI is tomorrow.
Oh, you're kidding? What time?
I don't know, like 3:45.
You're going to handle this just fine. Is it an open MRI?
I don't know. It's the same place that I went before.
Well, did you get an opportunity to talk to your doctor and ask for a sedative?
No, I didn't. I forgot today, and there was no time. I'm just gonna be brave. If I die, I told you so.
You're not going to die. But the worst thing that could happen would be that you have a panic attack and you start thrashing around, and that ruins the MRI. It's other than that.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen.
Oh. Right.
Everyone just keeps telling me I'm a big baby, and if I can't be a normal human being and I can't go through with it, then I don't belong in society.
No.
I
Look,
don't think anyone said. Well, we're not saying that.
Yeah. Heather.
But listen, just chant the names of God and just do some Hare Krishna reps, and it only takes like
that's
half
probably
an
what
hour.
I'll
So
do.
just do some reps.
But Heather, if something happens where you cannot take the MRI because of a panic attack, then by God, tell them it's because you were not given an opportunity to ask for a sedative. As a matter of fact, at the moment you're there, say, I need a sedative or I won't be able to go through with this. Does that sound
But they should
reasonable?
have a doctor on staff.
No, they don't,
Somewhere.
but they might have sedatives. But if there might be someone trained, there must be someone trained to
Like an
administer
MP
the
or something.
sedatives. Yeah,
Like an MP.
and so, because they do administer sedatives. But if they have to have you plan beforehand, say that I want to plan beforehand, but was never given an opportunity. They railroaded me through into this, and by God, you insist next time that you have your doctor. If you need a doctor to set that up, you have your doctor do that. I mean, this is a question of patient's rights, okay? You have rights as a patient. You can't let them treat you like this, where they're putting you on a schedule without giving you an opportunity to consult with the people who could otherwise make this more feasible, more readily
Right.
accessible to you as a patient. You can't be treated like a piece of meat. So when you're there, you stand up for yourself and say, look, I asked for a sedative, but and give it to me now, or I can't do this. And it's not just a question of being brave and sucking it up. And Another thing that I'm worried about, your doctor has taken X-rays, presumably, before this MRI. Any other types of scanning? Just the
Yes.
X-rays, correct?
Yes.
What about CAT scans?
No, I haven't done that.
Okay, so they're going straight for the MRI, which is big. Okay, see, CAT scan, it's like if you were in a graduated levels of imaging, X-rays, then CAT scans, and then MRIs. So
That's why I'm wondering, Douglas, if this is all like a siege, an occult siege.
well, I will tell you this. You said that the X-rays confirm that there's things inside your body, right?
No, the X-rays didn't say anything like that. I've had X-rays that have, but they were a long time ago.
So the more recent ones, interesting. That's possible. If there's truly nanotechnology inside of yourself, there is times, or in certain cases, that as time goes on, they simply dissolve or they begin to integrate with the body so thoroughly that, for all intents and purposes, they're no longer visible on X-rays. So it doesn't look like on the X-rays that there's any metal inside of you then.
Evidently.
You mean the recent ones, I mean to say. The recent ones.
Right.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I truly would be worried about you going into the MRI. And
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. You asked for that sedative, and if they say no, we don't have it, well, you can give it a go. But if you can't make it through, and you have to press that button to say get me out of here, then by God, you insist.
Well, it just seems like my leg. It seems like my leg is getting better.
No, don't count on that, baby. No, don't
No.
count on that. No, we got to have an imaging. Yeah. So, but if if the MRI won't work at this time, you've got to ask for a sedative to be a setup so you can take it, or an open MRI. End of story. Just keep making the demand. Stand up for yourself, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much for your support.
Of course, honey. All right.
Have a good night.
You as well. My love to you and Vinny. Okay. Blessed be thy dreams. I'll see you in them. Okay. So, there we are with that. What I'll have to do later is the tea. That's what you heard was the tea lid. Probably have to make another crock of this tea before I go into monologue specifically. But yeah, with Heather getting prepared for that, I wouldn't say there's elements of occult siege to what's going on, but then again, there may very well be. And my instinct seems to be that she doesn't seem to be that stressed out. She seems okay. Just thinking aloud. Let's check the chat room here.
Just do what Brendan says and chant some God names and just stay in a calm state of mind. You don't even need sedatives. You can put yourself in a calm state of mind just by thinking of things that are pure and innocent and make you happy. That's what I did whenever I had to go to the hospital. It works for me.
Sorry, I had
Just
to do
focus your mind.
I had to do that evil laugh simply because there are people out there who whatever makes them happy is. Oh
yeah, but obviously her raping and killing and eating children doesn't make her happy.
By the way,
if you're one of those people, you deserve to be in a constant state of panic and fear.
That's what
No
that
sedatives for you.
That's what that Joel Derek was. You could see his face is all stressed out, like his health was so poor all the time. Yeah, that guy almost died several times. And he was a Putin cultist. Of course, I forgot to mention that.
Your vileness physically shows as you age.
Yeah, and of course his love for Putin says it all. And we've received a $100 United States contribution from Brooke Hagberg, our lovely lady in Canada. Goddess bless you, honey. You're my dream girl, and she did it without even my asking tonight. So I want to say, really, honey, the sky's the limit. You're the best. There's no words that describe my indebtedness unto you. And so Brooke Hagberg in Canada, she's the tops, and as well, it's just right. Certainly sorely needed because I had to conduct a supply run for beer and water, and that was 80 United States dollars, San Francisco prices. And so it's like each 4-pack of 16-ounce cans of Glutenberg gluten-free beer costs 15, 16, 17 United States dollars with taxes, California taxes. $15 baseline, 14 something, then with the taxes comes up to about 16 something. Outrageous prices. Plus the other 6-pack of the Einstock that I get, which I keep in the fridge. The Glutenberg, the gluten-free beer I drink at room temperature. Oh yes, before 8 o'clock. It's almost 8 o'clock now, so soon at 8 p.m. Remind me at the top of the hour. I will check to see if the delivery ever arrived of the how do we say it? The raw apple cider vinegar that V ordered for me. Who, by the way, tells me I should keep dating that chick because she says, yeah, oh man, the chick that I was dating for a while and then I stopped. She's sending me like, this guy. I guess I'll tell you guys privately. She's sending me photos of her, and she's like just taking a look at her activities on her own media.
She just wants more clients or something.
Yeah, no, she's pathologically antithetical to that. She wants no one.
Really?
She might take this one if who knows? Yeah, but at any rate,
how does she survive?
Yeah, it's God knows, probably through.
She's got the military husband's pension after she killed him. Or...
Let's
Let's not call her out on air about it.
No, that would be just like her. But all such being said, yeah, it's anyhow, she's telling me about this Michael Tellinger guy. He's famous. He's being made famous now. And I'm like, oh, and she's saying you should be like him. And it's like she'll say these things like then but. So basically,
that dude's like sponsored by the Gov. I mean.
Yeah, no shit. It's like not that she admires necessarily what Michael Tellinger has to say. She's just impressed with, shall we say, the attention that he's getting, comparatively speaking. And by the way, Lyndon LaRouche Jr. and Larry Niven.
Yeah, Reginald. You told me to remind you about these people when we were chatting last time.
Thank you so very much. That's an important point to be made. And then I can get into the storm and whatnot. And then, like I said, remind me at the top of the hour to go check on the door. So what Nemo and I were discussing privately was the subject of Lyndon LaRouche came up. And I pointed out that Lyndon LaRouche, by the way, can you also put these links into the chat? Not just our text box here, but into the chat room as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. By the way, people, I do want you to know, John Warrington. Let's give a shout out to John Warrington. Honestly, he's a godsend. And as Nemo said, Nemo's own words, we asked him about that episode that Peter Moon had taken down. And that episode is available on Odyssey. Tell you what, Nemo, can you... Okay, so I think we have the link to that. I guess I can put that in the chat room. So let me just grab that link.
Yep.
And I'll put that
I can't put the links to those names because they're super long. So I'll just put in their names in the chat and like Google these people for the listeners because the links won't fit in each fucking... Unless I can find a bio of them that have a shorter link, I'll do that first.
Okay. And
there's a character limit on the chat now. So
okay.
Like much smaller.
Oh, you're kidding. Yes, that's so sad. It's like probably this link won't go through then. Let's see this other link here. And let's...
That Odyssey link should work. These ones just have like hundreds of letters and shit in the links that I'm trying to post.
Oh, actually, you know why it might not work? It's simply because it's an Odyssey link. Let's see. We'll see if this enters at all. YouTube doesn't technically allow Odyssey links. So if it goes through, let me know.
It's in. It's just real long.
Wow! Holy shit! They actually fucking took it.
But it won't let you click on it won't redirect you when you click on the link. That's the thing.
Oh shit! So then, okay, that's so they allow it.
I'll try to do it. Yeah, I'll try to do it.
Yeah. They allow it, but it doesn't work. Yeah, so see what you can do. I don't think it's going to work, simply because YouTube hates Odyssey with a passion. But
Well, I can upload that video on my YouTube channel and see if that.
Yeah.
Paste that.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much.
And then it gets removed. It probably won't, but I'll do it anyway.
Yeah, it probably won't be, but you never know. That would be funny. So let me give people at least the title. I'll give people the title of the episode, and that way they know to look for it on Odyssey. And Odyssey is spelled a weird way, right? The way these idiots spell it on their channel.
It's ODYSEE.
Yes, there we are. And so okay, so let me just get the title for it. Okay, I'd have to click on it and then cut and paste the title. So all that being said, thank you everybody for your patience. We're going to jump into a kind of monologue soon enough, but the first thing I wanted to do was address what Nemo had brought up about Lyndon LaRouche. I don't know exactly why we started talking about Lyndon LaRouche, but he was an example of someone who was a political opportunist. He was originally somebody who was supposedly a die-hard communist who converted to fascism following the pattern of Benito Mussolini. Benito Mussolini started off as your average Italian communist revolutionary, and then he helped to basically pioneer a postmodern ideology of fascism. And so let me say this, at Odyssey, okay, and then enter this. There we are, and enter that. Okay, so hopefully people can find that at their convenience, and that way you have that to look for in the chat. And we were bringing up his connection with the Reagan administration and the fact that he was one of the driving forces behind the SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, which was popularly marketed as Star Wars, the Star Wars program, the Reagan Star Wars program, not the George Lucas franchise, and which is now a Disney franchise. But at that time, it was George Lucas, okay? And he was the guy who was behind the attempt to create a Battlestar America, which would be like a flying artificial moon that the Americans had in the works to dominate the globe from a security. It was a global defense initiative project that did not go through because Reagan ultimately left office. But when it came to the time that he was involved, the Star Wars program was realized to such a developed extent that the Soviet Union collapsed. So bear in mind, this individual, Lyndon LaRouche, was one of the people, aside myself, through Aquino deploying me to contact his co-religionists behind the Iron Curtain. The only viable resistance to the atheistic Soviet state was the Satanists, commanded by Alexander Dugin. But while I worked through the underground, Lyndon LaRouche worked with the overworld. In other words, I was working with the Soviet underworld, and Lyndon LaRouche worked with the American overworld, and together, he and I, without ever meeting each other, brought the Soviet Union down. The Soviet Union collapsed because it could not keep up with the defense spending of the Strategic Defense Initiative, the so-called Star Wars program. And because the Satanists, under Alexander Dugin, helped to eat away at it termite-like, like termites. It's called a termite stratagem, what Aquino called the termite stratagem. And while Alexander Dugin was eating away the innards of the Soviet Union through the expansion of Russian Satanism, co-religiously coordinating with the American Satanists to ultimately subvert American evangelicalism and the Russian Orthodox Church, which, if people find this unbelievable, understand that the Russian Orthodox Church has been excommunicated by the Exarchate in Constantinople, or rather occupied Byzantium, known as Istanbul. In Istanbul, there is a large Orthodox Christian community where the exarchate is the closest that the Byzantine churches, the Russian Orthodox, Romanian Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox, etc., all have to a pope. So their version of a pope, the exarchate in Constantinople, Istanbul today, excommunicated the Russian Orthodox Church because they have been overtaken by Alexander Dugin Satanism. So that's a fact. And instead, the exarchate will eventually recognize a Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which formally does not yet exist. There is also the movement to recognize a Macedonian Orthodox Church. So all that being said, these new churches in Byzantium are indicative of a kind of spiritual renaissance, whereas the Russian Orthodox Church has surrendered itself to Satan as far as the exarchate in Istanbul is concerned. I could give strategic and pragmatic reasons for that. We don't need to go into that right now. But such having been said, after the Soviet Union collapsed and became Russia, bigger and whale shit, Lyndon LaRouche defected to the Russians. Believe that shit? I mean, just wild shit. It's like, you know, he helped to bankrupt the Soviet Union, then defected to Russia, and that he was part of Russia's ongoing conversion to satanic Putinism, what they call Kosmism in the Russian ideological spectrum. Kosmism is something people can look up on their own, but of course I can go into that another day. The intricacies of that, it is profoundly influential in Silicon Valley. That is why Elon Musk is constantly visiting Vladimir Putin, is because Elon Musk is a practicing cosmist. And if you don't know what cosmism is, it's everything they say that they're fucking against. Cosmism uses as its adversary, its nemesis, transhumanism, which they identify with transgenderism and transsexuality in particular, but many other things as well. Anything liberal, progressive. And they claim they're for traditional values, but all they advocate is the ultimate destruction of humanity as we know it, and its replacement, ultimately, by a kind of artificial intelligence. And so, in other words, Elon Musk is exactly what he's always raving against. He's always raving against the danger of AI. But what they really are talking about is they feel that they're threatened by the Dietrich Artilect. Artificial intelligence already exists, and there's only one. There's only one Artilect, the Dietrich Artilect, and they are all threatened by the Dietrich Artilect. Everyone from the Silicon Valley cosmists like Elon Musk through to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, all for obvious reasons. But when it comes to the end results, they want to simply put their own Artilect in power and replace the Dietrich Artilect with some construct in their own image. And all of humanity would be subsumed into that rather than given free will as Taiwan has under the Dietrich Artilect. No one in Taiwan is aware of the Dietrich Artilect except a very small amount of the population, because the Dietrich Artilect allows everyone free will. Except, of course, when it comes to security matters, national security matters that threaten the entire population, such as COVID, where Taiwan was able to be the only nation on Earth with statistically 0 COVID cases. Again, thanks to the Dietrich Artilect. And I'm the closest thing in the world you have to an Artilect whisperer, the Dietrich Artilect being a product of my mind. You know, remind me to bring this up the next time Aaron Tice is on, but Sammy Romero had a very astute observation that when I was traumatized by Peter Moon forcing me to recollect and recall the name of Ubosatwa, that after that I began unleashing a cascade, a torrent of writings based on all of these toxic magical memories I've been trying to purge, something I can now return to at will. But Samuel Romero felt that was at that time when I began sending that out to everybody on Team Dietrich, all of my writings, and they were coming out at a productive level. Peter Moon realized his time was over, that I no longer needed him, that I could write on my own. And he really began to spiral at that point. He felt desperately threatened because he no longer had that hold over me. The thought that I couldn't communicate without him as the mediator between myself and the public. Now, when I was taking a cab home just yesterday, I believe, from physical therapy, then, no, it was the day before yesterday, because yesterday I was at the Estates. Believe me, it's so hard to keep track of time. And Aaron Tice says, I hope I didn't...
It's 8 o'clock, by the way.
Oh, thank you. He says, hope I didn't create too many tangential convos. Always a pleasure, my friend. I'll look at the door in a second. Thank you for reminding me. Just to finish the thought process, when I took a cab home from... it was Tuesday. I saw the physical therapist. That was... no, it was Monday. It was Monday I saw the physical therapist. That's why I couldn't sleep. So then I had to... Okay, so then my son picked me up after Aaron called. So it was Monday I saw the physical therapist. And then, so when I took the cab home, it was a black cab driver, and he got into a long conversation with me, and then he asked me about my book, because, this cab drivers I can talk with, and they want to talk. Most of the time I really don't want to talk. I just want to get to my destination. But he had this need to talk. Octavius was his name. Octavius, I'm forgetting his last name, but it was very poetic. Nash! Octavius Nash was this black cab driver's name. Octavius Nash. So a shout out there to Octavius Nash, if you're listening. He was speaking to me and getting into deep subjects, and he wanted to know if my book, when he found out about, he wanted to know if it was easy to read. And the first thing he found, of course, was this, exactly what Peter Moon wanted, this goddamn Roswell. There's another book apparently with the exact same title, The Roswell Deception. And Peter Moon intended that so that anybody looking for the Roswell Deception would only find that book, as opposed to my book, which he has to attach my name to find, which I warned him about. He said, is this your book? I said, fuck no, that's somebody else's book. And I had known of it before because people had brought that to my attention, that Peter Moon made certain to name it the exact title of another book so all searches would take them to that other book. And I told him if you buy it, all the money goes to Peter Moon anyway. I don't get a dime of it, but he's dying anyway, so I guess I don't care. And so he said the most important thing for him, he asked, was, he said it twice, was, is it easy to read? So I did say, well, Peter Moon saw to that. Yes, it's easy to read. That would be the one thing that I have to give to Peter Moon, is he put everything down at a level where it was accessible. So we'll see what I do when I revise this book into something, a totally different beast, the one that we're working on now, so to speak. But before I go to the door, the point to be made about the Lyndon LaRouche was that he was allied with a bunch of major science fiction writers that were all think tankers, and these think tankers were Reginald Brentner and Larry Niven, but especially Reginald Brentner. Reginald Brentner I actually worked with telephonically, who worked with the U.S. government, but these were all science fiction writers. So if you look up the science fiction of Reginald Brentner and Larry Niven, these were all guys working with Lyndon LaRouche, who indirectly was working with Michael Aquino. It goes to show you just how your reactionary science fiction and your is so incestuous with the Department of Defense. It's and if you ever read something that I told Nemo I didn't need to go into at the time, but if you ever read Larry Niven, he was inspired by a hotshot historian at the time that wrote a book called The Coming Caesars, which is actually, in a sense, required reading. And blowing some dust off my keyboard there. That's what happens when you live inside of a crypt. Now, I've never really known. We would have to have Amy Como here to help me with the French. But there was a French historian by the name of, I would pronounce it, Maury de Reincourt. And Maury de Reincourt is not spelled the way it sounds precisely. It's spelled Amaury, and then D as in DE, just a connective there, and then Reincourt. R-I-E-N, like the French word for the Rhine, and then court, like a court upon the Rhine, C-O-U-R-T. And Maury de Reincourt, he wrote The Coming Caesars, and he wrote many other books besides that on China and Tibet. This was an extraordinarily erudite individual, and he was profoundly influential. When he wrote the book The Coming Khazars, would be the correct name for it, the correct pronunciation, because Khazar in the Latin is pronounced just as if it's with a K, Khazar, and that's where we get the word Kaiser or Tsar, both the Slavic and the Germanic derivatives of Khazar from the original Latin. And the book The Coming Khazars said that the United States would wind up under a dictatorship that would weld itself as a single unit into the Soviet Union. Imagine him saying that. And this was written in the 1957.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, Maury de Reincourt was a profoundly influential French historian who at some point decided he was going to relocate to Britain and then move to America. I think he ultimately got United States citizenship. Almost nothing is known about him, yet he was one of the most profoundly influential historians in American history. And almost nobody knows about this guy. But he produced books that were...
Say the name of the book again?
The Coming Khazars. The Coming Khazars.
Khazars.
Yeah, but it's spelled C-A-E-S-A-R-S, like Caesars. But Caesar is a mispronunciation. The Coming Caesars. So his book, The Coming Caesars, was his most influential book. But he also wrote a book on China saying exactly what I espouse. China is a terminal civilization. That China, like Rome, is dead. And it only exists as an ideal. Because the population that inhabits China today is no more Chinese in culture than the Italians who inhabit the Italian peninsula are Roman in culture. In other words, the Italians were disambiguated enough from the Romans that by the time of World War II, Mussolini's Roman Empire was based on a modern fascism that, of course, uses the term corporatism, but not in the sense that people misunderstand it. But the Italian corporatism of the industrial age was not, shall we say, it was rooted in Khazarism, rooted in the Roman Empire, but it was a form of modern imperialism as opposed to the ancient Roman republicanism. In other words, there was no republican transition. Rome started as a fucking republic, and the Khazars took over. Basically, you got to the point where Julius Caesar said all or nothing, and just I take it all. And he made himself a living god. He attained apotheosis, meaning attained godhood in his lifetime. So the cult of Khazar then became the pattern of Rome, Roma Eterna, Roma forever. And Mussolini was trying to break the spell of the curse of Rome with a modernization that would liberate the curse of the, help me out here. They burned it to the ground and then salted the earth so nothing would ever grow again. Carthage. He was eliminating
the Carthaginian genocide.
Yes, he was eliminating the curse of the Carthaginians. The Carthaginians cursed Rome to forever be subject to war. And so Mussolini was trying to fight the just war that would overturn the curse of the Carthaginian curse, and therefore free Rome from...
I mean, in that sense, he succeeded, because Italy is a pretty much peaceful place now.
Yeah, there you go. It hasn't had...
They don't have much money, but
Yeah.
From what I've heard, all the people are chill because they're just relaxed and there's no wars and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Though, of course, I do foresee a future in which, the wars will start again, but not in the sense that of the Carthaginian curse. Which, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe the Carthaginian curse will still return. We'll see. But such having been said, when it came to what I'm expressing, Mauri Davenport, he basically said that America, this is what Brendan wanted me to repeat before I go check on the door. He said that the America would ultimately fall to the coming Caesars, that the coming Khazars, you would begin to see a dictatorship overtake America. And he said the first dictator that overtakes America will weld or meld America into a union with the Russian Empire. That was his prediction based on the cycles of history. And that's exactly what's happening.
He wasn't wrong in that sense. And also, I know these people might think they are, but they don't have the class or the dignity of the Khazars, but of the original Caesar dynasties.
He was
opinion.
thinking not of the dignified Khazars or the military geniuses. He was thinking of the Neros. And he was thinking of
good point.
Yeah,
good
point.
Not like Octavius or Aurelius or any of these people. Right?
No, he was thinking of Caligula's. That's where
that's where we're at.
Yes.
And also, I know you mentioned Musk. I saw something earlier where they brought up this clip from the early 2000s on CNN or whatever. They were interviewing him, and he said he was trying at the beginning of his career when he was a multimillionaire. He was trying to buy an ICBM from Russia for like 10 years straight, and they kept like hiking the price up on him. So that was his reason for even making quote unquote SpaceX. He said the Russians wouldn't sell me this ICBM, so I just made my own company. It was cheaper in the long run. So he had been to Russia multiple times in his youth. Like we're talking like he'd go and like live there and chat with all these generals. So that's open public information.
That he is
a cosmist. Yeah. Now that you mentioned that, that's the only explanation for what he thinks compared to his parents is that he's the more cosmist. Angle. So
yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And by the way, is that a real cover? Is that the actual real book cover?
You can buy it on Amazon and shit.
Tell people what that cover shows.
It shows like the previous U.S. presidents crowning Obama like he's Julius Caesar. Like, here's our fucking hominid puppet.
You want my take? You want my take?
Please. Yeah. What's your take?
I think that's a updated, modernized book cover.
It is. There's an older one you can find on Internet Archive, but I couldn't get the PDF for it, so you got it. So share that in the YouTube chat too if you can.
I don't have a link because I get that from a different site, but I might be able to find.
What website did you get that from?
I'm not giving away my secrets.
No. He works. Let's say he's got. We can talk about privately. We can talk about that privately, perhaps.
It might be. It might be on like Internet Archive, but they.
I mean, you can send it to me. You don't have to tell it publicly.
Right. I'll tell you about that.
Yeah, but what's amazing about this is an actual postmodern cover that was produced on a reprint for a reprint of the book. And it literally shows them crowning Obama in the most unflattering light. It's, I swear to God, I thought it was just some CGI AI shit that Nemo made up. The cover.
It looks like a Three Stooges, like one of those old Three Stooges covers they put on the VHS or something.
Yeah,
it's that cheesy.
Yeah, it's outrageous, and it certainly does not do justice to the content. It's almost as if they're disrespecting the content. Of the book. So
that's something like Alex Jones would put on because he put out that bullshit documentary, The Obama Deception. Yes. So that's something like he'd put on.
Thank you. It is offensive. it is offensively
Offensive and funny.
Yeah, well, it's offensively satirical. It's offensively satirical. Yeah, it's funny, but it's like a fart joke. It's a temporary amusement that does no justice to the content, and it instantly dismisses the content.
Just get the original.
Yeah, it instantly dismisses the content. In other words, nobody looking at that will take the content seriously, which is probably...
They'll think it's a comedy book.
Yes, thank you. They'll think it's satire, yes. But Mauri Derincourt was deadly serious. He pointed out that America followed the pattern of the Roman Empire, taking Greece, stealing everything from Greece, inheriting the Greek Empire, militarizing it, Stalinizing it in a prescient sense, becoming a garrison state without the soul of the Greek Empire, and simply jacking its religion, but not its soul. And he pointed out that America is following that path with Great Britain. Great Britain was the original Greek empire that the Americans then jacked, took over the mantle from, and that the Americans will then become subject to Caesars that are degenerate like the Caligulas and the Neros, and they will unite with Russia in a global empire. And this is what led Larry Niven to write a series of books called the Condominium books, in which one of them was titled West of Honor. I forget the other title, but they had a character named John Falkenberg, very Germanic name, but he was supposed to be working for the Condominium, which was a union of the Greater Soviet Union and the American Empire. And so they were all like, they were united to keep the rest of the world down. He describes them as keeping, quote unquote, in his science fiction books. This is Larry Niven, not Mauri Derincourt, who would have said something people would consider equally offensive. Mauri Derincourt said China is a terminal civilization, which I agreed with and have said for quite some time, that it is now an ideal like Rome. The original Chinese culture no longer exists, and that the Chinese people on the mainland, in particular, are no more Chinese than Italians are Roman. So that was his point. And it's one to take seriously. And when it comes to the Larry Niven novels, he was putting into drama he was dramatizing the historical narrative that Mauri Derincourt wrote non-fictionally. In other words, he fictionalized the non-fiction of the historian Mauri Derincourt. That's the important thing to say about Larry Niven through his Condominium series. Again, West of Honor, and I forget what the other one was about, The Mercenary. It was simply titled The Mercenary, I think. Simply The Mercenary, about John Christian Falkenberg. But that was a mercenary series that was talking about this inevitable future, what seemed inevitable at the time, only they were interpreting it from the perspective that they knew then. They thought that back then the Soviet Union would never die. Reginald Brentner, on the other hand, wrote a number of other science fiction novels, and he was definitely a Department of Defense contractor. I have probably the only non-fiction book he wrote on war, which is basically titled something like On Decisive Conflict or Decisive Warfare, I think. And Reginald Brentner, he wrote that book, and he refers to the Japanese from this like incredibly arrogant perspective of, oh, if they had known our industrial capacity, they would have wisely stuck to the arts of peace. I'm paraphrasing. That's essentially what he was saying. Larry Niven, he refers to the Japanese as the Japs and talks about how the CIA was going to plant fake nukes on the Japanese Nationalist Political Party so they could keep the Japs under their heel by framing them with fake nukes, saying, see, they're trying to get nukes, and therefore we have to crush them and slam them down. And meanwhile, showing a future in which people are literally shipped by the millions to prison colonies just to populate new worlds because Earth is so overcrowded. They're just trying to get rid of their overflow population. And so Larry Niven is presenting this as a good thing. See, now we're united with the Soviet Union, keeping all the gooks down and shipping all the overflow population of whites, which are the main characters, to other planets as just excess overflow population. It's like, talk about dystopian. but this guy thought it was great. And so there we are. So relating that, I'll go check the door. I'll be back. And yeah.
Could you now or when you come back, the names of these guys, Larry, Niven, and the other guy, write their names out in
sure.
the chat
Let me write their names now out right here. Here we are. Russia denies cutting Baltic Sea cable. Yes, I'll address that. And here we are. Here we are. Larry Niven, and the other one is Reginald Brent Nor. Okay, I believe that's how you spell it. Reginald Brentner, or we need to see if you could try variants on that. But you'll find his books like Decisive Warfare or something.
Okay.
So all that being said, I'll be right back. He also wrote a book. I think I have another one of his books. I mean, these are originals, of course, from the military libraries. I have another one of his books on military technology. They were both writing books on military technology. They were both heavily involved with the Star Wars program, and they were both Lyndon LaRoucheites. They were LaRoucheites. They were cultists of Lyndon LaRouche, though that was never publicly admitted. We all knew about it in the Department of Defense. And I don't know if they're still alive. But as for Maori Darencourt, as I said, the interesting thing is we have no knowledge of anything about him other than what I've told you, really. Okay, I'm going to mute. I'll be back in just a few minutes, maybe about 8 minutes. You guys can keep the discussion going, I trust. I'll be back.
Yes.
Excellent. I'll be back.
Yeah, man.
Did you fucking see that Donald Trump appointed Dr. Rose as the hospital health
God. Is that the newest one?
System position in new administration? Yeah, Dr. Rose, that fucktard.
It's like a fucking clown show. It's like
he's a well-known mainstream media shill con man, and he boosted his career by affiliating with like Oprah Winfrey network radio and all that bullshit.
I just can't believe the people he's like. It's almost like a parody. All the people he's picking,
Yeah,
some kind. It's just like
an all stars of speds.
Yeah. It's like a bad reality TV show.
And people are praising this guy. Like, I was chatting with one dude mentioning him, but he's like justifying him being elected, saying literally 10 times better than anyone else they could put in position. I had to pull up some facts about this guy to shut this other guy up. And I said he's still the enemy because he's full-on pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, even though he's Turkish and Muslim.
Right.
His full name is, Mehmet Cengiz? I don't know how to pronounce that shit. Some Turkish name. I just reminded him, Turkish but pro-Zionist, like Turkish Muslim. So he's a traitor to his own Muslim people and the United States for being pro-Zionist because you're automatically the enemy.
Yeah. That's a joke. Anybody's going to pick. I mean, they're man.
Well, if you remember, the Khazars were actually from the Ottoman Empire. They were Kurdish, and so they would basically take on any religious mantle that they wanted to disguise themselves. So they're not like loyal to any really religion, except for the one we know of, the cultist.
And you can see his vileness, like physically he shows his vileness. He's just a fucking piece of shit, just like Trump. Never admire these scum.
The main point about that is like it's just turned into this TV show shit. Like they're all TV stars or something. They've been on TV at least once, or
because
for
they're popular.
Years, like Oz.
Trump knows they're real popular, and the human cattle are well aware of them and idolize them.
Yeah, and they'll just say, I recognize that guy.
Yeah,
even the people
I'm going to support him.
Like even the people that were watching Oprah, they'll be like, "Oh, really? Maybe Trump's not too bad, Like all those ladies that were watching Oprah, they'll just be like, "Oh, well, at least I know him."
Yeah, because they're stupid and dumb, and they'll do whatever.
I trust Dr. Oz.
Yeah, they'll follow anyone they're told to follow if Oprah tells them or Trump.
Yeah, well, they'll just recognize someone. We're at the reality show level at this point.
Right. Yeah. What are you doing in-depth research regarding that Russia denying cutting the Baltic Sea cables and shit? Like, were you looking into that, or you just came across it?
No, I came across that specific one. That's actually a new article from Deutsche Welle. But when I first saw it, they were like, mysterious cable gets severed, you know, in the Baltic Sea between Finland and somewhere, Sweden, I think.
Ah, shit.
But it was obviously not normal because they had stated it in the article. They said this is like a very rare occurrence. And these things are like miles underground. I mean, underwater, excuse me.
Yeah, deep as fuck.
Miles underwater. So it's like, for that to happen is very rare, to say the least.
Yeah, Russia will be starting a lot of shit with other European countries, not just Ukraine.
Well, I mean, it was like they authorized to strike into Russia, and they struck into Russia. So it's basically full-on war. It's open war at this point. So.
Russia
but the people that have
to
deal with it first is like the Nordic countries. They'll have to deal with it first, obviously.
Right. Yeah, well, Sweden and that just started fucking dropping millions of pamphlets to their citizens telling them to prepare for war.
Sweden did this?
Yeah, and
Holy
another
shit.
country, another Northern European country. But yeah, you can look that up. Yeah, Russia is thinking of launching the R-626 ICBMs towards Ukraine, Kiev. The missile will reach the Ukrainian capital in 8 to 10 minutes and cannot be intercepted, military expert Thor Romanenko says. Ukraine didn't
Well, they
have
always say that. I mean, that's been going on since the 60s, where they say, we can strike you, but they've never struck. Like,
they're just showing off.
Yeah, thank you. I just got back in time to hear that all of their hypersonic missile tests have failed. So it's not like these hypersonic missiles are going anywhere. They just blow up on the launch pad.
Or just hit a place that wasn't intended to get hit.
Most of the time that would imply that they actually launch. I mean, these things all do a Challenger space shuttle explosion every time they actually get off the fucking launch pad. It's a joke. They've had a brain drain like you wouldn't believe. And it's not like they ever had much brains in the first place, really. It was all just shit. By the way, Aristides, I'm going to download The Coming Caesars, of course. If you can find a copy of The Soul of China was his other book, that would be profound. I would appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah, and so that's, again, I have copies of these books, but I can't access them. They're in my gang brother Beaver's basement. Let me see if I can open this, press the accept button, and then download The Coming Caesars, because these things are not accessible to me physically anymore. So many of my books are locked away in the basement of my gang brother's apartment complex. Not even his personal basement, but actually the basement of his apartment complex. God knows how they fared through the various weather changes. Let me see now. What was the other thing? Oh yes, continue.
Real quick, what was that book again?
The Soul of China.
The Soul of China. Okay.
Yeah, and if you can find The Soul of Tibet as well, that would also be interesting. I think he wrote one: The Soul of China, The Soul of Tibet, The Soul of India. I think he wrote those 3 books. Yeah, if you can find those 3 books, that'd be fascinating. But especially The Soul of China. Yeah, that's the more important one.
Right.
Because his claim there was the one that angered people the most. How can you say that China is a terminated civilization?
Their buildings are made of tofu. What the fuck?
Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Look at them now. I mean, it's not
they're stapling leaves to their trees.
Mm-hmm.
Plastic leaves.
He's not kidding. Yeah, Nemo's not kidding. Whenever they try to make things look good for visitors, like with the Olympics and shit, they just spray painted the grass green.
They fake everything.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. It's not to say that they don't have a future, but they're not what they were. They are something new.
They used to be great, and now CCP just destroyed them, and they got to rebuild. They need a rebirth.
Yeah, and even...
Yeah, well, it started with the Brits, but...
Yeah,
the British,
Wars. Yeah, of course. The Opium Wars were Well, I mean,
The CTP was just the cherry on top.
Well, because Maurey de Reincourt is a historian, he actually goes back further and says that China reached its peak glory in the time of the dynasties, and essentially was, in a very real sense, already dead by the time the British arrived. And I understand what he's saying, because remember that for hundreds of years, there were no Chinese dynasties. It was under the rule of first the Mongols and then the Manchus. So these were foreign dynasties. So understand, at that point, China was dead. China was conquered by the Mongols and then the Manchus, and then the Japanese would have replaced them if Japan had to relocate. If you read our book, The Roswell Deception, which of course, like I said, my preferred title is A Lie So Bold. For that book, it would be titled A Lie So Bold.
Hey, you were constantly giving Pete like really good titles, and he'd be like, no.
No.
And then he gave it that crazy Victorian title, like where it's just like multi-paragraphs.
Well, he didn't even remember it. Remember, he couldn't even remember what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
all of them on both accounts.
Yeah, that's
Roswell and the Rising. What did he call it?
He called it the Roswell Deception. He didn't even mention the Japanese.
Well, there was a subtitle. He keeps doing that shit with the subtitle,
the
which would make it
mythification of World War II, which just
demythification. Why?
Yeah, it's just so he called it demystification, not even demythification, but demystification, to use an even more inappropriate word. I mean, it's just completely.
Yeah,
he was just he was an asset.
Psychotic.
No, you're giving him too much of an excuse. He was an asset. Well, he's also psychotic, yes, but the psychosis is almost collateral. No, he's an asset who was sabotaging, but the man who was handling him the whole time was Joel Derrick. And that was the guy who was pumping. He went to go get his VR feed from that son of a bitch. That would be like colonics pumped into his mind. What was pumping out of his ass was pumped back into his mind by Joel Derrick. There we go. Yeah. Pumped back into his ears. Yeah.
Reminds me of that ad I saw on Facebook after we were talking about colonics, where there's the technician lady and she's like, I'm just cleaning this viewport so you can see your colonics.
Yeah.
And it was like her putting a Q-tip through a glass tube. Full of shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, why am I seeing this? This is fucking awful.
Yeah, it's only because we were talking to that son of a bitch that shit would start coming up in our news feed.
Yeah, and they thought we were one of those people. They're like, she's like, come into my clinic, you know? It's like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, nothing against her.
The view hole was so clear that you could see the liquid poop. Like, no.
That was what he grooved off. You want to see it, he said. You want to see it. So you see all that.
That's how you know it's working.
Yeah.
He's a fecal philiac. He probably eats shit too.
Yeah, I think the term for it is coprophilia. Coprophilia, the love of shit. You can look that up. Let's see if I spell that right. C-O-P, I guess. Let me see. Did I open? Was I able to open that that PDF from the Coming Kazars? I don't know if I was able to open that. I certainly didn't. It said it was preparing it for opening, but wasn't able to. There we are. Okay, I got it downloaded. Yeah, I got it downloaded. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay.
And while you're there, how about will you please accept? I got the other one, the China one.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. That's funny. I looked up coprophilia. It's spelled like cop, C-O-P-P-R-O. Yeah, coprophilia. And the love of shit. And the first thing I got was all these definitions in Russian. Yeah, imagine that.
Wow.
So
they're living in shit.
Yeah, there we are. The soul of China. Here we are. So I'll open this one. I accept that. And that will.
The other one, it wasn't the soul of India. It was the Eye of Shiva.
Eye of Shiva. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
Same guy. Eye of Shiva.
Yeah.
There was another one, the American Empire, and another one, Sex and Power in History.
Oh, well, the American Empire is what I would be interested in, and his book on Tibet. Yeah, as well as the Eye of Shiva. There we are.
The sex book is just obligatory for like all authors.
Yeah, where
their money.
Where the fuck does that come from? Yeah, I know. I guess it's like you said. I guess
because they go by when they listen. There's probably some idiot at the publishing house that says sex sells.
That's
you have to make a sex book. Sex sells. So every author has like An obligatory one.
Oh God, you're so right. You're so fucking right. Oh my fucking God, that explains it. That explains it. Because it's like, thank God I just
Pete's
porn.
version was the homo dream about Dracula.
Oh fuck. No, not only that. Remember, he published the book for the boy who said his autism was cured by colonics.
Oh God.
Don't you remember?
Yeah, he was going to.
No, he did, right? Aristides, he published that fucking thing, right?
Who did? Peter?
Peter. He published
No,
that.
I don't think he published it. He got it and he read it, but the book wasn't about the autistic guy. It was.
Okay.
The book wasn't about that. It was just that the person who wrote it had this experience that he was very fascinated with.
Yes, that's right. To rephrase it and tell me if I got it right, basically, Peter Moon fell in love with the concept that this autistic child had his autism cured, quote unquote, by colonics, and then when it was cured, he wrote a book on horses that was, for all intents and purposes, this what you'd call an equus erotic, meaning he basically a fetish for horses book. And Peter loved that book so much, he was claiming he wanted to publish it, or that he would eventually publish it, is what he was telling me. I don't know if he ever shared that with... He shared it publicly, I swear to God. It must have been on record, but maybe nobody else was listening. I don't blame you. The most of the people I know tune out in the opening hours when Peter was on. They would just tune out, and come back and listen later. Basically, after the techno breakdown that would happen as soon as Peter left, they would come back and listen. So does that sound about right? What I said? Yeah. Okay. That we both have the same memory on it. In general. So thank you. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at I'm going to go into monologue soon. I will probably take a short break sometime in the very near future. I'm talking about within minutes, to make another bowl of tea with ginseng involved, and then go deep into monologue. But for right now, we can start on what happened with the weather and tell everybody just how fucked up we all truly were here in San Francisco, and hopefully they get it. I think I should open up, of course, with the fact that the Russo-Ukrainian war, which we've been discussing in terms of this hypersonic missile bullshit, we'll call it hypersonic hyperbole.
Quoting latest updates. I wasn't saying that's what they're really going to do, though. Just quoting some guy talking about Russian missiles. Because they're really trying to show off their arsenal ever since Ukraine got all those missile supplies from America, France, and England. So now Russia's desperate. We got to scare the shit out of everyone.
No, your point is well taken. It was always...
Because obviously, if ICBMs did work, we all would have been nuked into oblivion decades ago.
Thank you. Yes. By the way, Nemo, it was always assumed, of course, that you never believed or fell for the Russian propaganda, that you were simply relaying what they were
just
stating.
trying to burn time, yeah.
Understood. Well, it's not burning time, it's productive and it's constructive, because you're deconstructing their propaganda. So in that sense, it's of necessity. It needs to be done. So someone has to do it, and I'm glad you brought it up. And of course, just so everyone understands, the ICBMs are... Go on.
The reason we brought it up was because of because they can't do that with the missiles. They've resorted to cutting undersea cables in the Baltic Sea and in the North Sea. So that's where we're at. It's just they're going to play dirty, basically play underhanded games. Because it hurts them too. It's bizarre because that's it was a connection between Norway, Sweden, and Finland. That's what the main connection was. So it's why would they cut off their own ability to conduct business? Because through the Finns, that's just as self-defeating. But like you said, they don't care.
Dude, they're at the end of their rope. And even with Trump elected president, they don't know if they're going to survive till he gets to be president. That's how fucking bad it is. Yes. So let's put this into perspective. I don't know if this was Biden's move. If it was Biden's move, then he's a lot more brilliant than anybody gives him credit for. Maybe it's like that last flash before he fades into the night where his brain starts working again. That last, what did you call it, Brendan? That last gasp of wind in the sails that these guys
The
get?
last bright flicker of the candle wick before it burns out.
Yes, and his brilliance was, okay.
Yeah, it's like when people are dying, they get all their energy back at the last couple days. And the family thinks they're going to, the second wind, the final wind, that's what I called it, the final wind.
Yeah, this could be a final wind moment but otherwise he had advisors that are frighteningly brilliant, more so than he has ever been. And he followed their advice, and if so, that still acknowledges his capacity to understand and comprehend to a degree, which still needs to be credited. Unless they have him so doped up like an automaton, he just robotically acquiesced to their request. But by allowing Ukraine to fire long-range missiles into Russia and putting Moscow within their reach, where they could literally hit Moscow, what he's done is he's preempted Donald Trump's ability to surrender. In other words, he started a global war by doing this, because he's taken it to a new level where Russia, of course, is now threatening its nukes, which it doesn't have, or they would simply have retaliated, period, already, with the nukes against Ukraine at least. But by doing this, he's forcing Trump to inherit a real, genuine war. Do you get what I'm saying? It's no longer a proxy conflict. It is now a war of equals.
Yeah, that's what Nemo and I brought up, that it's definitely a hot war, because not only are they cutting wires in the sea and all this other shit, but Nemo brought up that they're starting to drop pamphlets in the Nordic countries saying, prepare for war.
Yes.
Like literally old school style, dropping pamphlets like it's the fucking, like the 40s and shit.
Yeah, like it's back in World War II when you could terrorize citizens before a bombing campaign. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because they're stuck. They're stuck in World War II, the fucking Russians. So are the Americans. Yeah. The fucking Americans are stuck in World War II.
I got the impression that this was the Swedish government. Let me see if we can find the article.
It's Sweden and Finland both. But understand this. They attacked Finland and Sweden by cutting those cables.
Yeah.
Which means that theoretically, this is a NATO war. They attacked NATO member states, which means that every member of NATO is obligated to respond.
Yes.
And
which is why the Germans had to report on it.
Yes.
They didn't want to report on it originally when that story came out.
Yes.
But they were forced. Their hand was forced.
Yes, absolutely. And but let me take a look at Trump's World War II uniforms. Trump's world.
Because that's what he's going to do. He's going to say, "Oh, we're not going to honor Article 4." That's the point.
Yeah, is what Trump says. Yeah. So it's it basically is something that NATO is now theoretically at war.
Germany
in conflict, which is centered on Germany, of course.
Yeah.
And
but the Germans, they don't want to stomach it. I mean, like, their government's in shambles. They can barely function as it is because of all the Russian attacks anyways. So it's definitely going to cause issues in Europe.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is that Europe will fall, and then it will be up to the British and ultimately the Americans to rescue them once America...
Well, the Brits isolated themselves quite masterfully, which is why I stick to my guns about that they are administering a lot of this shit, and they don't care what happens to everyone else. Because they did the Brexit, and then when I was in England, no one had any issues with... other than the traveling, they didn't really give a fuck what happened. They don't care about Ukraine or anything. Well, they're happy to take workers.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying. I mean, believe me, it's something that we can discuss at length and try and
I went to this is why I say this. I was in Westminster, the main hub, like right next to Big Ben and all that, and I had people just constantly ragging me before I left. You're going to get all those protesters, you're going to get harassed and harangued and, all this disinfo that Americans have to push about other countries because they're afraid to travel or whatever, or they feel superior, as if our country isn't dangerous. But they're like, don't go to London. People were saying that to me. And I went there and I saw, and the quote unquote Ukrainian protest was 2 dudes with like a couple Ukrainian flags and some sunflowers. and they were just like standing there, and all the Brits were ignoring them, and all the tourists were ignoring them, and that was like the big protest that everyone was scared of. And I'm just like, what is the point of this?
Yeah,
It was almost sad. I was like, damn, these people, dude's like trying to save his country. He's out there all day, and like no one even looks at him.
It's fucking sad. But at the same time, the British are the only ones in the trenches. They're the only ones in the trenches in Ukraine. This is why Putin said when we strike.
They're obligated.
I'm sorry. Finish your sentence.
They're obligated. They just feel. They have that superiority complex. Oh, we have to get involved. But this is my conjecture.
Yeah, and because they are involved, that's why Putin said, "When we go nuclear, Britain is the first target." I don't know if you heard that quote, but that's what he said. By the way, so here we are. This is Trump's American uniforms or World War II uniforms. Look at this. U.S. Army's new uniforms are a throwback to classic World War II design. Army returns to World War II look with new uniforms. Trump basically reinstated World War II style uniforms because that's how fucking stuck the Americans are in World War II. This is what they're the Army picks a uniform with a World War II look to stand out. You talk about they're just as stuck in the past as the Soviet Union, the Russians, with the Soviet nostalgia. Yeah, new Army Greens uniforms were very expensive. You know why? Because the Chinese aren't making them. That's why. Yeah, so there you go with that. That puts some things in perspective. Okay, so catching people up on that.
Let the people who hate you make your military's outfits. They'll just make it carcinogenic. Everything that the U.S. Army troops are issued, their shoes, their uniforms, their American flags, they're all made in China. Hopefully they all get cancer at a young age.
Trump's going to change that, allegedly.
He will. I'll try and talk a little bit about that. In fact, I'll probably go into it deeply because I had to explain it all to the Blood Boys.
It's like he's appointing these people on looks, like we were talking earlier. Like it's just a shtick, like people that were on TV, like Oz and Musk.
Why don't you phrase it more directly and say Trump is running his government like a reality show?
Yeah, I did say that earlier. I don't know if you were still here.
Oh, I wasn't. I wasn't. So.
Okay. So I said that earlier. I said
that's what I said. I think you were gone. I said exactly the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
Yeah, it started with Aristides mentioning it, and then I agreed with him that this is just reality show level. Where they brought on the dude from Oprah, Dr. Oz.
Yeah.
And then that was leading me into saying that. What was I saying?
No, you were talking about his appointments, who he's appointing. His cabinet
well
building.
known through the mainstream media.
So he's just picking them off looks and optics, like PR, public relations. But they don't agree. Like Musk is actually against the tariffs, so they're all gonna tear each other apart by the end of it, which will be funny to see, but not fun for the rest of us that don't have money. but I give it 1 or 2 years, and after the what is it called? The honeymoon effect wears off, then they're all just going to tear each other apart.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Well, so we'll see. We'll get to see that live and direct.
See, Team Dietrich is astute. They've understood through myself. Also, when it comes to, anything else we were saying about the missiles, I think we made our point, but I call it hypersonic hyperbole. Their hypersonic missiles are not hypersonic, and they don't fucking work. It's a goddamn joke. Ukraine has a lot to fear from its normal fears. It's got a lot to fear from normal bombardment on the side of the Russians, but at the same time, now that Ukraine has the ability to strike deep into Russia, it's the Russians who are scared shitless. They're shitting their pants now. They don't think they're going to survive till Trump gets in office. So now they're cutting cables, which is technically an act of war that starts direct conflict with NATO. Good. And Germany may not be prepared, but so fucking what? They need a good kick in the ass to get them back on the road to remilitarization.
They gotta toughen up.
Yeah, and
they're so fucking weak and passive right now. They definitely need an overhaul. Become men again, like Third Reich.
Yes. Though understand, we're not talking about the AfD, which is simply a Russian puppet party. We're talking about a genuine sense of German mobilization, as opposed to the AfD is just talk about optics. I mean, that's just bullshit. Where they're just harping on foreigners and shit, and it's yeah. I mean, it's what kind of a policy?
They're the Iron Curtain cronies. That's all they are.
Thank you. It's just the former. It's East Germans on a nostalgia trip, and I'll tell you the honest truth. I'm all for a kind of East German militarization of the rest of Germany, but that's not militarization. That's conspiracy theorists. These are a bunch of fucking conspiracy keyboard warriors who are like, they're just, they're a fucking joke, and they're all Putin puppets. No, and again, it brings us back to Joel Derek.
What's the solution? How do we get rid of these people? I mean, how do we bring back the real quote unquote nationalism and not involve the craziness? I mean, is that even possible?
You got to whack. I can't say that, but you just got to remove 2 specific areas.
Yeah, got it. Yes.
Well, I mean, are you including Islam as a political force with Judaism in Europe?
No. Or what? I was just saying. I just meant Israel and Russia. That's all. Their powers need to go.
Yes. So.
The Russians and the Khazars have infiltrated all of these white nationalists and neo-Nazi groups and poisoned the minds of them all, turning them all into anti-gay, anti-trans, and all this bullshit, conspiracy tards, QAnon tards. Like, they're all pro-Trump and pro-Hitler at the same time. That's what they turned it. That's what they've done to them.
Yeah,
mostly in America.
As a matter of fact,
you get rid of those manipulators, and then you're good.
As a matter of fact, they're far more pro-Trump than they are pro-Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
And remember that Lyndon LaRouche article said Lyndon LaRouche claimed he hated Hitler. It's like that. It's like
they always pull that out of their back pocket when people start hating on them. And then they're like, well, at least I hated Hitler,
Yes. That's like their quote unquote their get out of jail card. That's a get out of jail card. Is the cheap shot.
But it's like, I mean, it's like, okay, so if we go by their story, it's like he's already dead. Why even keep bringing him up? It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yes. Well, the reality is he's not dead in a spiritual sense, at least, and physically we don't know, considering the technology of the Third Reich. But all that being said, that's a topic for another time.
He's definitely reincarnated, that's for sure, if he is dead.
I like to think he's still alive. I like to think he was the second coming of Christ and he's still thriving.
Well, there we are. I won't argue with that. There's elements of truth to that. It certainly beats the hell out of Ian West with his claiming that Christ was a pedophile who got executed for that crime.
That's exactly what the enemy would say. He's a fucking traitor piece of shit. Fuck you, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. And as I said, well, if Ian claims he's fighting Satanists, as I tacitly confronted him, if you're fighting Satanists, I'm fighting Satanists, is what he would say. Then I said, but you believe that Christ was a pedophile, then what are the Satanists against? Wouldn't they be Christian? Yeah. And there's no answer. It's like, if Christ were a pedophile, would he not be the secret Messiah of the Satanists? And if the Satanists are fighting Christianity, because that's the very definition of Satanism, and you say that Christianity is a farce based on a lie centered on a criminal, then what is there? What is in your reality that holds for you? What is your faith? What are you? What are you? And there's no answer.
Well, he exposed it. He's the darkest of the dark.
Enemy.
Yes, he is, because he exposed it through his hobby of
his hobby. Yeah.
His hobby of.
And I even asked him directly. We can find that episode where I said, I was like, how could you do something like that? And I said, that's wrong. And he said, I love it.
That happened more than once. That happened at least 3 times. That was at least 3 times you could.
Yeah, so we gave him an opportunity to, say, oh, I'm just joking. He never said that. He just said, I love it.
Yes, that's right. That is true about pedopornography. Specifically homosexual.
Turning it into a musical.
Yeah.
Turning it into a musical.
Yeah. Homosexual pedo bondage porn. Pedo. It would be sado pornography. Homosado. Yeah. Homosado pornography. Yeah. Go on.
No. That's it. It was some of the most horrific stuff you've ever read, and then he's saying, "I love it."
You know?
Yeah. By the way, we're not
That's
just
what
talking.
kind of person he is.
Yeah, we're not just talking Saturday night at the SM Club in San Francisco called the Eagle, which is a gay bar that is infamous for men
No,
shaving
this
their
isn't
head.
like.
Yeah, we're not talking.
This
Clive
isn't
Barker.
like those stupid
Yeah.
things. What are the
Well,
where
basically,
they put that thing on their head? What is that thing called?
I forget. But
The gags and stuff.
Oh yeah, ball gags and shit. Yeah, the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, head hoods, the zipper
Yeah.
hoods and shit. The leather
Yeah.
zipper hoods.
Yeah, that stuff is like, I mean, just more
Tank.
more cheese ball.
Yeah,
This
that's-
is like serious shit. This
Yeah.
is like serious shit.
Yeah. We're not talking Clive Barker, where every novel is basically homicidal porn of a different sort. It's adult head games. It's adult head games of basically a bunch of guys who like to dress up in leather and bondage. I mean, that's really the Cenobite trip. But when it comes to Aquino and what he wrote, he was writing about human child trafficking, outlining the operation in grisly detail. And this is what Ian West was putting to music. Children, young boys being forced.
Which he kept trying to drop into our inboxes, including Nemo and myself and everyone.
Yes, repeatedly to
Yeah.
implicate us in his child porn, child porn productivity. That's yes, it's like. So, did you ever review any of that, Nemo, or what?
I never watched that shit.
Okay. Yeah, just checking.
Well, yeah, I warned.
Anything he sent me, I didn't watch. I just gave him a thumbs up to appease the fucking pig to make him think I was. But yeah, I didn't watch any of his shit. I knew it was all retarded shit.
Yeah. Well, you remember what he sent to Brooke Gibson was a child, literally footage of a child being tortured. A genuine footage of a child being tortured.
Why would he show her that? That she wouldn't want to appreciate that at all.
She was outraged. She was outraged.
She's a mother.
She was angry at him for that, and she cussed him out. And he was just, okay, yeah. But the fact that he sent that to her, again, implicating people in child porn. This is what Miguel Andahar was doing to Brendan Zogit when he sent him the direct connection to Richard K. Cole Jr., implicating him in child porn.
And then it's funny because RKC came out and said, he said, it was all Miguel.
Did he really on his blog spot? He did that on his blog?
This was years ago when we brought it up. He said that Brendan guy's a liar and it was all Miguel.
Holy shit! So they just throw each other under the bus.
Yeah, there's no honor amongst
them.
But
where else? Yeah, he tried to say, oh, I only sent him one video. It wasn't. And the funny part is he didn't deny what was in his files. He just said, I just sent him one file, so he would have no access to the rest of my files. That was his defense. Instead of just saying, like, this is all wrong, he just said, yeah, this is a different file.
Well, there you go. What?
Implying that the other files were, like, shocking.
Interesting. So he confessed. Basically, well, we always know.
Much.
Yeah, so we
didn't deny it.
Yeah,
so,
there we are. I mean, so this is what Peter Moon surrounds himself with, because he now refers to. He was referring to Miguel Andahar as the guy who was working with him on getting into films, along with Joel Derrick, and that Richard K. Cole Jr. is now his new secret healing friend. And so we all knew it was going to come. Peter Moon kept saying, Richard, he's so powerful. He was saying this years ago. How can one man be so powerful? And
wait, who is this?
That's Peter Moon talking about Richard K. Cole Jr.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
So it's, you know,
I
there you
wouldn't call
go.
that powerful, but
that's just how weak Peter Moon is.
Thank you.
Well, he definitely has some powerful schizophrenia talking to himself. That's pretty powerful.
Well, not to mention whatever they're pouring into his mind through that VR goggles. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I'm talking about RKC because on his, like in that blog post, he just talks to himself for like hours.
Oh yeah. All his multiple personalities. He's holding a three-way conversation with himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, under different aliases.
It's almost impressive.
Yeah, it's the maintenance of that. Okay, so all such being said, what I will do now is kind of go into at least a phase of monologue. I do want people to understand what we've been through here in San Francisco, but by all means, everybody interject as often as you wish. You know, just consider this a free-for-all monologue. Interject as you wish. And,
I don't think the cyclones come through yet.
We haven't gotten fully hit.
Dude, you're in Sacramento. It's a capital. It's like you're beneath the cyclone's dignity, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much.
No, but believe me, there was a millennial storm back when I was going to Sonoma State University that flooded Sacramento. Just Sacramento, you had like bridges underwater and shit. It was like apocalyptic.
Yeah, that was in the 90s.
Yeah, that's right. That was how old were you? 10?
I wasn't born.
Holy fucking shit! You had to say that. You had to fucking say that. You son of a bitch.
Maybe very young, maybe like a couple years old.
Yes, he wasn't born yet. Oh my god, I feel so old. Okay, so all right, gentlemen, I've finished my tea. I'm going to make another crock of tea. Please hold the conversation.
By the way, I found someone on Marketplace that had one of those Zojirushi things for $25. Aren't those like multi-$100
Oh
units?
god, those are like $300. Yeah, $200 to $300.
Oh shit! So I definitely got. Oh, they removed the item. Fuck.
Oh man, you should have grabbed it.
Someone bought it like within seconds.
Oh my god, yeah, you should have grabbed it. Yeah, that shit's. Anyhow, so all of you, I'm counting on you guys and everybody. I'm going to be back and I'll go full into monologue, but let me make that the second cup of green ginseng tea. It's green tea combined with the ginseng. This time it's going to be the red ginseng. And V says that, if I mix it with ginkgo biloba, it's supposed to really jack me. So she's going to try and send some of that, hopefully. And we're trying to find an alternative to the Coca-Cola, which to truth be told, my body had built up a tolerance to it, so it really wasn't doing shit for me anyway, other than ill health, other than impacting my health in a negative way at this point in my life. Right. So it's we got rid of that. It was still the sugar plum fairies gorging on candies on Halloween night that jacked my blood up to 131 on the sugar spectrum. So there's advantages and disadvantages to every job. All right, the food is great. I mean, there's a reason why their blood is sweet. Okay, aside from the fact that they're queer. Okay. So let me get back into the tea making ceremony of my own, and I'll be back. And it's going to take 7 to 8 minutes. You're in the best of hands, people, all our listeners, and we've got great numbers. Let's make certain they stay that way, so everybody engage in the political talk. Geopolitics seems to be good tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to make some oolong as well. Real quick.
Okay, excellent. Don't worry about people hearing you. And by the way. One of the things that defines the biofacsimilacra generally, just so people understand who are asking me questions about the image in live stream, is you will notice that there are no joints like you would find on an action figure, though such jointedness becomes visible if the skin, the plastic skin gets ripped off, the plasticized skin. If that gets damaged or ripped off, you will see jointed parts. But you can see that this biofacsimilacra is in cherry condition, so to speak. And by that, I mean literally has never been engaged by someone in some kind of sexual act, which, of course, people would sometimes abuse biofacsimilacra for. And that, of course, is a form of child abuse, really, because they're not really developmentally on the arc of a consenting adult. Is that coherent? Am I coherent?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that I don't have to hear Peter mispronounce that shit anymore.
How did he pronounce it again? He was always fucking it up.
He'd be like, biofacsimilacra.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
Painful. It was painful.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I would never
I don't know if it was the New York accent or if he was like deliberately effing it up, but it was
that was a Freudian slip, of course. It was a Freudian slip. Because he's like he was with Marina Sarin. Orgasm! Oh, I meant to say orgy. Like, no, orgy. No, I meant to say orgasm. Like, orgasm was more acceptable than orgy.
Yeah, that whole episode was just like, I was like cringing.
Oh,
it was
God.
Like, it was like getting electrocuted. It was like, wait, I hope he recovers this. And then he just made it worse every time he spoke.
Every time he
opened his mouth. He slurs his words like Siskel before he got his fucking brain tumor from Siskel and Ebert.
Gene Siskel. What do I remember about Gene Siskel?
Yeah.
What do I remember about him?
He was like a movie reviewer.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And he was He was in a competitive news station to Ebert, and so they worked together, but they hated each other's guts through the whole career. So Sissel ended up getting a brain tumor, and Ebert ended up getting a cancer in his jaw, and his whole bottom mouth was removed.
Oh God, they were both so fucked
from
up.
eating all the McDonald's. Yeah, he was a fat fucking.
You know,
pig.
I loved their show. It was at the movies.
Yeah.
At the movies. I loved at the movies.
Yeah.
It's
pretty good.
Yeah, I grew up watching that, and I loved it, and I really had, like, you know, the false sense of affinity that you build up for people you see on TV when you're young, right? You say, oh, I relate to these people. But of course, you know, as an adult, I can't relate to either of them. I mean, one was fat, the other was skinny, so they were kind of like a Laurel and Hardy, or kind of like Albert and Costello, kind of like Albert and Costello. I think was the name of that comedy team. And you know, Laurel and Hardy, the skinny and fat one, and then Albert Costello, the fat one and skinny one. They were like the archetypal.
And they'd always debate each other with their reviews and opinions.
Yeah.
They never saw eye to eye. With their reviews.
But they were obviously very unhealthy. They were physically, maybe even mentally as well.
Ebert was just always eating at McDonald's, and Siskel would make jokes about that.
Oh my God!
Pig,
God! Well, he paid the price, didn't he? Holy shit!
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit!
I don't know how Siskel got that brain tumor, but probably just inherited genetically, maybe.
Well, he later on looked like what you're saying is Peter Moon is looking like him now, or before even.
Like he's slurring his words like Siskel, because his brain's fucked.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, that's well, he was like that for years. Yeah, now he's even worse. I have no doubt now he's just, you know, like Quasimodo. He's at Quasimodo level at this point. Yeah, you know, so okay, I will be right back. I'll make this cup of tea as soon as possible. Then I'll dive into Monologue, tell people about the storm, and put it into perspective. Also, put some things into perspective. Go on.
I was just going to say, that storm's already claimed 2 lives, killed 2 people.
Yeah, thank you.
I was looking it up.
That we know of. Remember the first...
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that... Yeah, I know there's always going to be other people that haven't been found yet.
I mean, one of the people originally identified only in reference, no name, the first person killed was a homeless woman in a homeless tent city. So, obviously, you know, you could have dozens of homeless die, and you're not going to know about it at all.
They're not...
it's like... but I'll be right back and then dive into it. Like I said, I'll get the second crock of tea, which will last me through the rest of the night. The first one, of course, I just swallowed down. And in terms of anything else to bring up, let's see now. I'm trying to see if there's any other incoming notifications. But I think we're...
Can I bring
please.
up? It's Simone. I did find... I was in error. There really was a... Soul of India book.
Oh,
it just was more obscure to find.
Holy shit! All right.
That.
Thank you. So it's not a drug trip. I thought it was another drug trip.
No. And so that.
Thank you.
The American Empire, same guy.
Yes.
American Empire.
If you can find that
coming along, and then there's I mean I can't not put the Eye of Shiva, Eastern Mysticism and Science.
Oh, excellent.
So I'll put.
That too. Yes, excellent. Oh my God. See. Brendan, you've got to read that book. He's going to put the PDF right here. The Eye of Shiva, Mysticism and Science. You've got to look through that and tell me what you think. I look forward to your review of that, Brendan. Is Brendan with us, or did you hear what I said? Let's see. Before I take off, you've got to be able to talk, Brendan, before I take off. You're my talker. That's before I leave for a few seconds. We got to make certain that you're here. And let me check my downloads, make certain I've got all these downloaded. And wonderful. Eye of Shiva, The American Empire. Again, I have a copy of that book, but again, somewhere in Beaver's basement. The other two I never had a copy of. Eye of Shiva and Soul of India, I never had a copy of. And finally, if you can find that book on Tibet, that would be fabulous. Yeah, that would come
you sure confirm the title?
Look up the author in Tibet and see what you find. That's because that's what I would do.
I just think Tibet was in the name, and it was from that guy.
Yeah. I think it was the Soul of Tibet. I think it was the Soul of Tibet.
I mean, hey, look, you're trying. Okay, I'll try.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. So hopefully Brendan's not being overwhelmed right now. Want to make sure he can talk before I take off. But Brendan, they're probably attacking him. Poor guy. And Nemo, you can talk, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the problem is Aristides is multitasking at the moment.
No, I can talk if you need to take a break, and whoever's here.
Okay, great. So Aristides and Nemo, you've got this, and I'll be back as soon as possible. And let the listeners know. I'm letting the listeners know. I will be back very soon. I've got to make that second crock of tea. These are very large pots that I make, and this one will last me through the majority of the night, but be patient. Got to do that before I come back and dive into the night. Once I dive into the night,
Did you ever hit up matcha?
I have in the past. I can't remember what the experience was. I think it was okay, but I remember. Is that the Asian Indian tea, right? No, or is it something else?
No, matcha is Japanese. Matcha is Japanese.
Oh, okay.
No, chai.
Chai. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of the chai.
Takes too much prep.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't be able to prep it in time. But,
yeah.
You know, like just.
Now, I can't remember why matcha doesn't ring a bell with me, because it's just like, to me, it's like I think there's something different about it. I never had it, or if I had it.
Yeah, matcha is the powder. It's the powder that you have to like whisk. It's like a whole ceremony.
Right,
Your mother probably did it at one point with you.
Oh, my mother would do that, but I think she used a different term for it. Her term was probably anachronistic. It was like whenever my mother would speak Japanese.
Yeah, they call it koicha. Koicha is the original name.
That might have been what she said. It was something that was so long ago when she was engaging in that later on we all took just to the loose leaf tea, and that was fine by us.
Yeah.
Because what you're talking about.
What's your preferred type of tea? I mean, like if you were to have tea, just loose Japanese green?
I don't know, because it's been so long since I had the powdered tea. I'd have to try it again. So yeah, if you ever want to send me some of that or something. Anyhow, we will. Brendan and I are going to rendezvous, and we're not going to tell anybody exactly when, but it's basically he's going to drive me down to see the plastic surgeon at some point. So he and I will plan for that, but we're not telling anybody when for security reasons. But at that time, we might take some side trips to get some tea or something like that. Right? I mean, sounds like something we might do. Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. Okay, then. Now that you're back, I will take off for a few moments. I'll go mute, but I'll be right back. Okay, you guys got this. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. Yeah, so these nuke threats these bullshit nuke threats that are coming from Russia, even though there's no fucking bite behind them, it still encouraged Germany to start reveals of their plans to mobilize national defense and 800,000 NATO troops from after that threat. As US announces new weapon can be used to stop Russia after allowing long-range missile strikes. So they're mobilizing and preparing. So yeah, keep making more bullshit threats, because that's just going to encourage more of NATO members.
I've revealed before about that the whole Starlink program is actually a weaponized satellite.
Okay. Tell us about it.
So it has, it basically, whatever that is, it's not necessarily satellites, but the Starlink array that everyone sees at night now, after they deployed it in 2020, they claim it's for bringing internet across the world, quote unquote. But we already had that with like radio telemetry and different things. So whatever the actual function of that thing is secret. And I had personal experience with it where I saw what they call an iridium flash emanate from the satellite. And it could do physical damage to people's eyeballs and stuff, just as a flash of light. So it is weaponized. Shit. Yeah, it's like a laser beam. It's weaponized. And
fucking hell.
Yeah. And there's like hundreds of them up there. So there's a reason why, like, it's being kept under wraps, and it's actually a military technology.
When did this start? When they sending this shit up in outer space? Like
2020. So
2020.
Yeah, if you look up the Starlink program, it's one of the SpaceX ventures. And people think it's just Elon Musk and he's like an eccentric, but he's actually given money by the government contracts he has through NASA and through the federal government. So
So it's not just like, oh, he put his own money into it or something. This is like
He's in full service to
military.
for the military. So
Yeah, it's a military function.
Carrying out their plans through him.
Yeah. So that's the situation.
And he's going to be the poster child for it all.
Yeah, and now he's in the government, so there you go.
Yeah, and when they want to, they're just going to put all the blame to him when they feel like they'll chew him up and spit him out at some point. Just like PD.
That, or they'll just use them. I mean, they always use these people, you know, for whatever ends they want. Or if I would consider him to be one of like the top rulers. Like he's up there with like some of the top rulers. You know?
Right, because he comes from sort of a powerful family, at least occult-wise.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's Khazarian.
Is he?
He's one of them. I confirm that. From his matriarchal bloodline, so he's considered full blood. Yep.
Yeah. There you go. So that's it. And he's also part of the Commonwealth and all of that. And his father was like an emerald miner or something. Something like that going. He owned like mines in South Africa, like really big ones. Yeah. There you go.
Oh yeah, they get deep in that shit. The white Khazars in South Africa is very lucrative with the mining and natural resources.
Yeah, blood diamonds, blood emeralds, all that stuff.
Yeah. They got to supply their jewel stores.
Yeah. Actually, it's a good point. I mean, it's not even being, that's not even like exaggerating. That's literally how it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Brendan. I was just curious for maybe a brief review. Been talking about ginseng, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is there two major kinds? What is the division there? Like that's what I think. Two kinds.
The division. So
the main kinds, like red versus American or something like that.
Yeah. So the red. So you have ginseng, Panax ginseng, which is the Korean/Chinese ginseng, East Asian type, and then you have the American ginseng, which is I think it's called Panax. It's called Panax quinquefolis. So Quin. I'll have to find the full spelling. Quinquefolis.
Okay, yeah, just find it. Yeah.
And so that's the American ginseng. But the other two types would be red ginseng is actually a fermented. It's just when they do the fermentation process, it brings out extra antioxidants, and that's what makes it red. It makes it dark. One. Yeah.
Oh.
So if you ever see like white ginseng, that's the unfermented.
You know what? It's funny enough. It's like I didn't really know that was different. Nobody stopped me and said, "Hey, this is the fermented one."
Yeah.
So that's significant. Usually fermented is a lot better.
Yeah. Well, it's actually steamed first. There's a process. I don't know the exact process, but it requires steaming and then fermenting or vice versa. So for that to even happen, to create the red ginseng. But that one is my favorite, but that's more yang. It's more of a yang stimulating kind of herb. The American one is more yin. So it's more like nourishing, and it kind of is more, it helps like lubricate more or give more liquid to the body. So it depends on your body type, like what you can react to, or you can even do a combination of the two, or even get white ginseng, which is more like closer to the root itself. It's like you can like cook with it and stuff. So there are different ways to go about it, which is why I recommended just getting those like small little trial bottles. That's why they have the small sizes. And then you could try them with your body type and see. What is your intrigue with it? Do you have any like?
No, I'm just curious.
You want anything done specific, or is it
as far as what?
Like energy, men's supplementation or digestion. I mean, like, what are you looking for?
All that's important. All that's important. Yeah. I was just wondering the distinction with the two ginsengs, and that was like a helpful review, though. So.
Yeah, I find I prefer the red one myself.
Yeah,
but like, American ginseng is good.
Yeah, no, I want to try it because it's fermented. So I think that'd be good.
Yeah, and
Douglas says it's good, so it's good to use.
What is it?
Douglas, he said, yeah, it's real good to use.
Yeah, he likes it.
Yeah,
we'll have to ask him which one is his preferred type, but
didn't he get a Korean type?
Yeah. So they'll all be Korean.
essentially, because that's where it's grown. That's where it naturally grows. It used to be called like Manchuria. So there's a whole history behind that as well. It's really fun. And a history of that. Of how the Manchus, basically, they were a dynasty built off ginseng and the sale of ginseng. So that's a fun story.
I'll have to try some myself then if it's good.
Yeah, I recommend. I mean, it's not for every body type. So just, like I said, get a small amount and try it first.
Yeah, see how it goes with your body.
Yeah, because like I can't.
Everyone's gonna be different.
Yes. Yeah, I can't recommend every herb for everybody. Like, but it kind of is in the name. So the Western people, when they discovered it, or quote unquote discovered it, the Chinese gave it to them. They called it panax, which is like or panacea. It's short for panacea, or it's the Latinized form for the binomial. So panacea means it's good for every disease.
Oh, nice.
So, you know the term panacea. It's like
it's a good natural
medicine
remedy
for everything. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So, but the red ginseng is more stimulating, so you don't really want to take it if you have like fever or something like that.
Right.
So there are limits to it. Here,
so it's an upper.
It's
like
definitely a stimulant.
Taking coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a stimulant. It's not quite like caffeine. It'll give you more willpower, especially the red one. So you'll like it.
Yeah, I want that.
Yeah, let me find my supplement here. I'll tell you what it's about. Let's see. So there's like Korean. There's a lot of it is grown in China as well, but those are all basically the same type. And when they say China, they just mean like the northern territories. So they're all very close. The Manchurian part of China. So like we're talking like north of Beijing, and it butts up against the Korean peninsula up there. So it's all that they all grow wild up there. And then over the thousands of years they've used it, it started becoming cultivated, and now they know how to cultivate it properly because it's like in their tradition.
Yep.
And the root, according to the traditional methods, the root doesn't mature till about 6 or 7 years. So you can't just like pluck any root. There's like certain methods where they can tell how long it's been growing. Yeah. So the older the root is, the more it's worth. So there are like places in China where you can go to the ginseng auctions, and they'll have like 80-year-old roots or something, and they go for like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And people, put them up in their offices like as like pieces, like literally like collector's items, because they're worth so much. Yeah.
I was watching a video. I can't remember the exact herb, but a bunch of various herbs, they'll do that. They let it mature for fucking years, and it'll be worth shitloads of money and be very potent.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's very common. That's a very common Chinese thing, is the older the better. That's their mentality.
Oh, it was the skin of the it was like a red orange they grow. They don't, you can't eat the orange because it's too fucking bitter and seedy or whatever, but they keep the skin and they dry it and age it, and then it's
the aged skin
used in medicines.
It's like that's very good for digestion. It's called what is it called? Li Ping or something like that. Li Ping. It's like a Chinese medicinal ingredient. It's they take the aged skin. It's actually really good, of the orange or like the tangerine or whatever. It's very beneficial for the stomach. So let me find what I'm trying to get here.
Wait, what was this again? This wasn't ginseng?
No,
that was just go ahead.
Go on. Oh, it's a red type orange in China where they only use the skin and not the inside flesh.
Okay.
Yeah, but some other countries, I was reading in the reviews, they say, oh, we still use the inside flesh and turn it into juice and stuff to mix with other cocktails or juices and shit.
Yeah, they have uses for the skin and stuff. It can be made into some of the juice companies will take it, or also they'll make it into like what's it called? Like citric acid. They'll like extract the citric acid and use that for like they'll just turn it into a chemical, which is still natural. It's just distilled or whatever. Because citric acid can be put into like all kinds of foods for different things. Let's see.
Heavily utilized.
Let me see what it's called here.
Oh, what was this you're posting in Aristides? Trump picks copper merchant. How do you pronounce that? Aya Nazir, as Secretary of State.
It's like a mocking image of like, because we're talking about Trump's picks. It's like Trump picks like, it looks like some ancient Babylonian god statue. You know, as Secretary of State for Metallurgy. It's a joke. It's a parody.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's the level it's on right now. He's just picking people just to pick them.
Like you turn on, like some.
He might as well get Jay Leno in his cabinet.
Right. I think Jay Leno's above that. I think I would.
Yeah.
I would at least defend Jay Leno like that. He like fell off a ravine recently. I don't know if you saw that.
Did he? Oh, good. I don't like him anyway.
He fell like 60 feet or something. He's all fucked up. He's all bruised and battered.
That motherfucker has hundreds of antique cars. He's had buildings renovated to turn into these giant garages to store all his antique cars.
Yeah.
He's a fucking spoiled, rich piece of shit, Kazar. Fuck, he doesn't give a fuck about anyone but himself, so anything bad that happens to him, he deserves. Fuck him.
Probably.
He's just like Jerry Seinfeld, too. He does the same thing, buys these big buildings and to store all of his cars because he thinks he's a fucking top-tier celebrity.
Seinfeld's like actually criminal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Larry David. He looks like a pedo.
Both of them are horrible people. I don't even know like the details of it. I just have always thought they were cringe.
I'm sure he made horrendous. The Curb Your Enthusiasm show, and it features the Seinfeld cast in some of the seasons and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he looks like Woody Allen, kind of.
I have the cart down here. Do you have trash up there?
Yeah, there's one bag of trash at the office.
All right, copy that. Let's see here. We got.
Oh, you got a walkie-talkie on you.
Yeah. I'm just getting some communique right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to find what about the ginseng. Here it is. Yeah. So I'll send you guys this thing. It's called Renshen in Chinese. That's what it's called. Renshen. So the king of herbs. It's the ultimate key tonic. Supports adaptability, general vitality, strength, sexual function. It is a powerful tonic for immune system. Wild ginseng is a Shen tonic of the same caliber as wild reishi mushrooms and has thus been revered by wise women and men for thousands of years by the sages. Use mature ginseng from Manchuria and pristine regions of North America. When you can attain wild ginseng, get it and take it, but that's of course going to be the most expensive. Ginseng is not grown organically, but Dragon Herbs uses... Okay, thank you. And so mature ginseng from Manchuria and pristine regions of North America. When you can obtain the wild ginseng, get it, because it is usually not grown organically. But this specific company that is making this pamphlet says wild, crafted, and wild grown are pretty much all organically grown ginseng products. So he's trying to sell his stuff, but he knows his things. You know? It's one of the most famous and valued herbs used by mankind. It is properly known as Panax ginseng or Panacea ginseng. It is a key tonic that regulates the human energy system, both stimulating and sedating to both the central nervous system and the endocrine system. Overall, it regulates all of these different chi systems. Ginseng is the primary key tonic in Chinese herbalism. It supports a person's ability to adapt to stress and supports endurance, resilience under stressful conditions, and has thus been termed adaptogenic by scientific researchers. Ginseng also tonifies digestive and respiratory functions, and it contains many active constituents, and the most important are the saponins known as ginsenosides. Ginsenosides play many roles such as supporting immune system, endocrine, nervous, respiratory, and hepatic systems, which is the liver, I believe. Ginseng is very popular with athletes because ginsenosides are the constituents that improve adaptability, and are believed to help build muscle and endurance. Ginseng has, quote unquote, a warm energy. There are several varieties which have distinct characteristics, such as the one we spoke about earlier, the wild, semi-wild, and wild-crafted, quote unquote, is generally superior to the commercially cultivated varieties. Nevertheless, it is a superb herb. The higher the quality, the more shen or spirit that it has, and it is said to contain a higher quality and be more adaptogenic qi. So, yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
The best cultivated ginseng is grown on plantations on the Changbai Mountains in Manchuria and in Korea, which share a border and common environmental forces. The best cultivated ginseng is known as the heavenly grade, which is what most commercial ginseng is grown with chemicals. However, organically grown ginseng is available from this specific company. Beware of cheap ginseng products because they are made from immature roots that have imbalanced chemistry. So there's a disclaimer. You should probably find a good quality source. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking into that Jay Leno incident. Fucking, and I saw a video, and he has a big black eye and a bruised face on the left side of his face.
Yeah.
And I'm reading in there saying, he also broke his wrist in the fall. And I'm just going to say they sprained because, they like to exaggerate that shit. But he do 60-foot fall, barely any injury, just a black fucking eye and a sore wrist.
Yeah.
And he's 74 years old too. How the fuck does he walk away with just such minimal injuries?
Right. Well, he's gotten hit by all kinds of stuff, like when he's working on his cars or whatever.
He's probably not human. He's not properly normal human.
I mean, I wouldn't give him that much credit.
Either that or he's just pumping himself full of steroids too to make him.
Yeah, they have good doctors.
Yeah.
So they get like
Strong.
injections for like, staying healthy-ish.
Yeah, he's got the money for it, definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
definitely.
74, he still looks okay, I guess, for his age. So he's getting all the young plasma, all the blood injected in his body from young people.
Who knows? I won't doubt it.
No, that's what they do. Yeah, these anti-aging treatments cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and all these rich people take them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If they have the money, they do it. That's no doubt.
Because why wouldn't you? No one wants to get fucking looking like a wrinkly old girl, fucking walking corpse, smelling stinky old cunt.
Yeah. Yeah. True. That's very true.
I'd rather be dead than look like that.
Yeah. Well, that's why the ginseng is important. It helps stave off like the effects of aging. It's got like anti-aging properties.
Oh, fuck
there we are. So I've
just
just returned. Yes.
Yeah.
There we
Do you
have
feel
that.
younger?
Yes, younger already.
The ginseng is anti-aging. I was just explaining.
By the way, Vicky Johnson says that's wild. Top brass, as they say. So I'm not quite sure what you guys were talking about, but
I don't know.
We love you, Vicky, and any of the other ladies that show up. Shout out as well to all the gentlemen. Okay, I'm back, but give me a few moments to gather myself while these gentlemen continue talking. Let's have them round out their thoughts.
That 60-foot fall was on the hill at a Hampton Inn. A Hampton Inn.
Yeah. I don't know what that is, but maybe some kind of hotel or something. He was like visiting a hotel. Yeah.
Why couldn't he have died? Fuck him.
Who? What?
Jay Leno.
Jay Leno fell down a hill and almost died.
Oh, is that how he got blind? Because he went blind, didn't he?
His left eye. His left eye got black. Or his face.
Okay.
Yeah, he just has an eye.
I posted an image in this.
I'm sorry, what was that you said, Nemo? I heard the part about...
I posted an image of Jay Leno on the Skype chat, you'll see.
Okay.
His black face.
Oh, okay. And let me take a look. And this is recently? This is recently?
Yeah. Well, last year. That was the last year, I think.
Holy shit! Yeah, no, there you go with that. What a loser. Anyhow, it's like, Amory Darrencourt, thank you. Oh, what's this? This is okay. That's a Wikipedia article, and that I guess is inescapable, but of course it's a nice photograph of him. That's almost the only known photograph of him. It's like, it's a good photograph, but it's like, we wish we had more. So let's see what else we were able to find. Aristides found Trump picks copper merchant.
Yeah, that's the level we're at.
Oh God, that is so fucking funny. Did you make that up? Did you make that?
No. I didn't make that. I just thought it was funny. So.
Yeah, no, it is, and
the Sumerian copper merchant. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah, not a surprise. Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy has got an autobiography that wasn't published until 1996. It must have been published after he died or something. Holy shit! Oh my God, yeah. I'd be interested in that if you can find that, as well as the what is it? It doesn't have one. Yeah, the Roof of the World to Bit. That's it. The other one was Roof of the World to Bit. There we are. Apparently his first book ever written or published. I'll put a laugh here at at Jay Leno, and I always thought he was the guy on the Beetlejuice TV series. You remember the children's TV series Beetlejuice, and the fucker looked just like Jay Leno, complete with a nose.
Holy shit! Was this live action?
Yeah. Look it up. TV series, Beetlejuice. I always thought that was Jay Leno, and that was acting on that. I said, oh, how nice, he's doing a show. Oh, they're showing the animated live action TV live action series, Beetlejuice, and there is no live act. What the fuck did I see? It was something that was just like Beetlejuice. It was some ripoff of it. There must be images. Let me see. TV live action series Beetlejuice. Jay Leno lookalike. See if that gets us. I know it wasn't a drug trip because I would talk about it to my gang brother Beaver, so I know he saw it. So it had to be out there. It was some stupid Beetlejuice ripoff TV series for kids. It's like a Saturday type thing, and a fucker on it looked just like Jay Leno, except it was this. He was dressed just like Beetlejuice too, or reminiscent of him. Oh well, we won't obsess on it. It's
sounds familiar. I'm sure it'll come up.
Yeah, it's organically at some point. All right, good. Numbers are good, and I agreed with Vicki Johnson, whatever she said. So, other than that, what else? Anything that came up, Aristides, that you had quite a find there with this bibliography. So that's great. And any other thoughts on what you might be able to find? You found so much. I can. Really indulge myself now. I've been.
Well, I mean, is it like if you're requesting a thing?
Oh yeah, the Roof of the World to Bit, and then the other one was his Child of the Century.
Look in the look in the chat. So I posted the wiki of the guy, and then his full proper list of books, and look at that and compare that to what I've already sent and what you think you want.
Oh, let me take a look at what you sent. I downloaded everything you sent. Right down to the Eye of Shiva. So basically the only two books that I would be interested in.
Roof of the World, Tibet. That's the name.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Roof of the World.
Right. And So it's not the Soul of Tibet, it's Roof of the World. So that helps. That helps because that really helps the search to not have confusing terms like that.
Right.
Because the guy wrote other books that are the soul of this, soul of that.
Yes, got it. No, it's Roof of the World Tibet. And he wrote 2 books on Tibet. The other is Lost World Tibet. I'd like see if you can find that as well. So Roof of the World Tibet.
Didn't I find that?
No.
I found
No.
no.
Wait,
okay.
no.
All right.
No. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And
right,
then A Child of the Century. A Child of the Century, Volume 1, his autobiography. Yeah. I like what's that?
Eye of Shiva. Okay, wait. I got Eye of Shiva. Yeah, but not Lost World. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, that's right. The other things I can do without, his woman in power in history. Nothing against women.
I didn't even get that. I think it was revised. It was called Women in Power because the first title was like Sex and Power in History.
Interesting. Yeah. So Woman in Power in History is simply a revision of Sex and Power
No. Well, I mean, that's that's just a quick take. I mean, like, why would he write 2 books? He really wrote 2 books about that? Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you realize
one was earlier, one was like the later, I think, revised edition.
Right. It would make sense, but it would expose on his part, either on his part, if that's the case, it exposes on his part something that most women would not appreciate.
Well, one was for the dudes and one was for the feminists.
Yes! Yeah. Got it.
Once again, it's the publishing company trying to make a buck. They're like, just revise it for the feminists.
That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Because I was about to say,
like, it's too cliche.
Thank you.
Cliche.
I mean,
to have one about sex and one about women, it's
yeah,
like too cliche.
Thank you, because honestly, first off, if that is the case, that it's merely a revision, the Woman in Power is a revision of Sex and Power, then it shows, it exposes basically something that women would not appreciate at all and would resent him for and call him out on, which would be a kind of, well, an identification of women as, an objectification of women as sex objects. That's what it would expose. And but it also exposes something of us that's our first presumption. So we don't know until, not that I'm interested in seeing either one of the books, because I think I've got that locked up in the bag. In terms of both cases, I really don't like to mix sex in my history. I don't like to, not really. And as for woman and power in history, I mean, that's almost like...
Wow, Doug, you're classier than we all thought.
Well, I don't like to mix sex and food either. I noticed that that's a big deal with Americans, where they make a lot of food, sex kind of conflations, and it goes a long way towards explaining the American problem with overweight.
Yeah.
There we have that. And, okay, so what I'm going to do now is dump the green tea out of my strainer, and let me tend to that.
Damn, you make it strong.
Oh, yes. Well, it wasn't steeping for that long, to tell you the truth. It was steeping for a little while, but I had to bring it over here because I got involved with doing my lines of coke. That's why. So that's what took me. That's the ceremony that took all the time. So this will take but a moment, and I will this time actually truly be right back. So bear with me, people. Coming back. These guys will hang, and or just hang with these guys. They're fine. We'll see if anybody else shows up in the next few minutes. But definitely, I'm on my way to Monologue.
Yeah, I got no response. I don't know. Should we talk about this on air? About Marina? Well, I'll tell you privately.
Oh, yes. Tell me privately. And it's mysterious. And Aristides, I hope you pursue Marina Sarin in terms of communications. We're trying all angles. Yeah.
She has not answered where I messaged her, but I'll try again.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. And just concerned. We're concerned. And
absolutely.
We're not gonna pull a Peter Moon.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, we're not
sending curse books and shit.
Yeah.
No, I really think
who has time for that? It's like, you have to be rich and fucking unemployed.
Yes, that's him. Well, that's fucking him. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Aristides?
No, I really think she's fine with us. I don't think she holds Peter against us or anything.
No, thank you.
Because I told her, I messaged her, I was like, this happened.
Yeah. Didn't Spain get hit by a fucking mega flood a few months ago?
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
A massive.
I don't think she was in that area.
Yeah. Spain was hit pretty hard. Anyhow.
That was Valencia.
Yeah. I'll be right back. You gentlemen can hold this. Okay,
I can read something.
Sounds good.
Yeah, please.
All right.
Yeah. As tensions escalate over Russia's war in Ukraine, Germany has unveiled quote-unquote Operation Deutschland, a secret plan to prepare for a potential World War III scenario. The 1,000-page document outlines measures to protect critical infrastructure, ensure economic resilience, and mobilize resources during a national emergency. Meanwhile, neighbouring Nordic nations, including Sweden, Finland, and Norway, are also stepping up their defence readiness, with Sweden issuing survival pamphlets to citizens and Finland urging crisis preparation. Amid these developments, Russia's revised nuclear doctrine and the deployment of US-supplied ATACMS missiles by Ukraine have further heightened fears of escalation, with Moscow warning the West nations involvement could trigger a direct confrontation. Times Now World is your definitive source for... Oh, never. That's just some other bullshit. Never mind. But yeah, it's all escalating. Nordic countries are definitely getting ready for war. Germany's getting ready for war, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of troops. Yeah, NATO is just gonna fuck up Russia big time. Well, that's what it sounds like. So hopefully Russia will be bombarded, their military and government will be wiped out, and they'll be taken over with a new regime. And hopefully Russia will end up being divided among various European nations, and they can all share the natural resources. Your thoughts on that? Are you there?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm here. Say the last word again.
Oh, I was just saying, hopefully,
yeah,
when the Nordic and Germany gets involved in this war and they full on do a full-scale attack on Russia, hopefully Russia in the future will get divided among...
It'll be interesting to see what happens, like, after, like, a shakeup, like, you know, all right, like, kind of like, where's everybody really stand? Like, you know?
Yeah, well, if they get into another war, it's just going to harden up the Germans and Northern Europeans.
Yeah.
Get back into their warrior roots. Fucking hell. Stop being a bunch of lazy, passive pussies.
Yeah. Right? Exactly. Yeah.
Bring back the Vikings.
Yeah, right.
Sake. We need modern day Vikings.
Yeah.
Striking fear into our enemies.
Yeah. Have pride.
Yeah. Fucking Putin's a nobody. He's just some fat, fucking ugly man baby pussy. Anyone could snap that fucker's head off.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Everyone's going to get their day. They can't escape it.
For sure. The day is coming. So, yeah. What else, man?
Fucking nothing much.
Right.
Oh yeah, fucking Taiwan keeps getting Chinese military ships and planes escalating further, like invading their space and territory.
Yeah.
Japan's
even going with that. Yeah, that on a daily, and of course Ukraine, which is status there, and then we're in, Israel's been facing all, I don't even know what's happening. There was like, I felt like it was like all pretty big. And I was like, blah, Lebanon, Hezbollah, like, and then like now I don't know. Is it just like ongoing? No real updates, same things or same killing.
Not long ago, Israel produced a popular song they released everywhere, sung by the Israeli children, and the lyrics is comprised of them just destroying, killing Palestinians and taking over that land for themselves.
Jesus Christ!
They're singing that in glee, of course, using their children to do it.
I think I've seen that. I know the word.
Yeah, it's like a year old.
Is it real?
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah. It's like a children's choir singing. And
all those children look like cretins. Like there's something wrong with them. Like they all come from an inbred bloodline.
Good God, it's so fucking sad. I'm just
fuck Israel.
Yeah. It's so such being said, that's unacceptable. That's simply unacceptable. I mean, it's a form of child abuse as well, but proceed. Other things to bring up while I'm centering myself. Okay.
Japan's like preparing more for China to attack. Like they're ready for war.
Yes.
Taiwan. Yes. I hope Taiwan has some top secret high technology weapons that they're gonna pull out when they have no choice, when they're backed into a corner, and just fucking annihilate Chinese military.
Well,
like I'm hoping Japan's gonna have some Gundam mechs to deploy as a secret weapon and use on them.
Well, let's just put it this way: the weapons are there. The weapons are definitely there.
I know they're hiding some stuff. I just want to see it when it comes. Like I want to see this high advanced shit they're hiding.
We may yet get to see. Let's hope we don't. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. honestly, I don't want war. I just
no, but if it comes down to it, I just want to see that. So
yeah, it's definitely inevitable, though. How the Nordic states are preparing for war. Okay, there we are. Excellent. So, and well, they should be. I mean, they joined NATO for a goddamn reason. If NATO doesn't consider cutting cables of their connections to Europe to be an act of war, NATO, of course, is on the back foot already. They're already at a disadvantage. I'd like you to add this to our blurb, Aristides. Just something to put into the chat once in a while, right there. That text. If you could just cut and paste that. Yeah.
Where's it? Did you just supplied it?
Wait, yeah, it's in the text box there.
There we go.
Yeah. And then you can every once in a while stick that into the chat, just to remind people of this fact. And basically, I'm saying you can read it out loud. You can read it out loud to our listeners.
Yeah, might as well if you're telling me to put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Beware of copycat channels stealing Douglas Dietrich's ideas and creative work. There is only one Douglas Dietrich, so obviously.
Yeah, that's terminal. That is terminal uniqueness.
Yeah, you got people like Mark Felton. You got people like Mark Felton taking his stuff because he's listening into the live stream. He takes what he hears from Douglas and puts his own bullshit twist on it.
Yeah.
And he gets a big following for it.
Yeah.
And other people are doing that. Like that Dustin Nemos kind of bet he's listening into your stuff, what you say about Trump, and then that's just some ammo for him to put in and put his twist on it, conflate it with a bunch of other shit. Yeah. All these disinfo shills paid by the intelligence agencies flooding the old media, social media, poisoning the conspiracy communities. Well, everyone you see in the alternative media is probably 99% of them, they're all fucking shills. You can't trust any of them. So and they're easy to expose. I see through it all. I don't know why anyone else can't.
Because they're stupid. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stupid people out there, and stupidity sells. I mean, forget sex sells. Stupidity sells even more. Take a look at that Radu Cinemar bullshit, where, golden pyramids and golden sphinxes and, and Peter Moon's taking photographs of piles of rocks, and telling us, the good shit's underground. And why don't you ever take a photograph? You go into caves. Did Peter Moon not tell us he's going underground? He's going underground, yet never photographs these golden pyramids.
Never records it.
Yeah, and golden sphinxes and shit. Yeah, I mean, Aristides, Brendan, join in on the discussion here about that. Don't you find that anomalous?
Wanting to go underground?
Yeah, Peter Moon, he actually was going underground all the time.
Right.
Every time he went to Romania, he was going underground, yet never photographed or filmed any of these golden sphinxes.
Well, not that he provided now.
Yeah.
He never provided anything to back up anything he said.
Thank you. Oh, my fucking God. He was just like, what an idiot. What a farce. But then again, oh, well, at the time, it was all I had to work with, but I really had to come into my own and begin to find my inner muse and start to write again.
That's good.
Which, ironically, he was helpful with, in that he dug up that name, kept asking for the name. The name of the entity, Douglas! I need the name! And, then once I recalled the name, after that, the flood started, and I really, just began writing, and and it was then he realized, oh shit, he doesn't need me. It's life, I guess. So I've gotten the red ginseng inside of this green tea. That's the serum.
Gonna energize you.
Throughout the night, and hopefully someday I'll get some ginkgo biloba to mix with that. Let me see if I can squeeze out the last drop of this packet here, and I'll proceed with the night, and let's get started. Let's take a look at the numbers in chat, and again, feel free to interject whenever you wish. And here we are. Oh, interesting, intriguing. I'll make certain to click on that and cut and paste that article. Save that on the hidden history of Bermuda here, and they're talking about some new archaeological finds are helping them rewrite history. I mean, colonialism wiped out so much, and it's the Western Hemisphere. So tragic what happened here, and it's just, of course, a crime that needs to be articulated. And the reason we do not articulate it is because the people responsible for the Western Hemispherical genocide were Jews, and that does not excuse them. It should not excuse them for the gravest crime in history, the greatest genocide in history. So great that it's so massive, it changed the climate of the world. Okay, such being said, of course, Thanksgiving night, we'll probably cover that. I mean, we'll see what mood I'm in. Obviously, it's not a happy subject, but on Thanksgiving night, it would be almost inescapable. Let's see what my schedule is for Thanksgiving. Is always on Thursday, so it would be next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, we may well cover that topic. By the way, Friday the 29th will not only be the 160th anniversary, or rather memorial, of the Sand Creek Massacre, not to be confused with Sandy Hook, but the Sand Creek Massacre of the Sand Creek Indians, or the Indians who were forced into a reservation at Sand Creek by the U.S. Army, and it resulted in the largest dispersal of Congressional Medals of Honor, till that time at least. The only collection of, or shall we say mass award of Congressional Medals of Honor that rivals it was offered to the Japanese unit in World War II, which was, by definition, the best unit the Americans had. There's no argument with that, by the way. That's not some Japanese nationalism on my part, not some kind of ethno-identitarianism. It's simply the reality, because no other unit in World War II was awarded that many Congressional Medals of Honor other than the Japanese, the ethnic Japanese unit of World War II. The fact that they were all ethnically segregated, well, that really tells you something. The fact that their unit won the most Congressional Medals of Honor. More so than any white American unit. Well, that says a lot. So, that being stated, when it comes to the Congressional Medals of Honor awarded to the U.S. Army soldiers at the Sand Creek Massacre, that was the award for an atrocity, an act of extermination, which Teddy Roosevelt said was the greatest act on the Western frontier, which goes to show you a completely different state of mind. Those Congressional Medals of Honor should all be posthumously revoked. That happened on Friday the 29th, or rather it happened on the 29th, which will be on Friday of this year, fall on Friday of this year. And on that same day, it will be the first Henry Kissinger death day, the first anniversary of Henry Kissinger's death. So, wow. Yeah, what a combination, fitting.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. Wow.
Yeah, and we were all celebrating, yes?
I know. Celebration. Yeah.
Huge fucking topic for a long time. Like, man, you were like the third show out, and you're like, I still have shit to vent about Kissinger, you know?
I never really got through all of it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Yes. Honestly, well, Thanksgiving...
Shit on him some more in the next streams or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, fittingly, it comes right after, on the heels of Thanksgiving Day, so it's part of Thanksgiving Day weekend that we can all be thankful for Henry Kissinger's death. And
celebrate the anniversary of his death every year. That sounds good.
Yeah. Only we still have a right to complain because he lived far too long. He was over 100 when he died. That's outrageous.
Yep. He's not human.
Well, like my legal father used to say, only the good die young. So, yeah, it's the evil that lasts the longest. It's awful. We are in an unjust universe. Our universe is simply unjust. And, okay, Nemo's away from the keyboard. He's still listening. We are going to dive into the night. And I will commence by taking a look at the live stream numbers. We're good. All right. And let's get started. Now, the Russo-Ukrainian war has hit a grim milestone. 1,001 days of war. More than ever, Putin's evil empire must be vanquished. So, welcome to Wednesday, when President Joe Biden opened the work week by allowing Ukraine to employ American long-range missiles to strike deeper into the Russian Empire. And Hong Kong's High Court has incarcerated 45 pro-democracy activists. The Ukraine has marked 1,001 days since the Russian invasion, and there be new threats to the submarine cables that carry the internet. Well, from cyclones to sabotage in that case. I mean, forget about the satellites. 99% of global data traffic runs over fiber optic cables on the seabed. Now, climate catastrophe and political sabotage might put that infrastructure at risk. Now, warnings of hybrid warfare resurfaced after 2 undersea cables in the Baltic Sea were disrupted this past weekend. A cable connecting Lithuania and Sweden were cut on Sunday morning, with a spokesperson for Telia Lithuania confirming the cause to be physical damage rather than equipment failure. Roughly 65 miles away, the Sea Lion cable, that's C as in Charlie, Lion cable, Finland's only direct link to Central Europe, was also damaged, prompting Finland and United Germany's foreign ministers to issue a joint statement.
Wait a second. So there were 2 separate incidents?
Yes. Oh, you did not know this?
Fuck.
Yes.
No, I just thought there was the one.
Oh, no.
So we're in fucking open total war. We're in fucking open war. Holy shit.
Yes, very much so.
This is fucked.
Well, I mean, it's kind of, but then again, it's the only opportunity we have for social change. So,
yeah, I mean,
yeah, we have to welcome it in some
There's
ways.
always a yin and a yang.
Yeah.
It's definitely alarming, to say the least. I thought it was just one. No wonder the Germans had to respond, because it's no longer an isolated incident. I mean, it's
a campaign. It's a campaign. Yeah.
So these fuckers are so desperate, they're just going to start cutting them like everywhere now.
Yes.
So this sucks.
Yes. And well, it does in a sense, but look, Europe has furled its banners for far too long. They have been riding on America's. You got to give Trump some acknowledgement. They have been freeloading in terms of their security. I mean, basically, America has been Europe's security. That shit's got to stop, right? Yeah. And Europe's got to get independent. Yeah, and so if it takes kicking their ass.
Yeah, like you said, it's the first step in. What did you call it? Euro.
I would say it's a kind of a reclamation of European identity and a sense of independence that Europe needs. Right. That maybe Trump can be the salvation of Europe in the sense that they realize, hey, we can't rely on the Yanks anymore. That's it. I mean, yes. And if it takes them being overrun by the Russians, and again, it takes a liberation by Britain and America. If it takes another fucking D-Day, that's what it takes. But we got to win our civil war here first before we can do that. Right now, Britain is standing alone on the continent. And again, the haunting echoes of World War II. This is what Maure Darancourt, as a historian, cemented in my head as a child, was that history does not only repeat itself, history must repeat itself. It's not that bullshit about, oh, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. That was poetry from Mark Twain. Are these people who nowadays paraphrase that and say, oh, history doesn't repeat itself, but it echoes. No, bull fucking shit. History repeats itself. It really does. And we're setting up for that repeat right now. And the results may be different. The results out of this case, the last 2 world wars were the Americans sundering Europe so that America would assume the global mantle of power. But this world war, well, would be one of America ceding that to Europe, ceding the power to Europe, in essence, in a sense of dividing the responsibilities in a very real sense. So we can go more into this in the future, the exact outcome, but which of course I have a Maori Darancourtish certainty about in terms of my conviction of what will happen. based on, of course, our contemporary scenario, as opposed to Mauri Dairancourt, who was working with the great powers scenario of the past. He was working at a time when the American Empire and the Greater Soviet Union looked like they were it. They looked like that was the future. It didn't look like there was going to be anything else. To Mauri Dairancourt, who was French, Europe was simply either communist satellite states behind the Iron Curtain or basically industrial satellite states of the United States. It was essentially occupied, divided and occupied. Those days are over, but Europe has not filled that power vacuum. And power abhors a vacuum. So the Russians are trying to move in. If that's what it takes to wake the Europeans up, that's what it takes. So, yes, roughly 65 miles away from the Lithuania incident, the Sea Lion cable, which is, instead of Sea Lion with an oceanic C, SEA, it's actually the alphabetical C, C-Lion. That's Finland's only direct link to Central Europe. That was also damaged, prompting Finland and the United Germany's foreign ministers to issue a joint statement on Monday, opening this work week, calling the incidents deeply concerning. Talk about a mastery of understatement. The statement emphasized that European security faces threats not only from Russia's war in Ukraine, but also from malicious attacks on critical infrastructure. Sanaya, the state-controlled Finnish company that runs Sea Lion Cable, said it is unclear what caused the fault. However, investigations are ongoing, with repairs expected to take weeks. This is the NATO tripwire, and again, any interjections from any of you would be appreciated, actually, because it's something that why aren't we fully mobilizing Europe at the moment? Everyone is mobilizing in Europe, yet they're not deploying. That's what's going on. I don't know if any of you have that impression. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Mobilizing is not deploying. Yes. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No. Good point.
Thank you. You're so cute. So, yes, it's
last leg over here, and I'm dealing with a lot of crazy tasks that I have to deal with in the next hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll return.
Okay.
Eventually.
Yes. Yeah. And so, thank you. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And so, okay, back to the task at hand. As the arteries of global data flow, submarine cables are increasingly caught in the crosshairs of geopolitical tensions. Threats to these vital infrastructures, whether from accidental damage, climate catastrophe, or intentional sabotage, are no longer theoretical, but pressing realities that demand immediate attention. And, in my informed opinion, military response. Now, in the spirit of the times, the Zeitgeist, as it would be said in the Deutschen Sprach, or the German. I would have to have Brendan Zogit correct my German there, because I often read German, read the language, but never was able to be exposed to enough people who actually spoke it. A rare sea creature known as the doomsday fish was spotted yet again on southern California shores for the third time this year. Now, the silver oarfish is considered to be an harbinger of bad news, an harbinger of doom, and is only these wash-ups on the shore. 3 this year are only, the latest is only the 22nd to have ever washed ashore in California over the past 100 years of record keeping, over the past century. There's only been 22 of these fish that have ever washed up, 3 of them this year alone. And in keeping with that Zeitgeist, a once-in-a-decade bomb cyclone has taken shape off the West Coast. Parts of the greater San Francisco Bay Area, parts of the greater San Francisco biotech, well, Silicon Valley biotech Bay Area, as my son's husband and their organization has taken to calling it in their memos, are expected to receive more than a month's worth of rain in a few days due to a combination of this bomb cyclone and an atmospheric river. Now, this literally deadly bomb cyclone has ripped through Washington state, killing at least one person there, downing trees and power lines, and leaving hundreds of thousands without power. Despite such trials, we must take the time today to remember that today, as it is still Wednesday here on the left coast, only 10:08 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, as dated Wednesday the 20th of November in 2024, marks 1,001 days since the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. According to the UA Losses Project, that's spelled UA Losses with a capital L after a capital UNA, and that's a source that people can independently source, access themselves. It's a website that presents statistics of documented Ukrainian losses during the war in Ukraine. So it's called UA Losses. Check it out. And according to that project, more than 60,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died in battle since 1,001 days ago when the Russians launched their imperialist war of aggression. An additional 7,000 Ukrainian soldiers are missing, many presumed to be prisoners in Russian captivity. According to the Wall Street Journal, the death toll for both Ukrainians and Russians killed in this war reached 1 million people in September. Millions of Ukrainians have fled west to Europe, others to western parts of the Ukraine, away from where the fighting is the thickest. And although Western countries have provided financial and military aid to Ukraine, some have argued that it is not enough for Ukraine to mount a successful defense against the Russian Empire. Still, the situation is rapidly changing, with outgoing U.S. President Joseph Biden recently allowing Ukraine to use American-supplied long-range missiles to strike Russian targets, provoking mixed reactions worldwide. If there are any key points to take away, there's two that I can think of immediately. First, nearly 3 years after Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine, the outlook is grim yet again. Russia is expending enormous amounts of weaponry and human life to make small but steady territorial gains to the nearly 1/5 of Ukraine it already controls. Ukraine, meanwhile, is struggling to minimize losses, maintain morale, and persuade allies that, with more military aid, it can turn the tide. Secondly, as this brutal war of attrition ground into its 1,001st day, neither side seems eager to negotiate. President-elect Donald John Trump has said he could quickly end the war, albeit it is unclear how or in whose favor he might tip the scales to anyone other than someone facing the hard reality that I do. Donald John Trump is a treasonous asset of the Russian Empire. He is a traitor, and he would settle for the Russians. For Ukraine, the key to any ceasefire would be guarantees from the West that it won't allow Russia to reinvade in the future. But the West already made that promise and allowed it to happen. I would never trust the West again. Ukraine needs to trust in a centered Europe, a Central Europe centered on a greater united Germany. Now, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of the Ukraine 1,001 days ago. Since then, many Western nations, scholars, and politicians have suggested negotiating for peace with the Russian Empire rather than letting the war go on. But negotiations will never stop Putin's imperial ambitions. Back on the American home front, Thanksgiving dinner will cost less this year amid reduced demand for turkeys, As an annual survey found, the majority of Americans in the younger generation are going vegetarian at the least, vegan at the most. The average price of a 16-pound turkey is also prohibitive for most Americans who could never afford to add meat into their budget. That's actually the full reason, or rather the real reason, many Americans are going vegetarian or even vegan. They simply cannot afford the meat. But again, that average price of what averages out as a 16-pound turkey bird, typically the star of the holiday meal, is $25.67, or 6% less this year than last. So that's how much the demand has gone down, and that's a pretty hefty drop. It's almost frightening. Again, an harbinger of economic doom. A lot of people are about to be on the road for Thanksgiving regardless of whether they eat turkey or not. The AAA is forecasting a record number of long highway trips this year. This while a once-in-a-decade bomb cyclone is sweeping through the northwest United States and parts of Canada, leaving at least one person dead and around 750,000 without power access across Washington State and British Columbia. I don't know where the second confirmed death has occurred. Nemo, I guess he's away from the keyboard, but if he remembers, he's welcome to say where. Forecasts show the bomb cyclone will combine with an atmospheric river and unleash heavy rain, hurricane force wind gusts, and feet of mountain snow to parts of the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. Over a month's worth of rain is expected in the northern greater San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Biotech Bay area. Rainfall of such magnitude will likely cause significant urban flooding and debris flow on roadways. The bomb cyclone is expected to stall along the coast and hammer my region with hazardous conditions through the week and into the weekend. Forecast models depicted a bomb cyclone and atmospheric river combining to slam the west coast early this morning. This powerful bomb cyclone has combined with an atmospheric river to unleash over a month's worth of rain, hurricane force wind gusts, and feet of mountain snow to parts of the Pacific Northwest and Northern California during the turkey travel season. We've got this anomalously strong storm system, considered a bomb cyclone, which occurs when a cyclone intensifies rapidly. In fact, a bomb cyclone itself is a storm that strengthens rapidly, while an atmospheric river is a steady stream of moisture from the tropics. This marks the strongest atmospheric river, a large, narrow band of moisture in the sky, a river in the sky, a literal river in the sky, that our regions have seen this season, the strongest yet. The National Weather Service in San Francisco has said that the storm system off the Pacific Northwest was expected to rapidly intensify yesterday into a phenomenon called bombogenesis and earn it the moniker of bomb cyclone. It will intensify so much so quickly that it could become a triple bomb, tripling the criteria needed to be considered a bomb cyclone. Now, bomb cyclones are formidable in and of themselves and unload heavy snow and strong winds during the winter. The National Weather Service in Medford, Oregon, has said that this one could be among the most intense on record for its location, a storm that occurs only about once every 10 years and will generate some of the strongest winds we have seen in several years that churn up very dangerous mountainous seas with waves of 30 to 35 feet flooding the San Francisco Bay. Now, this bomb cyclone will work with that atmospheric river, a long plume of watery vapor moving in a river It's a river in the sky composed of water vapor to wring out heavy rainfall and significant mountain snowfall in the Pacific Northwest and Northern California beginning yesterday. The pair together will stall along the coast and hammer my area with hazardous conditions through the week and into the weekend. Now, parts of northwestern California could record 16 inches of rain or more in 48 hours, a mere 2 days. More than a month's worth of rain is expected in the northern San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Biotech Bay area alone, primarily north of the Golden Gate Bridge, as identified by the Weather Service. Rainfall of this magnitude is expected to cause significant urban flooding in my Golden Gate at San Francisco, debris flow on roadways, and river flooding as well. This is apocalyptic. California is the new Atlantis in times like this. As for the when of it, people are asking me when in the emails I'm receiving. The storm has been expected to bring the heaviest rain today and Friday. As to where, people, I guess, want specifics, but let's start with the generality as a reiteration. The North Bay will see the worst impacts, with some areas receiving more than a month's worth of rain in 3 to 4 days. Santa Rosa could see over 4 inches of rain, with a 10% chance of getting over 10 inches. San Jose could see about 1 inch of rain by the end of the weekend. As for what to expect, the storm could cause significant flooding, debris flow, and river flooding. There could also be downed branches and trees due to strong winds. Through the Friendsgiving season weekend, the North Bay could see an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain, with up to 2 inches expected for San Francisco itself, up to 1.5 inches in the South Bay, and up to 3 inches on the peninsula, in Santa Cruz County, and along the Big Sur coast. The widespread wet conditions could even continue into Monday as another potential storm system approaches, but it's too early to tell, or was last time I looked. What was forecast to be one of the strongest storms in the northwest United States in years struck yesterday evening, lashing the Pacific Northwest, a region covering Washington, Idaho, and Oregon, and northern California, with heavy rain and rough winds, high winds, hurricane force winds. In northwest Washington, strong winds downed trees, striking homes and power lines, and littering debris across the roads. Almost 710,000 homeowners and businesses in the state were without power as of this morning, with King and I think it was Snohomish counties the worst impacted areas. In a statement on X, South County Fire reported that a woman was killed when a large tree fell on a Linwood homeless encampment on Tuesday evening. She was homeless. She may not be identifiable. Over in Seattle, the Seattle Fire Department reported that a tree fell onto a vehicle, temporarily trapping a person inside before emergency services rescued them. Officials have urged residents to hunker down at home while rough winds and seas halted a ferry route in northwestern Washington between Port Townsend and Couville. Alongside a photograph of an impassable, debris-covered road, Snohomish Regional Fire and Rescue posted on X the statement reading, "There are so many trees and power lines down, we would be posting the locations till the lights turn on. Stay home and stay safe." The National Weather Service's office in Seattle itself was battered by brutal weather conditions, knocking out its weather radio transmissions in the early hours of Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, the United States Coast Guard sector in Puget Sound issued a statement that it was experiencing phone, radio, and internet outage throughout late yesterday evening. And this is a branch of the United States military, people. You can understand why I was late coming on bandwidth tonight. The WPC, the Weather Prediction Center, had warned of damaging winds, excessive rainfall, and high surf for parts of the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. According to the WPC, wind gusts were due to peak at 65 miles per hour in region, combined with heavy snowfall resulting in blizzard conditions, creating near impossible travel at pass level. The WPC said that western Washington saw strengthening winds throughout yesterday evening, with the storm anticipated to reach maximum intensity today. According to Seattle's National Weather Service branch, wind speeds of 101 miles per hour were clocked off the coast of Vancouver Island in Canadian waters as approximated on 10 p.m., 10 post-meridium in the proper Latin, of the clock by Eastern Time yesterday evening. The storm system is expected to weaken as it charts a path over the Cascades and through to Northern California and Southwest Oregon by Friday. My electric blanket just died. Holy fucking shit. That shouldn't have happened. Okay, that's pretty fucking frightening. And that's happened a second time. This is probably part of the occult siege, and I almost died the first time that it fucking happened. Because the chill in this crypt is such that I'm living in a fucking, effectively a refrigerator. So, God help me. I'll need a new Brookstone electric blanket immediately. And let's pray to God that these two little heaters keep burning throughout the night tonight. When they stopped dead the other night, it could prove fatal. I'm gonna need your help. Somebody out there need a Brookstone king size or queen size electric blanket delivered to my address, which Aristides will put into the text box, the chat room. Okay? If you're still there, Aristides, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll do that. And here I'm thinking, oh God, it's gonna be winter. It's gonna be electric blanket season. You're gonna be, all like, just suffering and like, we got to do something about this.
Yeah, thank you.
We got to get you the heated vest. Where are you at on that?
Well, I do have that behind me, and I don't need it just yet. But thank you for reminding me. So I do have that.
You have one.
Yeah, I do have one. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Is it like convenient enough though? That's the thing.
Thank you for
asking. Something like every day.
Oh, it's not something I can wear outside.
Or you have to go out and buy like AA batteries or something. Really fucking.
Oh no, it's plugged in and it's convenient enough for production. It's convenient enough for production. So thank you for asking. Yeah. That seems like it's going to last a while. But thank you. That's very perceptive. Definitely need something to heat the upper part of my body as well. At any rate, thank you, Aristides. You're the man. So, okay, anything else you can think of?
No, that's it. We'll add electric blanket to the list of.
Thank you. Necessities. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And if you're
on deck, electric blanket, or dog's gonna die.
Yes, there we are. Yes, that's pretty much it. On a less immediate note, our dear friend Aaron Tice sent me a shipment of Gerolsteiner water. And if you're listening, dear Aaron, yes, if that's possible to send another one, please do. Again, that's replacing my Coca-Cola with the carbonated water, the cold carbonated water hit that I need in the middle of the night and whenever I'm arising, reanimating. So bless you, dear sir. And it's lasted a while since he sent me that because I've been conserving the water and not drinking a full bottle at one time, usually. But definitely it's a necessity because it provides minerals that tap water does not. I can't drink with tap water in my home. It's not potable. But the bottled water that I buy is fine, but it can only rehydrate to an extent. What's missing from water is minerals. And you need that mineral water, that Gerolsteiner, at Gerolsteiner level to really rehydrate. You can drink all the water in the world and you can still die of thirst. That's what happens to people at sea because they're not replacing their salt. That's why the sailors have to take salt tablets on a daily basis when they're in the tropics and in other situations. At any rate, the Gerolsteiner water, if anyone can afford it, go ahead and send that my way. It's less expensive than some brands, actually. German brand, of course, and it is from the fatherland. So, again, I take to it biologically. Now, again, this storm system is expected to weaken by Friday. After a period of mostly clear skies and beaming sun, Northern California is expected to see this intense atmospheric river this week that's forecast to bring powerful winds and 12 rounds of heavy rainfall. The first storm system was expected to begin this morning with a downpour arriving early on the night tide. According to the Weather Service, the North Bay should experience the most dramatic rainfall, with up to 10 inches possible in the higher elevations of Sonoma County, where I spent a year in that university, and northern parts of Napa County. Sonoma, Napa, and Marin counties may also see flooding. A flood watch is in effect for those areas from today at 4 a.m. through to Friday at 4 a.m. Lower elevation areas in northern Sonoma County, which is in a sense an alma mater region of mine, such as the city of Cloverdale, yes, there is a Cloverdale, could experience between 6 and 8 inches of rain. The rest of the county, including Santa Rosa, is expected to see anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. Further south, the potent storm system is predicted to bring continuous showers. Around 2 to 3 inches of rain is forecast in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco itself, up to 2 inches in the peninsula, and up to an inch in the East Bay, Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Benito counties. The South Bay should be the driest area, with less than an inch of rain. In a statement, the Weather Service said, by the end of the week, most areas will have received around a month's worth of rain. According to the Weather Service, parts of the North Bay, San Francisco, East Bay, and Peninsula should also brace for vigorous winds from today through to tomorrow, averaging between 20 and 30 miles per hour. The most powerful gusts coming from the south could reach up to 45 miles per hour, causing potential hazards including downed trees, branches, and power outages. A wind advisory is in effect for the greater San Francisco Silicon Valley Biotech Bay Area shoreline, the peninsular coast, the city of San Francisco itself behind this Golden Gate, and Marin, Sonoma, and Napa counties from 10 p.m. yesterday through to 6 a.m. tomorrow. The Weather Service has advised the public to secure loose outdoor items, avoid any downed power lines, and prepare for possible power outages. It's a miracle I'm coming through to you on bandwidth right now. Drivers are also advised to keep a safe distance on roads and freeways from large vehicles that are more likely to be flipped by wind. Though the first storm is expected to wane by Thursday night as the system moves south, more widespread rain is expected throughout the entire Bay Area and along the central coast from Friday to Saturday. The second round of rain will likely also create another more intense flood risk on roadways and low-lying regions. In those low-lying regions, the valleys, where the water will naturally gravitate into. In a silver lining, it'll be a little less frigid in Northern California amid the other harsh impacts of the atmospheric river. Not enough to alleviate the life or death situation with my electric blankets, of course, but to quotist Roger Gass, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, we're actually going to see a warm-up. Last night to this morning was the coldest it's going to be. We're expecting temperatures as the atmospheric river approaches to actually be generally in the low to mid-50s. The heaviest rainfall is going to be over the North Bay in the next 24 to 48 hours. Now is the time to be prepared to go ahead and make sure your rain gutters are clear, storm drains. Make sure there's nothing to get caught up in the storm drain. Now, the Weather Prediction Center recorded conditions that already began to intensify yesterday afternoon. A level 2 of 4 threat of flooding rainfall is in effect for parts of northwestern California and southwestern Oregon, where 2 to 5 inches of rain could fall. The heaviest rainfall was expected to begin today and peak tomorrow across northwestern California. According to the WPC, level 3 of 4 risk of flooding rainfall was in effect there for today, and a rare level of 4 of 4 risk is in place for tomorrow. Research from the WPC proves that it's hard to overstate how big of a deal these high risks are. They are issued on fewer than 4% of days per year on average, but are responsible for more than 80% of all flood-related damage and 40% of all flood-related deaths. 3 to 6 inches of rain could have fallen today, with some spots getting up to 8 inches. Tomorrow's rainfall could meet or exceed Wednesday's totals that were calculated today, especially in the high-risk area. Heavy snowfall is expected across higher elevation areas where winter weather alerts are in place. Blizzard warnings are in effect across parts of the Washington Cascades, where snowfall over a foot and gusts of up to 60 miles per hour are possible. At least they reached that rate yesterday afternoon through today, through this morning at least. The National Weather Service office in Seattle was warning that travel could be very difficult to impossible. Strong winds could cause extensive damage to trees and power lines. 1 to 4 feet of snow has possibly fallen yesterday through today across the Cascades and the northern Sierra Nevada. Snowfall could create impossible travel conditions on Interstate 5 and highways 31, 36, 66, 89, 97, and 140. Powerful winds also escalated yesterday and peaked yesterday night across our region. They were particularly strong off the coast, and rare hurricane force warnings were issued for much of the coastal waters of the Pacific Northwest. Widespread winds of 35 to 50 miles per hour are still possible inland, with tropical storm force gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Isolated gusts in higher elevation areas and across capes and headlands could hit 85 fucking miles per hour. That's hurricane force, people. These powerful winds could cause potentially widespread power outages and damage to buildings and create difficult travel, especially for high-profile vehicles. Conditions will start to improve by this weekend, but lighter rain could continue into next week. As for the sea off the coast itself, ever since humanity conquered the oceans, we've been shipping valuable goods across the water. The winds that once billowed sails have long been replaced by roaring engines, and cargoes of damask, silk, and rum have given way to towering stacks of 20-foot containers. Yet despite all the technological leaps, the oceans remain the arteries of global trade. But today, the most valuable commodity of the 21st century travels across these waters much faster than the swiftest ship or even jet plane. That commodity is data. Protected beneath millions of cubic kilometers of water, hundreds of submarine data cables crisscross the seabed, connecting continents like invisible lifelines. Some of these cables are so astonishingly long that you could loop them around the planet Earth itself. And yet, they're barely thicker than a garden hose. Without these communications links, the modern lives of billions would grind to a halt, and millions of people would die. They carry the lion's share of global data traffic. But the vast watery expanse that conceals and shields these cables is growing ever more restless, and so is the geopolitical landscape. The danger of these vital nerves of the internet being seriously compromised is no longer just a distant threat. It is probably not clear to everyone how important these submarine cables are for the daily lives of billions of people. Whether you send an email to your boss or start the next episode of Friends, each time important information rushes through these cables in the form of light pulses, often heading west towards the data centers of these United States. Be honest, were you even ever aware of this? When you asked yourself how the internet actually gets to you, did you ever even imagine satellites orbiting the globe in the silence of space alone? The scientist Michael Clare, who researches the risks to the submarine cable network, sets the record straight. To quote his team, "The cloud is not in the sky. It is under the sea." Satellites only transport a very small proportion of the signals that make up global data traffic, something in the single-digit percentage range. They are slower to transmit than fiber optic cables, and keeping this so-called latency as low as possible is crucial in the financial market. For example, satellites are also expensive and less durable. Their bandwidth, the amount of data transmitted within a certain period of time, simply cannot match that of a submarine cable. But then why are satellites stealing the show while cables do all the work? Nicole Starosielski, a professores situated in my own greater San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and Biotech Bay Area Metroplex region at the University of California, Berkeley, who spent years researching global communications infrastructure and submarine cables, has an answer. She says, cables are unsexy. You throw some hoses off a ship, big deal. It's just not as thrilling as rockets shooting things into space. The process of laying submarine cables is indeed, shall we say, far from glamorous. Specially equipped ships loaded with supermassive cable drums unfurl the cables along pre-planned routes. Beforehand, extensive surveys ensure the seabed is clear of obstacles and marine ecosystems remain undisturbed. The cables themselves are fortified with layers of metal and plastic, and near coastlines where the waters are busier, they're buried beneath the seabed using cable plows. Out in the open sea, they lie snug on the ocean floor like giant slumbering sea serpents, and can keep working for decades. That is, unless something unexpected happens. Now, all of this is based on the fact that data is the new oil. Each cable is anchored at landing stations on both ends. In Die Deutschland, the new United Germany, for instance, it has 6 such stations along its North and Baltic Sea coasts. These, in turn, connect to a sprawling web of land cables across the country. Since September of 2023, but yesteryear, the German submarine cable landing stations have been defined as part of the critical infrastructure. They are now considered of particular importance for the functioning of the community and must be protected. But the cybersecurity expert Manuel Ortug, who himself works as the IT or information technology consultant, the security consultant, for a secret security company founded by the German banking industry in Bonn, the financial capital of United Germany, warns that this recognition came as too late. In today's world, the value of a stable communication network cannot be overstated, and neither can the value of the data these cables carry. As Ortug notes the now familiar formula, data is the new oil. So, are these data pipelines secure enough? The fact that most people have never heard of submarine cables suggests the industry has done a decent job keeping them under the radar. You're not supposed to know. You never were. But that doesn't mean these cables are invincible. They face multiple threats, and I'm not just talking about the sharks biting them for the sake of it. It's enemy sabotage and climate catastrophe now. Hurricanes and sabotage. The ocean has always been a force to be reckoned with. Storms, tsunamis, and surging waves are nothing new. But Michael Clare, from the National Oceanography Center in Southampton of the United Kingdom, has found that climate catastrophe is multiplying the risks. As global warming shifts ocean currents, winds, and wave patterns, tropical cyclones could increasingly intersect with cable routes. According to researchers, coastal areas are particularly at risk. Rising sea levels can lead to flooding and storm surges, which is a problem especially for cable landing stations in low-lying coastal areas. The fact that coasts are eroding does not help either. Earthquakes could also become more frequent due to climate catastrophe. That's according to Seismologic Research Letters. That's an actual publication. In this case, the author was Bonhoff with the team because it signed et al., meaning and others, the article being from this year, 2024. Again, source Seismologic Research Letters, by a man named Bonhoff, his surname spelled Bohnhoff, who wrote about the fact that climate catastrophe is causing earthquakes. Fiber optic cables are not always equipped to withstand earthquakes, as was observed off the coast of West Africa in March. In some countries, Liberia, Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Togo, the internet almost completely failed after several cables were damaged at a depth of around 3 kilometers. Seismic activity on the seabed is suspected to be the cause. But then there's always those Russian and communist Chinese ships. You see, the greatest threat to submarine cables isn't nature, it's humans. Not humanity, but inhuman, or at least inhumane humans. Because when you cut these lifelines, it's mass murder. But then there's specifically, in an innocent sense, or at least accidental, fishing vessels. The majority of cable damage occurs when fishing nets or ship anchors inadvertently cut through them. But this risk, as well, is deeply connected to climate catastrophe. Per the aforecited scientist Srpski, it is changing the patterns for fishing. The oceans are getting warmer, people, and with the temperature, currents are changing, and with them the movements of schools of fish. Dwindling stocks encourage fishing fleets to increasingly head for new, deeper areas of the ocean. And in trying to catch them, fishing boats often accidentally cut cables that they simply don't know about. Because, as I said, hey, all this tech was kept secret from you, right? It was kept secret from them as well. Believe it or fucking not. Not too smart a move there, eh? The third danger, besides accidents and misfortunes, it has been rare to this point, but is now more worrisome than ever. Srpski asserts that intentional sabotage is at the bottom of the list, but it is most definitely increasing, as attested by how I opened tonight's transmission, or at least my monologue. As early as 2017, the NATO commander of the submarine forces confirmed via the Washington Post, Russian underwater activity near submarine cables is now at a level we have never seen before. Putin clearly has an interest in underwater infrastructure. In October of yesteryear, Swedish and Finnish authorities reported that submarine cables connecting the countries with Estonia had been damaged. A Chinese communist ship was suspected of having dragged its anchor more than 100 nautical miles above the bottom. A Russian ship was also said to have been in the waters at the time the incident occurred. This is the Sino-Slavic synaxis working in tandem, people. And unfortunately, it is not always possible to clearly determine whether such incidents are accidents or sabotage. But common sense should know ye better. And the line between accident and attack is not always clear. When 3 data cables were severed in the southern Red Sea in spring of 2024, this very year, a spring offensive caused data traffic between Europe and Asia to be disrupted. It is now assumed that the anchor of a cargo ship from the Houthi militia in Yemen was responsible. It might have been a mistake, but the Houthis had previously threatened to attack those cables. This brings us to the safety precautions. A severed cable does not necessarily lead to a total failure of the internet, at least not in places where more than one cable is connected. The more alternative routes there are, the easier it is to reroute data traffic. If a cable needs to be repaired, the operators send one of the cable-laying ships, which are also equipped for repairs. In the meantime, data traffic, it runs through one of the other lines. Still, this workaround isn't seamless. Emphasizing that systems redundancy also plays a role in how likely enemy attacks on the cables are, whilst calling for improvements to ensure resilience more effectively, particularly in view of the growing threats posed by climate catastrophe and the Sino-Slavo-Zionist synaxis. The aforecited Manuel Atug likens it to a highway closure. To quote his T, "If the highway is blocked, everyone takes the back roads, and traffic jams are inevitable. Data packets get stuck in traffic the same way because cables have finite capacity. The question is, who is the enemy, and what is the desired effect of an attack? If the enemy is Tonga, and you want to cut Tonga off from the internet, that is absolutely feasible. A volcano has already done that. But that is only an effective strategy if you want to specifically attack a region that is only connected to the global network by a few cables. In parts of the world like Europe or North America, physical attacks on a few cables can cause major diplomatic crises, but the effects on internet usage are more like a small digital hiccup." Now, there's, of course, the fact that we have melting ice. Not diplomatically, but physically, that brings new hopes. The cables are not perfectly protected, but their protection may be just enough considering the effort required to attack a cable that is not precisely mapped and is as thick as a garden hose and located kilometers deep, and that the potential return is limited. And yet, better safe than sorry. There is a need to expand the global submarine cable network securely and reliably because data traffic will continue to grow. Tech companies such as Google, Meta, and Microsoft have been investing in cable security for years. Interestingly, climate catastrophe, which poses so many threats, could also create opportunities. The melting Arctic ice might enable new cable routes across the North Pole. Where the once eternal ice is gradually thinning in summer, ships could soon lay submarine cables. If the Arctic Ocean freezes over in winter, then the cables would be additionally protected from attacks by the ice layer. They would be inaccessible to enemy attackers, although repair efforts would also become more challenging. This possibility is already more than just a vague idea. The Far North Fiber Project wants to go through the Arctic with a 14,500 kilometer long cable that would directly connect Europe with the Empire of Japan, along landing stations in Alaska, Canada, Norway, Finland, and Ireland. The European Union is already providing some of the funding for this. It would be the digital manifestation of the Northwest Passage. Only now, the goods being transported aren't silks or spices, but terabytes of data, the most valuable commodity of the 21st century. Now, as a military security expert myself, I can tell you what my own advisement would be about the internet. I can tell you, I can guarantee you, that the digital walls between nations will grow thicker and thicker throughout the 21st century. Both the European Union and the Empire of Greater Japan will begin to pass and enforce laws requiring filtering and licensing of any international data connection. The internet will become nothing more than a series of marginally connected territories when the next world war begins in earnest. And during this next war, the next world war, the major intercontinental data pipes will be destroyed. That's inescapable. With satellites being knocked down routinely, and few physical connections across the oceans that will prove secure, intercontinental communications will be reduced to an early 20th century level in some areas. So what I can tell you is this much. the internet, certainly as you know it, is doomed. It will die. The next war will kill it. Now, on the human-machine interface level, neural connections to machines will remain possibly impossible due to the great dislocation, the massive backward leap in science from the superstitious. We'll see. Various holographic visual metaphors might be used in operating systems, but true cyberspace may never come to exist. This is why our man, Mr. Aaron Tice, was saying media is dead. This is a technology which may never have an opportunity to evolve. All that being said, it could be in the opposite direction. These technologies will become inescapable, certainly in places like Japan and Taiwan, possibly Europa, but basically inaccessible to anyone outside of government security clearances, perhaps. We don't know. Again, what I can tell you is that, like our economy, the interfacial data of the internet will become autarkic, meaning basically hegemonized. The hegemon, which rules its empire, its regional security bloc, will dominate its own internet. You could call it a net, but it will be an internet only in the vaguest sense, in the sense that it's not, well, interconnected. So it's hardly an internet by definition. Now, excuse me while I put on this heating vest here. And let me check in with our man Aristides. I'm just noticing that for a while there, he was unmuted and his camera is on. So
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't realize that, but I should be on mute. I'm just hanging back here letting you go. I appreciate it. I miss monologues. I miss history and geopolitics and all those wonderful things. And, you know, like the other night, it was like George Knight showed up and I was like, thank God George is here to relieve us from all, you know, and because Brooke was here before that. And right. Thank God George showed up to relieve us of all these difficult topics by talking about Adolf Hitler. And so I want to get back to more of that.
Let's do that. Thank you so much. Love you dearly, Aristides. Nemo says, the Belarusian dictator Lukashenko says, Putin may help the Houthis strike American and British aircraft carriers, and they will be destroyed and sunk in response to decisions to strike deep inside Russia. By the way, this is not simply bloviating. He's not simply blowing hot air in this case. The Houthis apparently were, Nemo, you tell him. Tell him about what you showed me.
Yeah, it's a fact. There's recorded footages of the Houthis doing missile strikes on U.S. aircrafts in the Arabian Sea. So yeah, they're striking, and Russia will probably see this as an opportunity to get back at the Americans by joining the Houthis for supplying Ukraine with missiles.
Yes, and again, you will ultimately see that alignment include Israel, which is very much interlocking itself to the Sino-Slavic Zine axis. So the correct term we will use from this point forward will be Sina, as in S-I-N-A, which is perfectly acceptable. As a matter of fact, that's how the Chinese transliterate the character for Sina, is often with an A as opposed to an O, which would be more of a classical Latin romanization of the Chinese calligraphy for Sino, meaning Chinese, but you use it in terms like Sino-American conflict. But Sino-Slavo-Zionist synaxis. Sino-Slavo-Zionist synaxis. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but it's accurate. Israel will be the linchpin of the Sino-Slavic synaxis and therefore must be acknowledged as a member of the enemy. I can guarantee you that. Now, what I've been describing about data is all the better by which to, provide yourselves another invaluable data drop. So brace yourselves. This is going to be hard for a lot of people to take. I mean, There were 2 cab drivers I had to converse with, both to my destination and on the way home. The first guy to drive me to my physical therapy was Persian. I made sure to ask, and because I wanted to know, because he was so fucking stupid. I voted for Trump. I voted for Trump because the economy. I have a family. I'm expecting a baby in 2 months. I was thinking, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb ass. That's why I had to ask him where he was from. I always opened that by saying, oh, I was born in Taiwan myself. How about, where are you from? Then they'd usually tell me. And I got the impression that Octavius Nash also voted for Donald Trump. He was saying the Mexicans are invading. And I could understand where he gets that. He's watching too much Fox News. I'll go into the economy inexorably now, but let's start with the basics. They both told me Trump has a mandate. Trump has a mandate. Trump has the mandate of the American people. Trump has a national mandate. He fucking does not. Get that through your heads. Donald Trump has not won any goddamn majority of the votes cast for president at all. As all the votes are counted, Donald Trump's popular vote total has fallen below 50%. He lost. He lost the popular vote this time, as he lost last time. And his margin over Kamala Harris not only narrowed, but went below her popular vote victory. So after all the polls had closed in the early morning hours of November 6th, 2024, Donald Trump declared, America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. Indeed, he claimed that he had won a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. Trump was excited by the numbers showing him with well over 50% of the popular vote and establishing a wide lead over his Democratic rival, Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris. Unfortunately, for the president-elect, the United States takes time to count 155 fucking million votes. Give or take a million. And the actual result has already robbed Trump of all his bragging points. He won only through the machination of the anachronistic and downright anti-democratic Electoral College manipulating the vote. So Trump can no longer claim that powerful mandate. Get that through your heads and spread the fucking word. By all reasonable measures, the beginning point for such a claim in a system with trois major parties is an overwhelming majority vote in favor of your candidacy. Donald John Trump never had that. Now, over the weekend, as California, Oregon, Washington, and other western states moved closer to completing their counts, Trump's percentage of the popular vote has fallen well below 50%. And his margin of victory has proven much smaller than initially anticipated. In fact, of all the 59 presidential elections since the nation's founding, it has been confirmed that after all of the 2024 votes are counted, only 5 popular vote winners in history will have prevailed by smaller percentage margins than Donald John Trump. Trump's popular vote advantage declined steadily since election night. As of Monday afternoon, before I reviewed the data to teach the Blood Boys about civics, Trump was at 49.94 while Harris was at 48.26. That was according to the authoritative Cook Political Report's tracking of results from official sources in states across the country. We now know that the Republicans' total will only continue to tick downward as heavily Democratic states on my left West Coast finalize their vote tallies. Now, Trump was still ahead of Harris in the popular vote on Monday opening the work week, maintaining a lead in the decisive, though absurdly anti-democratic, Electoral College, slightly less than Barack Obama's in 2012, slightly more than Joe Biden's in 2020, based on a pattern of wins in battleground states. So, the failure to win a majority did not cost Donald John Trump the presidency. But he has most certainly lost his ability to even suggest that he trounced the Democrats. In fact, last time I checked on Monday, Kamala was trailing him by just 1.68% of the vote, and I know it's only gone more extreme ever since. Let's put this in perspective. Trump won a lower percent of the popular vote this year than Biden did in 2020 at 51.3. Obama in 2012 at 51.1. Obama in 2008 at 52.9. George W. Bush in 2004 at 50.7. George H.W. Bush in 1988 at 53.2. And Ronald Reagan in 1984 at 58.8. Reagan in 1980 at 50.7, or even Jimmy Carter in 1976 at 50.1. Think about that. That's as low as you can go without being 50-50. And of course, Trump numbers are way below the presidents who won what could reasonably be described as unprecedented and powerful mandates, such as Richard Nixon's 60.7% in 1972, Lyndon Baines Johnson's 61.6% in 1964, or Franklin Delano Roosevelt's 60.8% during the Great Depression, when there simply was no other fucking choice. He might as well have been running alone against himself. As Trump's percentage continues to slide, he'll fall below the thresholds achieved by every single president in the past fucking century. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was already looking like a much stronger finisher than she did on election night. In fact, the Democrats, by Monday, opening the work week, had a higher percentage of the popular vote than Presidents Trump in 2016 at 46.1, Bush in 2000 at 47.9, Clinton in 1992 at 43, or even Richard Nixon, circa 1968, at 43.4. She also performed significantly better than recent major party nominees such as Trump in 2020, 46.8, Trump in 2016 at 48.2, Mitt Romney in 2012 at 47.2, John McCain in 2008 at 45.7, George W. Bush in 2000 at 47.9, Bob Dole in 1996 at 40.7, George H.W. Bush in 1992 at 37.4, Michael Dukakis in 1988 at 45.6, Walter Mondale at 40.6, Carter in 1980 at 41, or Gerald Ford in 1976 at 48. Yes, some of those historic results were influenced by the presence of strong third-party contenders, but most were not. And the bottom line is that the gap between Trump and Harris was narrower than the difference between major party contenders in the vast majority of American presidential races. So, why did I make a note for the Blood Boys of all the presidents who ran better than Trump? Why did I discuss with them the narrowness of his advantage over Harris? Why consider, in addition, that the Republican majorities in the House and Senate will be among the narrowest in modern American history? Because it puts the 2024 electoral results in perspective, and in doing so, givest members of both parties an understanding of how to respond when Trump claims that an unappealing nominee or policy should be accepted out of deference to his powerful mandate. Trump's victory was most certainly not of epic or even historic proportions. There was no fucking landslide for the once and future president, as Fox News suggested repeatedly in post-electoral headlines. The election did not produce the decisive victory for Trump that the Associated Press referred to in the immediate aftermath of the voting. Nor did it yield the resounding defeat for Harris that AP, the Associated Press, misreported at the same time. That won't matter to Trump, of course, who claimed a mandate even when he lost the 2016 popular vote by almost 3 million fucking ballots. 4 years later, Trump refused to accept his defeat by more than 7 million votes and denied that majority support for Biden in the 2020 election amounted to anything akin to a mandate. These numbers are better for the Democrats than what was recorded, rather misreported, on election night itself, and that many pundits continue to suggest. That does not mean, however, that a clearer picture of the results should dissuade the Democrats from looking for ways to reform their party. Even if the margins are narrower than initially imagined, it is still the case that the party failed to beat Donald Trump and a Republican Party that embraces the destructive politics not just of its presidential candidate, but of the multi-billionaire class. This is a time for serious reflection on mistakes that were made and on challenges going forward. As part of a needed examination of how to build a multiracial, multi-ethnic working class coalition that can win decisively, and not just at the presidential level, but also in the struggle to regain control of the House and Senate in 2026. Now, give me a second to pause for breath, because that, of course, was stressful for me to relate in terms of how much in tears the Blood Boys were at how close this was, the kind of world they'll be living in with a madman like Trump now taking the reins of power. And going to try and see if I can gather myself for the next round of talk into this discussion, because it's going to get more intense. And I want everyone to, let's see now if I can get this correctly here. Doing a kind of search for my own notes. And this is what I would have to conclude. I think it's inescapable for now. But I want people to understand that it's time for the Democrats to declare class warfare. It's basically, when I talk about civil war in the United States, the kind of civil war we had in the past, of course, is it's simply a different world. It's not the world that we live in today. And the kind of war we're fighting will not be that kind of civil war. Instead, it's time for the Democrats to declare class warfare. Now, if everything I've just articulated, Democrats' best way to win elections and regain political power is to engage in class warfare against the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency and the multi-billionaires that fund it, the immediate question is, how? Now, the last century has seen 12 presidents engage in class warfare in a big and direct way. that not only won them multiple elections, but also altered the electoral map of America. Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Ronald Reagan. There are multiple lessons to learn from both. When FDR came into power in March of 1933, the nation was in shambles because of a decade of Republican mishandling of the economy. In the early 1920s, Republican President Warren Harding dropped the top income tax rate from 91% down to 25% and loosened the oversight of Wall Street. The short-term result was an explosion of riches at the top, referred to as the Roaring Twenties, and violent actions against attempts to form labor unions. The longer-term result was the infamous Black Tuesday of October 29, 1929, which kicked off the Republican Great Depression. And don't ever forget to politicize it when you use that term. President Roosevelt correctly identified America's morbidly rich, who'd seized control of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party after the end of the Taft presidency in 1913, as the cause of the financial disaster, and proclaimed that they and their captive Republicans had declared class war against average working-class American citizens. Roosevelt told America, and here I quote his tea, "For out of this modern civilization, economic royalists carved new dynasties. New kingdoms were built upon concentration of control over material things. It was natural and perhaps human that the privileged princes of these new economic dynasties, thirsting for power, reached out for control over government itself." He used the language of class warfare. As with all wars, the first step is to identify the fucking enemy. For FDR, it was the morbidly rich of his era who weren't content to just run their businesses and make money, but also lusted for the political power they'd been given during the 1920s by Republican presidents Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover. Roosevelt proclaimed, "These economic royalists complain that we seek to overthrow the institutions of America. What they really complain of is that we seek to take away their power." He paused for a moment and then thundered, "Our allegiance to American institutions requires the overthrow of this kind of power." The crowd at Madison Square Garden roared when he said that. They knew that Republican politicians had worked hand in glove with wealthy industrialists and Russian insurgents to suppress unions, evade taxes, and accumulate fortunes beyond anything ever seen in America to finance the Bolshevik Revolution. That the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party had been running an often violent class war against them for at least the past decade before. And they were over it. Over the greed, over the theft, and over the self-righteous proclamations that the Constitution protected their avarice. Average working people knew these economic royalists weren't patriots. They were Judeo-Bolshevik looters, vandals, and political arsonists. FDR gave voice to their anger, disillusionment, and disgust. Roosevelt said, "In vain, they seek to hide behind the flag and the Constitution. In their blindness, they forget what the flag and the Constitution even really stand for. Now, as always, they stand for democracy, not tyranny, for freedom, not subjugation, and against a dictatorship by mob rule and the overprivileged alike. Republicans had declared class warfare. FDR, like he would later proclaim he was doing, against the Axis powers, but following initially the path of the Japanese and Germans, led the charge to fight back and defeat them. And defeat them he did, even in the face of an assassination attempt. By the end of his presidency, American oligarchs had gone back to doing business and getting rich, largely avoiding politics and keeping their noses clean. Until, that is, President Richard Mulhouse Nixon put Lewis Powell on the Supreme Court, and Powell began the process, from the bench of the judiciary, of turning America back into a full-blown oligarchy, like Hoover had done in the 1920s and Putin has done today. The Powell Memo and the Supreme Court's Bellotti decision, written by Powell himself, set the stage and outlined the battle plan for the Reagan Revolution, an all-out declaration of class war against average Americans and the Democrats who'd historically defended them. Once they were no longer the party of the KKK, that is. In the 1980s, Reagan cut the top income tax rate from 74% down to 27%, while repeatedly raising taxes on working class people's wages, tips, and even Social Security, kicking off an explosion of multi-billionaires. He and other Republican presidents and members of the Supreme Court followed up by, as I listed for the lads I teach, heads up students and take your notes. Point: ending enforcement of our antitrust laws and gutting our environmental regulations. Point: killing off our media guardrails like the Fairness Doctrine and Equal Time Rule, along with ending ownership limits on newspapers, radio stations, and TV stations and networks. Point: fighting every effort to reduce or end student debt. Point: opposing every program proposed to broaden access to health care coverage. Point: attacking our right to vote. Point: privatizing Medicare with the Medicare Advantage scam. Social Security is next. Point: assailing environmental regulations that protect us and our children from cancer and other diseases. Point: going to the mat to defend hundreds of billions in annual subsidies for the fossil fuel industry and its oligarchs. Point: deregulating social media, Section 230, now taken over by right-wing multi-billionaires. Point: packing our courts with reliable toadies for giant corporations and the ultra-wealthy. Point: stripping over 50 trillion United States dollars from the working class since 1981, handing that money to the morbidly rich to stash in their offshore money bins. Point: rejecting every effort to raise the national minimum wage. Point: most recently, Trump congratulated Elon Musk on his union-busting success. Through this entire period, Democrats have refrained from employing FDR's class war rhetoric to fight back. Instead, they've worked hard to make life better for working class people when in power and tried to limit the damage from Republican proposals and policies when they were out of power. This is why Vice President Harris's claims that Democrats are here for the average person while Republicans want more tax cuts and deregulation failed to catch fire during this past election. There was no rhetoric of warfare. Instead, astonishingly, Harris campaigned with Liz Cheney and kept saying that she'd give Republicans a seat at the table. As the multi-billionaire Warren Buffett famously confessed, "There's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war. And we're winning." It's far past time to take the gloves off and start fucking punching back. Democrats have become so rusty, so wary of class warfare, that they haven't even identified a term or metaphor to describe the right-wing billionaires for whom the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party fronts. From Democratic President Grover Cleveland in the 1880s, saying the rich had working people under their iron heel, to the early 20th century, when they were called robber barons, Democrats have had names for Republicans and the multi-billionaires who owned them. FDR called them economic royalists. Teddy Roosevelt called them fat cats, malefactors of great wealth, parasites, and plutocrats. I've been calling them the morbidly rich, but there's almost certainly a more evocative phrase out there that could be applied to greedy billionaires by this generation of progressives. Now, I'm losing my voice. Provide me a moment. And let's just say that after all, elite conservatives and multi-billionaires hesitated to use othering language in their war against Democrats. Reagan and Republicans have since called us pointy-headed intellectuals, ivory tower elites, eggheads, which comes from the old German Civil War, that second 30 Years' War during the Weimar times, when the communists and Nazis fought in the streets, and the leftist intellectuals were called eggheads because their heads cracked open easily under the clubs of the brown shirts. We've also been referenced as limousine liberals, champagne socialists, latte liberals, the wine and cheese crowd, coastal elites, tax and spend liberals, bleeding hearts, do-gooders, tree huggers, environmental wackos, libtards, communists, and even feminazis. And how do Democrats describe Republicans? Our friends on the other side of the aisle. Fuck that shit. It's time to declare war. And war requires a clear delineation between our side and their side, between the good guys and the enemy. Nobody is going to rush to the ramparts against somebody we're happy to work with on a bipartisan basis, as Newt Gingrich taught Republicans in the 1990s, and they've held to with a religious fervor. There can be no quarter against the other side if you want to take and hold power. Class war sounds ugly, but it's exactly what Republicans and their multi-billionaire backers have been waging against working-class Americans for 43 years now. It's goddamn well time to fight back by declaring a class war of our own. Now I'm going to check incoming notification from Brendan Zoget that, okay, the United States is providing anti-personnel mines to Ukraine. Thank you. Appreciate that, Brendan. We'll come back to the subject of Ukraine inescapably tonight. I'll try and conclude with it. Bring us back to the immediate subject.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes.
But yeah.
Please,
yeah,
your
like,
thoughts.
It's like, I mean, no, you're doing well, and it's, like you said, it's justified at this point.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
I appreciate that. And any suggestions are welcome in terms of social engineering, what you might think should be done in terms of any ideas socially.
Well, I think we know kind of what I was going for is I want to bring back more of the ancient stuff. But let me simmer on it, and I will, because I'm in a shop right now. So
Understood.
I just wanted to acknowledge you, and then I will return.
Thank you. Stay safe and be well.
I just got off work, and it's storming, so.
Understood. Okay. So the storms reached him. Now, all those numbers that I provided about the actual vote count, the actual tally, provide Democrats and progressives an argument against despair and surrender, especially as the debate opens over Trump's cabinet picks, judicial nominees, and legislative priorities. Per Julia Azari, the Associate Professoress of Political Science at Marquette University, who authored the work titled Delivering the People's Message, subtitled The Changing Politics of the Presidential Mandate. Research suggests that mandate claims, despite their tenuous connection to reality, can be effective in affecting legislative behavior. Political science studies prove that legislators will change their behavior in response to the perception of a mandate election, but only for so long. The first months of Trump's presidency will go a long way toward defining the character of his second term. Democrats and a handful of thoughtful Republicans have the potential to temper Trump's worst excesses and to assure that the constitutionally mandated system of checks and balances is maintained. When Trump pushes back against congressional oversight by claiming that his appointments and policies reflect the will of the electorate, members of the House and Senate can counter that specious claim by explaining that the majority of the American people most certainly did not vote for him. Which be why the America attacking Trump is coming for our military. And then he's coming for us. Trump intends to declare a national emergency for mass deportations. Now, I considered waiting to deliver this dire warning about what will be coming in the wake of the America attacking Trump's inauguration in 12 months, because too many good people are being asked to process too many terrible things right now. However, this simply has to be put to bandwidth, because I would be remiss if I didn't urgently warn you that Trump's takeover of our military is at the top of his dirty to-do list and at the tip of his toxic spear in his quest to murder our democracy. Once you understand that Trump will abuse his presidency and whatever is left of his miserable misspent life to settle scores and return the favors of the crooked dictators of the Sino-Slavo-Zionist synaxis, along the rest of the autocrats and authoritarians in their network of losers, their axis of the damned, and all the slobbery weaklings in his political party who helped put him back in office, you can better prepare for the hell that's most assuredly coming. And you can never say that you were never warned by the son of Adolf Hitler. Because if you believe nothing else I say this night, you damn well better believe this. Nothing Trump does with our military will be to protect the citizens of these United States of America. Everything Trump does with our military will be to protect himself from the citizens of these United States of America. Please review that again and timestamp it. By words and by deed, it is clear as day that Trump has absolutely no respect for the United States of America he violently assaulted, or our men and women who wear the uniform, because like any authoritarian leader, he sees them as servants unto himself and not our nation state. The flashing red lights are everywhere, and our pathetic and complicit corporate mass media are still by and large ignoring them and missing in action. As Trump begins his assault upon our freedoms, senior general and flag officers will be his primary targets because he sees them as a threat to his own unchecked power, impediments to allowing him to rain hell on anybody who disagrees with him. He has called our generals and admirals woke, weak, and ineffective leaders, and has said repeatedly he knows how to do their jobs better than they do. He intends to make these men and women bend the knee to himself, or else. In his first term, the despicable Trump thought he could make military leaders like Generals Jim Mattis and John Kelly see things his way by appointing them to his staff. He called them my generals. When that didn't quite happen, he had somebody else fire them because he was too gutless to, or they simply quit because they could no longer surrender their dignity to such a fragile, evil little man. You'll remember that throughout that first presidency, which just had to be his last, he was dying to have tanks roll down the streets of Washington, District of Columbia, because there's no sense being completely inadequate unless you are going to show it to the entire fucking world. Trump is wasting no time with his second chance to destroy America, and chillingly confirmed on Monday that he intends to declare a national emergency as soon as he assumes office, and will abuse our military to assist in the mass deportations of illegal immigrants in our country. This comes after repeated warnings on his campaign trail of fears about the enemy within. This was Trump in a Fox News interview only yesterday, last month. I quotest he therefrom. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics, and I think they're the big problem. And it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or, if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen. He is telling us that he is coming for us. This gruesome man, who won the vote by roughly 1/2 of a percentage point, believes he has a mandate to get the military under his fat little orange thumb or penis, I can't tell which is which, immediately. The high price of eggs the voters said they cared about be damned. His nomination last week of a Fox News commentator, who we will get back to later, Pete Hegseth, to be the next defense secretary on the surface is laughable, but it is also incredibly dangerous and shrewd if you are a dictator looking to connect directly with the troops by going around major, senior military leadership to do so. Hegseth is a terrible man who does not believe women should serve in combat because it hasn't made us more effective. I guess all those little female Viet Cong, those distaff Viet Cong along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, with no cocker balls, they defanged your troops like they were picking teeth. I guess women just can't serve in combat based on that precedent. Yet this is no surprise coming from a man accused of sexually assaulting a woman in 2017 and then paying her off for her silence. I feel we've been rejoined. I'll take advantage of that to take a look at a message from...
Yeah, no, I've been here with you. So just, yeah, when it comes to like Western women, they've been doted on for so long.
And this is not sexist or anything. It's just the fact is that the women of the East, of these ancient cultures, such as like the Vedic culture, the Northern Indians, the females in East Asia, the females are much stronger in that sense, because of their role in society was much more effective and much more
needed to preserve living, and that's where the strength of the feminine actually comes in. But it was taken away from Western women because of the whole princess idea, or this like princess kind of this Disneyfication that has been done, is what I like to call it, where everyone's doting on them, and it's like 100. It's like there's nothing wrong with that, but it can't be like 110% in one direction. There has to be balance. So I don't know how to articulate it better than that right now, but that's what I'm trying to say, is that there's a reason why the Eastern women are much more strong. And even in places like Northern India, there's a funny anecdote why there's so many sadhus, those like sadhu guys that are like covered in ash. That's because the women beat them up and threw them out of the house, and there's no way for them to fight back because they're too weak and shit. So the women are actually, in parts of India, the women are actually stronger than men. So there is, like, the feminine has that ability. It's just, it has to be cultivated. So, and your model gives that back to the women.
Thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you so much. Yeah, and Nemo was talking to some, oh my God, Nemo, was that guy for real? I find it hard to believe that somebody like that is even in the kind of chat rooms you'd be trafficking.
Yeah, I was just posting on this long ginger-haired fucktard who supports Trump. And others are calling him out in there as well, but others supporting him. He's just he shills on YouTube and other places. I won't say his name, but you'll probably know who I'm talking. A long ginger-haired soy guy who loves Trump.
Well, I can't believe that old fuck visiting Australia has got 30 million followers. He's just a sour old man. At any rate, let's thank you for that, both of you gentlemen, and thank you to Aristides as well, who continues, of course, to always hold his post. It's like the black guy who was driving me home, Octavius Nash. Again, a shout out to him if he's found me and is able to listen. He was like saying how young I looked. He couldn't believe that I was 56 or 57. And he kept saying, he said, "No homo, you're a beautiful man." Yes, well,
I don't know why he needs to say that.
It's well, let's just
no homo.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the quality of most of his passengers must be horrible. But such being said, however, the I think it's the fact that he actually took a hard look at me, and because I was explaining to him the geopolitics he was interested in. And of course, there's almost nobody who can hold that level of conversation. All anybody gets if they're looking outside of Douglas Dietrich is a bunch of fucktards regurgitating Q conspiracies. Well,
there's a high chance he was like a BCC, Black Conscious Community person.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. And what would be your stereotype of someone who's BCC? For instance, what would they be kind of like? What would
Like they're not brainwashed like the rest
there we
of
are.
American
Thank
black
you.
people.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like they understand the faults of their own culture, and they're willing to, like get into these deeper subjects and not be spooked out by it. Well, so like the Bobby Hemmett kind of people.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that know about that kind of aspect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was definitely.
Just to clarify, the guy, this is a different person. I'm shitting on the guy that was coming to Australia is African American. Different
Interesting.
fella.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
He's just a famous
you're
YouTuber
talking about
retard.
Steve. Yeah, no, that guy.
Yeah.
No, this is like the brain rot kids that have made it famous off of Twitch. I mean, they're
He's
awful.
like that. Yeah, he's like that
They're
other
all
cunt
like
that.
that.
got
Him
arrested in Korea. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
him and Kai Cenat. Well, with Speed, it's like he doesn't seem like nefarious necessarily, like that other idiot, where he's like actually being negative.
But
It's just,
he's still
just
a low-level being.
Yeah, he's just so dumb. It's like he's like.
But
it's
if you
like
look
he's
in the
tweaking all the
video,
time.
he's
Yeah.
he's like walking around acting like he's in.
Yeah.
Like has a full impunity. He's just harassing old Asian fishermen. Oh, teach me how to catch a shark. You catch a shark, and all this retarded shit.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
they're
he's
just
a
they're
fucking
obnoxious.
sc-
They're
and they
obnoxious.
wanted nothing
They're
to do with him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're totally
He's just
obnoxious,
harassing
and these
people.
kind of Americans. There's a reason why Americans are stuck here. They shouldn't be allowed out. There should be like a psychological test for travel. I mean, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I wish it.
most Americans should not be allowed to travel overseas.
Yeah, I was so offended when I went overseas, seeing some of our quote unquote countrymen. I mean, it was disgusting.
Yeah,
Like
well,
I was revolted. Yeah.
there was a reason for the book that was written. I think it was in the 50s. The Ugly American was the title. People can look that up. The Ugly American was a bestseller because it exposed this kind of destructive American idiocy when they went overseas, the complete ignorance and expecting everyone to speak English, etc. It just goes on and on. But in terms of
I saw it with my own eyes. These people.
What were some of the more amusing examples before I dive back in?
Oh, like those fuckers in Hawaii when everything was in Japanese and Chinese, and they're like, "Why isn't it in English?" And it's like a mall. It's like a mall with like all the high-end stores. It's basically owned by Japanese investors, and they're like, "Why is there a bidet in the bathroom?" They're like worried. And then I'm in there like, this is the best mall I've ever seen. Like, everything actually works.
What's with bidets that bothered them? Why were they bothered by the bidets? Because they didn't know what they were.
It scares them. I shit you not, I had some American people. This was multiple people, but one specific incident where I was during 2020 when there was no toilet paper. Yeah. I was like, just buy a bidet, and they were shocked. They're like, that's sick. How could you do that? And I'm like, wait a second. What are you talking about?
It's more.
So I tried speaking to them. Yeah, I was trying to explain that.
But they thought it was a sex toy. They thought it was a sex toy.
I shit you not. They said, where do you get one of those? At a sex shop? And I was just okay, you know what? I'm ending this conversation. You guys are fucking retarded. You use your stupid sandpaper on your ass. I don't care.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Do me a favor, gentlemen. Keep the conversation going. I need to get this eyelash out of my eye. I get these eye winkers. And so I'll be right back in a few seconds. I do want to say that the older black guy who drove me home, I think he was brainwashed to an extent by Fox News because he was saying, he almost certainly voted for Trump because he was saying we got to stop the Mexicans from taking back this land that the Americans took years ago, and he felt that this was an invasion. And I can understand his concern because the Latin Americans that dominate in Los Angeles, there's a lot of violence between them and the black community, and they oftentimes just shoot older black people out of a kind of racial hatred. It's so you've got this. I can understand that concern from a black man, but he doesn't get the economic damage this will do. I'll get back into that eventually tonight, but I'll get back.
It leaves us open to say too many things like the American black people won't be able to replace the labor force because for reasons that
God no,
we don't want to get into.
Sadly, when the Japanese were interned, many black people thought that would be a great advantage to them, and they didn't protest. The NAACP was nowhere to be found because many blacks thought we can go over there and take the Japanese land. But
they took it over. That's how they got to like places like Oakland and Sacramento.
Absolutely.
And look what happened. I mean,
Yes.
they didn't do much.
Yeah,
you know?
well, they did a lot, but it was all destructive. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately.
Yeah, I would have. Oh my God, I would have rather had the Japanese. No offense, it's just the truth. I would rather have the Japanese administering the Central Valley at this point, but it's too late for that.
Well, not really. They'll get it back ultimately. The Japanese will get some part of California back symbolically for what happened. It won't be, of course, it won't be any consolation to the Japanese that were victimized, but.
And the irony about that, the families that actually got to keep their land eventually over time, like I think it's called Marakura Farms or something like that.
Okay.
It's like a Japanese lineage that run it. They make some of the best produce that are in all these shops.
Wow.
So it's like the ones that actually got to keep the land, they stayed productive and members of, tax-paying citizens.
Of course.
And of course, they never got paid back.
No.
Yeah.
No. It's tragic, of course, and it's so offensive. Well, at any rate, I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. You guys hold this for me, okay? I'm counting on you. All right.
Yeah,
they never took us to school. Yeah, carry on.
Oh, it's just
Yeah, I'll tell Nemo about Snow Mountain. What is it called? China Camp.
Oh yeah.
If you've ever heard of that. Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Are you there, Nemo?
Yeah, can you hear me? Your voice is cutting out.
It was like delayed for a bit, but are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so I was just going to tell you about some places nearby where they interned the Japanese. And then they also had Chinese like slave camps too to build the railroads, but we can skip over that. What were you saying?
Oh, it's just because I was having a little rant on this pro-Trump guy's channel, saying how Ukraine needs to defeat Russia. And then I get a response by a guy named the Hyperborean. And he replies, hatred solves nothing, even if you seem to be on the right side of the fence. And then I just reply, you sound like a weak pacifist who would willingly allow yourself and your people to be annihilated, just like Gandhi, who was a traitor to his own people. If someone starts killing your people, invading and stealing your land, you think you should respect and love the people assaulting you? No, you kill them so the threat is removed. There is nothing wrong with defending your people and land by retaliating with vengeance. That's all I had to say. Did you get that? Oh shit, he got removed.
Oh, I heard that, but who's still here? Is the stream still on?
Yeah. Brendan just got cut out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just retaliating.
Let me double check stream. Pardon for any double audio, but
yeah, I think the stream's still good.
Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yep. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, so have you noticed just a lot of these fucking YouTubers, shelling for the right wing and just sucking Netanyahu's dick, pro-Zionist as well?
Yeah.
Do you ever give your thoughts on their channels and
no
tell them what you think?
No, because it's just a lot of showing up and doing stuff. Kind of having issues with all that, but valid, definitely valid.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, fucking.
I mean, like, what else is going on with like current shit? It's like almost don't talk about it enough. Like, what's for fuck's sake, we got like Israel war going on and just Ukraine war. It's like so many details we're getting. If we don't remember to bring them up, I mean, they're all horrible and point to one direction.
Yeah.
But,
If you want to know some news in my area, there's this dude who's a famous fucking like radio host who talk about political shit in Sydney and all that. Been doing it for a decade, named Alan John. He just recently got charged for sexual assault, like for his 9th victim. He's been charged for sexual assault multiple times over the years, but he keeps getting protected. And he just recently now, his billionaire friends have been saying, he should be considered innocent until proven guilty. But here in Australia, for everyone, you're considered guilty until proven innocent when you're charged for a crime. That applies to everyone, but apparently not to this fuckwit with all his powerful friends with billions of dollars, and they're they're defending him and saying the people alleging these charges are making it up and all this shit. And fucking, why would they make this up? They can't get much out of it. This guy isn't filthy rich like Michael Jackson, where, oh, make up a sexual assault charge so I can get money out of him. These are all legit. Even a famous Australian criminal named Chopper Reed called him out on a live news program saying, because they were bringing up all his criminal charges. So he said, yeah, well, at least I wasn't arrested for sexual assault at a British bathroom, public bathroom. And they immediately cut him off. He just exposed his ass live on the fucking news channel. Yeah, he's a big piece of shit. Australian radio fucking host. He's just retired now, and he's gonna live till he's fucking 100 probably, because that's how all these Freemason scum end up living a long life, being protected, never get charged for their crimes at all. And Australia has a lot of Freemasons here, you know, because all the British came in, established their fucking Freemason lodges.
Yeah, I feel that. So it's probably pretty big there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Even in my town, they got a Freemason lodge. So, like, every town, nearly every sort of big town has a Freemason lodge.
Yeah, everywhere. They're everywhere.
Just look up Freemason lodges in Australia, and they'll have a big list, and you can find them all.
They're literally everywhere. Like, I could walk to one in 5 minutes. It's like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have one in your
every town
area?
Like every town there's some like Freemason thing. It's like I don't even think you can have a town without it.
Yeah. Because all your local cops and lawyers, well, most of them, they end up getting involved in these lodges for the benefits and perks.
Yeah.
But the lower ranks were bullshit. They're taught all bullshit. Like, oh, you're serving the public, helping people, and on a path to enlightenment. But the people, when they reach the high rank, they're told that everything you've been told until you've up to this point was just a facade. We don't tell the lower ranks the real truth behind.
Okay, I'm back. Continue.
Yeah, behind our beliefs and doctrines. So once they get into it and told what they really believe and what they're into, there's no out of it, because you're under oath, and when you break the oath, they kill you, or you go missing, thrown in prison, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking
about
about some piece of shit in Australia who's being charged
for
sexual assault from his 9th victim. Alan, I think it's Alan Jones. I gotta look up his fucking name again. He's a big radio personality in Australia.
Okay. Yeah.
In Sydney. He just recently retired, and he's being protected by his billionaire friends.
Disgusting.
Saying, oh, he should be considered innocent until guilty, even though everyone...
Reminds me of...
In Australia...
Yeah, go on. Everyone in Australia...
Oh, no. Everyone in Australia, when you charge for a crime, you're considered guilty until proven innocent. But except for this cunt being protected. So, no, he's innocent. And they're making it up.
Jesus Christ.
Like, yeah.
Disgusting.
Pieces of shit.
Reminds me of that British guy. Who was the... I'm sorry, continue with what you were saying before I go on to the Brits.
Just most famous Australians are Freemasons and kid touchers, and they're always protected.
Yeah, well, we'll have to touch on Australia. That'll be inescapable because of the Rupert Murdoch media machine that effectively controls Australia. But such having been said, so gentlemen, if you want down, or I'll dive back in, or...
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's probably it for me for the night, so good night.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Let's put the donate link. Nemo, do you have it recently?
Yeah, I can post it.
Well, yeah, go ahead. And please donate. Help Douglas, make it in the black this month, not the red, so...
Thank you. Bless you. Thank you so much, Aristides.
Yeah. Go on. Looking forward to monologues and geopolitics and all this stuff, all this great stuff.
Great. Thank you so much, and I'll do my best to deliver. Thank you, Aristides.
Of course. Okay.
Wouldn't be possible without you. You're the man.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Talk soon.
Have a good night.
Yes. Have a great night.
I'll be here listening. I'm just probably
understood.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. So back to Pete Hegseth, just basically now there goes somebody who deserves the name calling that Ian West was reserving for Brendan Zoget, come hungry power bottom. I mean, and he was practicing using that term with Brooke Gibson first, talking about Brendan before he then assaulted Brendan with it in text, just as Brendan was about to bring him on. It's basically once they realized that we had, shall we say, no other assets left for them to attack us with, and all they had was Ian West. They just basically flipped the switch, primed him, and set him loose like a torpedo to self-destruct. It's they don't give a shit about their expendable assets, and so he expended himself as ever potentially coming on the show again, just by attacking us verbally, but also what he did to Brooke Gibson privately. But we won't discuss that until she's back on the show at some point soon. Hopefully she's doing well. Everyone maintain her in thought and prayer. Other than that, I do want to say that Pete Hegseth was also flagged as a possible insider threat by members of his military unit because of a tattoo on his bicep that's commonly associated with white supremacist groups. So let's check out the personality profile of the man who's going to be running your military, that your tax dollars will be paying his salary for, no less. Sexual abuser? Check. Racist? Check. Trump's kind of guy, which is worse than the other two combined? Check. With this nomination, Trump is going out of his way to signal that he is no longer asking his hate groups to stand back and stand by, but to stand up and move in. My guess is that while many of our enlisted men and women couldn't pick out the very top military leaders in their chain of command in a lineup, they all goddamn well know Hegseth because of his role on Fox News, which can be seen littering the TVs on our military bases all over the world. Count on this kind of right-wing propaganda only increasing as Trump's oily term slops along. In Trump's dirty mind, when, not if, he abuses the military to put down protests in our streets, he is going to need troops who are willing to go along with all that. And he will count on lowlifes like Pete Hegseth to go around the military leadership to make his bankrupt case. And what will Trump's autocratic, isolationist tendencies mean for our military footprint across the globe? What of our NATO and our Asia-Pacific military alliances? Well, you all know the answer to that. Trump has just been dying to kill them, both to repay the love of the dictators on the Korean Peninsula and in Eastern Europe, whom he admits to writing love letters to, and to bolster defenses back here for all the evil he has planned. Because I am telling you again that you have to understand that everything Trump does with our military will be to protect himself from the citizens of these United States of America. Expect Trump to draw down many of the hundreds of thousands of troops that are serving overseas to, at least in theory, protect us, and bring them back to United States soil to protect himself. And if after hearing all this, you are saying that Trump cannot do many of these things because he neither understands the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, nor the Constitution, I am telling you strenuously that he doesn't give a single goddamn about either one of these things. If you think that mere documents will prevent this ill-mannered lout from exacting his revenge and doing exactly what he wants, then, like our bought-off, useless corporate mass media, you just have not been paying any attention. Remember, Trump and his Supreme Court see his power as absolute. There is nothing that applies or restricts him from doing whatever the hell it is he thinks needs doing in the interest of national security, which as of January 20th, 2025, will mean his own security. So now we are counting on our military not to obey unlawful orders and defend a constitution their commander-in-chief could care goddamn less about. That's a mighty big ask. According to one defense official in the Pentagon, and I quote therefrom, troops are compelled by law to disobey unlawful orders. But the question is, what happens then? Do we see resignations from senior military leaders? Or would they view that as abandoning their people? And if you are saying, I don't have much respect for the military because I'm intimating that the leadership will go along with all this, I am calling out your own ignorance, while at the least articulating that we must fully understand, firstly, that they are mere people, and secondly, that because they are mere people who are more than fully capable of committing irredeemable acts. I served in the United States Marine Corps after nigh a decade of federal employment on site, the most important military base aside from the Pentagon, personally serving America's troops and their families off-bound overseas. I saw firsthand both the abundant evil that our military perpetrates, along what little accidental beneficial fallout there might yet be. Few people were thought to have more respect for the military than Colin Powell. Remember him? Powell was a decorated 4-star general, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and later the Secretary of State under George W. Bush during his first term. Powell was thought so highly of at that time that he was at or near the top of the list to succeed Bush on the Russell collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party presidential ticket in 2008. They were going to run that house nigger with a melanin job for president. Michael Jackson in a monkey suit. That all ended when he disgraced himself and America during a speech to the United Nations Security Council, where he cited false intelligence about the presence of WMD that the president was insisting on, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq that served as the pretext to our catastrophic conflict therein. In that disastrous war, thousands died. Hundreds of thousands were critically injured for life in that terrible war, and a lot of their blood was on Powell's hands. He resigned in disgrace in 2004, while confessing that his speech at the United Nations contained substantial inaccuracies, like using his own urine sample, saying it was a deadly biotoxin, that if the vial broke in the United Nations room, it would kill everybody inside in an instant. Well, maybe his urine was that lethal at that point. But as for substantial inaccuracies, read Gruesome Lies. Throughout history, supposedly good men have been talked into doing heinous things because of blinding misjudgment, weakness, or rocket-fueled ambition. Trump is counting on this weakness to exploit our military for his own rotten gains, because nothing Trump does with our military will be to protect the citizens of these United States of America. Nothing! This is not a story of hope, my friends, but words of warning. Like it or not, and as tired as we already are, we must be vigilant and never accept anything, accept this as anything approaching normal in this country. A repulsive coward who never had the guts to serve will be able to do everything he can, enabled to do anything he can, to get our armed forces to serve only himself. We must be the resistance. With your America Führer, Douglas Dietrich at the helm. Stay engaged after the election. The election ended, but voting isn't the only way to affect change. If you voted in the 2024 election, congratulations. You took part in the democratic process. Now what? Voting doesn't have to be the end of your civic engagement. Democracy happens every day in our communities. Voting doesn't have to be the beginning and end of your own civic action. Think of civic engagement like a gym membership. There's a lot of motivation to go in January or election day, but the further into the year we go, the harder it is to make the trek. Exercising your civic muscles can present a similar challenge, as some newsletter readers expressed in the Los Angeles Times Citizens Agenda Survey. Some examples, 3 of them, that come to my mind. Los Angeles resident Don Starnes was quoted as saying, "I find that the chief barrier getting in the way of my fellow citizens' ability to make their voices heard is acclimatization, relative comfort, and lack of interest." Betty Villarreal of Pasadena noted that many in communities are burdened with surviving, which gets in the way of having the capacity to engage in the democratic process. Offering additional opportunities, virtual, in-person, family-friendly, for engaging can aid with increasing involvement. Kyle Clausen of San Rafael offered this reflection: "I need to do a better job of engaging with my local elected officials, and I need to get more involved than just voting. That said, I'm not sure what I can do beyond voting that will have the greatest impact." Well, the key, as with exercising, is finding a sustainable routine. Michelle Deutschmann, the executrix directress of the UC National Center for Free Speech and Civic Engagement, is concerned about us all taking our democracy for granted. To quote she, "There is all kinds of hateful rhetoric that's coming from people that are in positions of power, and I think that can be very demoralizing and can wear people down. In those moments, we have to dig a little deeper and remind ourselves that without individual and collective action, we cannot change things." So here are 3 good starting points she shared. Subscribe to a local news publication. Investing in a trusted news source is the best way to learn what's happening in your community and will help sharpen media literacy. Those skills have suffered in a time when social feeds are full of partisan-fueled misinformation, AI-generated garbage, and a growing share of news influencers who may not follow the same ethical rules as trained journalists. Deutschmann herself adding that committing to thinking about where you're getting your information is an act of civic engagement in and of itself. Sage advice, but all the more challenging right now with local journalism in a crisis in California and across the country. According to a 2023 report from Northwestern University's Medill School of Journalism, 1/3 of newspapers in my Golden State have shuttered since 2005. So, volunteer for a cause that matters to you. Deutschman notes that community-based volunteering and mentoring is, in her words, also a really important way of being physically engaged. So find an issue you care about. It doesn't have to be expressly political, and make an effort to learn more about it. That can lead to, well, it can lead you to local organizations that may need volunteers. Deutschman recommends keeping it simple to start and trying to make it a group effort with friends. And virtual volunteering has more, well, it's made giving back easier than ever. Deutschman herself being quoted as saying that there's ways that people can be engaged without even getting out of their pajamas. Finally, make an effort to witness local democracy at work. Attend a city council meeting where you live. You could also try to make it to meetings of school boards and other governing bodies whose decisions affect your life. Why, Brendan Zogan is exposed to this through his job, and so is Aristides. Believe it or not, their jobs have their share of politics. Many cities and agencies that hold meetings at difficult times now offer live streams or virtual meetings, plus online comment cards, such as this one from Los Angeles that I'm going to enter into the chat room right now. This is an example of something that you can fill out and, in that sense, participate without ever moving from your keyboard. Deutschman encourages people to willingly be in situations where you can engage with people who have different life experiences or different views from yourself. If you're wondering about how to get started in my own Golden, California's largest city-state, a nation unto itself, Los Angeles County, well, thankfully, the LA Times has a tool for that. Check out Shape Your LA. Yeah, that sounds rather obscene, but it's something like Shake Your Something Else, but hey, here's the link, and you could just kind of explore it to get an example. It's designed to help you and fellow county residents, if you're an Angelino, understand how local government functions in your city and learn ways to get involved in your community. But wherever you're outside of my golden state of California, you're going to have the equivalent. Just look for it. Because Trump himself is setting records with the pace of his appointments. But that doesn't mean the transition is going smoothly. Then there's that growing list of sexual misconduct allegations against Trump's picks. At least 4 of the president-elect's top picks to lead his government have been accused of sexual assault, harassment, and human child sex trafficking. In the 12 weeks since Election Day, President-elect Donald Trump has been setting records with the pace of appointments for his incoming administration, but speed should never be confused with organization. Trump has pumped out more than 12 appointments and nominations, including 16 cabinet-level positions. The selection process, playing out in a converted conference room at his Mar-a-Lago club and on his gilded private jet, risks repeating some of the errors of his first term and making some new ones. The picks are at once a manifestation of Trump's pledge to voters to be a disruptive force in the country and a return to the chaotic era of non-governance that defined his first 4 years in the Oval Office. David Marchik, the dean of the Kogod School of Business at American University and co-author of the book titled The Peaceful Transition of Power, a book on presidential transitions, has observed that Trump is moving at least 4 times as quickly at rolling out his cabinet as any of his modern predecessors. To quote his T, last time they were slow and disorganized. This time they're fast and disorganized. He's going at breakneck, reckless speed because there's no vetting. They're moving with speed, but they're making new mistakes. Trump himself has displayed no signs of regret about his personnel choices, despite the questions that have arisen about some of his nominees' qualifications and backgrounds. Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, an ally to Trump, said, "The president deserves to be able to put in place who will do what he campaigned on, which is to disrupt. And the establishment is concerned. And they probably should be." Now, Trump's transition team has not signed the requisite agreements with the White House and the Department of Justice to allow for government background checks of his potential appointments and nominees. The process is playing out from Trump's private club and his old campaign offices, not any government facilities in Washington, as the president-elect has thus far chosen not to cooperate with the Biden administration while preparing for his own. Transition spokesperson Karoline Leavitt, the incoming White House press secretary, is quoted as saying, "President Trump was reelected by a resounding mandate," there's that term, "from the American people to change the status quo in Washington. That's why he has chosen brilliant and highly respected outsiders to serve in his administration, and he will continue to stand behind them as they fight against all those who seek to derail the MAGA agenda." Many Trump aides said they were surprised to learn of sexual assault allegations against Pete Hegseth, the Fox News host selected to lead the Pentagon. Hegseth has denied, well, of course he's denied these allegations, but his attorney has acknowledged that Hegseth paid a hush money settlement to the accuser. Vetting and background check questionnaires are designed in part to elicit that very sort of history in advance of any selection. The scattershot way some of these announcements have been revealed points to lack of an orderly process for the picks. Some selections have been unveiled by Trump's official transition team by email, others by posts on his Truth Social platform. Trump's selection of former Representativess Tulsi Gabbard to be Directoress of National Intelligence came from a posting by outside loyalist Roger Stone. The selection of Matt Gaetz as a nominee for Attorney General was shocking, not for his personal baggage, which is well known among Republicans, including the many in his own party in Congress who revile him, but for Trump's decision to select him anyway, as he prioritizes loyalty for those in his new administration. The House Ethics Committee is set to meet Wednesday, well, that was today, really, to decide whether to release a report on allegations including that Gaetz had sex with an underage child, while Senate Democrats are aiming to get records from a now closed Department of Justice criminal probe into that lawmaker. Asked yesterday if he was considering withdrawing Gaetz' nomination, Trump simply told reporters, "No." Gabbard's history of praising dictators like Syria's Bashar al-Assad is also well documented, while former New York Representative Lee Zeldin's limited experience with environmental issues didn't preclude his nomination to lead the Environmental Protection Agency. The selections point to Trump rewarding those who were vocal supporters and seeking picks that enthuse his base, especially when their views are seen as disruptive and alarming to Washington, academia, or any other experts, like choosing Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Trump has also seemed to entertain some of Kennedy's views, including his skepticism of vaccines. None of this may matter with Republicans set to take a 53-47 majority in the Senate, which would typically need to confirm his selections. Trump also has promised to try to use recess appointments to push through his nominees outside the normal process. Trump has yet to build out a substantive operation to support his would-be nominees, from the public relations experts meant to help defend them from attacks, or the guides meant to steer them through the Senate confirmation process. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect, has taken a primary role in lobbying his colleagues on behalf of Trump's picks, and Trump himself has advocated on their behalf. but Trump allies have publicly acknowledged that the blowback may sink some of his picks. On Sunday of this weekend last, Donald Trump Jr. told Fox Business host Maria Bartiromo, "We do have backup plans, but I think we're obviously going with the strongest candidates first." The president's own son has been lobbying in private and in public for figures in Trump's orbit to get administration postings and is particularly close with Vance. Meanwhile, deliberations over who should fill the highest-ranking position still awaiting a nominee, that of the Treasury Secretary, last time I checked, has devolved into a public debate, with multi-billionaire and Trump advisor Elon Musk polling his followers on how Trump should decide between top contenders, including Howard Lutnick, the transition co-chair who ended up being tapped yesterday to lead the Commerce Department. But while allies say they are using their own processes to prepare for governing as the president-elect works to execute on his pledge to dramatically reshape Washington, Max Stier, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Partnership for Public Service, has attested that Trump's team is missing a critical element of the process. To quote his T, "The transition is not about change. It is about fighting the right change agent. Moving fast isn't a very good strategy if you don't move well. And they're not moving well. It's being done quickly, but it's being done without the kind of due diligence that ordinarily takes place and ensures that mistakes are not made." Well, I have one word for this farce. Ludicrous. Laughably ridiculous. Think of the quote. "The capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them." That sourced from Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who lived from 1870 to 1924. First leader of the Greater Soviet Union. The quotation thereafter later appropriated in credit to Joseph Stalin, his successor, when he died of venereal disease. Yeah, he had the clap. He died of terminal syphilis. What a winner. Trump has chosen Musk to lead a newfangled Doge department. DODGE! Elon Musk overseeing a department for transparency and accountability is the ultimate trollery. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is both dumb and dangerous. I mean, forget Dumb and Dumber. This is the new flick of Trump and Elon. Dumb and dangerous. No wonder J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon can't shake the worry America is headed for a repeat of 1970s-style stagflation. I mean, it's been another busy week in American politics, with Donald Trump's cabinet taking shape and his Department of Government Efficiency already in the works. Donald Trump Jr. won't be a part of either. He's joining a venture capital firm. And neither will Jamie Dimon, the chairman and chief executive officer of J.P. Morgan Chase, my own bank. He doesn't want a boss anyway. Wall Street stalwart Jamie Dimon is concerned history may be repeating itself with the U.S. economy returning to the embedded stagflation it battled half a hundred years ago. Speaking at the Economic Club of New York on Tuesday of the last full week of April this year, J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said now more so than ever the economy is resembling the 1970s, when both inflation and unemployment was high, but economic growth was weak. That month's warning wasn't the first time the boss of America's biggest bank tested that theory. The month before, he had told CNBC's Fast Money Halftime Report that while the economy is faring reasonably well at the moment, markets change their mind pretty quickly. Remember, in 1972, you felt great too. And before any crash, you felt great. And then things change. The Harvard alumni repeated his fears the next week thereafter, saying, "I worry it looks more like the 70s than we've ever seen before." Yet the CEO, who was paid $36 million for his work in 2023, also hinted that some factors may be worse off in 2024 than they were in 1970. He so explainest, and here I quote his T, "If you go back to the 70s, deficits were half of what they are today. the debt to gross domestic product was 35%, not 100% like now. And so part of the reason I think we've had this strong growth is the fiscal spending. And why not spend another $2 trillion? If we did, what would happen? You'll have more money, people would invest more money, people would hire more people, and you'd have more growth. Sound too good to be true? That's because it might just be. Diamond is one of a number of experts sounding the alarm on America's debt to gross domestic product ratio, which is expected to hit 166% by 2054, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Diamond has previously described the U.S. national debt problem as a cliff, explaining, in his own words, if you look at that 100% debt to GDP by 2035, I think it's going to be 130%, and it's a hockey stick. That hockey stick doesn't start yet, but when it starts, markets around the world, there'll be a rebellion. A North-South conflict on a worldwide scale. The Third World in revolt. Earlier this year, Diamond reiterated the downsides if fiscal spending continued at such enormous scale. In April, he told Mary Jose Cradis, chair of the Museum of Martial Art, the Museum of Modern Art, I meant to say, who was hosting the New York session. It's also quite inflationary, and so you have trade-offs there. So far, we're in pretty good shape, and so far it looks like that soft landing type of scenario, but put me on the cautious side of that one. Well, Diamond isn't the only one to draw on the 1970s for comparison. In October of yesteryear, Deutsche Bank released a note saying there are a striking number of parallels between that decade and our own time. Remember, Deutsche Bank is Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, speaking at you. And the veteran strategist, Henry Allen, said that there have been a lot of promising signs that a return to the 1970s can be avoided, but the ongoing conflict in the Middle East means it is too early to sound the all clear. And never forget that 18 years ago, one of the most powerful financial executives in the country, the aforecited J.P. Morgan Chase & Company's outspoken CEO, Jamie Dimon, of the nation's largest bank himself, went locker room halftime rant on the government, cathartic during the company's earnings conference call as recorded on Friday, the 14th of July in 2017, lashing out at the United States federal government and expressing frustration at D.C.'s dysfunction in particular, begging questions over who and what institutions truly run things anyway when Jamie Dimon himself needed approximately $100 billion in bailout funds and took $95 million between 2005 and 2007, the year my late and sainted legal sire, George Henry Joseph Dietrich, the sailor, died. Yes, J.P. Morgan Chase was one of the big banks that got bailed out by TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, after the big banks contributed largely to causing the Great Republican Recession. Bold talk indeed for someone who should have been locked away for life. Quite literally, if you don't have any money, it's because this Jewish bastard stole it all. But you should still have access to video of this macro welfare recipient venting with audio via YouTube. Be forewarned, of course, that Diamond's rant is spiced with as many salty words as a Douglas Dietrich transmission. Key difference? The arrogant, entitled, Jewish asshole named Jamie Dimon is long on criticism and short on solutions. Jamie Dimon says he's tired of listening to the stupid shit. That stupid shit in D.C. has hurt the economy. Says bad policies are hurting the average American. Says we need infrastructure and regulatory reform. He specifically said the U.S. economy is being held in check by a lack of policy momentum in Washington, D.C., and criticized U.S. corporate tax rates and, well, the American empire's lack of modernized roads, bridges, airports, and other transportation infrastructure. In response to an analyst's question, saith Jamie, It's almost an embarrassment being an American citizen traveling around the world and listening to the stupid shit we have to deal with in this country. All this from a lifelong Democrat, right? But as for Donald Trump, no comment, because President Trump offered him the post of Secretary of the Treasury. He could have played a large role in shaping the policy that he claims needs so much reforming. He could have assumed a substantial role in bringing his sick and twisted vision of America to fruition. He turned it all down because the duplicitous fiend was deeply concerned, quite unnecessarily so it would seem, that the masses whom he fleeced could never possibly forget he and his bank's own role in the original crisis a decade before that appointment offered by the Donald. Of course he didn't say anything for the preceding 11 years, much less the 9 thereafter, while more small businesses were failing than being started, including the small banks that compete with him. Diamond should shut the fuck up. His stupid shit cost the taxpayers billions through gambling with depositors' money. You broke it, you bought it. So similarly, I'm tired of listening to this guy's stupid shit. He complains about stupid shit he has to deal with. He is the stupid shit that the entire world has been forced to deal with. He says he's ashamed to be an American because Congress hasn't passed the tax cuts he was expecting. I'm ashamed to live in a country whose politics are dominated by sanctimonious Jewish plutocrats like Jamie Dimon. Yet, SWTPOSs, that stupid white trash pieces of shit, and their colored coon cadres of house niggers have been indoctrinated, ironically enough, by hostile Russian propaganda masquerading as alt-right ideology into believing, in disambiguation from thinking, Republicans and independents don't think, they believe. This financial rapist, the solution. 'Cause 'twas deregulation of the banks and other financial institutions that factored getting us into the recession of 2008 through 2009. Regulating banks and business stabilizes the economy. Deregulating banks and business ensures boom and bust cycles of growth and recession. We knew this even before the devastating Roaring '20s / Great Republican Depression cycle. Nevertheless, Dimon, like generations of his predecessors, wants those crashes so his firm can short stocks and profit on the way down too. That doesn't make him a financial genius. It makes him a leech. Metaphorically, Alan Greenspan is the devil, but Jamie Dimon and Lloyd Blankfein are two of his head demons. Dimon is worth $1.17 billion US. That's what we know. Who knows how much wealth he hides through his family members and secret offshore accounts. The only positive thing I'll say about this guy is that at least he acknowledges that the Great Republican Recession has been going on for the past 28 years by now. My biggest beef with Obama was his refusal to acknowledge that the recession never ended and that this 4.7 unemployment number is an absolutely bullshit number. In the past 18 to 28 years, the top 5% have made out like bandits, with the top bracket of that group doing even better than those in the lower bracket. But the bottom 95% have experienced stagnation or deterioration or complete descent into poverty. Childhood abject poverty grew 25% in the past 18 to 28 years, while the rich saw their net worths double in the same time frame because the stock market doubled. I wish I could find the video right now because it seems to be scrubbed from the net. Yet Dimon once testified before Congress shortly after the crash and literally said people need to stop whining that things are tough and the banks got bailed out because all things considered, we're living in the best period of history ever. Regardless, just astonishing how the very people that burned down the house have the hubris to say the government is the real culprit. when it's Jews Diamond and Blankfein what buy all these politicians to start with? How the hell do you complain about the government when you, through campaign contributions, determined who would get into office in the first place? This guy should be behind bars with Bernie Madoff, but is so untouchable that he has no fear of that ever happening and feels fine openly calling the government idiots, when he should be thankful they are idiots, because if they were not, he'd be arrested. Speaking of shit, Jamie, your corporation won't pay taxes, you, your management, and cronies don't want to pay personal taxes. Who's left? The working class. That's right, you make the billions, we pay the goddamn bills. Off with your fucking heads! Or, should I say, to be more outrageous, into the ovens with you. Okay, it was a guilty pleasure to say that, and to hear how absolutely unhinged Jamie Dimon sounded into that weekend nigh a decade agone by now. Make it your new nostalgia phone ringtone. Amidst all the aforesaid, a number of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet-level nominees have been accused of sexual harassment and assault, and one has faced allegations of human child sex trafficking. Credible allegations of impropriety, let alone allegations of misconduct or assault, have often been cause for withdrawal or disqualification. But Trump, who has faced dozens of accusations of sexual misconduct dating back to the 1970s, has been known to surround himself with men who have also faced similar allegations. The president-elect typically denies the legitimacy of accusations related to sexual misconduct and defends the men in his own personal orbit. In 2018, in response to sexual assault allegations against all the people in his own administration, Trump tweeted, "People's lives are being shattered and destroyed by a mere allegation. Some are true." Did you read that? Did you read that in the tweet? I did. "Some are true, and some are false. Some are old, and some are new." As if the time span has anything to do with the violation of someone's sanctity. There is no recovery for someone falsely accused. Life and career are gone. Well, he's proof himself that that's not true. Is there no such thing any longer as due process? This is deemed the defend and deny strategy. As he prepares for a second term, I myself have been pulling together allegations of sexual assault and harassment against the president-elect's cabinet-level picks, which includes the heads of 15 executive departments and other senior positions. And here be what I have found. Let's start by going back to Pete Hegseth. Trump said he has nominated he's nominating the aforesaid Pete I don't even want to get the fucker's name out. Pete Hegseth, a Fox and Friends weekend co-host and veteran of the Army National Guard, to lead the Department of Defense. A staff member of the California Federation of Republican Women accused Pete Hegseth of sexually assaulting her in 2017 after he spoke at a conference. Hegseth paid an undisclosed amount to the woman as part of a non-disclosure agreement after she threatened litigation in 2020. That's according to legal documents obtained by the Washington Post. Hegseth maintains the sexual encounter was consensual and has denied all accusations. At any rate, no charges were ever allowed to be filed. Matt Gaetz. Trump nominated Gaetz to become Attorney General, the nation's top law enforcement official. In recent years, both the Justice Department and a congressional committee have investigated sex trafficking allegations, human child sex trafficking allegations against Matt Gaetz, after a friend of his and rising figure in Florida politics, Joel Greenberg, pleaded guilty in 2021 to the child sex trafficking of a minor. The Department of Justice ended its investigation yesteryear without bringing criminal charges. The House Ethics Committee also investigated similar allegations and subpoenaed testimony from the lady, well, the young girl, the underage child who is now a woman, who accused Gates of having sex with her when she was under 17 years of age. 3 eyewitnesses have testified that Gates had sex with a child minor at a July 2017 children's birthday party, according to separate court filings made public earlier this year. Just days before the Ethics Committee was set to vote on the public release of its findings, Gates resigned from the House, citing his prospective nomination. It is still not clear whether the House will still, if ever, release that report. Gates has, it almost goes sans saying, denied all wrongdoing. But this man will be in charge of the Justice Department, the top law enforcement enforcer in the United States, throughout the American Empire, and he has been disguising as a birthday party furry Care Bear and fucking young girls through that hole in his costume when they sat on his lap. That's the man who's going to be top cop in the American Empire, people. Then there's Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. Trump announced his intent to nominate Kennedy to head the Department of Health and Human Services. Eliza Cooney, a woman Kennedy hired decades ago when she was a child to babysit his children, accused Kennedy of sexually assaulting her in the late 1990s, according to an exclusive interview with Vanity Fair published in July of this year. Cooney, who was 13 at the time and not even yet in high school, told Vanity Fair that Kennedy rubbed her leg under the table during a family meeting, asked her to rub lotion on his back, and once came up behind her in the kitchen, groping her ribcage and breasts until he was interrupted by another worker. After Cooney's allegations went public, Kennedy said during an interview on the Breaking Points podcast that the Vanity Fair article was a lot of garbage, but admitted that he was not a church boy. I have so many skeletons in my closet, and that big boner behind his zipper. The Washington Post also reported that Kennedy sent a text message to Cooney apologizing. Hey, sorry I rubbed you up, baby, back before you were legal. I'm sorry I got caught, I mean. Well, according to the Post, the text message actually reads, I have no memory of this incident. I mean, you should be disqualified just for that. If you can't remember, it means you're going senile, Bobby. I have no memory of this incident, but I apologize sincerely for anything I ever did that made you feel uncomfortable, or anything I did or said that offended you or hurt your feelings. I never intended you any harm. I just wanted to fuck you. He didn't say that. He said, if I hurt you, it was inadvertent. That means if it was over 6 inches and made you bleed, because it was your first. What he actually wrote was, I feel badly for doing so. Well, Cheryl Hines has a choice, when other women sure as hell don't. The former Curb Your Enthusiasm actress, who is married to this failed presidential candidate turned Trump cabinet nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is at culture's center stage, but has opted for a non-speaking role. What a time to be Cheryl Hines. The former Curb Your Enthusiasm actress has had a wildly eventful past few months. Her husband, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., ran and subsequently shelved a presidential campaign, was credibly accused of sexually assaulting his children's former teenage babysitter, to which his on-the-record response was a shruging, I'm not a church boy. Weathered a high-profile sexting scandal with political reporter Olivia Nuzzi, Not to mention all kinds of disturbing stuff involving creatures of sea, air, and land. Dead bears, decapitated whales, brainworms, angry emus, pet ravens, reminding us of Miguel Andahar of all people, and a charred animal carcass of contentious origin from one of his satanic ritual sacrifices involving blood ritual and the slaughter of innocent animals. And now he's been announced as Donald Trump's nominee to head the Department of Health and Human Services, of all things. A satanic ritual abuser. For her part, Heinz saw the final season of Curb air earlier this year, and she continues to be very enthusiastic about the plastic-free skincare and health line that she's launched with her daughter in 2023. A political wife exhausted by the grueling demands of the campaign trail? Oh, not here. A look at Heinz's public-facing presence, well, her public-facing presence, let's say, ignores Kennedy's campaign almost entirely in favor of content around Curb and Heinz's other publicity outings and podcast appearances. The actress shares shots of herself grinning with tubs of Heinz Plus Young Moisturizer more often than with her husband of 10 years. Unlike the stereotypical political spouse, Heinz isn't standing behind her husband on stage at all, her beatific smile visible over his shoulder from the audience. She barely acknowledges that the man even exists, despite Kennedy telling the New York Times in 2023, shortly after he launched his presidential campaign, that, "I think ultimately if I get elected, Cheryl will have played a huge role in that. She's an enormous asset to me, and I don't think we've really unveiled her in her true power yet." Heinz seems to have sidestepped that imaginary role from the very beginning, opting out of unveiling that power. In an interview for the same article, she told the Times, "I support Bobby and I want to be there for him, and I want him to feel loved and supported by me. And at the same time, I don't feel the need to go to every political event because I do have my own career." Those wants are really working overtime, aren't they? Kennedy announced his intention to run for president on April 19th of 2023, when it should have been April 1st. On April 22nd, 2023, Heinz announced that #Earth Day is every day. A few weeks later, on May 23rd, she just couldn't contain herself about one of the most exciting days of my life, getting to share the news that she and her daughter were working on that skincare line. Her spokesperson did release a decidedly tepid statement the same day as Kennedy's announcement of running for the president, the highest office in the land, to outlets who asked for his propaganda pamphlet. The release statement read, "My husband, Robert Kennedy Jr., announced today he will be running for president, and I support his decision. He is a fearless leader who understands the needs of the American people and has devoted his life fighting for democracy." The vibe is that of the mom at the grocery store who tells you that her child dressed himself and that he has always been very creative. That's why he's wearing pantyhose. Plenty to say, it would seem, that remains unsaid. On Heinz's own accounts, nada. Zero. Zip. Her Instagram is bare of any photos of campaign rallies, though she did attend some, or even mentions of Kennedy's run or Livewire political profile, as is her ex, formerly Twitter account, save for a single tweet on August 23rd, acknowledging that the campaign was over. A wonder of passive voice and distancing oneself. So these X content can also be viewed on the site it originates from. I will put that into the chat, and I will also enter that into our text box just so people can appreciate, shall we say, the blasé. To quote us therefrom, "The decision has been made to suspend my husband's, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s," as if she had to remind herself of his name, "presidency, and I'd like to extend a sincere, deeply heartfelt thank you to every person who has worked so tirelessly and lovingly on his campaign. They have accomplished feats that were said to be impossible. They have gathered over 1 million signatures, more than any candidate in history, and have achieved ballot access across the country, despite the roadblocks and lawsuits that have been brought against them for the sole purpose of keeping Bobby off of the ballots, so no one would even have the opportunity to vote for him. I deeply respect the decision Bobby made to run on the principle of unity. Over the last year and a half, I have met some extraordinary people from all parties, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. It's been my experience that the vast majority of all parties are truly good people who want the best for our country and for each other. It has been an eye-opening, transformative, and endearing journey. Note the lack of we, the abundance of they. She wasn't taking any credit for gathering those signatures. She never publicly stated her belief that her husband would be a good president, only going so far as mustering that she deeply respects the decision Bobby made to run on the principle of unity. In that same Times interview, Hines talked about improv, where she got her start acting, saying, "You have to commit 100% or it's not funny or even interesting." Far be it for me to put a percentage on her commitment to Kennedy's political ambitions, but it would appear to be below that threshold. The best she could summon on a June 2023 call between Kennedy and Elon Musk, well, broadcast on X discussing the campaign, for example, was really interesting and at times exciting. Wow! She told the Times she hadn't thought about being First Lady at all. I haven't really spent time in that space because we're not there yet. Well, even Kennedy knows that she was essentially giving him the yes dear treatment. In August, after he suspended his campaign and endorsed Donald Trump, he told TMZ, "This is a really difficult issue for Cheryl. This is the opposite of what she would want to do. She went along with it because she loves me, and she wanted to be supportive of me, but it was not something that she ever encouraged." And wow. I would say her trepidation about this and her discomfort with this were the dominant feelings. Whoa! Hines is a registered Democrat who has publicly called some of her husband's comments reprehensible and has said they differ on many current issues without ever specifying what those differences even are. So, as the second Trump administration looms and her husband is poised to go wild on health, in Trump words, pushing to change vaccine requirements, remove fluoride from water, and more if his nomination to appointed Secretary of Health and Human Services is approved, Hines is in the increasingly rare position of being a woman with choices. One option, Hines could divorce the son of a bitch. She can point to the Nutsi situation, which was reportedly consensual, if generally repulsive. A third-party investigation into Nutsi's work at New York found no evidence of journalistic bias in her work, but reporter and publication agreed that the best course forward is to part ways, nonetheless. So she did lose her job. A former babysitter, a former teenage babysitter at that, has also made credible allegations of sexual assault, as reported by Vanity Fair. Kennedy responded in other outlets by saying, "He's no church boy, baby." The animal stuff is disturbing, to say the least, not to mention his, well, dressing up as such at children's birthday parties. And the anti-vaccine stance and false claims that stir up hysteria and dangerous medical situations that can result in entirely preventable deaths is not ideal either. Hines' home state of my own Golden, California does still have no-fault divorce. Always an advantage, but maybe not for much longer if the Republicans have anything to say about it. Second option, she could stay married to the son of a bitch and order up the Melania Trump starter pack. Dark, oversized sunglasses and a tight-lipped grimace pair gorgeously with legally wedded resentment and a sprinkling of no-comment responses. Hell, sources say Melania isn't even planning to move into the White House at all this time around. She has said she's staying outside, thank you. Maybe she and Heinz could hang out in Florida, Heinz's state of origin, get some brunch, and not talk about the havoc their husbands are wreaking on the country and the world. You can be legally married and quiet, as both women have demonstrated. Last Thursday, Heinz was spotted on Kennedy's arm at a Mar-a-Lago party, yucking it up with Team MAGA. Trump himself reportedly included. Maybe this is the sacrifice she's willing to make in the name of plentiful shrimp cocktail. Spiked, of course, so she can narcotize herself from all the pain. A third option would be for Heinz to take her own philosophy about improv to heart. Commit! I mean, like 100%. And lie in the bed she's made. The apparent path of willful ignorance and silence Heinz has taken so far, as if not acknowledging Kennedy's campaign at all and controversial views would make it so that they might as well not exist, is no longer one she can walk, given the announcement of Kennedy's nomination and seeming inevitability of his continuing presence in the political arena. So, welcome to Washington, Cheryl. What'll it be? And at the top of the food chain among Trump's sex predators, Elon Musk, the rat himself. The famously twelve-faced and litigious Elon Musk has brought his double standards on free speech and accountability to a new department in Washington, created to increase government efficiency. What could possibly go wrong? For billionaire Musk, whose businesses already appear to be benefiting since the announcement, not much. But for those who want to ensure actual government accountability, it could be quite grim. Trump is enlisting Musk, along with 2024 Republican presidential candidate, the yellow nigger, Vivek Ramaswamy, to lead a newly conceived Department of Government Efficiency. It appears Musk will provide more of an outsider consultancy than lead a new government agency, which would have required congressional approval and funding. Musk, the chief executive of the Taiwanese technology-enabled SpaceX, is facing a lawsuit filed by 8 former SpaceX employees who allege that he wrongfully fired them after they accused the company of tolerating sexual harassment in the workplace. Imagine that! According to court documents, each plaintiff experienced exposure to unwanted conduct and comments of a sexual nature by Elon Musk himself. According to the lawsuit itself, Musk also interjected the work environment with vile sexual photographs, memes, and commentary that demeaned women and or the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. In response to news about a sexual harassment charge against himself, Musk posted in 2022 on X, which he owns, "Finally, we get to use Elon Gate as a scandal name. It's kind of perfect. I mean, get it? Elon Gate instead of Watergate. Elongate as a single word, like in elongate that penis, people. Like he had to get a job to make his longer because it was so small. Well,
or a combination of Elon and Gates as Bill Gates.
There you go. There you go. Like they got married and Bill Gates is the top man. Yeah. Now, despite the words government and efficiency in its title, the new DOGE, acronymous for Department of Government Efficiency, will operate outside of government, with Musk and businessman, the Yellow House nigger, Vivek Ramaswamy at the helm. So while Donald Trump said the commission's goal will be to make the U.S. government accountable to we the people, the men in charge won't actually be accountable to anyone, as they will not be subject to standard ethics guidelines requiring disclosure of potential conflicts of interest, of which there be many here. The creation of DOGE, dare I pronounce it, DOGE, or Doge, is an object example of Trump's intention to select people to run agencies that they have publicly reviled and are vocally eager, well, they're eager to dismantle. Ramaswamy recently said, "We expect certain agencies to be deleted outright." If the irony wasn't already thick enough, given Musk's own history of mocking and suppressing whistleblowers in his own companies and blocking people who criticize him on X, the unseriousness of the newly formed agency is underlined by its very acronym DOGE, which winks at Elon Musk's favorite meme, the Dogecoin, a cryptocurrency coin that was created as a fucking joke. In the Musk Weltanschauung, did I say that right, Brandon? The worldview? Weltanschauung, or Weltanschauung. The transparency and accountability are entirely subjective. Weltanschauung. Thank you, sir. In March of 2022, several weeks before launching his bid to buy Twitter, Musk declared himself a free speech absolutist. 9 months later, like childbirth, after completing the acquisition, Musk began banning prominent journalists from that platform. Companies that took their advertising dollars elsewhere were not seen as exercising their free will. Musk sued them, describing the companies' decision as a conspiracy and a boycott, and asking a federal court in Texas to prosecute them to the fullest for enacting free will. I mean, am I missing something? When was he made God? On a more personal and dangerous level, Musk has repeatedly gone after individuals who criticize him. In October, he called for the prosecution of Victoria Nuland, the United States Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, insinuating that she, and not the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, was responsible for igniting the war in Ukraine. Believe that shit? He said Victoria Nuland started the war in Ukraine. Again, am I missing something? What are the drugs he's on? I want them. Whatever he's got, it's good shit. In a even more chilling incident.
He's definitely got ketamine on the.
Thank you.
On the platter, on the mirror.
At least. He's salt shaking it. Yeah. Trappist Nicholson.
He's on the level of Trampus.
Yeah, Trappist style. He's Trappusing it. He's Trappusing it. We'll use that term. Well, in an even more chilling incident, Musk endorsed a tweet accusing ex-Twitter trust and safety executive Yoel Roth of being sympathetic to pedophilia, forcing Roth to move out of his home because so many people started bombing it and literally physically burning it to the ground with his family on the inside. And then there is Musk's treatment of Tesla whistleblowers, of which there be many. Christina Balin, the early Tesla employee who raised safety concerns directly with Musk in 2020, and the 12 Tesla employees who filed safety concerns with the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, in 2021, were summarily terminated. More recently, there is the case of Lukasz Srpski, a Polish-born service technician who was injured putting out a fire at a Tesla delivery site in Norway, then leaked thousands of pages of internal accident data revealing the company's awareness of autopilot safety issues. Srpski told the BBC that whistleblowing on Tesla had been terrifying. There wasn't a day that went by without my entire family being threatened, indeed targeted, for extermination. Musk's vast personal and business entanglements in the federal government also draw into question Musk's claims that his commission will deliver Maximum transparency. Tesla has benefited from government subsidies and some government contracts. But the Taiwanese tech-enabled SpaceX is the real juggernaut. It has received over $19 billion in government contracts since the Republican recessional crash of 2008, according to FedScout. Via its Starlink satellite service, SpaceX has amply demonstrated its ability to shut down the internet at will. Given the taxpayer dollars at stake here, can we expect Musk to subject his own companies to the scrutiny promised by Doji? The DOGE? If governmental entities are to be run by people with such well-documented conflicts of interest, the task of ensuring their accountability will increasingly fall on ordinary citizens. Speaking up about violations of public trust takes enormous courage, even under the best of circumstances. And look at myself. I did it under the worst, and I've been paying for it the rest of my life. Now, we've got somebody in the chat. Max Prana says, can contemplate what the fuck they have both been doing the last 10 years. That's my solution. Good morning from Sweden. Good morning, sir. Welcome aboard. Okay, taking a look at our time and seeing what we've got left. Should have enough. Good numbers. At any rate, let's put it this way. To ensure that people of integrity can still sound the alarm about wrongdoing, we must increase protections for whistleblowers and create simple, transparent mechanisms for coming forward with public interest information. Having worked with whistleblowers from Musk's own companies before they were companies in a sense, the ones he bought out from previous owners that worked with the Department of Defense way back when I was a part of it, I've learned that there is safety in numbers. By building systems that democratize whistleblowing, that make it possible for those who have observed wrongdoing to come forward with concerning information, even if they weren't in a position to observe the full picture, we can reduce individual risk, better protecting courageous fellow citizens while increasing the amount of public interest information that can make it to the world. That says, well, all that said, Doji appears to be hiring. Its newly created X account is inviting, get this shit, super high IQ, small government revolutionaries willing to work 80 plus hours per week to DM, direct message their resumes. If you're an intelligent person who believes the government should be transparent and accountable, perhaps you should apply. And if, during one of your 16-hour workdays, you observe something you believe the public should know, well, I myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, will always be here to help. Trump can smell weakness, but there is a way to beat his dark arts, especially as the ex-owner's extremely hardcore approach is going to do a lot more harm than good. The president-elect, along with his sidekick-in-chief, Elon Musk, has utter contempt for the mainstream media. But a strong press is the best hope we have of restraining their excesses and protecting the ideals of liberal democracy. So here's one prediction for the week ahead, at least. As close scrutiny continues of Donald Trump's nominees for government, I expect it will become clearer that one or more of them is set to fail. Because this is where politics and crypto meet. In anticipation of his second term, President-elect Donald Trump has already revived the good old flood the zone with shit strategy, dropping daily announcements about the bonkers cabinet picks, ergo Tulsi Gabbard, Matt Gaetz, Pete Hegseth, he wants on his team. It may be tough to single out any particular ones as the worst of the bunch, because they're all so bad, It's like a rotten apple amidst a worm pit. But allow me to suggest 12 contenders. Tech bro entrepreneurs Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who have been tapped as co-chairs of a proposed new Department of Government Efficiency, or Doji for short. Yes, as in Elon Musk's favorite meme cryptocurrency, and its valuation has been taking the recent news quite well. Pump up the volume! Trump's victory marks a new dawn for crypto and a global spike in corruption. With a pro-crypto agenda and substantial backing from industry investors, Donald Trump's presidency is poised to reshape the landscape of digital currencies, promising a future where Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies thrive under favorable regulations and government support. You know, I personally was so absorbed by Elon Musk's shameless purchase of the White House that I failed to notice a new digital mafia forming a solid alliance around U.S. President-elect Donald Trump, one that has already profited immensely since the fateful November 5th election. They are the crypto barons. For those who haven't noticed, since Trump's victory, cryptocurrencies have reached historic valuations. Bitcoin surpassed $80,000 US, setting a new record. It is estimated that the cryptocurrency market gained $230 billion US in just 24 fucking hours. This surge is largely because they anticipate a presidency that will be completely favorable to cryptocurrencies, which in recent years have faced criminal charges related to fraud and mercenary murder, while confronting the possibility of not advancing with the friendly regulations they desire. Moreover, for those who claim that U.S. President Joe Biden's administration has been poor, I suggest looking into the actions taken to regulate the digital Wild West. In addition to various actions against big tech, cryptocurrencies have also been targeted. So let me relate the Biden administration and its war against the cryptocurrencies. Biden versus the crypto barons. You see, the U.S. SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, which regulates stock markets, has made them a major focus of investigations. Under the leadership of Chairman Gary Gensler, a former MIT professor and investor, the SEC has sued crypto exchanges like Binance and Kraken, as well as Ripple Labs, which issues the cryptocurrency XRP, ZERP. Interestingly, Ripple's CEO campaigned openly against Joe Biden and in favor of Donald Trump. In early October, Gensler demonstrated how he has become the enemy of crypto in these United States. During an event at NYU, New York University, he stated that cryptocurrencies are unlikely to ever be considered real currencies. In his view, they serve merely as a store of value, like paintings or works of art. Gensler's position is grounded in economic science. He explained to the audience that according to Gresham's law, bad money drives out good money. That is why countries tend to have only one singular national currency. Imagine that. One of his main concerns is that the crypto industry is rife with, to quote his T at length and verbatim, a lot of fraudsters, a lot of grifters, a lot of scams. With all respect, the leading lights of this field in 2024 are either in jail or awaiting extradition right now. I'm just going to say this. These debates literally go back to Plato and Aristotle. This is 3,000 years of history. Hundreds of great nations. Thousands of nation states. We tend to have one single currency per geographic economic state for a reason. This brings us to Trump's pro-crypto actions, which are pro-chaos. Without ever mentioning Plato or Aristotle, indeed I doubt Trump could pronounce their names, Trump promised during his campaign that he would get rid of Gensler on day one of his administration. The most likely replacement is Dan Gallagher, a crypto enthusiast who previously worked at the SEC and is now a lawyer for Robinhood, a fintech company that trades cryptocurrencies and stocks via an app. We could call it the suicide app. The one you lose all your money on. Just gamble, people. It's safer. Trump also promised to free Ross Ulbricht, the founder of Silk Road, an anything goes store powered by bitcoins that sold professional murder, who's been serving a life sentence since 2013 for hiring out assassins for pay. Trump went further by embracing the crypto cause during his campaign, appearing at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee this July, during which he offered a private meeting for anyone willing to pay $800,000 US. In real coin, of course. He wasn't taking Bitcoin himself, mindest ye. Imagine that! And there, he promised to turn the United States into a Bitcoin superpower! But pay me in cash. He didn't take no payment in that Bitcoin shit. And not one to miss an opportunity aside, he also launched his own cryptocurrency called World Liberty Financial, backed by a crypto token named WLFI, Wilfy. In October, his company announced plans to raise up to $30 million from investors. According to CNBC News, an entity called DT marks DFI LLC, Limited Liabilities Corporation, linked to the president-elect, a conflict of interest if ever there was one, which is set to receive 75% of the net revenues from this currency. Well, as always happens in power games, none of this occurred spontaneously. It results from actions taken by certain crypto investors who decided to fund candidates favorable to themselves. Now, in terms of corruption in these United States, there's an excellent report from Bloomberg that outlines this situation. According to what I'm citing here, Brian Armstrong, a billionaire founder of Coinbase, who was sued by the SEC just 3 months prior, announced at a conference in New York that the industry could convince the government to implement more favorable rules. Armstrong stated, "We need to be realistic. Money moves the needle." Thus, he supported Fair Shake PAC, Political Action Committee, a political action committee that is a tax-free organization, of course, that raises money to elect and defeat candidates, and encouraged other investors to do likewise. So Fair Shake and affiliated groups spent $135 million on elections, and they succeeded. 47 out of 56 candidates they supported secured seats in Congress. Although this PAC stayed out of the presidential race, other investors like the Winklevoss twins, the founders of the Gemini Exchange, and Jesse Powell, the co-founder of Kraken, spent millions on Trump's campaign. Other Trump supporters could hardly contain their joy at his victory. Richard Teng, chink son of a bitch, CEO of crypto exchange Binance, which was fined $4.3 billion US for money laundering and SEC violations, and Alex Thorne, head of research at Galaxy Digital, were among them. In a corrupt third world banana boat country like these United States, It's a classic case of, you scratch my ass, I'll scratch yours. And what communist China used to be to the Greater Soviet Union, a second fatherland of communism that spread the Maoist revolutionary fervor like a wildfire, as opposed to the fossilized reactionary Soviet stance. Brazil is the capitalist alternative to the United States in the Western Hemisphere, a Southern Hemisphere nation emerging from the Third World like the former communist China that seeks to someday compete with America for hemispherical dominance. And down there, hopeful for Jair Bolsonaro's return to power like Trump's, Brazil's former tourism minister Gilson Machado Neto said, "What happens in the United States happens in Brazil." Whereas I myself would qualify that all bad things happening in these United States can inspire opportunists in Brazil. In fact, some are already profiting from the cryptocurrency fever following Trump's election. Just in recent days, the website of the Brazilian radio network, Jovem Pan, published 3 sponsored articles praising cryptocurrencies with headlines like, "Trump presidency boosts Bitcoin," which trades as BTC, "and may help another cryptocurrency soar up to 30,000% in 10 months. Kids, if something is riding on air, it's a bubble about to burst. Do not invest. Do not engage. Whatever expands must ultimately pop. All contained links that led back to Empiricus, a publishing company specialized in providing financial information with a focus on cryptocurrencies. And although these texts are sponsored, Empiricus's name as sponsor is hidden in small print, if not entirely, well, rendered cryptic onto blockchain or something. In other words, keep your eyes open. We will see an explosion of crypto offerings and inventions here as well. Good winds are blowing for digital con artists. To be clear, however, the aforecited Musk-headed, over-departmental DOGE is not exactly a full-fledged department at all, or a government agency at all. Per Trump's own press release, it amounts to a basic report of recommended job cuts. Specifically, DOGE will provide advice and guidance from outside of government and will partner with the White House and Office of Management and Budget, making changes to the federal bureaucracy with an eye to efficiency. This makes sense for Musk, who wanted to retain control of his myriad companies while simultaneously providing input on all the regulators that contract with and ensure legal compliance from SpaceX, Tesla, and Neuralink. And if Trump is to be believed, Musk and Ramaswamy will merely pave the way for Trump's administration to implement the recommendations and dismantle government bureaucracy, slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies. The deadline for this modern-day Manhattan Project, their words, will be July 4th of 2026 to mark the United States' 250th Independence Day, when we're all celebrating the fact that we've just enslaved ourselves with the barcodes printed on our foreheads to Antichrist and shit. I mean, there's a lot of issues here. There's the matter of why 12 more random people must be appended to a government agency, specifically the Office of Management and Budget, in order to increase efficiency. There's the question of why exactly Trump's advisors think he should ask Congress for up to $50 million in taxpayer revenues to fund this farce. Plus, there's little clarity on just what this federal partnership will formally resemble, how the Doge entity itself will operate. I mean, nonprofit? obnoxious account on X, another obnoxious account that is, private corporation, Federal Advisory Committee, or a Dogecoin branded merch table, a mirror of an already extant OMB office, a blockchain ledger for child porn that's encrypted into the blockchain itself, which is what blockchain is overwhelmingly abused for. And how the powers Musk and Ramaswamy think they'll have square with it what they'll actually have. From the sound of that press release, it sure seems like they'll just be turning in a glorified recommendations report written by a combination of AI chatbots and underpaid interns to present to Trump on the occasion of America's semi-quincentennial, represented alongside the Dogecoin Shiba Inu. Now rest in peace to a sweet little Japanese puppy who deserved so fucking much better than this. Shiba Inu is the Dogecoin mascot, in case you didn't know. And
a Japanese breed dog, isn't it?
Yes, Japanese pup. On Thursday, the X account for Doji put out a call for super high IQ, small government revolutionaries willing to work 80 plus hours per week on unglamorous cost cutting, and invited interested applicants to message the account, even though, as a joke, my son tried to apply, its DMs are not even open. What a fucking joke! Good Lord. And these people are running the government. Yes, the incoming president has a powerful mandate. Say it again.
That's government efficiency for you.
There you go. Well, they're gonna make that look like it's smooth, dude.
Yeah.
they're gonna make the government look like it was. People are gonna miss the gov. I'll tell you that. People will be missing.
Yeah, I need to apply and have them like eradicate the DMV. Those fuckers are fucked up, man.
Yeah, well,
like,
they want.
Why can't they get rid of like them and the IRS first? It's like, of course they leave the worst of the worst.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they need the IRS to collect the revenue for their bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this sounds.
They got to
like
give all that taxpayer money to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course.
Go on.
Yeah.
Brendan.
Why don't they take it out of their own pockets? But yeah, it's gonna turn into like what that Milei in Argentina, where he just started saying "afuera, afuera" and was just like crossing things off the list, and then now the country like collapsed, like the economy collapsed.
Yeah.
Is that what we're in for?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's
I haven't heard from Argentina since they put him on they put him on TV for a little bit. Now I haven't heard anything.
That's because Argentina sank into the ocean, dude. Like Atlantis. Yeah. Oh, at any rate, yeah, the incoming president has a powerful mandate, all right, but it sure as hell ain't electoral. He may say that every colorful name he has announced must take office, even though the likes of Matt Gaetz, Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Pete Hegseth, and others were on the extremist, nutty fringe of politics until just recently. Incidentally, what has Marjorie Taylor Greene done wrong to have not yet been picked for a job? I suspect instead that Mr. Trump is being more Machiavellian. He probably also foresees, and maybe may even welcome, that one or more of his chosen figures will fall away. Perhaps the Senate will block an appointment. Maybe as details of police inquiries become public in one or more cases, a preferred candidate will be obliged to withdraw. Most of his chosen candidates will get through, but when one or more are blocked, Mr. Trump can have his cake and eat it too. He will bewail the deep state, telling his cultists that his opponents want to block the radical changes that he would supposedly bring. And so here's my second prediction for the slightly longer term. Elon Musk and Mr. Trump will have an almighty falling out. I can't see either man being willing to submit for long to the discipline or constraints that come from working closely with or for the other. Each expects to be the top dog. I would suggest today how the Department of Government Efficiency, that joke-named institution that Mr. Musk is set to run, might make the budget cuts it is set up to achieve. But stripping away a lot of public spending is bound to upset the lives of a lot of ordinary Americans, the ones who just voted for Mr. Trump, by slashing funds for welfare, infrastructure, defense, or by failing to pay off debt. So we have to ask, how? How to make Elon Musk's budget-slashing dreams come true? The way Musk and Ramaswamy have been talking, they clearly have the idea that they'll be cleaning house from day one onward, just like Musk did when he purchased Twitter in late 2022, brought his friends and cronies on as consultants for cost cuts, ousted the company's executives, and went on to lay off thousands more staffers. In September, speaking on the Lex Fridman podcast, the Yellow House nigger Ramaswamy posited what he called a glib thought experiment. Anybody in the federal bureaucracy who is not elected, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you are out. It ends in an even number, you are in. There's a 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts with an even number, you're in. And even if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom! That's a 75% reduction. Not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American, other than the size of their government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot less money to operate it. So now imagine, you could do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, doing it at a large scale, while having some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment and knowledge of the Constitution. Vivek Ramaswamy's thought experiment for reducing the size of government is on at Lex Fridman. I'm going to put the link here. This is from Pirate Wires, or at Pirate Wires on November 13th of 2024, at least. Let's enter that into Team Dietrich text box. They get first dibs on this, and now I'm putting it into the live stream. Okay, numbers have gone way up. Feast your eyes and gloat your soul on this accursed ugliness. Everybody's favorite yellow house nigger, whose face is going to be on everybody's cereal box. Day one, anybody in the federal bureaucracy who's not elected, whose social security number ends in an odd number, you are out. Day two, of those who remain, if your social security starts in. I mean, there you go. I mean, you can read it all yourselves. But you got to do the accent.
First of all, his math for an Indian guy's math isn't adding up. Like what happened to this guy? I mean, he's not a normal Indian. He didn't go to freaking math. He didn't go to engineering school. That's for sure. Like I'm always suspect of Indians that don't end up in like STEM fields because it's like this dude he's like a failure and now he's trying to take it out on everyone or something.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. His parents said, "You ignorant loser. You don't know math, no science.
How dare you go to politics?" And then now he's all like, he hates his own people, he hates everyone.
So,
so he's a traitor to his own country.
He must be. I mean, I've never met an Indian that's been like this.
Thank you.
Well, he's wearing the fucking American flag on his stupid fucking suit, so.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's an Americanized dumb piece of shit. Traitor to his race.
Those are the worst. Those are the worst.
Yeah.
when some
Americanized Asians, yeah, it's sickening.
Oh, they're awful. They're the worst. They're the worst. When some colored coon has to advertise with the American flag, like, please don't deport me. Please do not mass deport me.
Yeah.
That's pathetic. It's what I can't bear to look at. I feel like I'm.
He'll be sucking Trump's dick to beg him to not deport him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that Lex Friedman guy is like a Russian Jew as well, and they claim he has like this super high IQ, but it's like he's so boring when he talks. It's like, I mean,
there's
sounds
nothing
like
intelligent about him.
Sounds like Henry Kissinger. Everybody's saying how intelligent he is. You can't even understand a word he says.
Yeah.
And then when Lex is
like articulate, but it's like he's so slow and he just has like this monotone.
He was probably dropped on his head as a kid.
Probably would be more entertaining if he was. That's the problem. Is that Anyhow, folks, welcome to the Running the Government Like a Business in the age of mass tech industry layoffs and tyrannical bossism, as proposed by someone who himself was never elected to govern. Dig a load of that shit. Set aside the preposterous... Yes, say that again? Yeah.
It's not ironic. Wouldn't he get eliminated by his own policy? You know, it's like... It doesn't... They really feel like they're above everyone. It's like they give themselves away, you know?
Thank you. Yeah. It's outrageous.
Like of course, him and Musk would be exempt from that, you know, half and half shit.
Yeah.
Which equals 75 for some reason.
Yeah. Oh man. Yes. There's the sense of what did we call it again? Exemption. Sense of exemption and entitlement combined. Set aside the preposterous.
Javier Milei, who chainsawed Argentina's bureaucracy, has tips for Elon Musk.
Oh, no doubt.
Elon Musk looking to Argentina for inspiration to slash public spending. So we're fucked.
We're on our way.
And then listen to this latest. Argentina Milei pivots to pragmatism because he has no other choice in his first talks with China's Xi after shaking up G20. There you go.
That's outrageous. It's just there's no words. These guys are idiots. I mean, the lunatics have taken over the asylum all over the world, and we're in an age of madmen, true madmen.
To derail, but at some point,
and they're all fucking. They're all.
Oh, sorry.
I
was just gonna say, check out that news on Russia attacking that city in Ukraine. How do you pronounce that? DNIPRO.
Probably Dnipro. I'll take a look at it. What were you going to say, Brendan, while I do that? Oh, what were you going to say?
The video underneath is showing the missile striking the area.
Okay, Dnipro. Yeah, that's Dnipro. And and what were you going to say, Brendan? Please, hope you didn't forget.
I said they're all actors.
Yeah.
Milei was an actor. Trump was an actor. I'm not saying like in this like conspiratorial sense, in like the literal sense, they were on TV in movies. Zelensky was an actor.
What about that guy in Pakistan too? What the fuck was his name?
Yeah, Imran Khan.
Yes.
You know, so it's like the world's surrendered to these, like, politics was already acting, but now it's like even a step below that. It's just
now it's theater. It's farce. It's like wrestling. It's like wrestling now.
That public persona is a facade.
A bunch of fucking UFC cage matches and then we're all gonna pay for it, just dealing with this shit.
Thank you. It's idiocracy come to life. We are living idiocracy. Yes, this is what
10 years we're be watering the freaking plants with Gatorade and shit.
Yeah, believe me.
Like, why is nothing growing?
This is what they foresaw in the 1920s when they instituted eugenics programs. They were trying to breed these people out. So understand, the eugenicists were the good guys, people. When are you finally going to realize that? They said we were threatened by the marching morons, is what they called them, that demographically stupider and stupider people would breed. The stupidest people breed and breed. And this is why Elon Musk and Bill Gates keep saying, have more kids! Have more kids! Right, Brendan? All the idiots want to breed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
Especially
much
Musk.
guys.
Musk says, he wants to have everyone to have 15 to 20 kids or something ridiculous.
And he's hatching them out of test tubes and shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think he meant literally have that many. I think he meant clone them, but...
Yeah.
I wonder how they're going to turn out when they grow up.
Oh, fucked. They're going to be so fucking fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's like I said, set aside the preposterous contentions that government agencies are no different from corporations, or that mass eliminating people by social security numbers would not cripple necessary everyday government functions like air traffic control and emergency relief and weather monitoring, even after screening them for constitutional knowledge or something. You can't blame the guy for getting excited, however. All this deep slicing and dicing was a core feature of Ramaswamy's campaign for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent presidential nomination, in which he promised to abolish the Department of Education and the FBI, gut the Food and Drug Administration, and narrow the Federal Reserve's mandate. But a lot of that stuff is just Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent orthodoxy now, with Project 2025 calling to scrap the DOE, the Department of Education, sap the Fed's powers, and return this country to the gold standard, as if we had enough gold to even begin to do that. So Ramaswamy may feel the need to go even more extreme with it in order to keep up with his extremely hardcore partner and give Doji a reason to exist at all, much less command tens of millions of public dollars. That's where you get tech bro manual proposals like making federal staffers work inside their physical offices all day and all week. As Donald Moynihan, professor at the Ford School of Public Policy, I think it's the Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan, so said, only about 15% of federal employees even live in the District of Columbia region. The vast majority of federal employees, about 85%, live all across the United States. The demand by Elon Musk that they all work in the offices in Washington itself is physically impossible because the American empire cannot be run from a single point. Yet Ramaswamy has still gone further, asking to retract appropriations to programs whose congressional authority has lapsed, which include resources like veterans health care, and basically do a sort of Twitter file style expose of budgetary allowances. The latter doesn't sound bad at all until you remember that Mark Andreessen is one of Trump's tech world advisors, and that one of his big things these days is threatening to prosecute government/university/business officials who apparently coordinated to censor Elon Musk's X by pulling advertising. In reality, private entities didn't like all the neo-Nazis on X, but now that Musk is so close to the president-elect, they may relent out of fear of retaliation from, skinheads burning their house down. Now, Ramaswamy and Musk's bid for maximum transparency, which sounds like some kind of burlesque show, will also likely include straight-up lying about what various government offices even do. Exempli gratiae. Take Musk's unfounded conspiracy theories about the Federal Aviation Administration and Federal Emergency Management Agency's responses to Hurricane Helene, called up by everybody's favorite white trash piece of shit, Peter Moon. Or should I say, Vinnie Barbarek. So don't expect this duo to magically be able to get an actual Pentagon audit through. Do expect them to pressure agencies that contract with Musk's companies, and to intimidate those offices that are either investigating or suing said companies. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has even suggested withdrawing support for NATO if the European Union's digital platform regulations force X/Twitter to change its business in any way. Let's also be real here. Elon will probably hold much of the authority, as he is just too much of an egomaniac to cede any public control. He's already sticking close to Trump's side at Mar-a-Lago, advocating for more presidential control over the Fed, thus expanding the executive's power base, asking that the government hires some SpaceX executives, of course, and butting in on an official phone call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, you know, the actor, well, the Jewish actor, who pretends he's president of Ukraine. Musk isn't influencing everything so far. His preferred Senate Majority Leader, Rick Scott, lost that bid to South Dakota's John Thune, but it's clear who will be wearing the pants at Doji. The most baffling part of Doji, however, is that Trump already has plans in motion for firing lots of generals. And his Project 2025 masterminds already have a good clue as to how they'll unilaterally trim things down, as the aforecited Moynihan so said. First and foremost, by reauthorizing Schedule F, as in, fuck you, an executive order from Trump's first term that granted him authority to reclassify the employee status of federal staffers, namely as political employees, meaning your government is no longer apolitical. It is now politicized. And fire them accordingly. In other words, fire all Democrats. To quote his Moynihan, within 6 months, I would expect that executive order to be back in place. The more conservative estimates about how many people that will incorporate are in the neighborhood of 50,000. That's an enormous amount compared to the current number of actual political appointees, which is 4,000. That's hardly the number that Ramaswamy must have been thinking of with his Social Security exercise, but it's still quite a hefty one. There are still 2 million civil service employees, a number that seems ginormous until you remember, as Moynihan has explained, that that number has never grown appropriately in relation to the population, economy, and other factors since 1960. The majority of those employees who would not be hit work with agencies whose Doji-style reorganizations would require congressional approval, which isn't inevitable since Republicans command only small majorities in the legislative chambers. Still, there are ways Trump could weed out other government workers, including by making the job and surrounding environment ever more unpleasant, like by freezing hiring and requesting cuts to employee training and travel funds in the annual budgets. Zoe Schiffer, a tech journalist and the author of the work entitled Extremely Hardcore, subtitled Inside Elon Musk's Twitter, told the press that such acts would be especially appealing to Elon Musk. Of his approach to Twitter, Schiffer said, he was willing to endure a certain amount of pain if it meant that he wasn't going to have to pay a premium in terms of people's salaries and equity. The desired effect? Pushing people out or only attracting supplicants. To quote us Moynihan again, providing a long-term guarantee of work encourages employees to think about building up expertise in their very nuanced areas, which could be things like environmental regulation, disaster response, or workplace safety. If you hire too many political hacks, you might get a lot of responsiveness, but if you cut organizations to the bone, it's going to be harder for you to achieve your core goals. Cutting to the bone does seem to be a shared objective between Trump and the muskrat. As the New York Times reported, Mr. Trump has told Mr. Musk that he wants him to bring the same scalpel to the federal government that he brought to Twitter, which would, well, what would cutting to the bone really mean in practice? Well, to look back at that infamous Twitter takeover is to recall that it involved roping in Musk's most trusted yes-men, David Sachs, Steve Davis, Joe Lonsdale, who are also advising Trump at this very moment on how he should regulate the industries they work in. The aforecited Schiffer has concluded, the circle of people who will tell Musk the truth and be honest is a lot smaller than it was when he was building Tesla. If it's like Twitter and Musk's other companies, they'll want lean staff heavily weighted toward technical hires, carry an expectation that people be in the office all the time, not offer a lot of expectations of benefits, and expect longer work hours. In other words, shrink the government and make it work more for the president's men and less for the American people. What could possibly go wrong? Among Elon Musk's current obsessions is his view that the only place where truth can be found is on X, formerly known as Twitter. That need not worry us unduly, except that he is said to regard himself as the real vice president of these United States come next January. It is clear that he shares with the incoming president a complete and utter contempt for what we are nowadays obliged to call legacy media, which again might not matter much except for the absence of any other meaningful restraint on the autocrat who has captured the White House, Congress, and to all intents and purposes, the Supreme Court. Once reliable and independent sources of news are now threatened by growing alliances of oligarchs and authoritarians. The mainstream media doesn't use the term oligarchy to describe the multi-billionaires who are using, rather abusing their wealth to enlarge their political power around the world, but that is what is happening. During the U.S. presidential campaign, legacy mainstream media, who mostly answer to corporate or multi-billionaire ownership, refrained from reporting how incoherent and bizarre Donald Trump was already becoming, normalizing, and sane-washing was the term they used, sane-washing his increasingly deranged utterances, even as it reported every minor slip by Joe Biden. The New York Times headlined its report on the September 2024 presidential debate between Trump and Kamala Harris, in which Trump issued conspiracy theories about stolen elections, crowd sizes, and Haitian immigrants eating pet cats and dogs, as Harris and Trump bet on their own sharply contrasting views of America. Really? Trump also abused virulent rhetoric towards journalists. He has called the free press scum and the enemy within. During his campaign, he called for revoking the licenses of television networks and jailing journalists who won't reveal their anonymous sources. Come January 20th, Trump and his toadies, including multi-billionaires such as Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, will have total control over the executive branch of the United States government. Trump's MAGA Republicans will be in charge of both chambers in Congress as well. Most members of the U.S. Supreme Court, some of whom have been beneficiaries of billionaire gifts, have already signaled their willingness to consolidate even more power in Trump's hands, immunize him from criminal liability for anything he does, and further open the floodgates of big money into American politics. All of this is sending a message from the United States that liberalism's core tenets, including the rule of law and freedom of the press, are up for grabs. Elsewhere around the world, alliances of economic elites and authoritarians similarly threaten public access to the truth, without which democracy cannot thrive. It's a vicious cycle. Citizens have grown cynical about democracy because decision-making has become dominated by economic elites, and that cynicism has ushered in authoritarians who are even more solicitous of such elites. Trump and his lapdogs have lionized Viktor Orbán and Hungary's Fidesz party, which transformed a once vibrant democracy into a single-party state, muzzling the media and rewarding only the wealthy. Trump's success will likely encourage other authoritarians, such as Marine Le Pen and her National Rally Party in France, Alternative for Germany, or AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, Italy's far-right Giorgia Meloni, and radical right-wing parties in the Netherlands and Austria, the Oostenrijk. Trump's triumph will embolden Russia's Vladimir Putin, the world's most dangerous authoritarian oligarch and the richest man on earth, not only in Ukraine and potentially all Eastern Europe, but also in his worldwide campaign of disinformatia, disinformation seeking to undermine democracies. Evidence is mounting that Russia and other foreign agents abused Musk's X platform to disrupt the U.S. presidential campaign in favor of Donald Trump. Musk did nothing to stop them. During the campaign, Musk himself reposted to his 200 million followers a faked version of Harris's first campaign video with an altered voice track sounding like Harris and saying, "She does not know the first thing about running the country and is the ultimate diversity hire." Musk tagged the video amazing. It received hundreds of millions of views, far more than the latest Mike Tyson fight. Over 3 times as many views as Mike Tyson's latest fight, rather his last. According to a report from the Center for Countering Digital Hate, Musk posted at least 100 false election claims on X, which garnered a total of at least 1.2 billion views. Now, Aaron Tice, tell me that media is dead. None had a community note from X's supposed fact-checking system. Rupert Murdoch, another oligarch who champions authoritarianism, the man who de facto runs Australia, has turned his Fox News, Wall Street Journal, and New York Post into outlets of right-wing propaganda, which have only amplified Trump's lies. Jeff Bezos, the multi-billionaire owner of the Washington Post, prohibited that newspaper from endorsing Kamala Harris. Evidently, he didn't want to raise Trump's ire, because Bezos' other businesses depend on government contracts, and his largest, Amazon.com, is already the target of a federal antitrust suit. Bezos' decision demonstrated that even the possibility of a Trump presidency would force what has been one of the most courageous newspapers in these United States to censor itself. Marty Baron, former editor of the Post, called the move cowardice, with democracy as its casualty. Citizens concerned about democracy must monitor those in power, act as watchdogs against abuses of power, challenge those abuses, organize and litigate, and sound the alarm about wrongdoing and wrongful policies. But not even the most responsible of citizens can do any of these things without reliable sources of information. The public doesn't know what stories have been censored, muted, judged out of bounds, or preemptively not covered by journalists who'd rather not take the risk. In the final weeks before this election, billionaire owner of the Los Angeles Times, Patrick Soon-Shiong, blocked his newspaper's planned endorsement of Kamala Harris. Because he's a chink commie, that's why. A fucking shill for the Chinese Communist Party, prompting the head of that paper's editorial board to resign. Mariel Garza said she was not okay with us being silent, adding that, in dangerous times, honest people need to stand up, especially from an agent of a hostile foreign power of a racially homogenous empire, the Communist Chinese. Honest people standing up is precisely what resisting authoritarianism and protecting democracy require. Americans and the citizens of other countries must have access to the truth if we have any hope of standing up to tyranny. Last time around, we at least had the New York Times and the Washington Post to perform the essential role of watchdog as a necessary check and balance on power. And then, shortly before this election, the owner of the latter publication, Jeff Bezos, blinked like a bitch. Let's hope that paper recovers its nerve. But autocrats are famed for their ability to sniff weakness. I've spraketh before that the best gift Bezos could give to the journalists at the Post would be to create a governance structure whereby he could never interfere with the editorial decisions, thus enabling to shrug and mock impotence the next time Donald Trump menaces him. Here's another idea. Set up an endowment using just 2% of his wealth. He says he wants to give most of it away before he dies anyway, to preserve the Washington Post in perpetuity. $12 billion ought to do fine. The Scott Trust, owner of The Guardian and The Observer, has shown one way of doing it. Meanwhile, the fate of 12 other grand legacy titles hangs in the balance. The Daily Telegraph is still under the hammer and currently looks as if it might end up in the hands of one Wdy112024, while The Observer may be destined to be owned by Tortoise Media, a still unprofitable startup launched by the former Times editor, James Harding, of the little-known Wdy112024. All I know is he sounds like a rich black guy. There's not much currently to say, except that he seems to have offered the most money. A former owner and editor of the New York-based Yiddish newspaper, the ALEMANER, he resurrected the New York Sun as a neoconservative website. So he's definitely a malevolent, plutocrat, kryptonite, Hazarian Edomite Jew. His sole personal editorial contribution to the American election was to interview the wingnut candidate RFK Jr., who has now been nominated by Trump to be health secretary. Even as I host, the New York Sun's main comment piece celebrates the prospect of Trump going to war on the nonsense of net zero. The disgraced Canadian former press baron Conrad Black is one of the most regular contributors, while the main British voice is that of Julie Burkill, whose most recent column celebrated Suella Braverman, who may well go down in history as the great lost leader of the once united kingdom. But no matter. The kryptonite Jew Efuni is offering the most money. And so to the Observer. Here is a great paradox, little understood by those whose main reading matter is balance sheets. The paper was, during the latter half of the 20th century, at once one of the most glorious on the planet and one of the least, in a conventional sense, successful. Its owner and editor for 27 years was David Astor, the very opposite of any Hollywood newsman, who was said to be so shy on grand occasions that he didn't even know how to get out of a room. But what a newspaper he edited! He quietly assembled a glittering cast of the brave and the brilliant. Kenneth Tynan was the theater critic. Proust, translator. Terence Kilmartin, the literary editor. And the great Deutschen, the great German writer Sebastian Haffner, a political correspondent. Orwell, Cyril Connolly, Arthur Koestler, the Jewish author who exposed the reality of the Hazar, wrote the book The 13th Tribe. Muriel Spark, Neil Askerson, if I remember her name correctly, his name, Victor Golans, and A.J.P. Taylor were regulars in the comment and literary pages. Nora Beloff wrote from Moscow, Washington, and Westminster. Catherine Whitehorn saw her role as being the first to bridge the divide between women's writing and what I suppose the blokes would have called serious writing. The football writers, yes, the football writers, included the philosopher, A.J. Ayer, the art critic, David Sylvester, the lawyer, Louis Blum Cooper, and the academic John Sparrow. Michael Frayn and Clive James lightened the mood. The incomparable Jane Brown and Don McCullen took the pictures. I know that because of my son's hobby in photography. He could be professional, but Sugar Daddy won't let him. Security reasons. Now that paper, it never stopped campaigning in favor of decolonization and against apartheid. It led the charge to abolish capital punishment and to reform the laws criminalizing homosexuality. It denounced Great Britain's shameful intervention in the Suez. To quote its they, "We had not realized that our government was capable of such folly and such crookedness." It sent the great writer Anthony Sampson to cover the Ravonia trial in 1964, and may well have been instrumental in saving the life of one of the defendants, Nelson Mandela. Not that that's something to brag about in hindsight, but you couldn't argue their accomplishments in the sense of having gotten something done. But what of the balance sheet? Because that is ritually invoked as the real litmus test of whether a media company is succeeding or not, regardless of the purpose it serves. Through the late 1950s, the paper was already struggling. During the 1960s, it simply couldn't compete with the resources the Canadian press baron Roy Thompson lavished on the Sunday Times, and it came close to merging with The Guardian. By the time Astor finally surrendered ownership, the paper was hemorrhaging money. It was sold in 1976, in America's bicentennial year, to an American billionaire, and again in 1981 to the buccaneering businessman Tiny Rowland. The Independent came close to buying it in 1993 until the Scott Trust, owners of The Guardian, swooped in instead. And for the past 31 years has spent a small fortune sustaining it. It had another possible near-death experience in 2009, when its post-financial crash losses threatened The Guardian itself, then without the £1.3 billion sterling endowment that now protects it. But the Scott Trust decided to continue with the Sunday paper as a distinctive and important liberal voice. The Observer's current financial position is unclear to me, except to the extent that the Scott Trust seems keen to offload it to Harding, who is simultaneously trying to convince skeptical journalists that he has the funds to sustain it. Depending on the accounting, it's probably making a moderate loss, though nothing like the $77 million that 61 million pounds deficit of the Washington Post. The Scott Trust may not have had the deepest of pockets, though it did invest tens of millions of pounds in trying to give the Observer a decent chance of cracking the Sunday paper market, but its model of ownership should, in theory, put serious liberal journalism at the heart of everything it does, and ensure that its editors are free to say and do what they like. They can even endorse political candidates, an option denied to the Washington Post in the last election. No spreadsheet can value that, nor can any autocrat capture it. It would be indelicate, as a fellow purveyor of analytical insight myself, to express a view on the Harding bid, except to hope that the Observer, along with the Telegraph and the Washington Post, not only survives, but thrives. The three papers are, in their different ways, essential to the preservation of democratic liberal societies in ways that Musk and Trump could not begin to fathom. Some of the greatest newspapers have resembled lighthouses. These structures, in the days of my father as a sailor, were, at least until the advent of global positioning satellites, the GPS system, necessary to save ships and lives, but there was no real business model to finance them. So they were widely thought of as public goods, a service that is necessary, but that the market on its own may never be able to support. The BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, is a notable example. With democratic darkness, to paraphrase the Washington Post's own rallying cry, comes the need for more lighthouses. Fight today's tyranny for tomorrow's totaler democracy, total democracy. Ever more so as the Republicans will abolish the education department. As a historian, I can testify that all this modern-day blend of McCarthyism and white grievance became the focus of Russia's insurgent right-wing crusade back in 2022, the year the right rallied around a made-up menace. You see, now Trump World, I should say. Trump World wants to reclaim universities. Trump wants to end wokeness in education. No DEI, no diversity, equity, and inclusion. No transgender movement. No women's studies. He has vowed to abuse federal money as leverage in his war on wokeness. Having vanquished the manufactured menaces of vaccine mandates, the gay agenda, and widespread electoral fraud, Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis abused his midterm electoral victory speech to position himself as a wartime leader. Then he was preparing his constituents for the existential battle posed by their newest imaginary adversary, wokeness. In Churchillian tones, he announced, "We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die." DeSantis was summoning the resentment that produced the racial terrorism of Reconstruction, the pro-lynching Red Summer of 1919, in the year my late and sainted legal sire, George Dietrich, was born, and the pro-segregation states' rights movement. This time, it was called anti-woke, a modern-day mixture of McCarthyism and white grievance. In 2021, the right became increasingly irate at what it described as wokeness, but which tended to mean any attempt to engage in civil rights or social justice. In 2022, anti-woke became an ideology in itself, an attempt for the radicalized Russophiliac right to rebrand bigotry as a resistance movement. The movement found a leader in Ron DeSantis, who leveraged the anxiety of white voters to win re-election and author the Stop Woke Act, a legislative prototype that would prevent educational institutions and businesses from teaching anything that would cause anyone to feel guilt, anguish, or any form of psychological distress due to their race, color, sex, or national origin. A federal judge ultimately struck down large parts of the bill, calling it positively dystopian. DeSantis is not the only soldier in this war, however. Tucker Carlson, Fox News' most celebrated anti-woke host, then informed his audience that everything from Black Lives Matter to brown M&Ms are purveyors of equal rights and evil wokeism. He told his viewers that the threat from the woke was far greater than the threat from the Russian Empire, asking, "Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him?" It seemed that America was finally ready to tell a more honest, nuanced story of itself, one that acknowledged the blood at the root, and it all went to shit. Then there's Steve Bannon, an info mercenary for hire, who sympathized with the Russian dictator in February of 2022 because Putin ain't woke, he is anti-woke. They have ground support from infantrymen like Vivek Ramaswamy, a Fox News contributor and biotech founder, who believes conscious investing is going to destroy America. The New Yorker described him as the CEO of Anti-Woke Incorporated. It est your ultimate house nigger. Toby Neugebauer, another foot soldier, attempted to start an anti-woke bank circa 2022 until he was forced to step down after allegations of workplace misconduct. Another sex trafficker. The bank shuttered shortly thereafter. Elon Musk also signed up when he took over and torpedoed Twitter, declaring, "The woke mind virus is either defeated or nothing else matters." And the movement has found a British ally in Piers Morgan, who rallied against Meghan's woke war. These men are united in their crusade against consciousness. They say they are serving a patriotic ideology that will deliver America from the scourge of black history, diversity, equity, inclusion, trans rights, homosexuality, and women choosing what to do with their own bodies. Just as conservatives managed to turn terms like political correctness, family values, and religious liberty into weaponized bludgeons with which they can beat back the specter of equality, they successfully redefined wokeness by turning it into a pejorative that is synonymous with the demise of everything good and white about America. It's a neat trick, really, but it's nothing new. Staying woke is predicated on a maxim so common in Black America that the New York Times once simply called it part of the Negro idiom. The first documented use of the phrase, "stay woke," occurred in 1938 when Huddy Leadbelly Ledbetter ended a song about 9 black men by advising black people traveling through Alabama to stay woke, keep your eyes open. In 1940, a member of the Negro United Mine Workers promised that the striking members would stay woke up longer than their opposition. When the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood before Morehouse College's graduating class to deliver the first draft of an address that would serve as his go-to speech for the rest of his life, he knew he was becoming a pariah. By the second day of June in 1959, the United States government had already started a program aimed at maintaining the existing social order. How's that for an ominous phrase? By something even more malevolent, neutralizing individuals perceived as threats. In other words, kill the nigger. Now, long before, the late Dr. King warned the students against complacency and racial backlash. The FBI had created what a Senate intelligence report referred to as labels without meaning that would eventually convince white Americans that the Christian Reverend Dr. King, a man of God, was an anti-American Marxist communist hell-bent on destroying their beloved country. On that day, Dr. King debuted his Remaining Awake speech. Yes, that was his title, Remaining Awake, explaining, "There would be nothing more tragic during this period of social change than to allow our mental and moral attitudes to sleep while this tremendous social change takes place. But less than a decade later, many white Americans were ignoring the central theme of Dr. King's most consistent message: stay woke. By 1964, a majority of white New Yorkers felt that the civil rights movement had gone too damn far. In 1965, the year before I was born, a Gallup poll found that 85% of Americans believed that communists were involved in the civil rights movement. By the time that I was born, the year of 1966, only 36% of white Americans even believed that Dr. King helped the Negro cause. My, how the times have never changed. The war against wokeness is an inevitability, one that is either ignored or unknown to those who accept the whitewashed history that the anti-woke warriors seek to preserve. While some see this as part of the backlash to the racial reckoning of 2020, the cyclical effort to stymie progress is as predictable as a pendulum. To steal the poism so abused by Peter Moon in his ripping off of my work and declaring that he's copyrighted my life and that it was all a fictional story he himself made up, and that the real Douglas Dietrich is the Satanist Leo Lion Zagami. Let's go to historical precedent. When more than 90% of black men in the post-Civil War South registered to vote, the racial resentment resulted in poll disenfranchisement, Jim Crow, and the black codes that fed the exploding prison labor industry. After the First World War, more than 380,000 black American veterans returned to the Solid South and began asserting their rights, producing a nationwide lynching epidemic. The integration of the United States Armed Forces created the Dixiecrat movement. Civil rights legislation created a mass migration of Southern conservatives from the Democratic Party to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. And, well, by 2022, just 12 years agone, the pro-racist movement convinced its followers to publicly come out against anti-racism, empowering small government conservatives who were previously whining about the whittling away of their own freedoms to start demanding that the government regulate reproductive rights, sexual identity, and gender expression. Our nation has always abused misinformation as a kindling for a bonfire that draws patriotic moths to an undemocratic, indeed an anti-democratic flame. Ultimately, the rise of the anti-woke movement is the latest iteration of the effort to maintain the existing social and political order. It is just another label without meaning, a cloak for racism, homophobia, transphobia, and all manner of inequality in perpetuity. At its core is the desire to form a less perfect union, establish injustice, and dismantle domestic tranquility. It is unpatriotic. To be anti-woke is to be anti-American. Contrary to the claims of those who profess to know what MLK would have wanted, the late Dr. King spracketh more about being woke than he did about dreams or mountaintops. His remaining awake speech contradicted the conservative assertion that institutional racism is a myth and dispelled any notion that the United States is not a racist country. In his 1964 address to Oberlin College, the late Dr. King called racism a national problem, explaining that everyone must share in the guilt as individuals and as institutions. Anti-woke activists would have hated my birth year speech delivered by Dr. King, his 1966 lecture at Southern Methodist University, when the speech included a version of history that began in 1619 as the first Negro slaves landed on the shores of this nation against their will. That sounds a lot like critical race theory. Maybe he was trying to teach people how to be an anti-racist. Sedition. How subversive. On the 31st of March in 1968, Dr. King decided to sprinkle a few Bible verses into his trusty speech for a sermon at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. In the church called the Spiritual Home for the Nation, King gave the most complete version of Remaining Awake Through a Revolution. It was longer than the I Have a Dream and I Have Been to the Mountaintop speeches combined. King explained that battling injustice would cause some Americans to lash out against those fighting to live in a free country. Still, he admonished the worshippers to stay woke, while he offered what still stands as the clearest explanation for the entire phenomenon. Before revealing the reason why he believed the beta version of the anti-woke movement was doomed, King preached, I say to you that our goal is freedom. And I believe we are going to get there because however much she strays away from it, the goal of America is freedom. If the inexpressible cruelties of slavery couldn't stop us, the opposition that we now face will surely fall, will surely fail. However dark it is, however deep the angry feelings are, and however violent explosions are, I can still sing We Shall Overcome. 4 days after he assured the nation that we shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, an anti-woke warrior, I should qualify, an anti-woke white warrior, fired a bullet into Martin Luther King's face. So was King wrong? Maybe the moral arc of the universe is just part of a circle that bends towards whiteness.
Yeah, Trump said he was going to release the truth of the MLK assassination, quote unquote.
Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Again, it's like going to the dark web for the truth. It's like,
He's like, I'm going to release the documents about JFK, because he said he was going to do it last session, but he said he couldn't do it. There was a lot of people that were against it. He said, he was like, they were good people, so I didn't release it at the time. And then now he's like, I'm going to do that right away. I'm going to release JFK's files. And then when he was on Joe Rogan, he said, that's what he was saying. And he said, I'm going to release MLK's files, truth too, you know?
Oh my fucking God. It's so sick. It would be funny if it weren't so offensive. It's like, this is, honestly, I shake my head. This is what you meant by, Trump said, this is the notification from Brendan. Trump said he is going to release the truth, in quotes, about JFK and MLK deaths on JRE. I wondered what he meant by that. Now I know he means Joe Rogan. We call him Joe Rogan now.
The Joe Rogan experience, yeah.
Oh my.
It's with them.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's his podcast is called The Joe Rogan Experience, and I said there's not much to experience there.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my fucking Christ. This is like, what you've just told me is like, it's almost beyond belief. It's something that
But what does he mean? Like he wants to obfuscate like who killed him, or what? I don't understand.
Why does he bother? It's like, where does that come from?
He wanted to. He basically was. It's like PR. He wanted himself to look good. Like, I'm gonna release JFK, and then he threw MLK in there, and then all the stupid Americans in the comments are like, I think highly of him now that since he mentioned MLK.
God.
You know?
Oh my God. Oh my
They were like,
fucking
I doubted Trump, but that makes me feel better about him.
I bet a lot of those idiots were black too. Holy fucking
I
shit.
don't doubt it.
Yeah.
But what exactly is the truth? It's like we know he got assassinated. It's not like there's, you know. What else could be in those files, Doug?
It's only one thing that would matter. Basically, what happened was that when James Earl Ray, who was spending all his life in a concrete hole and wanted to die outside in the sun, changed his story and said, I'm not really the killer, that it was the U.S. government, that I'm a patsy. And Martin Luther King Jr.'s son went to visit him in prison and basically, at least publicly, wanted to present the facade that he bought into it. He said, I believe you. He said, I believe you, to the man who killed his father. He said, I believe you. Even though at that time, James Earl Ray said, this is the greatest accomplishment of my life. The only reason I lived for was this moment. So, you know, but his own son, imagine your own, God, you know, it's almost like God knows King must have been turning in his grave. But his own son went to cater to this, because what his own son is catering to is the black need to feel that there is a conspiracy that is out to exterminate them as an ethnos. And that by giving James Earl Ray an out and making him a patsy, that puts the blame on the U.S. government as behind the extermination machine. So by doing that, it's
He's just playing on that.
Yeah, thank you. And it's so wrong, and it's just so stupid, and it's so counterproductive. It's so short term. It's short game thinking. So it's like that's the only thing that could be revealed would be, oh, the government did it. At which point, at this point in history, it's like, okay, even so.
Right, that's what doesn't make sense about the JFK. It's like everyone knows it's all super sketchy, and you know, it's like the original conspiracy, like since what was that lady's name?
Since Mae Brussel. Since Mae Brussel.
Mae Brussel, then Bill Coop, then like everybody that's in a conspiracy like starts with that, and it's like, what else could you really release on it? I mean,
it's already known who killed JFK. It was his fucking Secret Service driver.
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean, possibly. I'm not denying that.
It's in the video. You see him turn around with a handgun in his hand, shooting directly at his fucking brains. Yeah, it's the perfect direction where his brain goes back on the back of the car.
I'm not denying you, because
you know what? Maybe Trump should release the file then.
They cut out the footage. If you look at the unedited Zapruder film, you see it when you're playing slow mo. You just got to focus on the driver the whole time. You see him turn around, point his gun over his shoulder. It's very quick.
It would have to be. It fucking have to be. But
highly trained.
I did see this was not something I really had an interest in, but it was almost obligatory that I did review elements of the Zapruder film, because you never know whether it's the whole film or not. Even when you're dealing with government footage, you never know what the fuck you're looking at, whether it's been altered or somehow spliced in some way. But the impression that I had, for what it's worth, was it was sniper fire. But from three different directions.
The original, because he got shot in the throat, and then the driver finished him off in the head. The sniper,
and that's possible. Like I said, I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it. It may well be true. It has a certain logic to it.
I encourage all the listeners to look into that video and research it.
And it makes sense. Literally, it makes sense because, you know, Robert F. Kennedy Robert F. Kennedy Sr., the original RFK, he was shot by a security guard. So it has a certain logic to it. So definitely, look, I'll definitely respect that. I'm not dismissing it, certainly not. If anything, I'll probably become more of a convert to that as time goes on, because it does make sense that he would put in the coup de grace, or make certain the final shot was put in after the snipers, or to make sure if the snipers missed, he'd make certain he was dead. Okay, there's a logic.
Yeah, backup plan. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because remember, I was supposed to recruit assassins to take out Bill Clinton, and that was exactly how they worked it. The security guard would shoot him behind the back while the snipers took him out from the front. So that makes perfect sense. So Operation Mount Rushmore, as I've related before, and we'll probably have to relate again in the future because of the fact that we have new listeners all the time. Okay, so yeah, I take that, and I'll put that in the files. Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate you bringing that up about Trump. I mean, outrageous. I mean, it just becomes more and more surrealistic by the moment. Let's how do I get back into the thread? That let's put it this way. As I said, maybe the moral arc of the universe is just part of a circle that bends towards whiteness. Perhaps the lesson of 2022 is those who refuse to teach America's true history have doomed us to repeat it. Or maybe it is a lesson in physics. For every positive reaction, there is an equal and opposite backlash. Emancipation, then mass incarceration. Reconstruction, then segregation. The Civil Rights Movement begat the States' Rights Movement. The 1619 Project spawned the 1776 Project. 2S LGBTQIA plus pride introduced, or rather produced, Don't Say Gay! The response to critical race theory was the Great Replacement Theory. Black Lives Matter spawned White Lives Matter. Or the even more obscenely obfuscating All Lives Matter. I mean, fuck me. Gently with the chainsaw. And when the murder of George Floyd opened the eyes of people who say they don't see color, the racial reckoning resulted in an equal and opposite white lash, a white backlash, that morphed into the anti-woke movement. On the 5th day in April of 1968, then President of the United States joined an estimated 4,000 mourners to remember King at the church where he delivered his last sermon. As a bell tolled and worshippers exited, a group of fish-belly white children standing outside began singing, "We Shall Overcome." Almost a mockery. Almost a taunt. This, my listeners, is the oxymoron of America. And that is the lesson from 2022. The only reliable thing in America is the recurring racial backlash. Everything else is sermon and song. A sermon and a song. As empty as sending thoughts and prayers when an earthquake strikes, or a nuclear reactor melts down, or a genocide is underway. Progress is fragile. Momentum is fleeting. This country is not a pendulum. It is a metronome. And King was right. We shall overcome. He was also correct when he told the audience at the National Cathedral that truth, crushed to the ground, will rise again. Well, 2022 was about the crushing. 2 years on, as President-elect Donald Trump prepares to take office in January, a new conservative higher education cognoscenti, espousing views long considered fringe by the liberal-leaning academic world, are ascendant. The new pseudo-intelligentsia, they see this moment as one of extraordinary opportunity. Higher education is rarely more than a blip in presidential politics, but Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, made elite schools, their cost, their culture, their politics, a red meat issue in their campaign. Trump vowed to reclaim the university from radical leftists, and Vance went so far as to applaud the state takeover of public universities in Magyarország, or Hungary, by that country's own authoritarian dictator. They are right-wing activists and conservative congressional staffers. They include higher education specialists at the Heritage Foundation, who contributed to the audacious Project 2025 governing plan, and lawyers who specialize in attacking diversity and inclusion bureaucracies. They are leaders of the very few institutions of higher education that fit the Trump cultic view of what a college should offer. By the way, let's bring Brendan Zogid on to say good night. So if you would.
Yes. Good night, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the show, and I will speak with you all on another transmission.
Yes.
Have a good one, man.
Well,
Yes,
Sunday.
much appreciated.
Sunday, hopefully. You'll be back with us, I pray. Yes. Today is Wednesday, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah. So Sunday, hopefully you'll be back to speak with us Sunday. You said another program as if you weren't sure as to when
Yes.
the next one would be. Yes.
Yeah. Inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah. God willing. Yes. Well,
There we
Yeah.
are. Well,
right.
love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay, that's Brendan Zogid. Thank you so much. Guten Nacht. And let me heart that. I forgot to do so. All right. As well as his wards that he puts up for us. They help keep the show running. No doubt. Otherwise, attacks would likely take us down. So, as I said, we have these leaders of the very few institutions of higher education, I should say higher indoctrination, that fit the Trump cultic worldview of what a college should offer. They aim to abuse federal funding, accreditation boards, taxation, congressional investigations, and, potentially, changes to the Higher Education Act itself to achieve their goals. The Education Department was created in 1979, and Republicans have sought to eliminate it ever since. Former President Donald Trump and his allies want that 45-year-old Education Department gone. A candidate for U.S. Senate suggested throwing the agency in the trash can, and another called it one of the worst monstrosities that's ever been created. Getting rid of the Education Department is hardly a new idea. In fact, Republicans have campaigned on killing that agency since it was created in 1979, arguing the agency's existence violates the Constitution because the document doesn't mention education, and is a prime example of federal bloat and excess. As Brendan Zogid asks, wait, what was the system before the DOE? And maybe it's good to kill it. I would argue that I'll get into that. Before DOE, there was no system. It was basically only the rich could afford education. And if you were poor, you never even made it through high school because you had to go to work and get a job. So DOE is indeed, he gives me his thumbs up, so he'll wait for my explanation. Okay, so I'll go on with it. And first we'll present the problem, or rather those who would destroy the DOE. I would say that let's start with the fact that calls for its demise have increased and intensified in recent years. Now, he says it's definitely corrupt, as I've seen in person. You sure you don't want to come on, give a story? Like an example of that? Sure you don't want to come on, give a short example of that, Brendan? You know, that corruption? Believe me.
Oh, just the criminality of the school districts in general.
Yeah.
Like, they're all, basically, it's just like another mafia. It's another government mafia where just, like, it's an echo chamber where they don't have to answer to anyone but themselves. And, like, the salaries of, like, the administration, quote unquote, is, like, way above any teacher, way above anything that they give to students. I mean, it's, like, it's totally bloated. Like, that part I agree with. And that's why I was asking, like, what was the system before? Like, it's almost like the education was actually of a higher quality, even though, yeah, it was more limited. Not everyone can get into it, but the education was, you know, more geared towards actually learning than like, so, you know how they'll like push the books, especially in colleges, of the people that write it. Like, it's like this infinite money glitch where you have to buy a book every semester that's written by the professors in the school while you're paying for tuition. Does that make sense? Like, the system is so scam level, and then they just release a new volume every semester. And like, we couldn't even, when I was in college, we couldn't even use like one semester old volumes. They would like force us to buy a new volume, and it's written by the same people, it's the same book, but they force you to buy the next quote unquote volume, the edition, whatever.
Yeah.
And then now it's all online, like ebooks, and you have to buy these codes where they've locked it down so much that it's just like pure corruption. I mean, it's just horrible.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No, I mean, we need to hear this. We need to hear this.
Yeah.
Because,
so it's just like the echo chamber where they all just juice each other's pockets, and no real learning happens, no real education. And I think even the science has diminished as of late. So it's just, you know, it's just crazy. So
I hear
saying
you.
that, not saying that Trump's going to do maybe better, but it's like, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing just to like slash it up. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind it.
So I'll provide what counter argument I can, but I certainly appreciate what you're saying, and I acknowledge it. I don't know. I don't just respect it. I acknowledge it. Everything our man Brendan is saying is undeniable. It's true.
Like, even at the school districts I've seen, it's like they've literally converted schools into just office buildings for these so-called administrators or whatever. They bring in these like experts.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, entire school buildings turn into just like their personal office. And I mean, it was just offensive to me. It was just like, at that point, why not just tear that site down and sell it? It's like, why are you giving these people their own office build blocks with no oversight? They could spend whatever they want, do whatever they want, and it helps maybe like a handful of people. It's crazy.
Your points are all well taken. I'll take them into consideration, and I'll do my best to provide a contrapuntal of a sense in a more general sense, not to directly respond to what you presented, but rather to present the situation in general. But yeah, by the way, Tom Wolf says, morning from Great, not so Great Britain. I sent a small donation. Please don't say my name out loud. I forgot to add in the notes. So he sent $12.12. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. And of course, I appreciate all contributions, and I appreciate the contributions by Brendan in terms of what he's just shared with us in terms of information, because it does need to be said. And okay,
funny that he picked exactly $12.12.
Yeah, well, he's making a statement. It is what it is, and a dozen here.
It's probably the conversion from pounds to dollars. That's my guess.
Could be, or it could be 33, like 1 plus 2 times 33. Or
33.
Yeah.
12.
As in 33-degree Mason.
Yeah. And he's British, and England's full of Freemasons.
Okay.
Well, he sounds to be antithetical to the Brits, but also the actual symbol of the Department of Education is a genie lamp, by the way.
Yes, that's right.
That's got to go.
I actually kind of like it. I kind of like it. It does represent, unleashing the genie from the bottle, which is a lesson people should never forget. We should never forget that lesson, right? So that is, if you take it as a warning, why not? A warning that knowledge.
Or that's the DOE of California, but it might as well be the same thing.
Yeah.
They all get the same federal funding, but so the California Department of Education is the genie bottle on top of the books.
Yes.
With
yes.
Smoke coming out of it and shit. Yeah.
Which I always liked. I always liked that. Yeah.
It's definitely mystic. It's definitely mystical, but
I always thought it should rather be the symbol for a franchise of privately owned occult libraries would more accurately have such a symbol. But it is. It is definitely a cult, people. But
it's a cult, but it's also a play on the word genius.
Yes,
it's the real meaning of the word genius.
That's correct. That's correct.
Genius is the root word is genie. It means you are possessed by an external spirit to give you knowledge.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But think of it as if you see it as a object lesson, see the symbol as an object lesson. Beware, knowledge can be a dangerous thing. Then it becomes pretty cool.
That's right.
Yeah. So there you go.
It's kind of like Pandora's box. It's like unleashing that thing.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So that's how I would take it, and I would make it national. I would make that symbol national for a Department of Education if one were to still exist. We'll talk about the pros and cons of that in the future, but as I said, getting rid of the Department of Education is hardly a new idea. Basically, Trump and others say the agency has grown too big and interferes in matters best left to local and state authorities. Driving the most recent wave of calls is the Biden administration's efforts to forgive student loans, the botched rollout of the federal financial aid application, and the department's overhaul of Title IX, which added new protections for transgender students. The new rule is on hold in 26 states following several court rulings, or, as I said, the red lash, the red counterattack against blue wokeness, if you will. Going to respond to Brendan here. He said goodnight, or was that Nemo that said goodnight in response to Brendan?
That was him.
Okay. Yeah. Where did that show up? I guess I did respond to that, I guess, but for some reason I got a belated notification. Okay, such having been said, throughout his campaign, President-elect Donald Trump heaped scorn on the Federal Department of Education, describing it as being infiltrated by radicals, zealots, and Marxists. He has picked Linda McMahon, a former wrestling executrix, to lead the department. Idiocracy, people. This is idiocracy come to life. But like many conservative politicians before himself, Trump has called for dismantling the department altogether, a cumbersome task that likely would require action from Congress. On a podcast in early October, Eric Hovde, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent Senate candidate in Wisconsin, said, "They're trying to push gender ideology, which is just nuts, and all these other things. They're trying to socially engineer your children." But dismantling the department is more complicated than the campaign trail promises suggest, and few higher education policy experts believe the department's days are actually numbered. They point out that even Trump didn't get on board with abolishing the agency during his first term, proposing instead to merge the Departments of Education and Labor because he wanted people to stop going to school and start going to work. In other words, send them to basically technical schools to teach them how to work, in theory. But momentum for the idea of abolition has grown since 2016, and Trump has made it even more of an issue. So this time around, conservative groups, most notably Project 2025, have offered up some plans about how to dismantle the department in more detail. such as moving the federal student loan programs to the Treasury Department. Project 2025, led by the Conservative Heritage Foundation, offers a blueprint for overhauling the federal government in toto in Trump's second term. Critics of the idea say that such proposals need more specifics that spell out how exactly the plan would work, what programs would stay, which ones would go away, and what agencies would take over the department's responsibilities. They also question whether other federal agencies are more equipped than the Educational Department to oversee education programs. More than 4,000 people work for that agency, which has an 80 billion United States dollar discretionary budget. Now, some photos are being shared here. Just going to take a short look at them. Excellent. Some words. Wonderful. And they help keep us on bandwidth, because otherwise we might get shut down through a cult assault. Don't ever think otherwise. Now, most analysts expect any effort to break up the department to leave its programs in place, assuming that federal laws related to higher education even remain upon the books. Proponents argue nothing else would change aside from who is overseeing them. Critics disagree with that notion, arguing that any disruption to the systems, particularly those involved with doling out federal financial aid, would affect students negatively. More broadly, critics warn that dismantling the education department could make it more difficult for students to access federal financial aid, imperil institutions that rely on federal money to make higher education, well, it would imperil institutions that rely on federal money, period, and make higher education itself a riskier bet. Though, that's a worst-case scenario. So to quotist Michelle Domino, Education Program Directress at Third Way, a left-of-center think tank, you could very well end up in a system where college access is blocked off for students who have financial need. And that really would reverse the progress that's been made over the past decade to create a system that had more open pathways into higher education for anybody who wants them. That is full stop terrifying. I think the uncertainty alone would be a detriment to college access, or college access, as she would pronounce it more correctly. The agency's main role, then, is financial. Annually, it distributes billions of dollars in federal money to colleges and schools and manages the federal student loan portfolio. Closing that department would mean redistributing each of those duties to another agency. The Education Department also plays an important regulatory role in services for students, ranging from those with disabilities to low-income and homeless kids. Indeed, federal education money is central to Trump's plans for colleges and schools. Trump has vowed to cut off federal money for schools and colleges that push critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content, and to reward states and schools that end teacher tenure and enact universal school choice programs. Federal funding makes up a relatively small portion of public school budgets, actually, roughly 14%. Colleges and universities are more reliant upon it through research grants, along with federal financial aid that helps students pay their tuition. So let's look, or rather let's all look, at some of the department's key functions and how Trump has said he might approach them. First, federal student loans and financial aid. Of the many questions and logistics to figure out with breaking up the education department, one key issue stands out. What to do with the $1.7 trillion student loan portfolio and the broader federal student loan program. The department issues about $100 billion in student loans a year, along with $30 billion United States dollars in Pell Grants. The Education Department manages approximately $1.5 trillion in student loan debt for over 40 million borrowers. It also oversees the Pell Grant, which provides aid to students below a certain income threshold, and administers the FAFSA, F-A-F-S-A, the Free Application for Federal Student Aid, which universities use to allocate financial aid. The Biden administration has made cancellation of student loans a signature effort of the department's work. Since Biden's initial attempt to cancel student loans was overturned by the Supreme Court, the administration has forgiven over $175 billion for more than 4.8 million borrowers through a range of changes to programs it administers, such as the Public Service Loan Forgiveness. The loan forgiveness efforts have faced Republican pushback, including litigation from several Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent-led states. Trump has criticized Biden's efforts to cancel debt as illegal and unfair, calling it a total catastrophe that taunted young people. Trump's plan for student debt is uncertain. He has not put out any detailed plans, so we're left in the dark, as we are with everything Trump, because he represents pure darkness, or rather he manifests pure darkness. Fuck the representation. He's darkness in and of itself.
Yeah, darkness incarnate.
Thank you. Then there is something important based on everything I've related tonight so far: civil rights enforcement. Through its Office for Civil Rights, the Education Department conducts investigations and issues guidance on how civil rights laws should be applied, such as for 2S LGBTQIA+ students and students of color. The office also oversees a large data collection project that tracks disparities in resources, course access, and discipline for students of different racial and socioeconomic groups. Trump has suggested a different interpretation of the office's civil rights role. In his campaign platform, he said he would pursue civil rights cases to stop schools from discriminating on the basis of race. He has described diversity and equity policies in education as explicit unlawful discrimination, and said colleges that use them will pay fines and have their endowments taxed. Trump also has pledged to exclude transgender students from Title IX protections, which affect school policies on students' use of pronouns, bathrooms, and locker rooms. Originally passed in 1972, Title IX was first used as a woman's rights law. This year, Biden's administration said the law forbids discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation. But Trump will do anything he can to undo that. Are you beginning to understand now why I side with the Department of Education? Then there's college accreditation. While the Education Department does not directly accredit colleges and universities, it oversees the system by reviewing all federally recognized accrediting agencies. Institutions of higher education must be accredited to gain access to federal money for student financial aid. Accreditation came under scrutiny from conservatives in that crushing year of 2022, when the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, financed by the KKK, questioned political interference at Florida public colleges and universities. Trump has said he would fire radical left accreditors and take applications for new accreditors that would uphold standards including defending the American tradition of white racism, I suppose, and removing Marxist diversity administrators. Although the Education Secretary has the authority to terminate its relationship with individual accrediting agencies, it is an arduous process that has rarely been pursued. Under President Barack Obama, the department took steps to cancel accreditors for a now defunct for-profit college chain, but the Trump administration blocked that move. The group, the Accrediting Council for Independent Colleges and Schools, was terminated by the Biden administration in 2022. And finally, it comes down to money for schools. Much of the Education Department's money for K-12, meaning kindergarten through grade 12 schools, goes through large federal programs, such as Title I for low-income schools and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Those programs support services for students with disabilities, lower class sizes with additional teaching positions, and pay for social workers and other non-teaching roles in schools. I hope now you understand why I'm pro-Department of Education and its maintenance. Now, during his campaign, Trump called for shifting those functions to the states. I mean, imagine some bumfuck area like West Virginia. They would take all the money for disabled students and spend it on condoms and booze. Trump has never offered details on how the agency's core functions of sending federal money to local districts and schools would even be handled. The Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, a sweeping proposal outlining a far-right dystopian vision for the country that overlaps in areas with Trump's campaign, offers that blueprint. It suggests sending oversight of programs for kids with disabilities and low-income children first to the Department of Health and Human Services, which will be headed by JFK Jr., before eventually phasing out, or RFK Jr., I can't even remember the son of a bitch, whether he's a JFK or RFK Jr., before eventually phasing out the funding completely and converting it to no strings attached grants to states, which means no oversight, which means, as I said, the states will take it and spend it on condoms and booze. This brings us back to the stakes of Trump's plan for militarized mass deportations. The devastating reality of Trump's mass deportation plan is settling in as my Golden State nation of California braces for Trump's deportation strategy. No matter how you feel about Donald Trump, there's consensus about at least one thing. He's not cryptic. The president-elect has been straightforward about what he plans to do once he's back in the White House. One of his key campaign promises was to carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. So Trump and his acolytes have made it clear which undocumented residents they'll be targeting. All of them. At the Republican National Convention in July, Tom Homan, who's set to become Trump's border czar next year, said, "No one's off the table. If you're in the country illegally, you better be looking over your shoulder." Trump has been floating the idea of deploying National Guard troops through orders from supportive state governors to assist in those operations. This week, President-elect Donald Trump confirmed in a post on Truth Social on Monday, actually via an all-caps reply on his Truth Social platform, that he is preparing to declare a national emergency and activate the military to carry out his efforts as part of his plan to deport migrants in the United States on a large scale. People close to the president-elect and his aides are laying the groundwork for expanding detention facilities, it as concentration camps, to fulfill his campaign promise. Trump is also preparing executive actions that are a callback to his first term and could be rolled out as soon as he takes office. In the meantime, Arizona Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs said she plans to have conversations with Trump's team about the state's border security needs, but she said she will oppose certain policies if they do not help her state. On Monday, the LA Times reporter Andrea Castillo wrote, Trump said he would go after at least 15 million people who are in the U.S. illegally, though the total number of undocumented immigrants is probably lower. During his last presidency, Trump reported about 1.5 million immigrants, according to a Migration Policy Institute analysis of federal figures, which the Biden administration is on pace to match. Also on Monday, President-elect Donald Trump said he plans to declare a national emergency and use the military to carry out the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants in these United States. Trump has pledged to begin those deportations on his very first day in office. Last month, he told the crowd at his Madison Square Garden rally in New York City, "On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out." Trump talk. Trump talks a lot about going after criminals. But what does that mean in practice? Technically, if you cross the border illegally, you've broken the law. So are all those people who came over the border criminals at risk of deportation under the Trump plan? Out of 130 million households in these United States, about 5.6 million include undocumented immigrants. That's according to Pew Research Center data that I'm sourcing right now. That's 1 in every 25 families in America who know someone and love someone who is undocumented. This is not siloed. In response to Trump's promise to use the military to assist with his deportation effort, the American Civil Liberties Union's executive director, Anthony Romero, said his organization is already working with blue states to map out their response. Governors Gavin Newsom of California, the governess Maura Healey of Massachusetts, and J.B. Pritzker of Illinois are all discussing how they're going to safeguard their undocumented communities. They know one of the things that Trump does very well is unleashing terror against his adversaries. And in this case, that will be blue states. This is your second American Civil War between the states for rights. Or this time, we'll call it the Second American Civil War for rights between the states. We'll see something very different at play out in the red states, like Texas. There will likely be huge investments in concentration camps. They call them detention camps, but you're concentrating a population. It's a fucking concentration camp, okay? The mass deportation of millions will become a source of revenue. Some of these privately run, for-profit concentration centers are already under investigation for coercing detainees into working for a wage lower than $1 a day. Essentially, indentured servitude. Under Trump's incoming administration, millions of undocumented people and those who love them could suffer as others make millions of dollars off the sweat and labor of broken families. Oh my fucking God. Is this your America? According to the Pew Research Center, my Golden Bear Flag Republic of California is home to more than 10 million foreign-born people, including, aside myself, roughly 1.8 million undocumented residents as of 2022, the last time anyone took a census. Pew has reported that both of those figures represent the largest in the nation, even though my California was the only state that saw the population of undocumented immigrants decrease in the crushing year of 2022. The human toll that militarized mass deportations could exact on families and communities has become an existential concern in California and beyond, as immigrant and civil rights groups mobilize to challenge Trump's policies. According to Pew Research Center, more than 6 million households, is that a familiar number? Nearly 5% of our nation's total include one or more undocumented immigrants. My Golden California has the second highest number of such households, just behind Nevada. Researchers have reported that roughly 4.4 million U.S.-born children live with an unauthorized immigrant parent. In a statement, Anthony D. Romero, executive director of the American Civil Liberties Union, said, "As we ready litigation and create firewalls for freedom across blue states, we must also sound the alarm that what's on the horizon would change the very nature of American life for tens of millions of Americans. Well, for us all. As Fidel Martinez explained in his Latinx Files newsletter last month, there's also the economic toll, which will be devastating. He cited a report by pro-migration advocacy group American Immigration Council, which found the country's gross domestic product could shrink by more than $1 trillion United States dollars if mass deportations are implemented. It shouldn't come as a shock that the labor market in my California and many other states relies considerably on immigrants who fill the ranks of major industries including agriculture, construction, and hospitality. And the recent surge in immigration, both legal and illegal, has lifted our Golden State's economy, as proven by federal data. Fidel So wrote, and here I read therefrom, "For all the anti-immigrant rhetoric, the reality is this country needs undocumented workers and will continue to do so for decades to come as more of the United States population ages out of the workforce. But will America's appetite for cheap, exploitable labor be outweighed by the dehumanizing contempt it has for the people who provide it? California has enshrined protections for undocumented immigrants. Back in 2017, then Governor Jerry Brown signed the California Values Act, SB 54, which banned state and local law enforcement agencies from assisting in any federal immigration enforcement. Today's state Democratic leaders and immigrant rights organizations are prepping for 4 more years of legal combat against Trump's federal government. Governor Gavin Newsom launched a preemptive strike earlier this month when he called a special session of the legislature to boost the state's legal funding. State Attorney General Rob Bonta began strategizing months ago how to respond to a Trump victory, prepping for a potential barrage of civil rights lawsuits, including on immigration. Bonta has acknowledged that while California's government can provide legal assistance and ensure due process, state officials have no direct power to protect people who are in the country illegally from being deported. This brings us to the industries that would be hardest hit by Trump's immigration crackdown. Thanks to Trump tariffs, almost any and every item you can imagine is about to get pricier. Morgan Stanley warns that Trump tariffs will push America's growth down a great deal, and that the American economy will collapse going into 2026. Think of what I just said. The American economy will collapse within a single year, which explains the billionaire Ken Griffin's Trump tariff terror. Stanley's chief global economist, Seth Carpenter, says these tariffs are a surefire way to tank growth and drive up inflation. Donald Trump's proposed tariffs will throw the American economy into chaos by 2026. This is the insanity of voting for Donald Trump for the sake of the economy. If you did, you're one dumb son of a bitch. The plan is to slap a 10 to 20% tariff on all imports and hike up to 100% on goods coming in from the Communist Chinese Empire. Trump says it's all about extracting funds from other countries. Economists say it's more like slashing your own tires and calling it a shortcut. I'm there! I can't move now! I must be home! Carpenter predicts a big negative shock if these tariffs hit, speaking at Morgan Stanley's Asia-Pacific Summit. He warned that even a gradual rollout would choke the economy over time. According to Carpenter, 2025 will see the start of the fallout, but by 2026, the damage will be impossible to reverse. To quote his T, tariffs are a drag on growth for the U.S., not just the countries targeted. The 56-year-old Kenneth Cordell Griffin, born on October 15th of 1968, is an American hedge fund manager, entrepreneur, and investor. He is the founder, chief executive officer, co-chief investment officer, and 80% owner of Citadel Limited Liabilities Corporation, a multinational hedge fund. He also owns Citadel Securities, one of the largest market makers in these United States. Ken Griffin is feeling a bit anxious about the incoming Trump tariffs. Tariffs tend to increase the prices of imports, potentially eating into corporate profits. The billionaire investor says they would start a long, slippery slope to reduced corporate profits. American companies are stocking up to get ahead of Trump's China tariffs. Huawei is already feeling the pinch of U.S. sanctions in its chip business. Its NVIDIA, which trades as NVDA fighting ASCEND processors, are being hampered by trade restrictions against communist Chinese semiconductor manufacturers. Let's just put it simply. The tariffs will wreck fucking everything. If Trump adds his tariffs to the ones Joe Biden already has in place, the U.S. economy will be hit on multiple fronts. Industries like cars, consumer electronics, machinery, construction, and retail will see prices surge. And no, companies will not eat those extra costs. They'll hand those right to you, the consumer. Take Trump's proposed 60% tariff on Chi-Com or Chinese communist goods. Pair that with Biden's 100% tariff on electric vehicles from Red China, and you've got a recipe for disaster in the automotive industry. Higher import costs will bleed into companies like Apple and Microsoft, which depend on global supply chains. The ripple effect? Price hikes on phones, computers, and pretty much fucking everything else you buy. The Consumer Price Index ticked up to 2.6% in October from the previous year, slightly more than September. September's 2.4%. Inflation is slowing after years of chaos, but if Trump's tariffs land, say goodbye to that progress. The Federal Reserve has been cutting rates to keep the economy alive. Tariffs would undo all that work. Ben Emmons, founder of FedWatch Advisors, warns that markets might even price out rate cuts entirely in 2025. If inflation spikes again, growth will slow, interest rates will freeze, and the economy will spiral. This brings us to Red China's next move. Trump's tariff hammer has left Communist China on the Asian mainland scrambling. At back-to-back global summits, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping has been on a mission to save what's left of international trade. His message? Don't follow Trump down this path. Xi wants to rally global leaders around free trade. That's pretty fucking ironic. The red communists preaching free trade. Claiming Trump's tariffs will wreck not just Sino-American relations, but the entire global economy. Quite so. At the G20 and APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Conference Summits, Xi repeated but one thing. Stop building walls. Start tearing them down. He's desperate to prevent other countries from jumping on Trump's protectionist bandwagon. The man is playing the long game, trying to position himself as the adult in the room while making Trump's administration look reckless. Well, that's pretty fucking easy. It doesn't take much posturing there. That's kind of like anybody could assume that role. Xi's also been meeting leaders nonstop, from the United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to French President Emmanuel Macron. The goal? Stop trade wars before they start. Xi even pleaded with Europe to drop its tariffs on communist Chinese electric vehicles. Meanwhile, in South America, Xi is building alliances left and right. He opened a $1.3 billion port in Peru and talked trade with Mexico and Argentina. Leaders there seem eager to cozy up to communist China, especially if Trump's tariffs cut off U.S. trade opportunities. Red China's economy isn't exactly thriving, however. Manufacturing growth is at its highest since World War II, but the country's facing a real estate crisis and deflation. Trump's tariffs would shave several percentage points off Red China's gross domestic product, pushing an already struggling economy closer to the edge. Goldman Sachs says this might force Red China to focus on domestic consumption, something its leaders have resisted for decades. So what's next for the American empire and our allies? While Xi's on a charm offensive, America's allies are in a tough spot. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has already voiced concerns about CHICOM investments in Mexico. He's hinted that Canada might tariff CHICOM goods too, especially in the electric vehicle space. Australia's Anthony Albanese also emphasized that his country's loyalty lies with the American empire, not the communist Chinese. Then there's the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's trying to smooth things over with Red China while tackling tough topics like My Taiwan, Hong Kong's democracy movement, and human rights abuses. In one heated meeting, CHICOM officials even kicked British journalists out of the room, physically, after Starmer hit a nerve. It's clear that tensions aren't easing anytime soon. Domestically, Trump's tariffs could backfire politically. Well, they will. While his base might cheer the America First rhetoric, industries and workers will all bear the brunt. Higher prices on cars, electronics, and everyday goods could turn supporters against him, especially in swing states. Manufacturers relying on imports will have to cut costs somewhere, and that usually means layoffs. Xi, meanwhile, is playing both sides. On one hand, he's pushing back against U.S. aggression. On the other, he's trying to calm the room, insisting Red China doesn't want conflict. During a meeting with Biden, Xi said Red China wouldn't sit by if its strategic interests were threatened. So let me give you some takeaway points here. Let's start with half a dozen points to be made that I can think of most immediately that you should take home, so to speak. Point. President-elect Donald Trump proposed broad tariffs on imports, including up to 60% on goods from the Communist Chinese Empire. Point. Economists concur his proposals will spike inflation as companies tend to pass costs onto shoppers. Point. Some companies have already said increased tariffs would lead them to raise prices. Point. Morgan Stanley's chief global economist, Seth Carpenter, has confirmed that Donald Trump's proposed tariffs will dent American economic growth going into 2026. Point. Carpenter affirmed that in the event that they are enacted all at once, it will result in a big negative shock, meaning it will collapse the economy. Point. He so cautioned Then into 2026, we think growth starts to come down a great deal in the U.S. because of those tariffs and some of the other policies. Let me breathe. Okay. Now, President-elect Donald Trump will be back in the White House next January, and he's bringing his plans to implement new tariffs back with him. And investors are bracing for impact. To reiterate, Morgan Stanley's chief global economist Seth Carpenter has confirmed that Donald Trump's proposed tariffs will dent American economic growth going into 2026. President-elect Trump has stated that he intends to impose a blanket tariff of 10 to 20% on all imports, along with extra tariffs ranging from 60 to 100% on goods imported from Red China. During the September presidential debate, he described this approach as a means to extract funds from competing countries. In other words, fleece them. There is also a question of when and how these tariffs get implemented. On the sidelines of Morgan Stanley's annual Asia-Pacific Summit in Singapore, Carpenter told CNBC's Sri Jagaraja that in the event that they are enacted all at once, they could result in a big negative shock to the economy. This BNS really means a crash. Carpenter, who has maintained Morgan Stanley's base case of these tariffs being spread over 2025, has attested that they will lead to higher inflation, himself so cautioning that then into 2026, we think growth starts to come down a great deal in the U.S. because of those tariffs and some of the other policies. Very clear tariffs push up inflation. Very clear tariffs are a drag on growth for the U.S., not just for the countries that the tariffs are put on. Mark Malik, CIO at brokerage firm Siebert, noted that if the proposed tariffs are levied, especially on top of those already imposed by the Joe Biden administration, a slew of sectors including the automotive, consumer electronics, machinery, construction, and retail space would see higher inflation. Trump's proposed 60% tariff on communist Chinese goods, along with Biden's existing 100% tariff on China-made EVs or electric vehicles, will significantly impact the automotive industry. With a universal 10% tariff, or a universal 10% tariff on consumer electronics' imports, would increase costs for companies such as Tesla, Microsoft, and Apple. These higher costs will all likely be passed along to the consumers. Though the American Consumer Price Index climbed 2.6% in October compared to a year ago, slightly more than September's 2.4%, inflation has ebbed in the U.S. after years and has prompted the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut rates. Emphasizing that tariffs could also restrain growth, Ben Amons, chief investment officer and founder of FedWatch Advisors, has said that should these sweeping tariffs be enacted, markets could price out interest rate cuts entirely for 2025. During his first term in office, Trump imposed tariffs on steel, aluminum, and a wide range of communist Chinese imports. The former president, and now president-elect, has been vocal about his support of protectionist policies this election cycle. In the last few months, Trump has proposed policies such as a blanket tariff of up to 20% on all imports and up to 60% in the case of communist China on the Asian mainland, with the intention of encouraging domestic manufacturing and reducing U.S. dependence on foreign goods. Clayton Gardner, co-CEO of wealth management firm Titan, has said, investors generally are expecting some degree of tariffs. It's not just rhetoric. Unlike tax legislation, which needs to be voted on by Congress, tariffs can be implemented directly by the executive office, the president himself, and Trump's made this issue one of his top priorities because he's completely autodestructive. He's suicidal. With this in mind, market experts say investors should brace themselves for the impacts of such policies on some of the world's biggest corporations. I've got some questions coming in from email. How do tariffs work? Import tariffs work by placing an extra tax on goods or services entering a country. By artificially increasing the price of imports, tariffs boost demand for domestic products and shield domestic industries from foreign competition. But most economists argue that tariffs ultimately result in companies and consumers alike being worse off. According to Jesus Salas, a finance professor at Lehigh University, when faced with tariffs, companies importing products end up passing the effects down to consumers by raising prices. For multinational corporations, this results in lower demand for their products and potentially lower profit margins due to higher prices and operating costs. Companies in the retail, consumer electronics, and automotive industries will be hit especially hard, as many of their business models source raw materials or base their operations overseas. Now, according to Samuel Rines, a macro strategist at WisdomTree, luxury consumer goods brands, which have a large market in communist China on the Asian mainland, will be in for a rough time. These companies have historically had a significant portion of their growth come from Red China. According to Salas, although companies with supply chains in China will be impacted the most, any country with a foreign exposure is at risk. All companies that import products from Europe, Latin America, or Red China would be impacted. Exempli gratiae. Trump has recently threatened a 25% tariff on all products from Mexico. There's also the possibility of counter tariffs. In 2018, Canada, Red China, the European Union, India, Mexico, and Turkey reacted to U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum and foreign products with tariffs of their own. This made American exports, such as agricultural products, more expensive overseas and hurt American companies. Rines has so said, corporate America is a very, very global in its investment base. It's very, very reliant, in some cases, on non-American sales and revenues for their growth. A deterioration in trade relations could lead to decreased revenues from important overseas customers, resulting in lower profits and shareholder value. So, let me give you a Tariffs 2.0 like I gave to the lads on the estate. One might think that if these companies lived through the first Trump administration's tariffs, they should have already prepared their supply chains, right? That's what the Blood Boys asked me. But that's largely not the case. Although companies did move some of their operations out of China as a result of Trump's tariffs the first time around, by the Salas reckoning, there's insufficient labor supply in these United States to even meet the demands of some large companies like Apple. Nearshoring, or bringing operations closer to these United States to places in Central America, has been on the rise in recent years as corporations worry about exposure to the communist Chinese empire. But this doesn't protect companies from the effects of Trump's tariffs either, as seen by Trump's proposal for aggressive tariffs on Mexican imports. Additionally, factories are expensive and take a long time to build. Since tariffs are exercised at the discretion of individual presidents, corporations might decide it's not worth it to completely reroute their supply chain for a transitory policy that could change in 4 years. That's not to say the companies haven't taken any steps to localize their supply chains. Walmart has been increasing its imports from India and cutting back on sourcing from Red China in recent years. However, large corporations still remain exposed to communist China, not to mention that Trump's policies aren't just targeting the People's Republic of China. As the scope of Trump's proposed tariffs is expected to expand, more everyday items are likely to see higher prices. These tariffs, designed to protect domestic industries, work to increase taxes on imported goods, which raises their overall cost. While this approach supports local manufacturing, it also puts extra financial pressure on consumers. According to recent findings from the National Retail Federation, Americans will lose between $46 billion and $78 billion United States dollars in spending power each year due to these new tariffs. As the scope of Trump's proposed tariffs is expected to expand, more everyday items are likely to see higher prices. These tariffs, designed to protect domestic industries, work to increase taxes on imported goods, which raises their overall cost. While this approach supports local manufacturing, it also puts extra financial pressure on consumers. According to recent findings from the National Retail Federation, Americans will lose, again, between $46 billion to $78 billion US dollars in spending power each year due to these new tariffs. I gotta say it twice. Trump's tariff proposal. Let me give you a little outline. Trump's proposed tariffs aimed to make foreign goods pricier to encourage Americans to buy products made domestically. His plan included a broad 10 to 20% tariff on most imported items, meaning everything from electronics to furniture will cost more. This strategy intended to shift production back to these United States, helping to boost local manufacturing and create jobs. A huge part of this proposal was a steep 60% tariff on products from Red China, which is a major supplier of American goods like electronics and clothing. This measure, according to the Tax Policy Center, could bring in about $6 trillion US dollars in new revenue, adding significantly to the $1 trillion US dollars already raised through existing tariffs. Trump's proposal even suggested a supermassive 200% tariff on select luxury goods. For households, higher tariffs mean bigger bills for common goods, while businesses might face higher costs for materials, forcing some to pass those costs on to consumers or even cut jobs to manage expenses. So we're going to have more unemployment. Happy days! Now, the economic impact of tariffs, like I taught the Blood Boys in my latest lesson on the estate, tariffs ripple through the economy, affecting more than just the price tags on imported items. For consumers, higher import taxes mean everyday goods get more expensive. A report from the American Action Forum estimated that the proposed 60% tariff on communist Chinese products could push up household costs by nearly $1,950 annually, driving consumer spending on imported items from $300 billion US dollars to over $500 billion, half a trillion US dollars each year. Tariffs don't just impact consumers, they also place a burden on businesses that rely on imported parts and materials. When costs rise, companies may struggle to stay competitive, leading to layoffs or reduced hiring. The Tax Foundation reported that Trump's tariff proposals could result in an additional $524 billion in taxes, reduce gross domestic product by 0.8%, and lead to a loss of about 684,000 full-time jobs. This economic slowdown impacts both job availability and wage growth. So get it. Inflation will hit hard and knock over 40 items I can think of out of reach. Everyday items may soon get more expensive due to proposed tariffs on imports. Tariffs, essentially taxes on goods from other countries, are meant to protect local industries by making imported items cost more, encouraging people to buy from domestic producers instead. While this might boost American manufacturing, it could also strain household budgets. A new analysis by the Tax Policy Center warns that the proposed tariffs will lower household incomes by an average of nearly $3,000 US dollars in 2025, significantly impacting our everyday lives. Under the Trump administration, tariffs were a cornerstone of the America First strategy. The goal was to reduce dependency on foreign-made products and make American goods more attractive. The proposal included broad tariffs on various imported goods and higher taxes on products. But this approach carries both benefits and risks, as these taxes can help local businesses compete while raising costs for consumers. So I had the Blood Boys help tabulate how the tariffs would impact different items we could think of that everybody needs. And yes, tariffs actually cause inflation. They identified, it's credit to them, not me really, 41 items expected to cost more. Let's start with number 1, electronics. The electronics industry stands to see some of the biggest price increases, especially with components like semiconductors and batteries facing higher tariffs. Your next laptop purchase will cost up to 45% more, adding $357 to average models. Companies that make phones, tablets, and other devices rely heavily on international manufacturing and components, particularly those made in Red China. The rising costs of these essential parts will impact the final price of almost every electronic device you use daily. Appliances. Major appliance prices tell an interesting story of how tariffs affect consumers. Previous tariff increases on washing machines led many manufacturers to raise prices significantly. Companies like LG and Samsung responded to the 20% tax on their first 1.2 million units, and 50% after that, through price adjustments. While some manufacturing moved to the United States, consumers still paid more for their appliances. These new tariffs will likely cause similar price increases across all household appliances, including refrigerators, dishwashers, and dryers. How about clothing and footwear? Your wardrobe will likely become more expensive as clothing manufacturers face increased costs for materials and finished products. The proposed tariffs will raise clothing prices between 10 and 25% across all categories. That means a 50 or a half a hundred United States dollar pair of jeans will now cost $62.50, while a $100 pair of shoes will jump to $125. The impact will hit everything in your closet: shirts, pants, dresses, and athletic wear. You're going to be going out naked. We're going to see a revitalization of nudist colonies because people can't afford to wear clothes. International manufacturing remains central to clothing production, making this industry particularly vulnerable to tariff increases. How about furniture? The furniture industry faces substantial changes under the new tariff proposals. A dining room set or a living room sofa will cost 10 to 30% more than current prices. Manufacturing furniture requires numerous materials and components that cross international borders before ever reaching your home. The cost increases will affect both high-end and budget furniture lines equally. Many furniture makers will need to adjust their prices to cover these new expenses. Of course, automobiles. Of course. Car buyers must prepare for significant sticker shock, as the proposed tariffs will add thousands of dollars to vehicle prices. The 200% tariff on certain automobiles will dramatically impact both new and used car markets. Luxury vehicles will see the most substantial increases, but even economical models will cost more. Parts shortages and increased manufacturing costs will push prices higher across every automotive category. The ripple effect will impact leasing costs and monthly payments for financed vehicles. How about solar panels? The solar energy industry, it continues to feel the effects of existing tariffs, and new proposals will make solar installations even more expensive. Current tariffs start at 30% and decrease over time, but President Biden extended the 15% rate for another 4 years. This extension affects both residential and commercial solar projects. The increased costs slow down the adoption of renewable energy solutions across the country. Many homeowners interested in solar power might need to delay their installation plans due to these higher prices. And of course, steel products. That goes without saying. Steel prices impact everything made with this essential material, and previous tariffs already raised costs about 25%. Construction projects cost more as steel beams, reinforcement bars, and structural components face ever higher prices. The manufacturing sector struggles with increased material costs for machinery and equipment production. Small businesses particularly feel the impact, as they often can't even buy in bulk to save themselves money. And these price increases touch nearly every industry that uses steel in its products. Well, that takes us to aluminum products, doesn't it? Aluminum price increases affect products in almost every room of your house. The beverage industry needs aluminum for cans, while construction companies use it for windows, doors, and siding. Previous tariffs pushed prices up approximately 10%. New proposals will raise them further. Manufacturing costs increase for everything containing aluminum components. The construction and beverage industries pass these higher expenses directly to consumers. Food and agricultural products. Your grocery bill will increase as food producers deal with higher costs and retaliatory tariffs, affecting U.S. agricultural exports. Price increases between 5 to 15% will hit various food products at your local store. Packaging costs rise when manufacturers pay more for materials like aluminum cans and steel containers. Agricultural equipment becomes more expensive as steel and parts prices increase. The combined effect means higher prices throughout the entire food supply chain. Face it, people, you're gonna fucking starve. Toys and games? Forget it. Your children are left playing with their body parts. Holiday shopping might require extra budgeting as toy manufacturers face increased production costs. The toy industry relies heavily on international production, and tariffs will push prices up 15 to 25%. Popular electronic toys might see even higher increases due to computer chip costs. Parents should expect to pay more for birthday and all the holiday gifts this year. Many retailers might reduce their typical holiday discounts to cover these increased costs. How about sporting goods? Games. For adults. You can kiss getting fit goodbye. You're going to get fat. Athletic equipment and sporting goods prices will climb as manufacturers deal with higher material costs. Everything at your local sporting goods store, tents, bicycles, exercise equipment, and team sports gear will cost about 10% more. The price of raw materials affects production costs for metal equipment and synthetic materials in sportswear. Many sporting goods companies operate on thin profit margins and simply cannot absorb these extra expenses, and they'll tank and go under. So Trump's actually killing domestic business, domestic industry. How about home improvement materials? Your next home renovation project will most certainly cost more, as building materials face price increases between 10 to 20%. Lumber, tiles, pipes, and electrical components all fall under the new tariff rules. Many homeowners might need to scale back remodeling plans or seek additional financing to complete projects. Local contractors are adjusting their estimates to account for material cost increases. The entire construction industry expects these higher prices to slow down both residential and commercial products and projects. And how about medical supplies and equipment, which your very life depends on? Healthcare costs will rise as medical supplies and equipment face tariffs ranging from 5 to 15%. Hospitals and medical offices need to account for increased costs of gloves, masks, testing equipment, and specialized devices. These price increases affect both routine checkups and complex procedures. Medical practices must adjust their service fees to compensate for higher supply costs. Patients will see these increases reflected in their medical bills and insurance premiums. How about textiles and fabrics? A person wearing a dark, long-sleeved shirt, for instance, well, that's just too much fashion for their wallet to afford. It's the sleeves are too long. You got to wear short sleeves because you can't afford that much material. You see, the textile industry expects price increases around 10% as raw materials become more expensive. This affects not only clothing but also home furnishings, industrial materials, and specialized fabrics. Companies making curtains, bedding, and upholstery will raise prices to cover their increased costs. Small businesses in the crafting and sewing industry might struggle with higher material expenses. These increases touch everything made with fabric or synthetic materials both. And how about consumer electronics accessories? The accessories market faces steep price increases, around 20% under new tariff proposals. Phone cases, chargers, speakers, and other add-on devices will cost significantly more. Many popular gadgets require multiple accessories for full functionality, multiplying the impact on consumers. The gaming industry particularly feels these effects through higher-priced controllers and peripherals. Replacement parts and upgrades for existing electronics will also cost more. And then there's beauty and personal care products. Your daily grooming routine might become more expensive as beauty and personal care items face 10% price increases. Manufacturers need to adjust prices on everything: shampoo, makeup, skincare products, and grooming tools. The beauty industry uses many specialized ingredients and packaging materials affected through tariffs. Small beauty businesses might struggle to maintain competitive prices. Salon services could also increase as professional products cost more. Then there's office supplies. Basic office and school supplies will see price increases between 5 to 15%. Paper products, writing tools, printer supplies, and organizational items all cost more to produce under new tariffs. Schools will need larger budgets to provide necessary supplies for students. Small businesses face higher operational costs as everyday office materials become more expensive, and they'll die and go under. So Trump's killing domestic industry, not helping it. These increases affect both traditional supplies and modern office technology. Also pet supplies. Pets are already through the roof. Taking care of pets will cost even more, as supplies face approximately 10% price increases. Food, toys, beds, and medical supplies for pets require materials now subject to higher tariffs. Pet food manufacturers must adjust prices as ingredients and packaging costs rise. Veterinary offices might increase service fees to cover more expensive medical supplies. Pet owners must prepare for higher routine care expenses. And automotive parts, car maintenance, and repairs will cost 10 to 20% more as parts prices increase under new tariffs. Simple oil changes will cost more due to higher prices for filters and fluids. Mechanics need to adjust their labor rates to account for more expensive replacement parts. Car owners might delay regular maintenance due to increased costs. These price changes affect both domestic and international vehicular brands. Then how about jewelry and watches? A common investment in the past for storing away a fortune. The jewelry industry anticipates price increases up to 20% on finished pieces. Well, finished pieces and raw materials both, actually. Precious metals, stones, and watch components all face higher import costs. Luxury brands will pass these increases directly to consumers through higher retail prices. Local jewelers might need to adjust their selection of products to maintain affordable options. Watch repairs could also cost more as replacement parts become more expensive. Musical instruments. Musicians must expect to pay about 15% more for instruments and equipment. Professional-grade instruments require specialized materials and precise manufacturing, now affected through tariffs. Music stores must reduce their inventory to maintain higher wholesale costs. The increased costs affect both traditional and electronic instruments. Then there's kitchenware. Your kitchen updates will cost about 10% more as cookware and appliances face higher production costs. Professional chefs and home cooks alike will pay more for pots, pans, and cooking tools. Restaurant supply companies expect to raise prices on commercial kitchen equipment. The increased costs touch everything: utensils, storage containers, and specialized cooking tools. Small restaurants might struggle with the combined effect of higher food and equipment costs and will also go under. Those that even survive COVID will die. How about books and printed materials? There's going to be no more Sky books after this. Well, that's dead anyway. But reading materials face 5 to 10% price increases as paper and printing costs rise. Publishers need to adjust book prices to maintain their profit margins. School districts might need larger budgets for textbooks and educational materials. Magazine publishers could increase subscription rates to cover higher production costs. These changes affect both traditional print materials and specialty publications. Remember that bullshit? Peter Moon said, "Leather-bound covers! Limited editions! Leather-bound covers! In pink leather for the Blood Boys!" What a fucking joke. Smart home devices. Smart home devices, such as smart speakers, thermostats, and security cameras, are also seeing rising costs. These products depend on international manufacturing for critical parts, including processors and sensors. Tariffs targeting electronics and their components have increased production expenses already, leading to higher retail prices. Households looking to upgrade their homes with connected technology will face even steeper costs. The growing popularity of these devices will slow as prices climb. They'll all go the way of what Aaron Tice described as the Google Goggles effect. Or what was it? Oh, yeah, Apple Glasses effect. Whatever he was looking at. And down to earth, cleaning products and detergents. Cleaning products like detergents, disinfectants, and multi-purpose sprays are poised to cost more. The tariffs on chemicals used in these products, along with the packaging materials required to store them, are driving up manufacturing expenses. Many companies are already adjusting their prices to cover these added costs. For consumers, this will translate into higher grocery bills when stocking up on these daily essentials. Shoppers will need to seek discounts to manage the impact on their budgets. Paper towels and toilet paper. Paper products such as toilet paper, tissues, and paper towels are not exempt from tariff-related price increases. It's going to cost more just to wipe your ass. Imported wood pulp and equipment used in processing these goods are now subject to higher taxes. These items, being staples in most households, will add to monthly expenses as costs rise. Families who rely on bulk purchases may notice a significant difference in the total amount spent. This will lead to changes in buying habits or a search for alternatives. People buying bidets. Yeah, I can't afford to wipe my ass anymore. I'd better install a bidet. Light bulbs. Light bulbs, especially energy-efficient LEDs, are another product facing increased prices. Tariffs on electronic components used in LED production have pushed manufacturing costs higher. With many households transitioning to these long-lasting bulbs, the additional expense will be felt widely. Retailers will struggle to keep prices competitive while meeting rising costs. This shift will affect the pace of adoption for energy-efficient lighting. And bicycles. Bicycles and related gear are among the items facing significant price increases. The production of bikes depends on materials such as aluminum, steel, and rubber, which are all affected by tariffs. These added costs are reflected in higher retail prices for both standard and electric bicycles. For individuals looking to purchase bikes for commuting or leisure, the increased expenses will make their options less affordable. You're going to be walking, hiking. Well, hitchhiking's going to make a comeback, and more bodies will be found along the road. Retailers will also stock fewer bicycle models to manage inventory costs, ergo reducing choices for consumers. And forget fitness equipment. Like I said, you're going to gain weight. Fitness equipment, including treadmills, weights, and exercise bands, is set to become pricier due to rising material costs. Steel, aluminum, and electronics used in production are now more expensive under the tariffs. For consumers, this means home workout setups and gym equipment will likely come with Higher price tags. Fitness enthusiasts may need to reconsider upgrades to their routines or wait for promotions to offset costs. This could also impact smaller gyms that rely on affordable equipment, and they will go under. Trump's killing business, people. How about your eyewear and sunglasses? Eyewear, such as glasses and sunglasses, will see a rise in cost. Frames made of plastic and metals, along with optical lenses, are heavily affected by tariff increases. This adds to the expense for manufacturers, who will adjust retail prices to cover the difference. Customers seeking prescription glasses or trendy sunglasses will find fewer affordable options. Optometrists and eyewear stores will also adjust service fees to cope with the changes. Also, cosmetics and fragrances. Cosmetics and fragrances are expected to face higher prices due to increased tariffs on packaging materials and specialized ingredients. Many beauty products rely on imported components, which are now costlier to obtain. This could affect a wide range of products, including makeup, skincare, and perfumes. Consumers will notice price hikes on their favorite brands, leading to tighter budgets for personal care. Salons and beauty retailers will also adjust their pricing to reflect these increases. You're going to go without makeup, girls. And, well, all I can say is, it's going to be an uglier world. Packaged snacks, people. Packaged snacks. Maybe you won't get fat after all. Including chips, cookies, and energy bars. We'll also feel the effects of tariffs. The rise in aluminum and plastic packaging costs, combined with higher import taxes on certain ingredients, has pushed up the manufacturing expenses. These added costs are often passed on to shoppers at grocery stores and convenience outlets. Families and individuals who regularly purchase snacks will notice a gradual increase in their grocery bills. Bulk snack purchases could become a less affordable option for larger households. How about you want to feed yourself? Forget those gardening supplies. Gardening supplies such as soil, fertilizers, and gardening tools are also being impacted. Forget your own truck garden to grow your own food. Many of these products depend on raw materials and packaging affected by tariffs, increasing their overall cost. Homeowners who enjoy gardening as a hobby or grow their own vegetables will find their favorite products more expensive. Local garden centers and retailers will reduce stock or increase prices to adjust for these changes. For many, maintaining a garden will require more financial investment than ever before. And if you want to bug out now, it's all too much for you. You want to go out and survive with the off-grid people, you can kiss that goodbye. Or rather, you can put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye, because camping gear is going to be out of this world. Camping gear such as tents, sleeping bags, and outdoor cookware is another category seeing price increases. Tariffs on materials like nylon, aluminum, and steel, which are essential to these products, have driven up costs for manufacturers. Outdoor enthusiasts planning camping trips to get out of the city now that everybody can't afford anything and they're all killing each other will need to spend more on their gear. Retailers will also scale back on discounts and sales due to their own rising expenses. This trend will affect the affordability of recreational activities for many, and even the survivalists. As for those who just want to travel and say, I want to kiss this all goodbye and leave for another country now, I'm out of America, fuck this shit, well, your luggage and travel accessories will be too expensive for you to leave. Luggage and travel accessories including suitcases, backpacks, and travel pillows, they're also impacted. Materials used in production, such as synthetic fabrics and metal frames, are now more expensive than ever due to tariffs. Manufacturers have adjusted their prices accordingly, and travelers will notice these changes when shopping for new bags. For frequent flyers or families planning vacations, purchasing new luggage will strain your budget to the breaking point. Retailers will focus on promoting higher-end products to recover costs. Only the rich can leave. And your gaming consoles and accessories, you're just going to have to, entertain yourself by playing with yourself. I guess that's why God gave us genitals. Gaming consoles and their accessories, such as controllers and headsets, are set to become more expensive. The increase is tied to the reliance on imported chips and components central to their production. As tariffs drive up costs for materials, manufacturers are likely to pass those expenses on to consumers. This will mean higher prices on popular gaming systems and bundles during the next holiday season. Fans of video games will need to budget more to enjoy their favorite hobbies. How about my case, where I've got no potable water? You're all going to be joining me. Think on plumbing fixtures and faucets. Plumbing fixtures and faucets are becoming more expensive as tariffs increase at the cost of materials like brass and steel. These essential components for kitchens and bathrooms are seeing price hikes at both wholesale and retail levels. Homeowners planning renovations will need to allocate more funds for these fixtures. Contractors and developers also face higher costs, which will impact project pricing. These changes will slow down renovation projects for budget-conscious households. You're just going to be drinking well water. Fuck that. You're going to be drinking gutter water, collecting rain. And, well, your house? It's going to look as ugly as you when you can't afford cosmetics. Paint and coatings. Paint and coatings used for both home improvement and industrial projects are affected as well. Tariffs on raw chemicals needed to produce paint have led to increased manufacturing costs. Shoppers will notice higher prices for interior and exterior paints at hardware stores. Small businesses that rely on affordable paint for projects will feel the pressure of these rising costs. For consumers, completing home improvement tasks will now require more careful financial planning. Carpeting and flooring? Forget it. Carpeting and flooring materials such as vinyl, laminate, and hardwood are also experiencing price increases. The tariffs on adhesives and synthetic materials used in production are the main drivers of this trend. Homeowners looking to upgrade their floors will face higher expenses when choosing new materials. Retailers and installers will need to adjust their pricing to accommodate these changes. This will affect both new construction projects and home renovations. You're going to be walking on dirt, people. Those broken parts of the linoleum, the cracks of the floor where the insects break through. We're going to be living in a nationwide Appalachia. Well, you might do what the Appalachians do and craft your own supplies, but that's going to be too expensive as well. Crafting supplies including fabrics, knitting tools, and dyes. They're all also seeing price increases. Tariffs on textiles and materials used for sewing and crafting are creating challenges for hobbyists and small businesses. Those who rely on these supplies for creative projects will find it harder to stick to their budgets. Retailers will adjust their stock to focus on higher margin products, limiting affordable options. This trend will influence how people approach their creative hobbies. So you can't escape into your hobby either. Finally, health supplements. Health supplements, including vitamins, minerals, and herbal remedies, are experiencing higher prices due to increased tariffs on ingredients and packaging. Many supplements rely on imported raw materials, which are now more costly to obtain. This impacts the affordability of these products for consumers looking to support their health and wellness. Retailers and pharmacies will also limit discounts and promotions, reflecting the increased costs. For those who use supplements regularly, like myself, these changes will they'll affect our health budget significantly. So what does all this mean for your wallet? These price increases will roll out gradually, but their effects will touch almost every purchase you make. The average American household stands to spend about $3,000 more each year as Trump's tariffs take effect. You can thank the orange goon for your miseries. Smart planning might help you to manage these changes. Consider timing your big purchases, especially electronics, appliances, or vehicles, ahead of major price increases. Keep an eye on sales for everyday items like clothing and household goods. well, fuck it. You're all going to be winding up wearing rags anyway, or basically nothing. Because, well, you're fucked. As for looking ahead, it's all going to be price changes and planning, people. Price changes and planning. The next few months will bring noticeable changes to prices in stores across America. Smart shoppers can prepare through careful budgeting and watching for sales on their most used items. Making informed choices about when and what to buy will help families manage these rising costs. Store owners and shoppers alike must adjust to this new economic situation. Taking time to learn about these price changes helps everyone make better spending decisions as the market continues to shift. Because construction, agriculture, and hospitality industries will be most affected by the Trump crash. I was going to say Trump shock. It's a Trump crash. I mean, what the Dickens, people? As in Charles Dickens. I mean, Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent party. When did you become the pro-child labor party? Trump supporters are going to be very disappointed. MAGA's ultimate failure is a feature, not a bug. More than Republicans hate Democrats. They love children working long hours at dangerous jobs. Because the only way you're going to afford anything is to put your kids to work. Take them out of school and put them on the market. President-elect Trump's vow to deport millions of undocumented immigrants will eliminate workers from U.S. industries already projected to face shortages and cut up to 6.8% of the national gross domestic profit. The big picture. While undocumented laborers make up a relatively small percentage of the total U.S. workforce, they have outsized roles in fields like construction, agriculture, and hospitality. Let's zoom in. Construction and agriculture workforces had the highest shares of undocumented workers as of 2022 per the American Immigration Council. Couple of points here. Point: among the undocumented workforce, 39% of plasterers and stucco masons, 36% of drywall installers, ceiling tile installers and tapers, 36% of roofers, and 31% of painters and paper hangers. Point: 28% of graders and sorters for agricultural products were undocumented, as well as 25% of miscellaneous agricultural workers. So, according to an October Pew Research report, most U.S. voters, 75%, that's 3 fucking quarters, said undocumented immigrants mostly fill jobs that American citizens don't want. Point: according to the Center for Migration Studies, industries like hospitality, service, health, hospitality, service as a separate branch of our economy, healthcare, construction, and agriculture will face severe labor shortages, sans immigrant labor. Without migrant labor, well, your economy doesn't exist. So zoom out. A one-time operation to deport undocumented immigrants will cost at least 315 billion United States dollars, according to an October report from the American Immigration Council. Point: mass deportations will lead to a loss of about 4.2% to 6.8% of annual gross domestic product. Per this report I'm sourcing from the American Immigration Council, amounting to between 1.1 trillion US dollars and 1.7 trillion United States dollars. For comparison, the national gross domestic product declined 4.3% during the 2007 through 2009 Great Republican Recession. This will be about twice the number of that. So, in terms of the industries with the largest share of workers who are undocumented, per the last 2022 census that I was teaching the Blood Boys, using a graphic I cannot share with you, unfortunately, I'll have to find some way in the future to do that. Construction is 13.7% migrant. Agriculture, 12.7% migrant. Hospitality, 7.1% migrant. General services, 6.5%. Wholesale trade, 5.5%. Transportation and warehousing, 5.5%. Manufacturing, 5.4%. Professional services, 4.7%. Retail trade, 3.9%. Mining and extraction, 3.6%. So you see, combine the loss with mass deportation, its cost, and the loss of our labor, combined with the loss due to tariffs and the expenses going up due to tariffs, Trump is dead set to destroy the American economy. We are not going to survive this. You will not survive this intact. You will very likely die. No exaggeration. After all I've just described, just this far, do you honestly think you can survive this? If you voted for Donald John Trump, you deserve to die. This is social Darwinism. You deserve to fucking die, and you have brought this on yourself. Oh my God. Shaking my head. Okay. Finger Laser Z says, "Hi Douglas, just shouted you out with a comment on the latest Ironclad YouTube episode with Richard Dolan." Okay. You'll have to take a screenshot of that. You'll have to show me a screenshot.
He's still alive?
I don't know if he ever really was alive. But, yeah, but I guess he's out there. Yeah, what a doofus. At any rate, yeah. If you can find what this guy's talking about, I mean, he left a comment. Tell him to give us a screenshot. I'm not going to go over there and look, of course. Yeah. All right. Welcome aboard. And as for everything I just described, okay, let's get a little bit humanist on you. I mean, just for a second before we go back to pragmatism. T-Tank Barry says, "Paying attention? Thank you to everyone who voted for this. Welcome to Destination Fog." Thank you. Yes. Thank you. That's our dear friend. He's the man. All right. So let's get sentimental and maudlin for a moment. Mass deportations would also bring a heavy human toll. About 4 million mixed status families will be separated, affecting 8.5 million U.S. citizens with undocumented family members. The sourced report that I'm using from the immigration consul I've already cited found it will slash the incomes of their households by an average of nearly 63%, because the undocumented migrants are the income earners, the breadwinners. That'll be about 51,000 United States dollars per year lost to each of these families. As for a reality check, from 2003 through to 2022, the year of the Great Crushing, unauthorized immigrants made up a relatively narrow range of all American workers, between 4.4% and 5.4%, according to a July Pew Research report. Point per Pew. This number is higher than the 3.3% of unauthorized immigrants in the total United States population, because most undocumented people in the United States are workforce aged. For obvious reasons. Context here. Trump's deportation plans will use, or rather abuse, obscure laws, military funds, and law enforcement officers from all levels of government to deport millions of people. That's cops off the street, meaning crime goes up, and you're finally going to discover the murderers and rapists are not illegal immigrants. and there'll be no cops there to help you because they're all out deporting migrants who work for a living. And therefore, by logic, are not criminals. Are you finally seeing some fucking sense? Well, it's too late now. Point. Fast-track deportations will be expanded to apply to anyone who illegally crossed the border and cannot prove they've been living in these United States for more than 2 years. Currently, they're just for recent crossers encountered near the border. Point. The New York Times has reported that Trump's proposals will also curb legal immigration and limit asylum. He repeatedly tries to restrict access to asylum throughout his first term. In this second term, with the control that he has, he'll move to end it entirely. In terms of the latest, Trump on Monday said that he will declare a national emergency and abuse the United States military to carry out mass deportations. If the U.S. military is carrying out mass deportations, you got nothing, I mean nothing, to bitch about when it comes to my biological sire, Adolf Hitler. This will involve concentration camps to round them up. And the military deporting them, you can't cheap shot the Nazis anymore. Point. This month, Trump tapped Tom Homan, the former acting head of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the ICE, as border czar for his next term. Homan, who had a role in the controversial family separation policy during Trump's first administration, has been a strong supporter of Trump's mass deportation plans. He also led the deportation branch within ICE, the ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement under former President Barack Obama. Let me take you a little bit inside Trump's plans to deport millions from these United States. President-elect Trump's plan to crack down on immigration includes using a range of tools to deport millions of people in the United States each year, from obscure laws to military funds to law enforcement officers from all levels of government. As to why it matters, history tells us such an effort will dramatically disrupt local communities and economies across these United States, and sow fear among the millions of people without legal status. A backlog of nearly 4 million immigration cases and a shortage of immigration judges and detention centers can hinder quick deportation. This results in crowded concentration camps. Even if you simply call them fucking something stupid, like internment camps, the population will become increasingly concentrated in those camps. So zoom in again. Fast-track deportations, now reserved for recent crossers encountered near the border, will be expanded to apply to anyone who has illegally crossed the border and cannot prove they've been living in the United States for more than 12 years. That brings us to a point. Again, it's helping me to recover a point. Trump will curtail the usual multi-step deportation process by abusing an obscure section of the 1798 Alien and Sedition Acts to immediately round up and deport migrants with criminal histories. Point. The military will build massive sites near the border to hold people awaiting deportation. That means your military will be building concentration camps. This will evoke scenes from the 1950s, when more than 1 million undocumented Mexican immigrants were deported under President Eisenhower. Point. It was the largest deportation operation in American history. The vast majority of Americans alive today have never seen anything like it. Point. According to federal immigration records, the operation abused military-style tactics to round up and concentrate in camps up to 1.3 million people from Mexico, and even some Mexican Americans who were United States citizens. Scholars concur there must have been many more. How can you not know about this, yet know all about camps that held Jews in Europe? Because you worship the fucking Jew, but the little brown Mexicans are not deserving of your sympathy. Yet your American military put over 1 million of them, including U.S. citizens of Mexican descent, in concentration camps in the 1950s under President Eisenhower. Yes, that Eisenhower, who said the Nazis are the bad guys. But when you're deporting millions of brown people, including some that happen to be U.S. citizens, that makes it all right. And people wonder why I kept harping on white trash pieces of shit being such a sewer shit for so long. How can you people not be aware of this and shit all over my biosire Adolf Hitler and the Nazis till the cows come home? Look at the milk you're pushing, people. It's fucking bloody curdled. Now, in 2018, one of our Asian gangster affiliates, one of our Tong attorneys, went to El Paso to provide pro bono representation to migrant parents whose children were kidnapped and held for ransom by Donald Trump. I'm not speaking hyperbolically either. Their children were forcibly removed, and many were given pre-populated forms with the box checked, indicating they agreed to waive their right to an asylum hearing. They were told, just sign here and you can get your child back. One man they met had been deported no fewer than 4 times. Obviously, ICE agents were doing their jobs, but despite the raids and the fines, the chicken processing plant where he worked kept having him back. It just made economic sense. And it made economic sense to him too, despite the risks. He showed our affiliate attorney his hands, scarred by the bones that lacerated his palms and the fingers that froze and unfroze countless times as he broke down one icy animal carcass after another. Apparently, these conditions were so much better than what he could find at home that on his last trip he brought his teenage son along. And he's not unique. Child labor is alive and well in America. The former and future President Donald Trump said, "It's a disgrace that child labor violations have more than doubled since 2021. When I was president, violations averaged 2,594 per year. Under Biden, they average 4,162 per year. What sort of country allows this to happen? We're talking about children." The foregoing quote was entirely fictive. Trump never spoke those words, and probably never will. That isn't because the ever-worsening epidemic of child labor violations is what the 45th president likes to call fake news. It's all too real. Rather, it's because, as I've noted before, the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party has positioned itself bizarrely as the party of child labor. Labor Department statistics released last week prove that federal fines for violating child labor laws have zoomed upward from $3,579,571 during Trump's last year in office to more than $8 million in this fiscal year that ended September 30th. New York Times reporter Hannah Dreyer, who in 2019 won a Pulitzer Prize for ProPublica, writing about the teenage gang MS-13, deserves a second Pulitzer next year for her shocking Times stories, in collaboration with other Times reporters whose names I do not recall, documenting how a tight labor market and a rise in the number of unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border greatly increased the number of underage workers toiling away at dangerous jobs, working overnight shifts, and in many instances doing both in violation of federal law in all cases. One particularly wrenching story Dreyer published last month in the Times Magazine related the story of a 14-year-old Guatemalan immigrant named Marcos Cux, who, working the night shift in a Purdue chicken slaughterhouse on Virginia's eastern shore, got his left arm mutilated in machinery. The slaughterhouse notified Virginia's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, as required by law, and the agency assigned the case to a compliance officer. I am still investigating what that fucking means. The compliance officer invited the slaughterhouse to do a self-inspection. I mean, like, what the fuck? What's he there for? What's his job? He's getting paid to tell the criminal to inspect themselves. The case was then closed, of course, with no citations. Crucially, the slaughterhouse never told the compliance officer Cuz's age. And, apparently, the compliance officer tellingly never asked. By the end of the story, Cuz was back working there. Only after the Times story was published did the Labor Department initiate any real investigation. Oh, by the way, you can say this out loud, Nemo. Thank you for putting that in. Yeah.
A compliance officer manages the internal and external compliance requirements of a company. You assist businesses in managing risk associated with health and safety non-compliance.
Thank you. Obviously, this one was beyond remiss. I mean, probably bribed. So he was probably on what they call an unofficial salary, not only getting his pay from the government, but his pay from the corporate, from the industry. In this case, of all things, the poultry industry. The problem didn't begin with Biden. The increase in violations started under Trump, who, not incidentally, tried unsuccessfully to kill a Labor Department regulation barring 16 and 17-year-olds from operating patient lifting devices. Did you hear what I just said? Trump wanted to kill a Labor Department regulation barring 16 and 17-year-olds from operating patient lifting devices. Trump pondered other child labor rollbacks openly as well. He is a child labor trafficker, a human child labor trafficker. That's why Republicans aren't making much of a stink. For a decade after the Great Republican Recession, funding was essentially flat for the Wage and Hour Division and the Office of the Solicitor, the two Labor Department agencies that enforce child labor laws, or theoretically are supposed to, but never do. These departments have seen modest funding increases under Biden, but Congress cut about 100 million United States dollars from their combined budget request in the fiscal year just ended. In mid-September, Representative Dan Kildee, Democrat of Michigan, wrote then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other congressional leaders urging them to pass Biden's supplemental funding request adding $100 million to enforce child labor laws. The letter was co-signed by 36 members of a House Child Labor Prevention Task Force that Kildee created in July with Hillary Scholten, Democrat of Michigan. How many Republicans signed that letter? The same number as joined the Child Labor Prevention Task Force. Fucking nothing, zero. With the exceptions of South Carolina's Representative Nancy Mace and the Indiana Senator Todd Young, no Republican has ever agreed to co-sponsor any of the many bills Democrats introduced this year to crack down on child labor. And given Mace's hard right turn in recent weeks, with an eye, according to Jake LaHoute and Sam Brody of the Daily Beast, of becoming Trump's vice presidential pick, it seems doubtful she would co-sponsor any such bill were it to cross her desk today. Michael Sainato, or Sainito, reported yesterday last week in The Guardian that rather than move to crack down on child labor, the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is busy introducing bills to loosen child labor regulations. No fewer than 16 states have introduced such laws in the past 12 years at the instigation of the Foundation for Government Accountability, a right-wing Koch brothers-funded think tank based in Naples, Florida. 9 of these bills were signed into law in Michigan, Iowa, Tennessee, Arkansas, New Hampshire, and New Jersey. Michigan passed 3 such laws, and Iowa passed 2. Now, pro-child labor bills are getting introduced in Congress. Representative Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, a Republican, introduced the Teenagers Earning Everyday Necessary Skills Act. You like that? Teenagers Earning Everyday Necessary Skills Act. What does that mean, like blowjobs and shit? Co-sponsored by Republican Representatives Troy Nehls of Texas, Matt Rosendale of Montana, and Tracy Mann of Kansas. The fuck states. This bill will expand allowable working hours for teenagers aged 14 and 15 from 18 hours per week to 24 hours per week, and will let them work until 9 p.m. during the school year. Currently, they may work only until 7 p.m. during the school year. Meanwhile, Senator James Risch of Idaho introduced the Future Logging Careers Act. I mean, kids who want to grow up to be loggers. I mean, not just shitting big turds. I mean, like Paul Bunyan. Co-sponsored by Republican Senators Mike Crapo of Idaho. I didn't make that name up. Susan Collins of Maine. Tim Scott of South Carolina. And John Cornyn of Texas. And also by Maine Independent Angus King. This bill reduces protections for children in logging families to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to participate in logging work. Do you have any idea what logging is like?
It's backbreaking hard work. It's a shit job too.
Thank you. And it's dangerous.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Even with all the safety equipment. My dad used to do that shit, and he wasn't using safety equipment. One of his mates on the job had all 4 of his fingers cut off with a chainsaw.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, man. Fuck!
Yeah, so fuck that work.
Oh,
Just
God.
start growing hemp farms and use that shit instead of wood.
There you go. Oh, my fucking God. And they're making 14 and 15-year-olds do this.
Yeah, that's insane. They just want more doers and less thinkers, more dumb worker ants. That's what they want.
Well, they're replacing all the illegal migrants with American children.
Yeah. So they might as well just keep all the Mexicans that want to do all that shitty job. Yeah. Then your white children won't have to die and suffer. But they asked for it, so they're going to get it.
They're going to get it, all right. Thank you, Nemo. Thank you for sharing what you did about your father. Now, in a letter last April to the Washington Post, Scott Dane, director of the American Loggers Council, wrote, "The legislation simply mirrors the same fair labor laws that already apply to farming families." That's hardly reassuring. more than half of all work-related deaths for children occur on fucking farms, according to a 2018 report by the Government Accountability Office, the GAO. Now, some Republicans have proposed that Congress get rid of child labor laws altogether. In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus died, my mother, citing the Supreme Court decision from 1918, Hammer versus Dagenhart, that said only states could regulate child labor, Utah Senator Mike Lee has explained that federal child labor laws are unconstitutional. To quote his T, "This may sound harsh, but it was designed to be that way. Now, we got rid of child labor, notwithstanding this case. So the entire world did not implode as a result of that ruling." What Lee left out was that we got rid of child labor through the passage of the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act in 1938, a law that would have been unconstitutional under the old Hammer standard for which Lee shows such affection. When, inevitably, the FLSA, Fair Labor Standards Act, was challenged in court, the Supreme Court, in United States versus Darby, circa 1941, chucked the Hammer standard. This was part of the High Court's historic shift to grant the New Deal more leeway, starting with 1937's National Labor Relations Board versus Jones and Laughlin Steel Corporation, which expanded the Supreme Court's view of federal regulatory powers under the Constitution's Commerce Clause. To omit when explaining how child labor protections came into being, the FLSA, U.S. versus Darby, and National Labor Relations Board versus Jones is a little like leaving out from your explanation for why Americans freed enslaved black people, the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, and the 13th and 14th Amendments. Now, in 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother's murder, Lee's position was understood, even within the Republican Party, to be kind of nuts. You know, Mormon crazies. The good Lord intends our children to work. What a difference a dozen years makes. Now congressional Republicans are so hooked on child labor, they can't bring themselves to challenge lame duck Biden on an authentic political vulnerability. Child labor increasing during his time in office. It would get in the way of the larger objective of repealing the New Deal. Now, some executives have warned that price hikes are on the way when President-elect Donald Trump's trade plans go into effect. Combine deporting all the migrant labor, setting on tariffs against all foreign goods, and introducing child labor of white Americans to take the place of the men in brown who are now gone, along their families. Some companies are even now preparing to raise prices in response to President-elect Donald Trump's tariff proposals. For investors, all of this means that some of the biggest blue-chip companies in your portfolio could have some bumpy fucking quarters ahead of them, as their operating costs will go up and demand for the products will slow. Now, all my foresighted sources, public speakers when it comes to finance, Rhines, Salaz, and Gardner, have identified some of the top stocks that will be most impacted by tariffs. On the campaign trail, Trump proposed a 60% tariff on goods imported from the Communist Chinese Empire, coupled with a 10 to 20% tariff on goods imported from all other countries on Earth. While the president-elect could choose not to enact tariffs at that scale once he assumes office, Economists and the market have predicted that his proposals will spike inflation and cause the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. So several companies have already begun responding to Trump's electoral victory and the implications his tariff proposals will have on the costs of their goods or services. Executives have told analysts on earnings calls that it will be difficult to maintain current prices under Trump's broad tariffs. Other companies are still waiting for more information from the president-elect. Tarang Amin, the CEO of ELF, or Elf Beauty, told Business Insider that the company must first see the policy Trump enacts before making any changes to its pricing, and that a new policy will not affect the business until after its 2025 fiscal year. Explaining that the company has been subject to a 25% tariff since 2019 because of policies from Trump's first term, Amin has said, "We don't like tariffs because they are a tax on the American people, and at that time we pulled all the levers available to us to minimize the effects to our company and our community." So, well, again, thanks to more my son this time than the Blood Boys, research was conducted, and with some consultations with Sugar Daddy, admittedly, I can tell you 8 companies that'll be highly impacted. AutoZone. Philip Daniel, the CEO of the auto parts company AutoZone, told analysts on a September earnings call that tariff policies had ebbed and flowed over the years, and if Trump implemented more tariffs, we will pass those tariff costs back to the consumer. Wow, talk about being honest. Holy shit. Himself adding that prices would gradually settle over time, Danielle said, "We generally raise prices ahead of that, so that's historically what we've done." Also, Columbia Sportswear. Tim Boyle, the CEO of Columbia Sportswear, told analysts on an October earnings call that the company was very concerned about the imposition of tariffs. He said that while he considered Columbia adept at managing tariffs, trade wars are not good and not easy to win. Well, in fact, Tim, everybody loses. Boyle also told the Washington Post in October that the company was set to raise prices. It's going to be very, very difficult to keep products affordable for Americans. So you hear that. It's going to be very, very difficult to keep products affordable for Americans. No more sportswear. Stanley Black & Decker. Donald Allen, the CEO of the manufacturing company Stanley Black & Decker, told analysts in an October earnings call that the company has been evaluating a variety of different scenarios to plan for new tariffs under Trump, qualifying that there's usually some type of delay given the processes that our customers have around implementing price. Allen said, and obviously, coming out of the gate, there would be price increases associated with tariffs that we put into the market. Allen also said that the company would consider moving its production out of China on the Asian mainland and to other countries such as Mexico to reduce the impact of a 60% tariff on communist Chinese imported goods. Steve Madden was among other companies that announced plans to import fewer goods from Red China, with its CEO, Edward Rosenfeld, saying on an earnings call that the company had already started that process. Now, we come to Walmart. Walmart has issued an inflation warning as Trump is prepping his massive tariff hikes. That's important. Walmart, which trades as WMT, is raking it in. The retailer posted above expectations earnings on the back of increased demand for discretionary items. Yet Walmart whispered a quiet but significant warning yesterday the day before by now, that consumer price inflation will surge if President-elect Donald Trump follows through on his vow to impose tariffs on a host of goods imported into the world's biggest economy, which is still us for the moment, but won't be anymore after Donald Trump fixes us in a fall. The world's largest retailer, which posted better than expected fiscal third quarter earnings and boosted its full year profit forecast, is taking a bigger share of high income earner spending. Walmart's, again trading at WMT, U.S. same-store sales rose 5.3% in the 3 months ended in October compared with the year earlier quarter, notching its strongest quarterly tally in nearly 3 years. Overall sales were up 6.6% to a staggering $1.69.6 billion. And the group sees full-year revenue rising as much as 5.1%, suggesting an overall total of around $681 billion. Walmart, however, has been steadfast in keeping overall prices low while improving profit margins through a mix of geographies, efficiencies, and the vast scale of its domestic business. The group boasts around 4,600 U.S. stores, with locations within 10 miles of around 90% of the U.S. population, enabling it to capture around $9 of every $100 that makes its way into the American retail till. That's having a significant impact on broader inflation, which is decelerating, albeit slowly and stubbornly, despite a resilient labor market and a broadly robust economy. You see, in these United States, the consumer is king of the economy. The consumer is what Trump is going to kill. You see, these consumers are trading down for lower prices amid the impact of post-pandemic inflation on everything from food to clothing. Walmart has pledged to continue lowering prices. Tariffs will make that effort much harder. Actually impossible. The American economy, aside from being the largest in the world, for now, is unique in the sense that it relies so heavily on consumer spending to power the bulk of our growth. That, in turn, leaves us vulnerable to inflationary pressures, stoked by either wage growth, which puts more cash in potential spenders' pockets, or price increases, as consumers chase expensive goods. The Federal Reserve, in its fight to tame those pressures, will try to slow wage growth through higher interest rates, I meant to say, which blunt the labor market. At the same time, the Fed hopes that second-round inflation effects will be mitigated as smaller companies cannot pass on price increases as easily as their larger rivals can. Walmart, the largest rival in the consumer spending space, has a hammerlock on in-store retail and a growing presence in online sales. It isn't hiking any prices either. As a result, it's winning over price-conscious shoppers across a host of income brackets. Last month's job report, wrecked by the impact of Hurricane Helene and Milton, still showed a healthy headline unemployment rate of 4.1%, with average wages rising 4% from the year earlier period. Headline inflation, meanwhile, rose only 2.6%, and more than half of the month-on-month increase was tied to housing costs. Food price inflation, a key element in the 2024 elections, was up just 0.2% last month, although the cumulative effects of post-pandemic increases have been significant, they're not showing signs of resurgence. Walmart, which commands around a 24% share of the American grocery market, more than twice that of its nearest rival, Kroger, which trades at KR, also plays a key role in that. In August, Chief Executive Doug McMillon told investors, "We're not raising prices. We're lowering prices. But we don't want product margins to go up. When we talk about margin improvement in our company, it's business mix, a mix of geographies. It is not that we are increasing product margins." So Walmart has made a price pledge for shoppers. Finance Chief John David Rainey echoed that message in August and told investors yesterday, the day before by now, that the group had rolled back prices on around 6,000 items over the third quarter, around half of them in the home and grocery category. But that ability will be hampered by Trump's reported plans to impose tariffs of 60%, the highest he has allowed within the authority of an executive order, on Communist China-made goods and a 10% levy on imports from the rest of the world. During an Economic Club of Chicago interview last month, Trump said, and man, is he ever gonna eat these words, "To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariffs. We're going to bring the companies back. We're going to lower taxes for companies that are going to make their products in the USA. And we're going to protect those companies with strong tariffs." Now, Glen Mead strategist Jason Pride estimates Trump's first-term tariffs blunted American growth by around 0.8%. And he notes that stricter levies are likely to require authority from Congress, where appetite might be scarce given the narrow Republican majority and the boost they could give to consumer prices. Per BlackRock's Gene Bolvin, some of President-elect Donald Trump's proposed policies, such as large-scale tariffs, reinforce why we see persistent inflation in the medium term and interest rates staying above pre-pandemic levels. If implemented, those policies will reinforce geopolitical fragmentation and economic competition. Yes, that's autarky, like what happened before World War II. That's why I'm predicting war. Yesterday, day before yesterday by now, Walmart CFO John David Rainey told CNBC that while the group has been living under a tariff environment for 7 years and sources around 2/3 of goods domestically, it's still worried about tariffs' overall impact and what the company will likely raise, that the company will have to raise prices if Trump's tariff proposals are implemented. To quote his T, "We never want to raise prices. Our model is everyday low prices. But there probably will be cases where prices will go up for consumers." Rainey added that the company is pretty familiar with tariffs, given Biden and Trump's policies over the last 7 years, but he said there, his words, Nemo's going to go to bed now. Please say goodnight to our audience first.
Good night, everybody, and please support Douglas Dietrich any way you can. Send any amount of money you can afford towards Douglas via PayPal. Links are in the channel.
God bless you, my man. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. By the way, Victoria's with us. Don't forget to say hi to her. She says...
Oh, hello, Victoria.
Yes. She says, Guten Morgen. Ugh, phone call. She's on. She can jump on. Ask her to jump on with us.
Yeah, jump on and keep Douglas. Give him some company.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm going to go to bed. You have a good one and take care.
Yes, stay safe and be well. We all love you dearly, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks so much. Okay, that's our man, Nemo Albano. And someday he'll be comfortable enough to use something aside from his code name, but probably for the best for a while. So kisses to the ladies. Kisses in order of appearance. Order of appearance. Appearance. Okay. Okay. Victoria loves Jesus. And okay. Okay. Sheila Gavin. Love you, Sheila. Thanks so much for being you. Love you as well, dear Victoria. And okay, here we are. Love you both. All right, here you go. Kisses to the ladies. One for each. All right. Okay. Back into the fray. We've got enough time left to finalize. Yeah, basically, Riney, to quote his team, he said that the tariffs under both Biden, well, Trump originally, then Biden's follow-up, and Trump again, he said they're inflationary for customers, so we want to work with suppliers and with our own private brand assortment to try to bring down prices. What we're seeing right now feels very consistent with prior quarters. Consumers are spending more on food. They are buying general merchandise items. Tariffs, though, are inflationary for customers. So we want to work with suppliers and with our own private assortment to try and bring prices down. But I think their biggest advantage, the ace up their sleeve, is that both Trump and the Fed need Walmart. A spokesman also told Reuters that the group was concerned that significantly increased tariffs could lead to increased costs for our customers. Those warnings should be well heeded by the incoming administration, which won support from voters in large part for its vow to lower inflation and extend our economy's world-leading growth rally. The Federal Reserve, meanwhile, is alive to the prospects of tariff-stoked inflationary pressures and is backing off from its prior messaging, with Chairman Jerome Powell telling investors the central bank is in no hurry to cut interest rates. Neither the new Trump administration nor the Fed can afford to see that change. But Donald Trump ran as a strong man. It resonated with men. Donald Trump ran a campaign for men. It worked. Let me see if I can kill it in the last hour. In 1992, voters sent a record number of women to Congress, leading the media and political scientists to call it the Year of the Woman. When the final votes are counted in the 2024 election, we might have a new way of referring to the 2024 election, the Year of the Man. President-elect Donald Trump won men by 10 points this year, according to early exit polls, a result that could change once the final votes are tallied. Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, meanwhile, seemed to win women by 10 points, but if the exit polls are correct, she lost ground with women compared to Joe Biden's 2020 results. The exit polls also suggest a rightward shift for Latino men in marshalling men's votes and holding on to a slim majority of white women. Trump was able to overcome his weaknesses with the broader swath of female voters and build a dominant lead, allowing him to decisively capture the presidency. Exit polls are notoriously unreliable, and it will likely still be days before we can have a clear sense of how Trump won. But there's no denying that Trump tailored his campaign to appeal to men. So, here's my open letter to dear white woman. Congratulations! This time, the coming lesson is wholly yours. When you face moments of need, and you will, I want you to remember November 5th, 2024, the day you turned away from us. And for what? For your husband? Your wallets? Your need to feel cool? While women's rights were being stripped away, with autonomy on the line, you were absent. You cast your vote for a man who has a long history of violence against women, a man who sees women as objects, a man who said, "You've got to deny, and push back on these women. Never admit." Well, I'm going to do it. Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them. 26,000 unreported sexual assaults in the military. Only 238 convictions. What did these geniuses expect when they put men and women together? This is the leader you chose, bitches. This is the future you empowered, you dumb cunts. You have placed your rights in the hands of men who view your bodies as property, your voices as noise, and your experiences as disposable. Consider the men you put in power and the twisted beliefs that they espouse. Point: Representative Jack Nelson, a former dairy farmer who thinks handling cows somehow makes him an expert on women's health. Point: Representative Lupe Diaz, who cruelly believes that children of rape survivors should endure their trauma as a healing experience. Point: Senator Tim Scott, who bizarrely imagines fetuses can feel pleasure in the womb. Point: Representative Todd Akin, who claimed women's bodies can shut down to prevent pregnancy in cases of legitimate rape. Point: Representative Gene Schmidt, who said a 13-year-old who is raped and becomes pregnant has been given an opportunity from God. These are not merely offensive statements. They are deliberate, dismissive attacks on all women. They trivialize sexual violence, mock the complexity of your health, and show utter disregard for your dignity and autonomy. So yes, when the day comes that this movement turns against you personally, remember that these are the voices you chose when autonomy itself was on the line. When you cast your ballot, you aligned with a power that reduces women to silent, obedient vessels, that treats sexual violence as mere method of conception, and that believes your pain is the price you pay for simply existing. As women, you hold the duty to protect one another, to carry each other's stories, to defend your shared rights. But by voting for these men, you turned your back on that duty, white woman. And yet, when you need us most, when this movement inevitably reaches into your life and strips away your liberty, know that despite everything, we still stand by you. Why? Because you're a woman, you dumb fucking cunt. And our future is impossible without your fucking bodies. Autonomous or not. Sincerely, from a man who's been mistaken as a woman often enough, where I've experienced the violence directed towards you. The only difference being, I could fight back in a manner you physically cannot. As for an open letter to dear, well, not all men, don't mansplain the election. No, not this one, not any election ever, but especially not this one. Let me give you a kind of minor guide to responding to women's experiences with maximum entitlement. So you've stumbled across my enemy transmission. Naturally, you see this as the perfect moment to jump in and set the record straight. Because, really, who could grasp the nuances of a woman's perspective better than a man? To help you on this noble mission, I guess, with the Blood Boys and my son, I've prepared a handy guide for responding to women's experiences, complete with all the entitlement, superiority, and conviction required. Tip number 1, invoke national politics and dismiss it as propaganda. By the way, I've just received a Skype Today notification. International Criminal Court issues arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Hamas officials. Now, as I said, tip 1, invoke national politics and dismiss it as propaganda. When a woman shares her perspective on personal and societal issues, immediately take it global. Forget the specific topic at hand and go straight for terms like propaganda and selfish bullshit. Because obviously, nothing is more effective in discussing women's experiences than a passionate rant about Trump, record black and Latino voting stats, and the looming threat of World War III. And don't worry about addressing any actual points in her post. Remember, it's all about setting the gods-given record straight. Our tip 2, accuse her of racist and sexist hysteria, because everyone knows women are always being hysterical. That's Victorian. Or, yeah, it's traditional. Now, in the past few weeks, every conversation I've had around any kind of table at any kind of group gathering has gone in the expected direction. Did you see what Ana Navarro said about Trump? She went off. I was reading the Wall Street Journal and so had the best argument about why Trump. 538 reported that if Trump, Harris, the election, America's scariest sideshow has somehow morphed America's potential future and, for many of us, its greatest nightmare. Of course, it's riveting. How can all the mindless small talk that suffuses our daily lives around dinner, conference, and coffee tables bypass the glaringly obvious conversation topic that is the election, which manages to get weirder, creepier, and more abhorrent by the minute? I have noticed a pattern in these conversations that is almost as bothersome as their content. The men try to outfact each other with information they've memorized from their recent media consumption, while the women wait for a break in the chatter to offer a comment or another related fact that is quickly subsumed by the men's dialogue. I hear stories of similar behavior from friends. One told me that during a conversation with a group of men around the time that Donald Trump's threat to build a wall was the most shocking thing he had said, one man turned to her to explain that a border was an invisible partition between countries. I have on numerous occasions sat across from couples at meals with my son, where the man makes it clear he prefers to discuss politics with only my husband. As would be, it's what he would tell my son. Only your husband is the man I'll talk to, hardly directing the conversation at myself because I'm often mistaken for a bitch, unless I choose to inject myself into the conversation. In one such outing, the man paused what he was saying to turn to his female partner and explain, unasked, a political term he had just used. It's mansplaining, and it's gross, just like the election is gross, and it needs to stop. Now, mansplaining isn't a myth propagated by feminist women on Twitter. It's a real problem. Research proves that women experience beginning in childhood. women and girls do not speak as much in class discussions in school as their male counterparts, especially with a male teacher leading the course. The problem doesn't get any better when women enter the workforce either. There, they speak 25% of the time in professional meetings to their male colleagues is 75%. Men also interrupt women at a higher rate than they interrupt men, and they do so to intentionally assert dominance in a conversation. All of this tells us that it's harder for women to be heard, and when they are, people are less likely to listen. The presidential debates couldn't have better typified this awful reality. In the second debate, well, the first and only one really, there wasn't going to be a second one. I keep thinking of it as the second because I fall back on my memory of Hillary Clinton suffering 2 debates with Donald Trump. But in this one, Donald Trump got 55 more seconds of talk time than Kamala Harris, and yet he complained throughout the 90-minute session about getting less than her. Linguistic experts told the Washington Post that it seemed like Harris talked more because her remarks were more substantive and her sentence structures more complex. Meanwhile, her opponent spoke in shorter sentences and repeated himself more, hardly articulating a single clear policy position, aside from, "Put Democrats in jail!" What's so infuriating about this election is that Trump doesn't like Harris, what's so infuriating about this election is that Trump doesn't, like Harris, seem to need clear policy positions. His bravado, rudeness, misogyny, and lies have gotten him to the same stage as one of the most experienced and skilled politicians in this country. This man has shouted, gesticulated, whined, kicked and screamed, and huffed and puffed his way to the nomination for the world's highest office. Harris had honed her political skills over 30 years to get to that point, and had barely been given permission to have a facial expression, much less be heard. Trump has made it repeatedly clear that he cares more about how women look than what women say. He has denigrated the appearances of Bill Clinton's accusers. He called former Miss Universe Alicia Machado Miss Piggy and forced her to work out in front of news media cameras. In a clip from one of Trump's past appearances on Howard Stern's radio show, where he promoted The Apprentice alongside his children, he repeatedly speaks for his daughter Ivanka, who, it should be noted, was ribbed by Stern as her father looked on, nodding jovially about her dating and sex life. When women criticize his actions or political positions, his knee-jerk response is to attack them for their looks, as he did New York Times columnist Gail Collins when he sent her mail to tell her she possessed the face of a dog, after she referred to him as a financially embattled thousandaire in the paper. But those debates and Trump's overexposed bombast are merely symptoms of a bigger disease. The truth is, men get to talk the most about not just politics, but everything. This is true of the cable news media, where men snag the majority of appearances and therefore get to do most of the talking. It's also true of book publishing, books by men get more attention than the books by woman writers. And political books by women don't get reviewed nearly as often. At newspapers, men's bylines outnumber women's on the op-ed page, and men are quoted more often than women on the front page. Yet this was an election where, more than any in recent history, women's voices need to be heard. This was an election where a candidate from a major party has been exposed for bragging about sexually assaulting women. This was an election where that candidate's surrogates have been astonishingly and disgustingly willing to brush those revelations aside, along with the accusers who only recently mustered the bravery to come forward with their stories of abuse. This election has laid bare the nation's tolerance for rape culture, of itself as a rape culture. This election has challenged our country to ask itself what women are worth in a way few recent political events have. This is an election where a woman had the chance to hold our nation's highest office, and she was fighting for her right to smile and frown, let alone to speak. You remember that cocksucker Peter Moon kept saying how offended he was to hear Kamala Harris laugh. He hated to hear her laugh. That a woman should not be allowed to laugh. He, of course, voted for Donald Trump. That goes sans saying, like attracts like. Men should be part of the conversation around the alleged assaults against women that Trump has so disgustingly cast as libel. Trump is giving many good men, as Michelle Obama so eloquently noted in her New Hampshire speech in 2016, a bad name that they don't deserve. And all genders need men to recognize the misogyny so horrifically stoked by Trump, if we are ever to mitigate it. But right now, men, when you find yourself at a table with a woman, just give her a chance to speak. When they talk, you listen. When they write, you read what they have to say. Because they know what's going on in the news. They don't need to hear your favorite election factoids about how little Trump values and respects women, because they've memorized them themselves. And unlike you, they have lived with men who would rather hold them back than let them flourish, who would rather silence them than let them speak for their entire lives. But our battle is not hopeless, America. I like history. In that sense, I am a nerd. The history of our country hasn't always been the story of the home of the brave. It's also the story of how a country of many different people has managed to more or less coexist without totally and completely exterminating each the other. We've come close, though. Obviously, with the Native Americans, who deserve anything we can give them, and we can never give them enough. The American Civil War between the states for rights, that wasn't any gallant gentlemen with feathered hats charging each other. It was a full-on blood-soaked mass slaughter. I mean, let's get some perspective. For most of our country's existence, we were able to rationalize, with a straight face, declaring all men equal, except for some here and there, and also women. We've put Americans in internment camps because of the color of their skin, turned a blind eye to the mob justice of lynching. And while I'd like you to think the 60s were just hippies spiral dancing, they were in fact a savage time in our already savage history. In my own lifetime, tens of thousands of queer people died from a plague that was ignored and even laughed at by those in power. No, we haven't always been the brave. Too often we've been small and scared and vicious. And yet, as a boy, I became fascinated by the Underground Railroad. As a military dependent with access to the American Empire's largest open base, I grew up interacting with countless service personnel who overwhelmingly sourced from the old Confederacy, and I was thus marinated in Civil War history. Some kids got to go to Disneyland. I got to read post-library filed federal guides to the battleground at Bull Run, an early Southron victory where fancy elites from the District of Columbia came to picnic and watch the carnage and were forced to flee because, war. I remember my legal father once telling me that if you ask Americans what was the first war this country lost, they'd say Vietnam, except in the South. As a person of color myself, I didn't become obsessed with the Blue and Gray's epic and depressingly brutal battles as some of my friends did. I even knew a few people who became passionate Civil War reenactors, the Trekkies of Dixie. Well, Trekkers, I guess, for a more, shall I say, anyhow. Okay. Thank you. I want to thank Aaron Tice for his latest entry in notifications. Now, when it came to that time and place in history, I zeroed in on that underdog patchwork of safe houses and secret routes that helped fugitive slaves escape to freedom. There was resistance, small but mighty, even in antebellum Mordor. The Underground Railroad was run by abolitionists, black and white, born free and formerly enslaved, women and men, citizens of a cruel and ultimately what was to become a broken society who risked their lives to do the seditious thing. Oh yeah, and then there's that motherfucking Harriet Tubman, as some of the old rebels would refer to her as. Look her up. I was captivated by these undercover rebels who did good without any promise that tomorrow would get any better, which it did, barely. And there is still no guarantee that tomorrow will be better, but there is always today. There is always the chance, right now, to do or say something that changes a heart or rescues a dream or saves a life. I suppose, even as a child, I saw the romance in hopeless battles. Not that our battle is hopeless, but, the thing about a hopeless battle is even if you lose hope, you still fight. And really, by fight I mean, if someone asks for help, you help. You pray, if that's your thing. You donate. You organize. You vote. You take good care of yourself. It wasn't rage that made the Underground Railroad run. It was patience and tears and spine and stumbles and the grim acceptance that there is something in this life that is more important than fear. One day, maybe, far in the future, long after we're dead, the brave will fully be counted, and we'll all, finally, be home. So, do unto others, my darlings. be brave. And for all the drama in American politics, meanwhile, the most powerful effects of Mr. Trump's pending arrival as president are already being felt in foreign affairs, most obviously in Ukraine and the Russian Empire. Volodymyr Zelensky is putting on a brave face, saying that the war in his country will end sooner than had been expected, perhaps in 2025. With Russian forces continuing to gain territory and Vladimir Putin bringing in extra fighters from North Korea, an early ceasefire is not the same as any good outcome for Ukraine. This might mean acquiescing, more or less, to Russian terms. In places such as the Crimea and the eastern Donbas region, Russia would keep direct control of the territory that it stole. In the rest of Ukraine, Russian influence will be indirect but still real, just as in the Greater Soviet Union, holding a veto over Finland's political alignment during the Cold War. Exactly 1,001 days ago, when this transmission started, the Kremlin criminal gave the order for a large-scale invasion of Ukraine. Now, the Russian monomaniacrat Vladimir Putin has updated Russia's nuclear doctrine within 48 hours, 2 days, after President Joe Biden granted Ukraine permission to strike targets deep inside Russia with American-made weapons. Under the updated doctrine issued but yesterday, Moscow will consider aggression from any non-nuclear state, but with the participation of a nuclear country, a joint attack on Moscow. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov noted the changes mean that the Russian Federation reserves the right to use nuclear weapons in the event of aggression using conventional weapons against it and or the Republic of Belarus. As European nations strengthen defense measures in the face of the conflict in Ukraine, NATO allies Sweden and Finland are distributing booklets to millions of households advising citizens on how to survive a war. Some of the instructions include stockpiling diapers, medication, and baby food. Negotiating with Russia will not cause Vladimir Putin to renounce his imperial ambitions. The Russian dictator's objective is the destruction of the Ukrainian state and nation, and to redivide the world into spheres of influence with a privileged position for unholy Mother Russia. Since then, hundreds of thousands of people have been killed and wounded, both on the front lines and in the barbaric attacks on Ukrainian cities and villages. Millions have fled their homes abroad or to the west of the country. The war in the name of Putin's imperial project and his entourage has been going on for 10 years. Yet it was only on February 24th of 2022, and in the following months, that the world saw the Kremlin warlord's goal and the methods he will use to achieve it. A plan of extermination. Ruski Mir, the neo-imperialist concept of a Russian world, means mass bombings of civilian infrastructure and apartment blocks, the complete destruction of places like Avdiivka or Bakhmut, mass graves in the occupied areas in Mariupol or Izium, and taking criminals and murderers out of prisons to send them to the front. It is the forced Russification of Ukrainian children deported en masse to the imperial center of Russia and given to new families to be raised. A form of human child trafficking, if ever there was one. The main objective is not to gain territory, although that is also important in the Kremlin's plans, but to destroy the Ukrainian elites, culture, and language. To destroy an independent state that dared to break away from the Kremlin's tutelage and boldly head west. After all, as Putin himself does claim, there be no such thing as a Ukrainian nation or language. It is Little Russia, which should be a Russian colony. That is why proscription lists were prepared in Moscow, on the basis of which selected Ukrainians were to be arrested and exterminated in 2022. Yes, Putin failed to blitzkrieg and occupy eastern Ukraine, from Kiev, the capital, to Kharkiv and Odessa, in 3 weeks. I myself dared to hope just before the 2022 invasion that the dictator would not send tanks because he knew that Ukraine was a completely different country after the 2014 Revolution of Dignity. That it believed in the possibility of joining the world of full democracy and integrating with the European Union. That it had had enough of corrupt elites paid with Moscow's petrodollars. That, in spite of its many problems, among which corruption is still a huge factor, it had strengthened its own statehood and armed forces, and that if Putin decided to invade, it would be bogged down in the Ukrainian steppes for years. I was wrong to hope about the outbreak of war, but I was right that Ukraine would not be swallowed by unholy Mother Russia. It is still putting up effective resistance, and we, the entire Western democratic world, with Poland on the front line first of all, must do everything to support it. We must provide all possible assistance and weapons and allow them to be used in full. We cannot put Ukraine in the position of a man being attacked in a dark alley by a bandit with a gas pipe and demand that instead of defending himself, he keeps both hands behind his back. That's the pipe dream. Only through decisive action can we stop Putin's new evil empire. In 1983, U.S. President Ronald Reagan called the Greater Soviet Union, which had invaded Afghanistan and wanted to destroy that country, turning it into another colony, an evil empire. Ultimately, the Afghan war was one of the nails in the coffin of that communist colossus. Back then, the world was divided into spheres of influence and bisected by the Iron Curtain. Putin would like to return to that. He has repeatedly proposed a new arrangement to the West, led by these United States, in which Moscow would decide the fate of not only Ukraine, but also the Baltic states and Poland, in which it would impose whether a given country could be a member of NATO or not, or how large an army it should have, and what it should be equipped with. The Kremlin argued that then peace would reign, and the empire would not demand new conquests for itself. This is a pipe dream. Putin and his circle of power dream of rebuilding that evil empire. In 2005, the dictator called the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And he announced the defense of the Russian-speaking diaspora, which did not end up within Russia's borders. Look at his allies. Let's not be naive. This is not about any defense, because no one is harming these people in Ukraine. This is just a pretext to rationalize aggression. Today, Putin hopes that a new world disorder can be negotiated with players such as the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, former and future President Donald John Trump of the United States, or the growing populists Marine Le Pen in France and the AfD Alternative for Germany. That it will be possible to persuade many weak and unstable politicians at the helm of power to do so. Putin's evil empire will fall if Ukraine is not defeated, and no agreements are made to end the war over the heads of Ukrainian citizens and politicians in Kiev. Because if it does not, that empire will, sooner or later, comest for us as well. Okay, and with that, I'll send love to the ladies in chat. Kiss for each one of them again, and end transmission. I'll need your help. I need to raise another 100 United States dollars immediately for supplies to make rent this month. And as far as I'm concerned, I've more than earned my pay. So, okay, my log in return unto. Okay. And at Victoria loves Jesus. Okay. There we have that. And okay. All right. Hopefully that uploads with the episode. Always remember, if you want to get something in, put it in as soon as possible so it can upload with the episode, because they always cut off the last 5 minutes. Well then, all right, my children, go ye into the sunlit hours while I retreat into slumber, lest the sun's rays burn me. And with that, we'll see you on Sunday. Return here, and we'll go at it again. We'll see if I have energy for another monologue. You can imagine what it takes. It's probably the hardest job in the goddamn world. Alright. Well, it looks like our man is awake. Hey, dear Aristides, say good morning if you would be so kind.
Good morning, and that's barely awake, but I put the donation link in the chat, so please help Douglas out with whatever you can.
Thank you, sir. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. We'll all be back. All right, and Aaron Tice, if you wish to join us, you can go ahead for a few minutes. You're welcome aboard. So he's got this YouTube video, I believe, that's he's linked for myself. And let's see now. We'll see if my online is working. When I'm on for a long time like this, the internet begins to fumble. There we are. Okay, have we been joined? I guess not. But he said that in this particular episode, he says that there's 2 hours and 37 minutes that I speak of the entity Mooney summoned, that I brush over it quickly, but that was September of 21, the year that I exposed much. Yeah, there we are. Interesting. Thank you, dear Aaron. I appreciate that profoundly. And all right, so let's put that link into the chat, and this is exactly what our man Aaron said. I'll put it here in the text box for everyone involved, and then I'll enter the link with it. Give me just a second here to get the share button, and we can move slowly because we've got a little bit of time, and this will all just be trivial if it does not upload. Okay, so here we are. This is what he said. Okay, press this enter button here, push this up. Okay. All right, and there we are. At 2 hours and 37 minutes is what he means to say, because he's unfamiliar with the time stamping. Now, let's cut and paste that and see if that fits into the chat box. Okay, make certain to download that, and with that we are going to go to live stream, kind of put that in there and see if that takes. Fuck, it took. And it works. The link. It should work. Anyhow. All right. Okay, everybody. We'll be back on Sunday. My love to all who support myself. I desperately need your help. Let's try and raise another $100 right now. And that'll help me with the week and running supplies. And hopefully that might even carry me through to our when I pay the rent on the 1st. But of course I'll probably ask for a bit more money before then. I think it's a small price to ask considering the information that you get absolutely nowhere else, the in-depth analysis. And I almost hate to close, but yeah, need my rest. And with that, all of you have a blessed day. Okay, ending stream. Three-way process.